Well, what's up, everybody, and welcome to the official stream of the Tournament of Doom Regional Championships. Yes, we had a countdown there just a moment ago, but I ended the countdown just a little bit early because we're just excited to go. We've got, right now, almost 250 people registered, and I've also got some of the best casters out there that I believe in, and they are, right now, sorry, I'm tripping all over myself today, but got people coming in and doing so many things. PJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cult of Doom. Yeah, I'm just going to hand it off. I'm going to hand it off to Etchy and Vic Aung. Vic, I probably screwed up your name. You can go ahead and I always call you It's Vic. Even like
it's me.
It's
Hi.
you. So
Hi, chat.
I'm going to switch right over to you guys. You guys can start talking about Paradox Rift, possibly the metagame, and we'll get our next game set up.
Thank you so much, Doom.
I am good because I am more well rested because I am not on the West Coast, so I'm doing great.
It is a little bit early.
We do have
an
issue. I'm going to fix it real quick.
Okay.
It's just for the video one. For some reason, the audio is not coming through. So I know how to fix that. Control, and we'll see if it works. Can't start a tournament without a quick issue.
Of course.
All right, now talk.
Classic.
Now go. Everybody hearing them now?
Testing 1 2 1 2.
I am talking into the microphone. Very excited for this region.
Hi, chat.
Looks like we are good now.
Cool. All right, repeat everything you said, Vic.
Just wanted to say hi. Hello, chat. How are you this morning? This fine, lovely Saturday morning. Super excited for this regional. Etchy, how goes it?
It goes great. Super excited for this as well. I was talking to Doom right before you joined the call, and I was like, this is literally the best time to do an event like this because it's incredibly dynamic new format that is very fresh and hasn't had a big tournament yet. And this is like the opportunity to simulate the regional, the quote unquote regional. So super unique to be able to cast this and to have this opportunity to share with everyone. So I'm super excited to see what everyone's cooking up for this event.
LAIC is very exciting. It's on the horizon. My head is swimming with deck ideas for it. Planning to travel in just a couple days to Brazil, but the meta is very unsolved. There's lots of decks to be played. Probably, 15, 20 decks on people's minds right now. So excited to see what will make it to the top tables here at the Tournament of Doom Regional Championships.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you while we're setting up here, what are your thoughts so far on this Paradox Rift meta now that you've had it in your hands for a couple weeks now?
It really seems like the meta has... Well, basically the meta before was already really wide, right? There was already like 10 decks that could make it to top 8 pretty reasonably. And there's some... It's quite a few... That's quite a few playable decks where it's not common in the Pokemon TCG to have that many decks be good. And I think it seems kind of like at the moment it's even wider. Like the decks that did exist still exist, and then you sprinkle a couple more decks on top of that.
Right.
You add Roaring Moon to it. You add Goldango, maybe some Valiant variants. Lots of decks to work with. Basically, the only deck that is a lot less viable, it seems, is Turbo Lost Box, which is which is one of my favorites. Urshifu also not viable anymore. So my 2 decks that I've been playing not viable, but basically everything else still is. And we got a couple new decks sprinkled in there.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot today too throughout the entire tournament, but a lot of the decks that like wouldn't have been viable got added cards that made them still like be able to hang with these new decks and these new kind of ways that people are playing these decks. We're seeing like TM Evolution having a huge impact on a lot of different decks. So I'm super excited to see what kind of builds people come up with, because like you said, it's very unsolved right now. People are still trying to figure out the best builds for these like new versions of Gardevoir, new versions of Charizard, or Roaring Moon or whatever. So I have not been doing a lot of testing in this format, so I'm excited to hear your insight throughout what happens. I'm not going to LAIC, but I am familiar with everything. I've been playing ladder. I've faced the ladder demons, so you know what's going on out there.
Go ahead.
All right, we're going into round 1. Okay, so
awesome. But yeah, Gardevoir is a deck that people thought would be dying. It is interesting though that it ends up being number 2 on our list. It turns out that even though there are bad matchups for it, for example, Chine Pao, a pretty bad matchup with or without Iron Hands, it has a pretty good matchup into pretty much everything else in the room. So it hangs on.
For sure. And I think those types of decks, the ones that were like still really good last format and can still be really good in kind of different ways this format, are just going to be like popular for a good while, even if they end up falling off or other decks become more powerful. Just because right now, especially with the fresh format, people are just going to play what they're more comfortable with, and people are going to be more comfortable with these decks that they've been playing for a really long time now. So I'm not surprised at all to see Gardevoir be second here. Very interested to see what kind of builds people cook up. Goldango, number 11. That's my personal favorite. That's actually the only deck I've been playing with the new format. I think it's very silly and very funny the way that a lot of the builds have been. We've been seeing like a lot of Scyther, Scizor stuff. The coolest build I've seen was using more heavy psychic energy and the Lunatone Soul Rock that blocks Path, because Path is obviously the thing that destroys Goldango. And it stops that, and you play Tulip to just get more and more energy into your hand, because Clara sucks because it only gets 2 energy at most, but Tulip you can get 4 psychic energy back from the discard. So a lot of interesting builds with that, and same with a lot of these other lists, a lot of the new decks where there's just a lot of different ways that people are building them.
Lots of builds of Goldango, not quite solved yet, the best deck list for it, but going back to our metagame as a whole, Roaring Moon number 1 at around 15%. But a lot of the favorites you've seen from last format, like we were talking about, Chine Pao up there even at a higher percent now that it has access to Iron Hands. Lost Stone Tina still alive and kicking as one of the premier ways to play Lost Box. Charizard has a couple of new ways to play it now with the TM Evolution and Barrel. We'll see if this is maybe like an even split between Pidgeot or not. We'll check on that later. Lost Box, go ahead. Okay. Welcome back, chat. Lost Box Sablezard is actually seems like the most popular way to run Lost Box now. If besides Tina, it's probably what will take over for Turbo. The reason being is that you do have an answer to Iron Hands with the Radiant Zard. It kind of built into the deck, and Miraidon still around, has access to Iron Hands now, and I guess one of the quote unquote new decks that has been popping up a lot is Snorlax Stall.
Yeah.
It did exist before, but it's a lot better now with Countercatcher. Have you played against any Snorlax Stall on the ladder yet?
Yeah, and I was there watching at Toronto live the match on stream on day 2 with Snorlax Stall, and I think that's when it really started kicking off in popularity, and people saw it like a pretty like well refined list and watching it in action, kind of going from there. So that was pretty cool. Kind of seeing it take off, and yeah, it just gets so much more powerful with this new set. Countercatcher is such a good card in any kind of control deck, even in like non-control decks. Any kind of slower deck, Countercatcher is like just incredible. Yes. And it's one of the cards we're probably going to see a lot today.
Speaking of Countercatcher, it looks like we are going to be watching Mysterious Player playing Gardevoir, which tends to have 1 or 2 copies of that card. And welcome to our round 1. I don't know what the matchup is yet. It's Gardevoir versus something.
I'll try to pull it up on the side.
Sablezard. Okay, so I think Mysterious Player is piloting the Sablezard. Is that right? Gardevoir. Okay.
Yeah, I got the deck lists here. Oh.
Yeah, Mysterious Player, actually one of the top players in the online tournament circuits. Probably one of the better Sablezard players, but is on the other side of the matchup this time around, playing the Gardevoir instead. We'll see how this matchup goes. I think this matchup is pretty reasonable for both players. Sablezard obviously spamming Sableye is annoying for Gardevoir to deal with. And it looks like there is no Jirachi in MP's list. Maybe it's in the prizes if he does have it, but for now there will be no Jirachi, which does mean that the Sableye spam can go off without a hitch, really.
Yeah, the deck list does not show a Jirachi, so
okay.
That just won't be there. It will be a threat throughout the game, and it adds a lot of pressure and a lot of extra thinking on the Gardevoir player side without that new Jirachi card that does block the effect of Sableye's Lost Mine. Because now you have to just be so much more careful of where you're putting damage counters and when you're healing with Cresselia and all that kind of stuff. But the good news is that hasn't really changed since last format. So if you played a lot of Gardevoir last format, you know what to do.
You see Mysterious Player playing down that Battle VIP pass. Probably one of the most contentious cards, but also one of the best cards.
Everyone's favorite card.
2 Ralts coming down onto the bench. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, without Jirachi, both these decks have to play a little bit more fair, I think. I think the matchup probably skews pretty heavily in Guardy's favor if you do have that Jirachi. There's just no good way to take it down consistently for Sablezard. But that's not going to play a role as we pass it on over to our Sablezard player.
Yeah, another Battle VIP pass coming down. As long as you hit it turn 1, you're happy. So I think we're going to see a solid start at least for both these players. Swine up Garchomp looking through the deck now. We'll see what they pull out here. Comfy Cram, very standard.
VIP pass number 2. Couldn't ask for anything better than that. 3 Comfy in play at the moment. Just needs Colress or a Vacuum or something along those lines to get this first knockout going.
Yep, now the flower selectings will come down. So can you talk a little bit about like how Sablezard's lists are now, like compared to previous format? Like what's changed in the list?
Yeah, it seems like Sablezard lists typically are built to deal with early Iron Hands because you don't want to just take a loss to Chine Pao or Miraidon that gets it out turn 2. And what that means is that you do play cards like that double turbo that we just saw hit the loss zone. You have kind of a combo in place for a worst case scenario of your opponent getting that turn 2 Iron Hand. You use the Raihan in conjunction with that double turbo, and you can actually use that Combustion Blast attack on Radiant Charizard really early when they're at
Right.
4 prizes instead of, waiting until when they're at 2. And it means that your deck is built to handle those situations, but it also means that you just have like the explosive power of using Radiant Charizard back to back to back if you need to, as we see Swinub Garchomp take a knockout with that Spit Innocently on a Ralts.
Yeah. Now, one options here for Swinub, or for Mysterious Player. Does have the Gardevoir ready to go. Is going to pop that rare candy. It looks like. It's kind of interesting that Radiant Zard is just like naturally a good answer for Iron Hands too.
Yeah,
it just
really
is
good.
bulky enough to live it. Whereas like a lot of the single prize options that like one shot at like a Fighting Mon just die if they immediately follow up with another Iron Hand. So it's pretty cool.
There are some other there's some fighting Pokemon that can take care of Iron Hands, but yeah, like you were saying, they either die, or the ones that do survive, they typically take 2 fighting, which is just a really annoying energy to play. It constrains your deck list quite a bit. As we see the Iono come out from Mysterious Player, does rare candy that Gardevoir EX out early. Will we see an attack this turn? Could happen thanks to that Cresselia that's already on the bench. I don't know how many energy are in the discard, but
I think that's just one.
Key. Oh, okay, so one, not quite enough yet to get a good attack off.
Yeah, very limited here. We see both players, by the way, also have multiple counter catchers. Mysterious has 2 and Swinub has 3. So
3.
Pretty good card, I guess. Hopefully get some more cards into the discard. Well, more psychic into the discard, and hopefully some more useful cards here soon with these refinements.
If I'm not mistaken, 2 psychic is not enough to KO this turn.
Only if you use Gardevoir, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I guess you could use Guardy here, and I don't think there's any real detriment to that.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Psychic Embrace come down. We can see Psychic Embrace onto Mew, retreat the Mew, retreat into Gardevoir EX, Psychic Embrace twice more, put 4 damage counters on the Gardevoir EX, and use that Miracle Force. And actually, even though Gardevoir EX is the engine of the deck, this time around, it's actually a quite a good attacker. There's no way for Sablezard to really punish this high HP EX Pokemon.
Yeah, that manual attach actually might end up mattering here, because if 60 was on this, then it would be in range to Sablezard. Obviously, can't Sablezard next turn anyway, but with this, you can kind of keep it out of range for now and hopefully set up a Cresselia play for next turn.
We see MP taking their first prize of the game, 5-5. Still anyone's match. I do think from this position, though, Sablezard taking the first prize, I think that they are probably favored, and it'll come down to how quickly the Sableye gets online and how quickly we can see MP respond with a timely collapse stadium or something like that to heal the right Pokemon at the right time.
For sure. Colress coming down there. Didn't quite see what was lost zoned, but is now going into the flower selecting, zoning the nest ball there, and we'll try to hit Sableye this turn. We'll see if they're able to get to it.
Beach Court coming down. I think that that stadium, really good for this Sableye Radiant Charizard deck because it doesn't play that many energy. Probably the most common stadium you'll see in the deck. Not as good in Turbo, but it makes so much more sense in this deck that doesn't play Mirage Gate, or at least not as many.
Wow, this is going to be a huge loss mine here. Being able to take out both the Mew and the only Corellia/Ralts on the bench. Now MP is kind of in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to build up a board now with no Jirachi to protect your Ralts in the future. So any Ralts that comes down is high chance to die next turn.
Swinub Garchomp made their turn 1 plays with this play in mind, already getting 3 Comfey out, using that Colress, using that Lost Vacuum, 10 in the Lost Zone. Turn 2, Gardevoir is going to be in a bit of pain. MP
Considering where to put that energy for now.
Yeah, thinking about attaching it, thinking about maybe benching more Pokemon, because you're gonna have to have another attacker ready to go sooner rather than later. Once you start taking prizes, this Radiant Charizard that's in the list for Swinub Garchomp can come online, can start to put pressure on you. this turn, I think we might just see Lost Mine knock out that Cresselia and leave MP with no board.
Yeah, either that, or I guess you could set up the Gardevoir for a Radiant Zard KO for the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're not taking any prizes, but I'm not sure what they'll go for here. Yeah, it's so awkward because like you can't bench the one Ralts. If you had two Ralts, you can bench them, but you're gonna lose one, which also sucks. And then they'll probably just set up the Gardevoir for a KO as well, with the Zard after that. So really tough position now for MP.
Lost Box, Sable Zard, kind of in an interesting place in the meta right now. It actually has really good matchups across the board, but it kind of does what DT Emu is famous for doing, where it has good matchups, but it can just lose to a single tech card. Like the Jirachi in the Gardevoir deck, if that was here, it would change so much about what's happening. As you can see, the Lost Mines coming out again and again and again. Swinub, Garchomp not going to be taking a knock here, but instead just spreading damage, setting up that Gardevoir EX for a Radiant Charizard KO, pretty much no matter what, pretty much even if it gets Cresselia healing, like you were saying.
Looking through the deck now, trying to see what options are available. Can play another Ultra Ball if so desired. Could grab the Zacian here, just have something else to play down, but it's also still dies to Radiant Zard, so it's not really great either. Mm-hmm. Very few options at this point. And you may be wondering, chatters, if this is the end for Mysterious Player. However, this is a best of 3, so there will be more games, more opportunities here, even if this is the end.
Ultra Ball coming through, Zacian V being grabbed. One thing is that the Gardevoir EX's win condition right now is probably some form of healing, but the best form of healing you have in the form of Collapse Stadium isn't active unless you play down more basic Pokemon, which is kind of what Sableye is hoping for in this case, unfortunately. Which does mean MP is in a bit of a pickle. I think it might come down to just hoping that Radiant Charizard is prized and your opponent doesn't have access to it. I think that might be one of MP's best win conditions at this point.
Thinking about playing down the Ralts. I guess either forcing them to Sableye again and not Radiant Charizard, or it kind of forces them one to two paths. Either you Sableye and just clean off the board, or you just go for the Radiant Zard and clean off the one Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, I think either way you're feeling pretty good about where you are as Swinub. But I will say, one of the ways that Gardevoir has a chance to come back in the game is Iono. Iono is probably best in Gardevoir out of all the decks, and it's a really good card. It just happens that MP hasn't found any yet. So yeah, Garchomp has been able to do whatever they please, and actually going to go into that Radiant Zard that we've been talking about.
There's the Ryan to get the extra energy. So now it can attack freely thanks to its Combustion Blast side effect / prerequisite / not
Excited Heart.
Excited Heart, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ability is what reduces the energy costs for the Combustion Blast attack, allowing this to go off here, no problem. And everyone say goodbye to Gardevoir. Now,
Gardevoir EX knocked out down to one prize. It is now or never. Thankfully, Combustion Blast can't be used back to back as long as Radiant Charizard stays in the active. So if we see an Iono here, the game is not over quite yet.
Yeah. Can technically still happen. Just really hard. Not getting any Ionos before this point is tough.
To be fair, I think the game could have been over if Swinub's hand was a little bit better. You could have put down, benched another Sableye,
right,
and get that kind of checkmate scenario that a lot of Sableye decks can strive for in these late game situations. But it's not checkmate. We do need Iono here, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the Worker instead, so not gonna happen here.
Worker coming down.
Iono would have been really useful just solely because there's just so many cards still in Swinub's deck, despite being and that's gonna be the concede for Mysterious player. Again, just kind of couldn't set up the board, couldn't handle the Sableye onslaught, and the lone Gardevoir was not able to cut it from there.
Yeah, turn 2 Sableye, very difficult to deal with for these evolution decks without something like that Jirachi. And it also does seem like MP's Gardevoir list is kind of more of a traditional Guardy list, where you're not playing those TM evolutions, you're not playing the Arven, you're not playing the Town Store. And that makes it even a little bit harder because you have a little bit lower HPs Pokemon to work with. And even though MP was able to get that Rare Candy Gardevoir EX out, wasn't able to play any Iono game at all, which is one of your best tools you have in this box.
Yeah, and they're running 4 of them too, especially in a game like that. As I was saying earlier, like there wasn't that much like Colress / Flower Selecting going on a lot of those turns, so there's still like a pretty big deck remaining for Lost Box, which is pretty rare when they're down to 1 prize already. So Iono, even like earlier, like 2 Ionos would have been incredibly effective. But sometimes you just don't draw into it. This time, things will probably be different. So Mysterious Player going to go first here.
Looks like Mysterious Player's list has 4 copies of Rare Candy, as we see 2 in the opening hand here, which is very unusual for Gardevoir, but it does mean that they do have some pop-off potential. But unfortunately, speaking of pop-off potential, you see a hand here with no Ralts whatsoever for MP.
And this is a going first hand, which means that worker doesn't do anything. And wow, that's incredibly unfortunate here. It's going to be forced just to Roar the Sword, get a free Psychic Energy, but you're effectively a turn behind now.
You're a turn behind. Your Zacian can attack next turn if this worker draws you into a Psychic Energy, thankfully. So fingers crossed for that for MP. But your VIP passes are now turned off. So your best way to get Ralts on the field, not active anymore. So you are just hoping that you see enough of them off of worker. But thankfully, if you're an MP fan in the chat, we do see Swinub start with Sableye, not a Comfy, which means that they are off to a slower start, which means that maybe they don't get the Cram attack off this turn.
Yeah,
that will be key.
The Cram attack is so devastating here because then you can't even attack with Zacian next turn.
Yeah.
Because there's a chance technically they could whiff the Sableye, attack the following turn. But if they can just Cram... just getting the Cram attack off just makes the Zacian basically dead immediately.
We see Beach Court come through, Flower Selecting for Sablezard player, and the VIP pass that Mysterious Player could not find is going to get played, is going to grab Comfy, is going to grab Cram. Do we see the gear for the Colress? No Colress yet. So the game is still on.
Flower Selecting, more chances to dig here. See if they get it off this one. Countercatcher going to the Lost Zone. Maybe we'll see one get played and whiffs it. So bit of a breather here. See what this worker grabs. Nothing good. Wow, just has to Roar the Sword again.
Yeah, but Mysterious Player having even a slower one. Roar of the Sword, no Ralts on the field, 3 energy Zacian.
Wow.
As long as we can get any attack here whatsoever, Mysterious Player is going to be in a bad spot.
Yeah, and that's a 4 in the zone here, even without Chorus, should be pretty much guaranteed. Yeah, so 4 in the zone now. Cramorant is going to get an attack off here, most likely. And once that happens, I guess hope the next worker grabs something good off her draws.
Radiant Charizard coming through, double turbo onto the Radiant Charizard, and no attack yet again.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have the switch card, so I guess okay. Ayana looks like it's gonna be the choice here, which will probably push Swinub into actually getting a Chorus.
Yeah,
one would think. And there's your Ralts.
Okay, so the game is on. No attack from both players for 2 turns in a row. Does mean that we have a chance here. That is one of the better hands you could have actually drawn into off of that Iono, getting 2 Ralts down off the bat just like that.
Debating it's about attaching that reversal energy for future stuff, and it's just gonna Storm Slash here. Finally, an attack has happened. A prize has been taken, and maybe that means the rest of the game will be normal.
very interesting that from double restart, MP is actually the one taking the first prize with the Zacian. No damage on the board yet.
Yeah, 3 rare candy is not what you want to see though, but Colress experiment, it did get pushed. It did happen, and they probably would have gone it this turn anyway, even if they didn't get Iono, because they still had the flower stock things. Probably would have drawn into it. But now that means Swinub can probably actually play the game as well. Can't really do the Radiant Zard stuff yet. See, I guess this turn. Yeah. Say like Raihan and no, I can't Raihan now because Colress happened, but unless
as we say that. Looks like Mirage Gate is coming through. This Radiant Charizard is
it's
powered up. It's ready to go. 4 energy on it. Playing that one copy of the Mirage Gate in the deck.
Wow.
It's played for basically situations just like this. And you are going to get a Combustion Blast using that attack. Excited Heart only knocking off 1 colorless energy off the attack cost, but it is no matter. 4 energy on Radiant Charizard does 230. More than enough to knock out that Zacian V 2 prizes early.
Yeah, drawing into all those pieces for that turn was pretty nice. And once again, Mysterious Player on the back foot here has to decide what they want to do here, what order they want to sequence these things. You obviously don't want to lose all your rare candies. So it looks like I'm going to take advantage of the free retreat first and then evolve that into the Curlia, most likely. Free retreat from the Beach Court. And then probably refine away candy. I do not know what the loss zone count is at the moment. It's at least 7.
Yeah. that I can say for sure. We do see an Ultra Ball double rare candy in the hand for MP, which does mean that we will see an attack of some sort here. We'll probably see a rare candy into Shining Arcana Gardevoir, draw 2 more cards. The attack right now is doing 150. There's a basic psychic energy in hand, so you can just attach that to Brainwave for just enough to knock out this Radiant Charizard and keep even on this game. Unfortunately, though, there is no Iono to pair with this knockout, which does mean that Swinub is so close to getting a Lost Mine KO on the Curly on the bench, which will be really tough to deal with.
Yeah, super awkward situation there where basically had to go for this instead of a Gardevoir EX, which obviously you like having that out for many reasons, but instead we'll have to try to go for it next turn. And now they're down 3 rare candies, so pretty hard to get that off too if they wanted to get that Ralts up into it.
Knockout on the Radiant Charizard. Swinub still 1 up on the prize trade, so is going to need some sort of disruption for MP to come back in this game. But as we say that, Iono drawn into the hand from the prize cards. An excellent disruption option. We'll see how many prizes Swinub chooses to take next turn, if it's 0 or 1, and see how hard this Iono disrupts now.
Yeah, it's a great prize draw for MP. That Iono can definitely save them here and at least give them a fighting chance. So we're looking at 9 in the Lost Zone, it looked like, or 8. And now this will be 10, so the Lost Mine is coming. Whether or not they take KO with it, like you said, we'll see.
Colress down, second Sableye down. That is the bread and butter for the Lost Box deck in the Gardevoir matchup. Just getting down multiple Sableye so you can attack back to back to back with that Lost Mine and get as much Lost Mine value as you possibly can. Lost Mine coming through. Will we see a knockout here? I imagine you just knock out the Curlia, given that your opponent's hand size is so small.
Thinking about it. Okay, I did do it.
There we go. 8 damage counters on the Curlia, and maybe spread 2 and 2, or you could just put 4 on the Ralts if you're worried about some sort of Cresselia shenanigans. Just going to put 4 on the Ralts and back on over to Mysterious Player. Just 1 prize behind with an Iono, and he can't come back to this game still. I think his chances are looking at least better than last game and better than what we would expect given that opening hand.
Yeah, taking a prize there means easy Brainwave KO again this turn too, without having to worry about getting the Gardevoir EX set up. So not the end of the world.
Fog Crystal in hand, Shining Arcana available. Will we bench any more Pokemon here? Will we bench any more Ralts? That is the question.
It's scary because then the Lost Mine KOs Curlia and Ralts now, and then
that's true.
Done. Then you just have lone Gardevoir again, just chilling there. So many prizes that MP still has to take too. Not sure what you can grab here.
I think what we really need is another Iono. You Brainwave, knock out the Sableye in the active. Your opponent will probably have some sort of response next turn. At least Cramp, if not Sableye. But if it's another Sableye, you want to knock that out. Combine that with an Iono to 2. Hopefully your opponent just breaks completely. I think that's one of your best options that you have.
Right. Super Rod going down. I just needed to check if there was an echoing horn. There is no echoing horn in the Sablezard list, so just getting it down as to attack with it or have it set up ready to go.
Knock onto that Sableye, going down to 3 prizes, getting reverse energy off the prizes. 3-3 now. How will Sablezard respond to this KO?
Yeah, I guess the plan here is basically just banking on not getting Charizarded again, but there's the Charizard.
As you say that, Charizard, Sableye, Psychic Fire being added to the deck. Beach Court in play already. That wasn't able to get disrupted, which does mean we have an attack here online ready to go. Another Lost Mine ready to go. And not only that, you are going to see another Sableye and Charizard hit the bench. So even if you do find that Iono in the following turn, which seems difficult to do with just one Shining Arcana, you have multiple attackers to deal with now. This Lost Origin Sableye on the bench, raring to go, even if the active one is knocked out.
Yeah, debating where to put the damage counters now. I'm just going to dump them all on the Gardevoir. It seems that does set up an extra KO. If no, that still doesn't. Like, if put another Rolled Sound, that doesn't do anything, but nowhere really better to put him because Zard just cleans up either thing, depending on what's in the active.
We do see an Iono, and we do know that Radiant Charizard is in hand, so we just have to play it.
All right.
And get your opponent out of those options, out of those resources.
And there's another Iono, so this could be huge. And again, that's a 26 card Lost Box deck. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
There's a chance here, and I know there's a lot of like nested balls that were either discarded or zoned or like used or zoned already. So, might be kind of hard to set up the play again.
Correctly. I think one of the early Choruses, we saw one Chorus and one Clara hit the Lost Zone early on, and one Clara was already used. No Palpad in this deck. So there's not that many options left here remaining. Not that many good supporter options for Swinub to draw into as Iono to 2 occurs. And the way the board's set up means that basically you're going to go down to 1 prize. Maybe this Cram takes a prize here, but there's no other easy 1 prizers to deal with. You just kind of have to get through this Zacian.
Yeah, this Gardevoir is putting in a lot of work.
Yep.
Oh, there's a Roxanne. So
okay.
Unfortunately, that means that Iono's probably gone, and you really need that for the next turn. Hopefully, they can just draw into it. They do have the Shiny Arcana, which they might lose, depending on what is drawn off this Roxanne. Yeah, they are just going to take the save Cram Spit here, just to guarantee the knockout regardless. All right, just needs to draw into Iono next turn. Sableye set up, Cramorant attacking.
Knockout to 1 prize. Zacian just 1 energy away from attacking itself. We see the worker, not an Iono, which does mean that Swinub can play with this 6-card hand. But because they didn't bench that Radiant Charizard earlier, the game is not over by any means. Just this 1 turn of missing attack here, the 1 turn of not finding that Radiant Charizard will mean that Mysterious Player will come back and win the game. He's only 1 turn behind, so only 1 turn is required to be able to win this one.
Yeah, Sableye is literally nothing here, so just needs to not have the pieces in hand. Needs Zard and the fire energy. Nothing else required. Does still have Raihan available. Let's see.
Here,
oh my gosh.
Sees the Raihan. Is there a fire energy in the hand? You just need one of the 2. You just need
Radiant
Charizard or energy, and There's the nest ball.
Yeah, so you nest ball for the Zard here. Then you Raihan Psychic Energy to grab your Fire Energy.
Yep.
As long as they have a switch in hand. Oh, no, they just
switch. You can just Raihan to the
Yeah.
active, find the fire that way, attach the fire to your Radiant Charizard, and it came down to the wire. I think this is one of the last supporters that Swinub actually plays. The fact that the Iono was actually rock sand out of the hand definitely made an impact here.
Yeah.
As we see the game go over to Swinub Garchomp 2-0 for that Sablezard deck.
Yeah, that's going to be it for that matchup. And yeah, like 3 Pokegears we're seeing in that Sablezard list. 2 of them are pretty useless, but that last one was massive. Just getting that Raihan exactly then, not having to use it earlier, hugely, hugely important. And Mysterious Player, still to their credit, just playing to absolutely every out and still like having a very real chance throughout that game to still make something happen despite never establishing Gardevoir EX at all. They didn't get to do their normal strategy. They just manually attached a bunch.
Yeah, game 2 was really close, just being one prize behind the whole time and hoping that one of those Ionos forced your opponent to whiff an attack, and it was really close. But congratulations to our Sablezard player for starting off the day 1-0 at our regional. The day is not over yet for Mysterious Player, though. We'll check in on him a little bit later. Actually, one of the premier Sablezard players in the online circuit, actually, one of the ones that popularized it. If you look at the Sablezard deck in Limitless Online, Mysterious Player is a name that pops up time and time again. So it's surprising to see him fall to it here in round 1. A little bit ironic, if you will.
Well, that's what, again, like you were talking about with that, the kind of the Mew Drapion dynamic now going to be an issue in a lot of other decks in this format where it's just Jirachi. If Sablezard's popular enough, if the other Lost Zone variants aren't, but Sablezard is, then are you going to throw in the Jirachi or not? Or are you just going to make the matchup 10 times harder for yourself? That's a problem a lot of people are probably going to be thinking about going into LAIC, and is something that was very relevant in this matchup. Obviously, Jirachi would have completely changed both matchups, or both matches, and probably would have led to much more normal games, but Mysterious Player choosing not to play that, just hoping to not hit it too many of them, and unfortunately hit them round 1, but doesn't mean they're going to hit them again in the future, in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, only about 5% of the meta share, so it raises a pretty good question. Do you even want to play the Jirachi for only 5% of the field? Of course, it's also good against Lost Tina, so you combine 5%, 7%, now you're talking 12% of the meta. Even that feels not great to have to play a tech into, but maybe some of these evolution decks maybe should. Yeah. Going back to the list, 1 Lost Vacuum, really interesting. 3 gears, as you were saying before. But go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the other thing too, which is like less prevalent now, but people were talking like, oh, Jirachi, that's really good against stopping the Iron Valiant Yoga looping stuff, because it does stop the Yoga loop from happening, so your opponent can't take extra turns with it. But Iron Valiant it seems like it's completely fallen off at this point. I didn't see where it was in the meta share. I know there's been a lot of wacky builds with it. I've seen the Jolteon stuff. I've seen in Japan a Jolteon and Vaporeon build, which was amazing. Big fan of that. And yeah, 2 Iron Valiant. Holy moly. And 2 Entei versions. Okay.
2 Entei Valiants. It does seem like that is the way to play Valiant if you will play it at all. It is getting some popularity online.
Yeah, not a lot of popularity, I guess, now, but Entei was like randomly popping off during some recent online tournaments for sure.
It is behind in popularity to other interesting rogue decks such as Klawf Electrode, Zorobox, Serena. There are 8 copies of Serena in our regional today. Unfortunately, so far they are a combined collective 0-6.
Well, that was fast. This is so sad. We're one out for our Serena players. Have you seen the Zoroark box counter to Snorlax stall, by the way?
I have seen there was a Zorobox that made it to top 8 at the late night, right? And they played the Togetic.
Yeah.
Along with Turo, right?
Yeah. So for those who who don't know, are they playing the Togetic? They're not playing it, which is fine. The Snorlax Sol numbers went down recently, so totally fine to not tech for it. But the Togetic is just a stage 1 card. It does evolve into the Togekiss thing, which is cool, but they're not playing it for that. The Togekiss will let you draw a bunch of cards at the end of your turns. But the main thing is the Togetic has a colorless attack, which makes you and your opponent both draw 3 cards. So you just wait till the Snorlax Sol player is in a position where they have like 3 cards or less in their deck, and they just kind of wait till they're lower on deck before they like replenish their deck with their various means to do so. So you just surprise them with the Togetic collect, and then they lose the game by deck out. So really funny and creative. But yeah, there it is. Shared Peace. That's what it's called. That's a great name for an attack that is used as a tech against the control match.
Shared Peace, yeah. Shared Peace, GG. Zorobox is a really interesting deck. I've never played it to a tournament, but I have thought about it a lot. Every set that comes out, you're always wondering, will Zorobox be good? Will Zorobox be good? And I've read every stage 1 in the format that's viable, or sorry, every stage 1 that's even playable, that's allowed to be played in the format. And this was not one that stood out to me. I definitely glanced over it a couple times, did not think about it at all, but it makes a lot of sense. It's basically a mill effect that you can use for 1 energy, whereas stuff like that Wug Trio you can't use in the control matchup because you're probably going to be taking some prizes at some point.
Yeah, it's a very powerful 1 mill, or 1 energy mill too, because like Crabominable is only 2 cards. And is also a V, and is also much scarier to put into play in like any other situation. And this just naturally works really well with the deck, so it's pretty cool to see. I think there's some other new cards from the set too. Is there in Zoroark box? I don't remember.
The one that I've been toying around with is the new Baby Toadscruel.
Oh, right.
Not as an attacker, but
really
you can
sick.
use it. Yeah, you can use it to stop stuff like superior energy retrieval from Chine Pao and Goldango, which is kind of like a nice disruption option and kind of cool. I think Togetic is a really cool tech, but it does kind of suck that you have to dedicate both that and a Turo to try and be control. You can't just put in just the Togetic. It's not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Turo's cool and all, but it's pretty niche in a deck like Zorobox, given how low HP your Mons are. So you're not getting that much value out of it in other situations, but sometimes it's useful. Yeah, so like with this new kind of meta that's shaking out, I wanted to ask you, because you've been playing the game a lot longer than I have, like much longer. You're very old.
Yeah, I'm very old.
Like how many, like this set has pretty like, I don't know how to describe it. Like it's pretty drastically shaking up the meta in a lot of different ways, but at the same time, a lot of the same decks from last format are still performing well this format. Are there like similar sets that kind of had a similar impact in the past?
I'm trying to think back to, I think back to the SP era. I was a junior, a youngin at the time, but going back to that 2010 era, I think when Heart Gold Soul Silver first came out, it did do something similar where there were a couple new decks added, Jump Pluff was added, but a lot of the same decks you knew and love still existed for Worlds, such as, and for nationals as well. So even though there were some really powerful prime Pokemon at the time, there was no rotation, so you could still play your SP decks, you could still play your Gengar, your Gyarados, your Kingdra, your Luxchomp, what pretty much anything that was viable still continued on to be viable, even with the release of that set. So that's what I'm reminded of at the time.
That's Heart Gold Soul Silver base set, right?
Yeah, Heart Gold Soul Silver base.
Yeah. I think it's pretty interesting that we're getting that kind of effect with a mid kind of like not like a new complete like rotation type set, but just like a random set in the middle of this of the new game related set coming out. Because like when Scarlet Violet came out, it was kind of obviously like rotation was the big thing that changed a lot of things, but basically since Scarlet Violet, we've just kind of been like adding a deck here and there with a new set. Nothing really drastic from that point on, and there's been some slight meta shifts, but nothing like major until this set, honestly. And it's pretty cool to see. It's I never really felt like the last meta, like OBF, was stagnant or getting stale or anything. But when this came out, I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe it was kind of getting stale. Maybe we were kind of getting just kind of the same decks over and over again for a while.
I think there is something to be said about wide metas. It does mean even a wide meta is healthy in some regards, in that you can play a lot of different decks. A lot of different decks are viable. A lot of different decks can win a tournament or get top 8.
Right.
But it does make crafting like an anti-meta deck very difficult.
Right.
And I think Jake Gearhart, someone we know and love, someone very contentious in the online community, has talked a lot about how actually he prefers narrow metas, because narrow metas are the time where you can kind of craft like a funky counter to the S tier deck or the S tier decks. You can kind of craft like a combination of cards to take it down. But unfortunately, cards
put up on stream.
Yeah, unfortunately, cards like this, like Iron Hands EX, kind of stops those crafty decks in their tracks, kind of stops that creativity in his track. So even though the meta is very healthy and wide, it does mean that it is less likely that we see some insane like control build that we weren't expecting show up in LAIC.
For sure. And it's interesting too, because I think the Iron Hands issue and the Iron Hands card, like, it also helps, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, the fact that the meta is so wide also kind of neutralizes its impact in a way. Because with the more narrow meta, things would probably revolve around it much more heavily, and decks would be much more tailored to like dealing with it. But there's a lot of different ways that other decks can just deal or include their own Iron Hands. So it ends up being like kind of okay, at least for now. We'll see if LAIC changes things, but for now it seems that just including your own Iron Hands or playing a deck that can just kind of naturally handle it is fine, like Roaring Moon, for example. So
looking at Chine Pao on the screen right now, 8 wins to 13 losses for Chine Pao Baxcalibur, usually with the Iron Hands, 0.73, which means about 3/4 of our Chine Pao decks here today are choosing to include that card in their deck and playing that Lightning Water hybrid.
Right.
It did get a lot of hype before the set, and it did get a lot of hype in the Japanese Elite Four tournament that happened about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago at this point. It's a really neat tech card in the deck. You kind of can do what you did before. You previously used a combination of cross switchers and Cologne to cheat 2 prizes against single prizer decks, but now you can do that much more easily with just playing an Iron Hands down along with an Earthen Vessel. Yeah,
and it's just you're just swapping the same card slots, like all those cross switchers in the Cologne for that instead. So you're really not losing anything from the deck. Like the core of the deck is functionally the same and plays the same, and the consistency is better because you have Earthen Vessel now to just get more energies for less. So in theory, it seems still really strong, just as strong, if not stronger. So kind of just depends on how other decks kind of deal with it.
We do see the matchups that Chine Pao has had on the day so far. The win against Tinkaton, the 3 losses against Roaring Moon.
Tinkaton, no.
Oh, Azul, one of... Oh, okay. Unfortunate.
It's not Azul.
Chat, I double checked. It is not Azul. Someone is parroting Azul.
It's Azul GG, period.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
So Mew is actually a deck that I kind of want to talk about too, because it'll never die until it rotates out. And this set is just more proof of that. It won one of the late nights recently and is just still really, really strong. You'd think with Roaring Moon running around and being the most popular deck, it'd be a problem, but apparently not. So just, again, kind of sidesteps the Iron Hands issue because everything survives to it. So, and you can kill it really easily too, even if something does get knocked out by it. Or if they try to bench it and set it up for a future KO, you can just boss 2 tablet, kill it. Or if you're doing fusion, it's even less effort in order to do so. So it's pretty cool.
I'll step in real quick on that. Last week's Tournament of Doom, it was a masterclass of watching our player Nelson Guillen, Moxie Roxy, completely destroy every Roaring Moon with Fusion Mew that came at him.
Yeah, jeez.
It was just, it made me go, wow, Mew is still not dead. So I had to step in and say that.
I mean, it's the same thing with Charizard, where everyone was like, yeah, you can't really play Mew now because Charizard just like beats it. Like, what do you do if they set up 2 Charizards? And Charizard, the answer is like, well, you can still beat it sometimes, and you can also just make sure they don't set up 2 Charizards. So
I will say that it is interesting though, because you ideally would want to play Fusion Mew to beat Roaring Moon. That it sets up your prize trade pretty nicely, where maybe you're not favored, but you're not that unfavored if you take the first 2 prize knockout. That you're probably pretty happy about your situation. But against Charizard, you would want to play DTE Mew, and you kind of want to disrupt their hand as much as possible. Right. So it's kind of a weird dynamic now between which Mew you would want to play.
Yeah, and either way, it kind of just depends on which matchup you're going. Which matchup you think will be more popular in the room. Right now, it's clearly Roaring Moon is way more popular. We're seeing this is a fusion list that has a TM Devolution, which is pretty interesting. Gives you a random way to just destroy Charizards as well, or make their lives way harder. Allowing you to. Yeah, good.
I would say if they're only able to set up a couple Charmanders, maybe 2 Charmanders into Charizards, you hit both of them. Devolution could be a win condition for that deck. Seems like a pretty narrow, unlikely one, but definitely plausible for sure. Yeah,
definitely gives you an option and can also help out in Gardevoir as well, potentially. So a 1 card tech that can help in a couple spots, potentially. Not the worst thing in the world. And also easily grabbed with Town Store, so not too bad. But yeah, this is just normal DT Mew, or Fusion Mew outside of that. Also running the Avery too, which is... I'm not sure if that's been super common in a lot of Mew lists lately. It's always one of those things that's been like on and off. I played Avery a lot when I was playing Mew, back in like Paldea Evolve format. Seems good right now, especially with the amount of decks that want to go wide in general.
Yeah, it does make sense. We also haven't talked a lot about Roaring Moon, but it is the #1 deck in the meta right now.
Should probably talk about the #1 deck.
The #1 new deck also, both. And it's 15% here at the Tournament of Doom. The other tournaments online, it seems like it's starting to die down a little bit. I believe late night on Tuesday was only at maybe 11 or 12% at the time, but it's here back swinging at full force here at 15%. And it's interesting. I'm curious to see if the hype will live on to Brazil, or if this is more of an online thing where people just want to play a fun fast deck. They have access to all the cards type deal.
So let me ask you, what makes Roaring Moon so good? Why is everyone flocking to it?
Yeah, Roaring Moon, I would say, is similar to Miraidon. And what that means is that you are just a consistent deck that can attack on turn 1 fairly consistently. And not only can you attack on turn 1 fairly consistently, you have 2 great attack options where one of them just takes a KO instantly. So there's nothing that walls you. If your opponent plays multi-prizers, you basically can always have the game plan of going 2-2-2 very easily, and that wins you the game once you take those 6 prizes. And since you're taking that first knockout, since you can attack turn 1, that sets you up to win the game as long as you can keep those attacks strung together. That being said, though, the deck does start to the deck does have some massive weaknesses in that. 1, in order to take those instant KOs, you do have to damage yourself, which some decks can take advantage of. But 2, you don't play anything like that mana fee. You do play those squishy double prizers on your bench, like that Squawk and the Lumineon. So you can get taken advantage of by decks like Lost Box, who can spread damage with Greninja or Sableye, for example. Yeah,
definitely a very interesting deck. And I think the thing that I find most interesting about it, and this kind of format in general, is wanting to go second is becoming a lot more common now.
Yeah,
this deck functions way better if you're going second. still is like usable going first, but being able to donk something so easily on your first turn is what makes this deck so powerful. And it's going to be interesting, especially like come LAIC, what people do when they win the coin flip if you don't know what your opponent's playing.
Yeah.
Because going second is a lot safer in a lot of matchups in general,
Right.
if you don't know if you're going against Roaring Moon. But obviously going first is just a lot better for a lot of different decks. But with TM Evolution now, going second is still really good, and actually the goal of other decks as well. So you just go second. If your deck likes to go first, you still just go second anyway. It also makes you more brick proof, I guess, because you can play some supporters and try to bail yourself out. But really another kind of interesting dynamic that this set has introduced.
We are looking at one version of Roaring Moon currently. This version of Roaring Moon does play water energy, which you might be confused about. Roaring Moon doesn't need any water energy. The advantage of playing water energy is Radiant Greninja, actually. Using Professor Sada's Vitality, you can accelerate water energy to your Roaring Moons, to your ancient Pokemon, and then energy switch them onto Greninja to be able to use that Moonlight Shuriken attack. And actually, the deck gets it off reasonably consistently, turn one even. I wouldn't say that consistent, maybe like 25% of the time, but it is a threat and it is an option that the deck can do, and you have to respect it. If you see a Roaring Moon in a blind deck list, you might have to bench those Manaphy's if you're playing something like Lost Box or Gardevoir, because you could be staring down the barrel of a Moonlight Shuriken if you don't.
That's really annoying.
This is one version that plays the energy switches to get that attack off pretty consistently, but there are other versions of the deck. You might trade off the ability to use Moonlight Shuriken for something like Booster Energy, or something like this Darkrai V-Star, using that Star Abyss V-Star power to get some items back, maybe even 2 Pokemon Catchers back. Pokemon Catcher I've thought about a lot in the deck, but Star Abyss lets you put any 2 items back. So you can get Dark Patch, you can get Pokemon Catcher, you can get Switch, you can get Escape Rope, anything you really need for the situation. Pretty neat. The attack, of course, also sometimes relevant. Just being a 270 HP Pokemon that can do decent damage can definitely matter for sure. But Catcher is something I've thought of in this deck a lot about, just having that threat of knocking out anything on the bench, even as early as turn 1, can be very powerful and can be your win condition against certain decks. Like if against Lugia, for example, if they only have one Lugia down and you are able to KO it, that's pretty much game.
Yeah, and I guess Counter Catcher not really that useful when you're normally just leading on prizes because of the way the deck is, as long as you go second, right? So makes sense to take the gamble on the 50% flips for Pokemon Catcher when you can threaten such important things like that Lugia knockout or whatever.
I haven't tested enough with it to be sure, but I actually kind of think that catchers are better than cross switchers in this deck, unless your engine is built around Mew. If you play, like, for example, 1 or 2 celebrations Mew, then I can see the argument for cross switcher. But the reason why I think Pokemon Catcher is better is because late game, if you just need one more gust to close out the game and they Iono you to, 1 card, you use your Mew EX to draw you to 3 cards, a 50% chance, while not good, it's better than 0% chance. You're probably not drawing 2 cross switchers at the same time. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
and you generally don't care about switching in something to your own active as well, because you do have that thing like you have the Morpeko for the free retreater, so you always have that pivot as an option. So generally, you don't need that added bonus of the cross switcher. So I think that makes a lot of sense for sure. And a Hungry Hurry. If the Pokemon has no energy attached, no retreat costs, which is like the opposite of the Pikachu ability, which is like if it has energy attached, it has no retreat costs. And then the attack on this thing is actually sometimes usable too, which is nice against like single prize decks.
Right. I think that is one of your better options, actually. Like we were talking about how you can attack a lot on your first turn going second, but if your opponent has no 2 prizers for you to take advantage of, and they're only giving you a 1 prizer option, or you don't have the gust to knock out their 2 prizer, one of the best things that you can do is just attack with that Morpeko and Energizer Wheel, knock out a single prizer, keep your energy on the board, and give them a 1 prizer to deal with, so you can start the 2-2-2 prize race with them. As we see 2 copies of Morpeko in this list, some energy switch, and of course the far flying meteor ability on the Minior. this is the counter to the Snorlax stall. Maybe the Pokemon Company, maybe they were expecting the rise of Snorlax stall and printed this in advance to kind of counter it.
Yeah, this is a funny card. Everyone's saying you shouldn't play it just to beat Snorlax stall, but it is a pretty cool card. It does handily deal with that. Unfortunately, it doesn't do too much else. It's like if it did more damage, it could be useful against Iron Hands, but it doesn't quite get there.
Yeah.
Just solely just helps you deal with the whole block lax. Allows you to just get this in and out of the active or get it into the active whenever you want, and you just one shot the Snorlax with ease, thanks to it being weak to fighting. But very silly card outside of that, unfortunately.
Random thought. Super effective glasses. It KOs Iron Hands.
Ooh. Oh, I think I've seen that. I think I saw someone talk about it. All right, pack it for LAIC. You're ready.
The problem is, if they get Iron Hands again, you just lose the game. So it doesn't have enough HP.
What's Roseanne's backup? Play that.
Yeah.
To recycle your tool, and then you're set.
Yeah. Okay.
And the Pokemon too, and the fighting energy. You get it all back with that one card. So.
Yeah. It just unfortunately just goes into the deck.
Anyways,
Roseanne's backup would be so cool if it went to the hand.
Oh, it would be. I've been wanting to play it forever. I try to shove it into as many decks as I can, and I always have to take it out because it's like, no, this actually sucks. Unfortunately. Yeah, I think you know what my favorite card is actually from the new set. What do you think it is?
Oh man.
I'm gonna make you guess.
Is it not Goldengo?
It's not Goldengo. It's a card that I played in Goldengo, and it's actually pretty funny.
Vessel?
No, why would it be Vessel?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's Snorlax doll.
Why would you play that in Goldengo?
Because it can use TMs. They don't take prize cards, and you can get it out of the active for free.
Right, but you didn't happen to mention the worst part about the card,
which is
at any time during your turn. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong part of the card. You can discard it from play, but the worst part of the card is if this card is in your hand when you are setting up to play, you may put it face down. What that implies, it doesn't say explicitly, is that you can only put it down when you are setting up to play.
that's when you care about it. It's so good. Because basically I was playing a version that only had Goldengo as an attacker, and basically just shoved a couple of these in just to have more basics in. Because I just want to see how far I could push just having Goldengo as your attacker, and the answer is not that far. But but the coolest part about Snorlax stall, which you definitely know about that I didn't know about, is that if you draw your starting hand and you don't have any basics, but you have Snorlax stall, you can just mulligan the hand. You're allowed to just mulligan it. So if your hand's terrible, but you have the Snorlax stall, you can be like, nah, I'm gonna take a mulligan here instead. Which is the closest I guess we'll get in Pokemon to optional mulligans. So that's pretty cool. I thought that was really neat. I think this card does have use in like control things too, of course. Very bulky, discardable, and
it's just so limited.
It is very limited. So limited. You have to build your deck so heavily with it in mind, which makes it really restrictive as a result. But maybe someone will find a use for it.
I doubt it.
Just stepping in for a moment. Round is up. We're just waiting. We have surprisingly only 2 natural ties.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah. We give a couple
These
minutes.
Are fast matches. Yeah.
Yeah. We just give like 2 or 3 minutes just to make sure like no issues come up. And then if an issue comes up, we got a little bit extra time to deal with it. But otherwise, we'll get moving. We'll get to the next round.
Exciting.
So just an update on that.
I wonder if it's just like the nature of the online timer kind of making these matches not tied.
Yeah, totally. I could totally see it. I also think the meta in general might be less prone to tying with less lost box in the format.
True. Yeah, just naturally faster games, especially Turbo Roaring Moon, which is very fast.
Right.
So that makes a lot of sense for sure. What's your favorite card or deck in this new set?
So far, I think Valiant is really cool. It might be my favorite card at the moment. but I don't know if it's good.
Yeah. My favorite thing with Valiant is like using it to fix damage numbers in other decks. Like I saw in Japan, like a Palkia Valiant list. I thought that was pretty sick and kind of just naturally synergized with how the Palkia deck was already built with like cross switches and a lot of switch cards, and dealing with Palkia's issue of only being able to hit like 260. So stuff like that I think is pretty cool with it.
It is really neat. It just has issues with big HP Pokemon.
Right.
There's no good way to knock out big HP Pokemon, unfortunately. No matter what version of the deck you're playing.
Cool.
Round 2 about
Next
to
round
begin.
hype.
I'm very excited to see who we got on the stream.
We'll find out in just a little bit.
I have faith in your
yeah, you can pick the
choosing
matchup.
abilities.
Serena mirror matchup.
I'm
Yeah.
down.
Let's see some Roy Moon.
Yeah, well, that might be a bad matchup, but I'm still down. Okay.
Yep.
Rory Moon versus Lost Box. I actually think it depends on what variant of Lost Box it is, but if it has a Greninja in it, it's really hard for Rory Moon to be able to get as much value in the game. But I will say that Rory Moon, even in its bad matchups, will always have a chance to win just by attacking really fast and hoping your opponent can't keep up.
I'm pulling up now. Let's see. So Evan is doing the Greninja list with Roy Moon.
Okay. I think that keeps the matchup a little bit more fair for both players.
Okay, and this is not Sable's art.
Like, there's some the Greninja list, interesting enough as it is, but Evan's playing 2 Cologne. So now
oh my gosh.
a matchup that I thought was very turbo favored and maybe even still slightly favored for Lost Box is going to be really interesting, because I think there is definitely a great win condition here for Evan to go for getting that Cologne cross, which are off.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting Lost Box list as well. Do you have it pulled up?
Yeah, I was just looking at it. Let me pull it up again.
They are rocking the TM Devolution as well.
Mm-hmm.
And more in line with the old Turbo stuff. Got the Dragonite, got the Raikou. Pretty normal with that
This
card.
is pretty standard Turbo fare, very similar to previous lists. There are a couple new cards in here. There's one Counter Catcher, there's one Jirachi. But I will say that the deck, basically this deck is saying, hey, like if you turn 2 Iron Hands to me, like you got it, good game. But if you don't, I will be a very solid deck. And I think that's kind of the idea behind a list like this.
For sure. No Pokestops too, which I think is interesting, kind of going in that direction. And it looks like, Roaring Moon is going to go second, which is every Roaring Moon player's dream. Starting off with the heavy ball here for a Lost Box player. And Evan already has a Cologne in hand too.
Oh gosh. So we see a VIP pass, we see an Ultra Ball, and we do know that this deck plays Squawk. So if there's no Manaphy to come down, I will say it's probably unlikely that the Cologne play happens this turn, because you do need to Squawk away this hand for Cross Switcher, but it does put on pressure on your opponent to get Manaphy this turn. If you don't, you are, I mean, it could happen. The Radiant Greninja play can happen for sure.
Yeah, that option is there. The flower selectings are coming down now. Dragonite V is gone, so say goodbye to that.
Bye, Dragonite V.
We don't need it. Sableye coming down. Looks like that might be all is available here. for this first turn.
There's no Manaphy. This might be a super hype Roaring Moon turn. As we see the second VIP pass.
Oh my god. There's a Squawk.
Okay.
Is one prize? No, they're just running the one Squawk. Yep, just hit it.
Not prize. You started with your free retreater.
That's so broken.
Can we get there? We're checking the prizes. 3 energy switch. So you do need to hit 2 of them to make this play happen. And you do need to hit a Vessel at some points. It's gonna be difficult. You do need Vessel to discard some energies. We see the Ultra Ball already ready to go.
Thinning out the deck even more here. Can conceal cards, squawk away stuff.
It's possible.
Oh, I'm so scared for our Lost Box player here. Walking first. Gets another darkness, so can easily conceal that.
Okay, so we do see cross switchers, but we don't see any Vessel. And I think Vessel is definitely the key piece that we're missing, as well. No Sada as well. So I don't think it's going to happen this turn, unfortunately. But
yeah, it does have the trekking shoes, so
we do have shoes
and concealed cards.
Concealed.
That's a good trekking shoes to see.
Discard. Ooh, okay.
Third cross switcher, not what you want to see though.
At this point, we might be whiffing attack in general. We might need something like a Dark Patch.
Okay. Hold.
Shoes.
Okay.
We can discard that as well. Or we can just hold it and hope for, water energy. Do we see an attack at all? I guess not. We see a Dark Patch, but no Vessel. So actually, discarding that dark energy off of the shoes means that we're not going to see an attack at all. If you kept the Dark Patch, you can actually attack with Morpeko and use that Energizer Wheel by retreating and cross-switchering. But maybe the plan here is just to save onto this cross-switcher combo for when you draw into that second Cologne, potentially. That could also be an option.
Yeah, motivating here. You can't even motivate here because you want to keep the water energy. I guess you can, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, you need to draw cards next turn, so I think you want to just hold on to the water energy for concealed value, and it might just be a pass. And the game isn't over yet. We did see one clone hit the discard, but there's still one remaining, and I think that could definitely be a good win condition still for Roaring Moon here.
So our Lost Box player has narrowly escaped certain doom, and here at the Tournament of Doom, and now they can actually play the game. Hopefully they get the Manaphy down. Hopefully it's not prized. That does make things a lot harder for Evan. Like you said, still has a clone in deck, but did just get rid of one. So a bit harder to hit it now. Of course, this is open deck list, so opponents here do know what's going on, does know that there is a second clone available and that the Manaphy is still in danger, even if you do throw it down. But definitely has to go for it. And suddenly the turbo consistent Roaring Moon was not able to hit anything at all this turn.
Yeah, we were very close to a Morpeko attack. Actually could have gotten there if we held on to the dark energy, but also
one thing to note too is that there was a Luminion was prize.
Okay,
that would have changed things as well, because obviously you just get your Professor Sada easily and could have done something with it.
That
probably would have changed the sequencing of what happened there. But there goes the Raikou, Steel Stoning for a card. See what Griffa decided to grab there.
This is actually really good from the side of the Roaring Moon. Having to Steel Stone for the Cram attack this turn does mean that now there is a 2-prizer to take advantage of with the cross switchers.
Right. Yeah, even if you don't get the Greninja play, you're totally fine with that.
I think you just give them Greninja, but I guess you're worried about it getting knocked out a little bit too early. You don't want it to get knocked out before you can get your Moonlight Shuriken play off.
Yep, it's going to just promote the Squawkabilly. Make it absorb some damage.
Does this mean no Manaphy still?
No, looks like it. So option is available. Either way, there are multiple ways for Evan to get 2 prizes from knockouts this turn. Gonna play Earthen Vessel. Grab a Water in the Dark. And still would like to see a Professor Sada at some point.
Yes.
We'll see if that happens here. Gonna pop the concealed cards, get rid of Dark Energy. And maybe the issues will work.
There
Yay!
we go.
They did it.
Sada's Vitality going to come through, which does mean we are guaranteed an attack of some sort at this point. We can Sada to the Roaring Moon that has energy. We can cross switcher up that Raikou if we want. A couple options for sure. Water energy is going to come down onto one of the Roaring Moons as well.
Just such a ridiculous card. There's the energy switches.
Energy switch.
We do have the attack if they want to go for that.
Moonlight Shuriken this turn.
Yep.
Just has to expend a cross switcher to do so, but it might be better doing it now rather than later because you don't know if your opponent has access to that mana fee or not.
Right. Yeah. It might not be prized. They might just not have been able to get it for some reason. So, or they might be able to get it next turn off of prizes or 2 turns from now. So gets the clone. So it wouldn't have mattered.
Our Lost Fox player here, La Grifa, just big braining it. You don't need mana if they're going to hit the clone anyways.
And they are deciding to just take the Raikou KO here. Totally understandable. This also gets rid of the Pokestop too, so the opponent can't use it.
No, this makes a lot of sense because now you have the clone cross switcher play in hand already to go. And your opponent doesn't play any sort of hand disruption aside from Roxanne, and Roxanne is not live yet. So you know that the play is pretty much guaranteed. All you need is some more energy to hit the board, like with a Dark Patch or a Sada. If assuming this active gets knocked out, that is.
Yeah, gets the Luminion off prizes. Griffo can do a Sableye Lost Mine to get rid of like Morpeko and Squawk in the same attack, which is pretty good. But still doesn't deal with the threat of Greninja coming in.
Yes.
And ruining everything. So we'll see what they decide to do here. Starting off the chorus. Plenty of cards in hand. Probably has a lot of options available to them. See if that mana fee does come down.
Yeah, I imagine it has to. I mean, we as casters have the knowledge that there is a clone double cross switcher in hand. But if I'm the Lost Box player in this situation, right now in my head, I'm thinking, surely they don't have the last 2 cross switchers and the last clone in hand, right? There's no way.
I mean, their deck is pretty thin at this point, and they can draw a couple cards. All it takes is like one more Sada, and they're down to like half deck size from there.
Yeah,
so
but 4 cards are prized.
Surely.
But you're right.
I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of just what you have to do. Just play to that out. Otherwise, you scoop and go next pretty much.
Right.
Set up the Greninja here.
Into Comfey. Greninja is set up, which means it will probably go for a Moonlight Shuriken. I think Moonlight Shuriken and Lost Mine kind of accomplish the same goals this turn.
Yep. Totally fine either way.
Actually, maybe you might want to put the damage on Greninja potentially. So you get a little bit more value out of your Moonlight Shuriken. I don't know if the math works out to where it totally matters.
Yeah. He's going to put 90 on the moon.
And where will the other 90 go?
And will they take the free prizes? No, they're just going to set up both moons.
So it looks like the prize route that they want to take is going through 2 moons and a Squawk ability, but I just think there's not enough time with this Greninja play happening.
Right.
And I would have to imagine at this point, not seeing the mana fee down means that it is prize. That would be my guess.
For sure. Yeah, very unfortunate, but also probably didn't matter because it's like clone. So yeah, 2 clone is so oppressive in this list when you're able to actually use them. And we're not going to see it get used, but it could have been used here. So yeah, looks like now Evan will probably just go for the Greninja play. Does have the cross switcher to set it up and get the Greninja out of the active, no problem. Or get the Greninja into the active, no problem.
It does feel bad using cross switcher not to do the clone play, but I mean, you still have to at this point.
Yeah, and forcing out the Cramorant too, which is the least desirable option in the active.
Right.
No energy attached, and the attack does basically nothing here. So Starting off with concealed cards.
Some people would say that Miraidon, kind of similar to this deck, but has a 2-prize swing option with Iron Hands if you get there.
Mm-hmm.
But now Roaring Moon with this Greninja build also has a 2-prize option, as we see here. Moonlight Shuriken knocking out, I would guess, a Sableye and a Comfey.
Man, Raiding Greninja is accidentally one of the best cards like ever.
Right.
Just kind of absurd just how good both the ability and the attack are. Attaching another energy, so you could even do it again next turn, potentially.
Yeah, I think your opponent has telegraphed that Manaphy might be prized here, so we see the energy switch come through. Now you just have to discard 2 dark energies, keeping the 2 water energy on, and if you don't respond to this Greninja, and you don't really have a good way to do so, you are risking it happening again.
Mm-hmm.
If you put up a 2-prizer, that's just going to get knocked out by Roaring Moon as well. So this is checkmate if your opponent actually did not have access to Manaphy, pretty much.
Yeah, we'll see what Lagriffa tries to do here to try to make anything happen. Let's see what is available in their list. Did they do their boss yet? I guess they could try some sort of stall thing because they are out of cross switchers. But there's they used pretty much all their switches too, so that just might be the best bet at this point. Try to boss up a Roaring Moon that doesn't have energy and just try to get a free Lost Mine or 2 off.
Yeah, Countercatcher, Lost Mine seems like a solid
Countercatcher too, yeah.
option. So 2 ways to fuel that play. You have Countercatcher and Boss, like you were saying. Just have to find one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But there are only 5 cards in hand, so
yeah, that is tough. It doesn't look like. Okay, Pokegear, maybe. Let's get a chorus off of it. I didn't see if they already zoned either of those pieces yet or not. Trying to thin out the deck here with those Mirage Gates, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough though, because even if you do hit it, like you don't have a Sableye. You can't really chain together Greninja attacks easy at all.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of just hoping you can set up a Sableye. He's going to play Roxanne instead. Makes a lot of sense.
Roxanne, do we have the Countercatcher here? You can catcher up that Roaring Moon and then do the Moonlight Shuriken play, Nest Ball out a Sableye. Oh, gets the
it was there.
Manaphy.
Whoa.
Baited.
Maybe I'm guessing their logic was, they just have canceling clone anyway. What's the point of playing it? Type thing. So super running here, getting a Sableye and a Psychic Energy back. I don't know if they hit it though. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, unfortunate.
No,
but the Roxanne does potentially stop the clone play now.
We are basically the way that Professor Sada's Vitality being drawn into the hand. Definitely a powerful option. Just drawing more cards, but also setting up more attackers and preventing the boss stall play that we were talking about potentially. So 3 cards in the hand. Now you can also Dark Patch to your Roaring Moons, and now the option that we were talking about before might not be so attractive anymore. Depending on where this Dark Patch goes, might go to the one with energy or not. But anyways, here the damage spread is such that there is 150 damage left on the board for Lagriffa here to take 6 prizes, which means that there are at least 2 Sableye attacks remaining from being able to win the game, which means that we do need some sort of stall play. We do need some sort of way to come back in this one because we are going to be taking a knockout here. Yeah,
there might actually be a decent chance here because Evan didn't attach any energy to the other Roaring Moon. So that thing's still exposed. And a lot of resources are gone. A lot of energy is inaccessible now. There's like 1 energy switch left. There's one of them. So if the Countercatcher or boss does happen here, there is a chance to potentially squeak out some free turns. There's a Nest Ball, so it can grab the Sableye. Does have the Psychic in deck as well, just has to get it. Fortunately, out of Mirage Gates too.
Yeah. I mean, you don't necessarily need to get the attack off this turn. If your opponent really doesn't have any option, to retreat the Roaring Moon. You can just hope that they don't, at least. But you definitely do need some sort of gust to be able to come back in this game.
I'm gonna assume they had boss in hand already if they rotted first. Or maybe they just needed the Greninja draws too. Let's see. Running Greninja, and then just the concede. So they didn't get it. Unfortunate. There was a path there, but it is hard to get it when you still have so many cards left in deck and you just don't have all your Comfeys died and can't really draw into it super easily.
Treat into Greninja and concede. Can't find the gust to stall out the game. One of my favorite Lost Box win conditions, but not coming through, unfortunately, here for our Lost Box player. But we see the Greninja putting in tons of work. A matchup where I was saying on stream just before the match, maybe it's not Roaring Moon favored. Maybe it's not even a good match to watch, but I'm proven wrong here. Roaring Moon taking the dub. And it's thanks to that Greninja for sure. I think it might just have been a little bit too slow of a game plan without it.
Yeah, really interesting how that turned out. Let's see, so let's see if Griffith wants to go first or second here, actually. They're going to go first still, so Evan can get the playoff again, potentially this turn. We'll see if that actually happens or not.
Oh, not looking good. This hand...
Again, starting canceling Cologne. Sure, why not? And we'll see if Griffith actually puts the Manaphy down early this time.
Right. Okay, we do see a mulligan into the shoes, so the hand could get playable very quickly. It just needs something like a VIP pass to get squawked. That can be an option. But going back to Lagrifa, choosing to go first, playing that battle VIP pass down. I have to say, I don't think choosing first in this matchup is correct, but they are going to be rewarded for it pretty much because their opponent can't do much of anything this following turn.
Yeah, without any energies in hand or a way to get squawked, this might actually turn out okay here, but we'll see. Grabbing Comfey and Greninja, the standard duo from your Battle VIP pass. See what else is going to happen here. Going to Nest Ball as well.
We could see something like Cram to set up for next turn. We could see Manaphy to prepare for this turn.
And again, could have benched Manaphy there. Decided not to. Again, unless it's prize. But I'm just going to assume it's in the deck after last game.
That's a reasonable assumption. I mean, it's like 90% chance that's in the
they
deck.
just don't bench it. This is going to be tough then, because if those Comfeys die, again, Evan's hand not great right now, so maybe it'll all be okay. Maybe they're just gambling on the fact that it is hard to get that playoff in the first place anyway.
Right. Maybe you're thinking, hey, like it's not a priority. I don't need a turn 1. I can get it maybe turn 2. And then last game, maybe there's our process, but turn 2, the Nest Ball never came. Turn 3, the Nest Ball never came. So then they got it turn 4. And,
oh, that's really bad.
Oh, you don't want to discard that either, but you also have to because your hand is so dead. And
okay, wow.
The hand is now playable, but it does mean that you are getting rid of 2 Sada's Vitality if you do squawk here.
All right, the squawk is not prize. And Luminion is available this game as well. So Evan can Luminion for another Sada later. Throws on the Cologne and is going to squawk and seize here.
I actually think Evan discarded the 2 Sada so fast because he was like, I'm just going to grab this squawk anyways, doesn't matter. Actually, a bit of a misplay because if squawk was prized.
Yeah.
And you kind of need those Sadas in your hand to try and salvage a terrible situation. But no, thankfully not punished for that. Does get into VIP pass, does get into shoes and 2 dark energy. So we are pretty close to getting an attack off. You probably need that Luminion now that 2 of your Sadas are gone to find a Sada for an attack.
Exactly. Yeah, that Pokestop being pretty clutch there given that VIP pass. Otherwise, this hand still would have been pretty rough. Can conceal cards now, can track and shoes. And can still potentially get... Nope. Okay, we're probably not getting anything off now.
I mean, we can see Palpad put back 2 Sada.
That is really helpful, really good, yeah.
Now there's 4 Sada and 31 cards. Still not incredibly high odds of hitting it off the shoes, but it's definitely plausible. Earthen Vessel getting discarded for just a water energy. So we will not see an attack this turn. But I think I would just like to see the water energy come down to this Greninja because you have the Cross Switcher Cologne in your hand already. All you need is energy switch and you can make the play happen.
And Evan does exactly that, and Dark Patches as well. And it looks like that'll probably be the end for the turn here. Once again, not getting any attack off this second turn, which again, not super common to happen to Roaring Moon. I guess if your goal is for the Greninja play, then I guess it's a lot less common in general. But doesn't get it. So Lagriffa going to start off here with the Colress's Experiment. I think Stop's still available as well too for it. Yeah,
I think part of the issue there, one of the reasons that Evan couldn't get the attack off is that he had to discard one of the best attackers in this matchup, Morpeko.
Right.
Being able to knock out a Comfey with very minimal energy investment, you just need one Dark Patch and one attachment for turn and you get there, is pretty nice. Had to discard that off the shoes to try and get into a playable hand. And it does mean that we are going to be behind a turn and we're going to have to come back with something like that Cologne play that we've been talking so much about.
Yeah, more flower selecting's coming down here. Zoning a rope. And now if you're in Lagriffa's shoes, since you are the Lost Box Wizard, what is your game plan here? You saw your opponent whiffed. Nispel's coming down. I guess, yeah, get in the Manaphy, fine. Hooray. But yeah, what is your plan beyond that?
Yeah, I think you have to kind of think of it as you have to take 6 prizes somehow. So where will your 6 prizes come from? There is only one single prizer on the board right now. And the Morpeko got discarded, so there will never be a single prizer coming onto the board. So the Greninja, you can basically put that out of your mind. That is not damage on that is not relevant at all because you take one prize. Where are you going to get that other prize from? It's never going to happen. So you have to basically go through the Squawk and 2 Roaring Moons, and you basically want to put damage on them as efficiently as possible. Thankfully, from the side of the Lost Box player, Evan is only playing one switch cart, which makes your math a lot easier. Ooh, as we see the Sada draw a massive top deck.
Here comes the play then. It's coming. That's pretty huge. And Pokestop too. That helps as well.
Do we have another water energy in the discard though?
Not yet. Oh no, there's one.
We do.
So yeah, just needs to hit one of the energy switches then.
Yeah, just attachment for turn or energy switch will be enough here.
It's looking like it's going to come down to the Pokestop. There's no Egoist again, right?
And pray. 3 cards off the top. Is there an energy switch? And there is not. So yeah, I think we're just going to have to settle for... No, you can't even attack this turn at all unless you want to burn the Cross Switcher and just make it that much harder to get an attack off the following turn, the Cologne play off the following turn. But I think you might have to, at this point, maybe Cross Switcher KO the Manaphy with your Roaring Moon and make it so that your opponent has to and Super Rod Manaphy again.
Yeah, and we did just see Lagriffa vacuumed away one of their rods, so even more pressure now by doing this. So Evan is going to go for that. Does also get rid of the Pokestop, so the opponent can't use it. And the first prize card has finally been taken. 220 damage on a poor little Manaphy.
Could have potentially kept that around, actually, but I guess if your goal here is to make sure that they don't get Manaphy, it does make sense to not. You do prevent your
getting rid of the Pokestop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could have left it so you have more options to see more items. You can see that cross switcher more easily as we see Lagriffa playing the Clara for probably the Manaphy. But like I was saying before, it's going to come down to the most optimal route to 6 prizes. Right now on the board, it looks like Lagriffa has to go through 2 Roaring Moons and a Squawkabilly. The Lumineon probably comes down next turn, which means that there is another route that opens up. But if you're hitting 110 into 2 Roaring Moons, it basically you will pretty much lock yourself into that route of having to go through the 2 Roaring Moons.
Yeah, fortunately, only 230 HP, so 110 and 120. Very nice, very clean. Countercatcher coming down. Gonna see maybe some trapping to try to slow things down. Again, a cross switcher was just burned.
That's true.
He's gonna bring up the Squawk, so maybe they're just taking the KO then. And that's one of 2 Gust available for Lagriffa at all. So all that's left is the boss for later. Has to be very careful. Is just gonna spit it, set up the KO for later.
I do think that if anything, you should probably boss up or countercatcher up the damaged Roaring Moon, because that is going to be part of your game plan regardless. It only has 120 HP remaining. As we see Cross Switcher come into the hand, we just need Energy Switch to get this play active. We might see the Lumineon come down for Sada.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Evan's gonna go for it. Again, huge swing to get this here. Very nice to get the last cross switcher off that, because burning that last cross switcher on your opponent just gets the mana back immediately anyway. Probably didn't feel great, but
and still
switch card.
No energy switch, but it does mean that you get to attack this turn, and you just have to do the clone play eventually, right? And
right.
It'll be pretty valuable. So you just need to you can just attach the water energy straight up this turn and attack with Roaring Moon. You don't even need the energy switch next turn if you make that happen.
Yep, Evan reading your mind, doing that exact thing. And it's probably just gonna be swinging here shortly. And again,
we don't actually get the knockout here on Cram, so I discarding that stadium last turn.
Wow, that actually mattered.
Hurting about quite a bit.
Cross switcher. They're just gonna go for the mana fee again. Are there still rods left? There's 4 rods, so there probably is 1 left. But again, Lagriffa does have 23 cards left in deck, so maybe they're just gambling here that it's just not going to come back next turn and you can just get it. No problem.
I think this has to be the play here. Even though it's risky, even though your opponent could get that mana fee back, probably is going to get that mana fee back with a 9-card hand. If you don't take this play, you're only doing 100 damage to a Cramorant. That's just not enough to... You're basically passing for turn. It doesn't really do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, and remember... you could normally have boss as an option for getting it up and doing the same clone play later, but boss was gotten rid of turn 1. So
yes,
there's no more Gust available for Evan.
Boss in the discard. We did see the Pal Pad come down earlier on in the game, but it was for 2 Sada because the hand was so rough for Evan earlier on. Super Rod coming through, probably putting that mana fee back in the deck, probably in conjunction.
Yeah, and is going to get it, and then this Greninja is useless. That is brutal. Yeah, Evan could have Pal Padded it earlier in the game, and if that happened, would have at least been 1 out here. Mm-hmm. Would have been hard to get it with the Lumineon already used, but would have been an out. And now Greninja is not doing anything for the rest of this game.
At least the Roaring Moon's Greninja isn't, but you know whose Greninja is? Lagriffa is probably going to attack with that Moonlight Shuriken this turn, and now the prize route is so easy. You just have to go through Lumineon, have to go through. Well, actually, maybe you don't risk going through Lumineon because it can Aqua Return in this deck.
That is true.
If
and we know there are plenty of energy switches available because Evan just hasn't drawn any of them. So
you might just go through the 2 Roaring Moons instead, and I think you have plenty of time to do so.
Right.
We see exactly that. And it looks like there is about 140 damage left on the active, plus 30 and 50 on the bench 2 damage Pokemon, which leads us to 220 damage. It means that at the moment, we are 2 Sableye Lost Mine attacks away from winning the game. Switch Cart will change that math to be 3, but you can catch up a little bit. You do have time to Sableye 3 times, or you can do it in 2 attacks if you Greninja again, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be retreating here with that Roaring Moon into the other one. Popping the Professor Sada's Vitality. Going to draw some more cards here, get those energies down. Yeah, such an awkward situation now for Evan. Just trying to figure out how are you attacking? What are you attacking
there's
with?
no stadium again. So you
are there
have
stadiums available for?
I think so. There must be, because I don't think we've seen that many Pokestop come down.
Yeah, it's important to note too. Griffa is not playing any stadiums. So none are coming down from their side. So it's okay. There's one Pokestop in deck, and they do have plenty of vacuums. So if that comes down, they just vacuum it again. They might actually be out of vacuums. I know they already used 2. They have 3 total. And I think we're just getting Calamity Storm for 100. Wow! And all of a sudden, Griffa in a totally okay situation and can make this work super easily now.
Yeah, only 3 attacks away from winning the game. Actually, only 2 if you are able to Moonlight Shuriken again, which it looks like he is setting up for with that Super Rod. The game is looking very, very good for our Lost Box player. Evan just being 1 piece away from
1 piece away multiple
multiple times. Yeah,
just super tough. Again, kind of like the downside when you're trying to have options for like multiple different attacks with this deck, trying to build it out in that way is you are going to be less consistent in some ways, and especially trying to get that Greninja playoff, it is hard to do, and we saw how hard that was multiple times in this game.
No stadiums, but 3 vacuums is a very wild way to build a Lost Box deck, I have to say.
But I mean, I guess if your goal is exactly this situation against Roaring Moon, then it's pretty good. So.
Yeah, it works out for sure. It's super annoying to deal with as Roaring Moon if your opponent never plays out a stadium,
right,
and attacks with stuff that has more than 100 HP, like this Radiant Greninja here.
Yeah, so I suspect the Greninja is going to die here, but then Sableye just comes in and just takes all the KOs in the world, and then the game is over.
Yeah, I don't see a win condition anymore at this point.
Arpeko finally returning. Thank goodness.
Oh, we do see a Super Rod in this deck. Not a super common card in Roaring Moon, but not going to help at all in this checkmate situation. Evan will concede, and we're 1-1 on the set.
Ooh. And we get the black card glitch. Let's go.
Ominous. 15 minutes left on the timer.
Oh, 15 minutes left? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, those are long games.
It's definitely doable for the game to finish at this point, but we will have to see.
23 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
So that's plenty then, yeah. Especially with the turns and actually, I don't know how. Is it just normal turns after time rules for this? Assuming so.
Usually it would go straight to a tie since we can't normally see turns for most games, but for stream games, we will usually make the exception for turns.
Okay, so we will have turns for that, yeah.
Because we have a judge watch, we can have it all go through. So anybody who's playing is coming up to time. If you're able to share your screen, and then this make sure everyone can hear this. We can go to turns for that, but otherwise we default to a tie.
Cool. And Luminion start here for Evan. Now what you want to see, especially with this hand's like okay, you can at least squawk some energy, but you are going to lose a cross switcher, which doesn't feel great. Griffa going to choose to go first, or Griffa going first because Evan chose to go second. And we'll see if this is the game where it finally happens. We see the Cologne do something.
It definitely could. But we are getting rid of one cross switcher and the boss, so your
again. Oh my gosh, that's so brutal. A
little bit tough.
Yeah, I think this time Evan will probably pad that in, especially when you lose a cross switcher. You just need the extra Gus option,
right?
We'll see what happens here.
I want to see the turn one Moonlight Shuriken so bad.
I want to see it so bad. I would just this time for sure. I think if I'm Evan here, after playing the last game, I'm just gonna be way more cautious about like so many like little things you probably didn't think about, like stadiums, like just when to discard them, when not to discard them, especially when you know your opponent isn't playing any themselves, and just being more mindful of your gust and whatnot. So
yeah, I think the knockout onto Manaphy, discarding the stadium off of that Calamity Storm, I think it was better to keep it in play. And obviously it might have gotten punished because your opponent could have used it and then also vacuumed it away to prevent it. But I think it would have been slightly better to keep it around.
Yeah, they did have one more vacuum at that point, I'm pretty sure. So obviously downsides to it, but if you got one more attack off with the stadium in play, then it makes up for it, you know.
We see multiple flower selectings here for Ligrifa. I think his game plan is still just not respecting the Moonlight Shuriken turn 1. And I think, I mean, so far that has been a winning strategy for him. He doesn't need to get the Manaphy down, just needs other Pokemon. He can get the Manaphy down turn 2, and it still has been fine. Will it be fine this game? Let's see. We do know that Lumineon already being active makes it a little bit harder to pull off. You can't just find that Sada off an Ultra Ball.
Right.
And something to note here is that there is a 10% chance roughly that Squawk is prized, and that would pretty much spell disaster for this hand.
That's a really good get here. Just getting more Dark Energies discarded. Right. You can also check if Squawk is prized here. It does not check, but
or does
you
go
can do
for
VIP,
it.
so it's fine. An Ultra Ball first. Yeah, I will say, okay, Squawk's not prized. As someone who has prized Squawk a lot, I respect it. I respect just believing it'll be there. But,
no, I think this was also another misplay, because if Squawk wasn't prized, you would need those energies to Greninja, right? So this is just kind of hoping that it's there, but it works out. We do see 2 Roaring Moons come through. We do see the Squawk come through. Dark Patch almost guaranteed to happen. Oh, so
almost
close
didn't.
to clicking, but nope. We're gonna see the Dark Patch. We're gonna see the Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, maybe we at least get a Roaring Moon attack for once. Definitely seems doable here.
Needs to get there. I think you just, well, it depends if you want to play the Morpeko or not. I guess you can attack with Morpeko this turn potentially.
Sure. Yeah,
if
very
you hit
easily.
A switch card.
Yeah.
But no, we're just gonna thin out the deck a little bit more.
We're going in for it. Let's go. I tremendously respect Ligrifa's just complete confidence that Evan will never get the Greninja attack off.
I mean, so far it's been a play that works. That's worked out.
It's been a great strategy. Yeah, your opponent will simply not have it. But maybe, it looks like they're just not going to have it again here either.
No attack whatsoever, actually.
Gosh. And now Evan's down a cross switcher, down a boss. Did not see a Sada again this turn. Just brutal.
The Ultra Ball would have gotten him there, but he had to start the Lumineon, so.
Yeah, it's super tough. Yeah, could have easily gotten at least a Roaring Moon attack.
Pass on over to Ligrifa. 3 Comfies now. Will we see a Moonlight Shuriken this turn? That is probably the best attack you have access to, but it would require something like a Chorus or a Vacuum to come into play.
There's the Chorus.
We are super close to it. I wonder, this Lumineon, very enticing, but yeah, it might just be best not to damage at all, to not risk getting Aqua returned at this point.
Yeah, very risky to do. Probably not worth gambling for. And we're seeing more Flower Slicks coming down after that Chorus. Yeah, like vacuums on the stadium are just so annoying here for Evan. If Ligrifa is able to just keep vacuuming them away, especially now that Evan might be more careful with stadiums going forward. Just makes them all that more effective and annoying, and gives Ligrifa some real win conditions that you don't really think about when you first glance at this matchup. Greninja getting loaded up as well here. So it looks like that might be the play. Is probably just going to, once again, just damage Roaring Moon. Maybe 2 Roaring Moons, maybe a Squawk, but probably 2 Roaring Moons.
I would just damage Roaring Moon and Squawk here if you can get the attack off. If you can get that Moonlight Shuriken off. We might see a Spit Innocently.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see a Rope Spit.
At this point, you could bring up Greninja hoping that your opponent with the water energy. Or if you think your opponent is going to Moonlight Shuriken, you just bring up the Roaring Moon, I guess. So your attack is that much easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tough call. You have to really just figure what is more likely for your opponent to have here. And it is eyeing that Roaring Moon. Gonna throw out the one that's charged up. Again, 1 energy away from attacking, so very easy to just attack with it next turn.
Now we see
Griff isn't sure.
Considering the spit innocently, maybe. But no, just going to go for that Moonlight Shuriken. I think this is the right play because you don't want your Greninja to get bossed down. And we see the Manaphy coming through. Turn 2. Good timing for it to come down. And this puts Evan in a little bit of a bind, a little bit of a pickle. Now that damage is coming through.
And yeah, Greninja is so scary in this matchup, which is really funny to think about. But like, because now if Evan wants to kill the Greninja, he has to discard the stadium. And discarding the stadium is really bad, as we saw last game.
Yep.
Because you can't frenzy gouge ever in this matchup, pretty much, unless you're going to win the game with it, because you just will knock yourself out. This matchup is terrifying, actually, the more it goes on.
Yeah, I don't think it's favored unless you have some fancy tricks up your sleeve, like the clone cross pitcher play. But if it doesn't go off, and even if it does, you can still lose.
Right.
The damage is just so efficient. Moonlight Shuriken doing 180, taking advantage of your Squawk with low HP. And you don't play any boosters in the version that tries a Greninja, right?
Right. Yeah, booster would help a lot with the random math stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Does get the Pal Pad, so we can get boss back at least. Probably wants to hold it until there's another supporter in there, but we'll see if we can finally see a Sada
thinking
now.
about concealed cards here, which means that there might not be any attack at all, and gets punished.
Wow.
For the greed. No energy, no Dark Patch to save Evan here, and that means no attack is going to happen.
That's wild. Yeah, what do you do now?
Just
you
there's
pass,
nothing you can do. You just have to pass, and I don't know about that play. I guess the argument here is that your hand was looking pretty dead without, if you didn't draw into anything, you would have to rely on taking a prize in your top deck. But I think that's just what you had to do in this situation. I think this was just a little bit too greedy.
It was probably just more of a desperation play, like feeling, I'm not getting the Greninja play off again, and it's gonna be really hard for me to get in the future. Maybe I just gamble on just trying to get a Sada now or something, so I can at least be in a better spot. But yeah, it didn't work out at all there. There's the Sada. One card off.
One card away from being rewarded. One card away from being able to see the Sada and being able to get that attack off and having that greedy play, that risk versus reward come through. But no, we are going to be one turn behind now. Lagrifa was able to spit innocently, and now there's just so much damage on the board to deal with. Of course, you are going to take a knockout here, but you have to take 6 knockouts in this matchup. Maybe you can bring that down to 5 with the Cologne play, but even 5 is
another
plenty of turn.
Too.
Yeah,
that's
stop being discarded.
2 discarded, 1 in play, 1 in hand. So every attack where you try to take a knockout now is so impactful. Doesn't have the water. Finally, Pal Pad, and does have the cross switches for another play. So I think we're just gonna see a Calamity Storm here, and then we can maybe see Greninja next turn.
Greninja can come through. You just need 1 more water energy, and it is probably fairly reasonable to find. But even with the Cologne play at this point in the game, man, we're talking about just maybe 2 Sableye attacks off. No, 3 Sableye attacks off, and there's only 5 prizes remaining. So as long as they get attacks, Lagrifa gets attacks off back to back to back, the game is over already. Mm-hmm. It just kind of depends on how good their hand is, but they have a lot of cards to work with. There is no hand disruption coming from the side of the Roaring Moon, so
yeah, there's no hand disruption on either side except for the one Roxanne that Lagrifa has, which is again kind of a downside with this Turbo Roaring Moon list is you're just never ever stopping whatever your opponent's game plan is outside of KOing or messing up their board. And Yeah, all it takes is just chaining the attacks together, and that's it. Easier said than done, but we'll see what happens.
Something like Clara being prized could be a win condition here, and actually we have to see Dragonite come down for the Seal Stone. So it looks like that hand isn't as good as we thought it might be. That being said, Dragonite has 230 HP, so you really can't knock it out very cleanly. What you can do is you can use this damaged Roaring Moon and knock it out that way, and you do 200 to yourself, but maybe you don't mind that so much because you're only 30 HP away from being knocked out.
Effectively dead anyway, so it's fine.
That is one thing you can do to kind of come back in this game. You can also do the clone play that we were talking about.
That does help you jump up a turn at least. You are helping your opponent accelerate a little bit, but not by that much because the Sableye would... Like, the 30 damage is so easy for it anyway. So benching that actually might give Evan a bit of a chance here. We'll see. Especially if Lagriffa has problems getting another attack going next turn.
Will he even get an attack this turn is my concern, because he benched Dragonite, he played the Forest Seal Stone down, got Chorus, and I think this should get him there. We do see the gate. But 2 energies onto the active Comfy?
Yeah. Probably doesn't have is going to spinning attack for knockout. Whoa!
Okay.
I did not even think of that. Wow. Well, that goes that line. That line is no longer available.
Right. Yeah. This is interesting. I'm kind of frozen in thought here if this is a good play or not. I'm going to assume that they couldn't attack with Greninja that turn.
Yeah.
And they had no switch effect, in which case I do think this is actually pretty good, but you are still multiple attacks away from winning the game. Unfortunately, you are there is a lot of HP left to kind of take here, and so the game goes on. The math we were doing, what we were saying about Lagriffa being able to win the game with back-to-back attacks, didn't assume that one of your attacks would only be doing 30 damage. So I think now we're kind of in a back and forth here.
Yeah, this is a really weird spot. And again, if Evan can get the cross switch clone play and the Dragonite within the next 2 turns after this, then it might be fine. It might be totally fine.
But I believe third water is prize, and which means that you do need to find Sada here or Super Rod, and then you can Vessel for it.
It does have the Pokestop down. It's going to go for that play. Hold the Pal Pad in case one gets discarded, and those cards. So I think we're going to see the Pal Pad here get the Sada back in, and then
do we take the boss?
Please get the boss. Please get the boss.
Yeah, I think we should.
You have to, because you need Cross Switch Clone and the boss Dragonite.
Yeah, I think that's one of your best routes to winning the game, and you have to play the shoes and hope that you find your Sada or Super Rod here.
No.
Oh,
wow, that is so brutal.
So what's the choice here?
You gotta get rid of it. Wow. Now that Dragonite's safe, unless they go for that instead of Cologne play, I guess.
Right.
But
I mean, I guess you don't have any damaged Roaring Moons to make that play happen anymore like you did before. The spinning attack kind of closed off that option.
Sure.
So if you do take the Dragonite KO, it basically was restricted to only your last 2 prizes, essentially. But at this point, we're not seeing an attack come through at all.
Ah, man. Yeah, we can't even burn your switchers to switch the energy to a moon or anything. I guess you can, but then you need the energy back later.
I guess you can energy switch and rope.
Yeah, that actually is fine.
But your opponent might bring up Dragonites.
Yeah, and you don't want that. Sure.
Yeah. So,
because if it does come up, I mean, you can't knock yourself out, because then you just lose next turn to Squawk dying. And if you do 100 damage, that doesn't set it up for another KO later. If you do 220, that's your last Pokestop.
Oh, it doesn't bring up the Dragonite.
Okay. Hope.
I think that was the best play, to hope that your opponent didn't see the Dragonite as a potential annoying option to send up. Maybe thinks of it as just a 2-prizer that you don't want to give up easily. And
right, that's actually huge. Definitely gives a chance here. Maybe Lagriffa was also like, yeah, there's no more Pecco down anyway. I would prefer the not Garchomp, Roaring Moon being inactive anyway. So very interesting. We'll see what happens here now. Maybe they want to go for the Dragonite KO here. I don't even know if they have the resources for that though.
We've seen a lot of resources have been burned. Multiple gates come down. One of the gates being used to set up the spinning attack play on the Comfy. I've played many regionals with Lost Box variants, and I don't think I've ever announced spinning attack. But in this case, it was pretty good.
Pretty good.
Both players are now 3 attacks away from winning the game, if I'm not mistaken. Lagriffa can do it with 3 Sableyes or 3 Greninjas. Dragonite could also be used to make that even faster.
Yeah, if the Dragonite comes out next turn, it's over.
It would be 2 attacks, right? But maybe doesn't have access to it. We'll have to see. But 3 attacks if they don't incorporate that Dragonite into the play at all, and 3 attacks for Roaring Moon if they do incorporate that Cologne play. So it's going to come down to it's back to if Lagriffa can stream those back-to-back attacks like we were saying.
Right. So Lost Mine's coming down now. Just going to depend on where these damage counters are going to go. Obviously, Squawkabilly's going down. You didn't see the Aqua return all game, so I guess maybe should have put damage on it earlier, but I guess... Cause yeah, if they're burning their energy switches on the Lumineon, then like you're making it easier for them to... Or you're making it harder for them to do the Greninja thing, I guess, but...
Mm-hmm.
He's going to put 30 on the Roaring Moon. And that just means if it does go for any one-hit KO, it'll also knock itself out, and then we get a sudden death.
You could put 50 on the Lumineon here, so 30 on the Roaring Moon, and that way you set up Lost Mine to KO it.
Just win the game, yeah.
And I think the 30 on Roaring Moon doesn't really help your math either, because you have to still attack it twice with Sableye anyways, or once with Dragonite anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would make sense, but we are going to see finally the Cologne play happen.
Yay.
Will it matter though?
And 9 cards in hand, 9 cards in deck for Lagriffa. So it just comes down to, can the right attack, like, I guess, yeah, because this is, I don't know, this is tough. It's a tough spot.
Resources are getting low, so I think Lagriffa is in a commanding position, is likely to win this one, but if they do so, it'll be by the skin of their teeth. It'll be, using the last Barache, using the last Clara, something like that.
Yeah, and discarding their last boss again for Evan might end up really being an issue here.
Because you can't close out the game. Like, obviously, you don't want to do 200 damage to yourself, right? In this matchup, but if you do it for the last 2 prizes of the game,
it's fine.
It could be okay, and I think that's part of the reason, part of the calculation that Lagriffa had here by putting 3 damage counters on this Roaring Moon.
Exactly, yeah.
To make that play not an option.
Yeah, there's going to be no more gusting for the rest of this game now, so nothing really useful in deck anymore either. We're finally seeing the play we've been hyping up for 3 games on the like one of the last turns of the last game.
Interestingly enough, you can't even play Sada anymore from this point on because you will dead yourself out.
Is Rod still available? No, Rod was already played, right? No, there's a Rod in hand.
Okay, so you can. Sableye and Comfy being taken down. I mean, maybe we could have seen something like Manaphy getting knocked out there, Manaphy and Sableye, and hope your opponent can't get the Manaphy back, but not going to go with that route, not going to go with that option.
All right, let's see what's available for Lagriffa here, starting off with a Nest Ball, 10 cards in hand before playing that. Can I get another Sableye down? Let's see. Looks like only one Sableye in the discard, so should be in the deck, presumably. Or in hand.
There we go. There's a Sableye.
And that's gonna basically seal it up, right? Because yeah, without the gusts, there's nothing you can really do here. We could have seen a funny sudden death scenario, I guess, if the boss was available.
I mean, you still need multiple attacks here, right? You still need 2 attacks, so you do need a second Sableye, right?
True, yeah.
And we do see the Super Rod, which means that it is pretty likely, especially given how many cards Lagrifa has access to in their hand, that we will see second Sableye come and hit the board. You just need 2 Psychic Energy coming into the deck as well. So you just need Sableye attacks back to back. We're actually seeing gear after the Super Rod. Will they get punished for it? Or is there just not any supporter in the deck anyway?
There might just not be anything left at this point, honestly. Maybe their goal is more so getting the energies over anything else. So Pokegear to thin, which is like the reverse of what you normally want to do.
I mean, you would Pokegear.
You do that first, though,
thin still. Yeah.
So maybe there's probably just nothing left. 2 rods.
2 rod hitting the Lost Zone, but
they have what they need.
There are 2 Sableye and 2 Psychic Energy in the deck, and I think
this is turn 0.
Okay.
So turn 0 time.
So we do need to see an attack here.
There's a switch card. I mean, you just have to send up the Roaring Moon, I guess. There's nothing really. You just got to hope you can just hit. I mean.
Thankfully for Lagrifa.
Oh, wait.
0.
Oh, no, it won't matter anymore. I was going to say, there's still a switch card in deck.
Okay.
Because Yenny could Frenzy Gouge, like, safely. But, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore.
Switch card in deck. Switch cards in deck, but the healing, even if you go through the Roaring Moon, not quite going to be enough to deal with 2 Sableyes back to back. But actually brought up Comfy here instead of Sableye. Maybe it doesn't have Psychic Energy left. Maybe
there's no way they whiffed that with 3 cards in deck.
I mean, it's possible.
Surely. Okay.
There's Gates. No other energy. I'm surprised that 2 Super Rod hit the Lost Zone, but I think this is good for Lagrifa. I think this should be almost guaranteed at this point. There's no Gust left. You can't do any stall the Dragonite shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as Psychic Energy is not like the last card and you have no way to draw it, which seems unlikely.
Yeah, because even if you can always Flower Select, but as long as you have a switch after that, you're fine. So,
or interesting that they choose to go for Lumineon, but I don't think there's enough resources. I don't think there's energy switch left to be able to finish that.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, so it's fine. Evan weighing the options here. Can obviously empty their entire deck and is just going to do so. Two more Sawdust. And that switch card that we were talking about. And yeah, just hope they don't have it here. I don't know what their resources are looking like. Oh. Healing.
Oh, so, okay.
Wow.
This is something that we missed, actually. The switch card.
I knew it was relevant. I knew it'd be relevant. Right. I didn't expect it to be relevant in that way. I didn't expect Lagrifa to just exactly set it up like that. That must have forgotten about the switch card.
So I think this is turn 1. So now the way the chance set up, I think it's more than a chance. I think Evan just wins, right?
Yeah. Wow. Unless we get sudden death.
Yeah, I guess you bring up the Dragonite.
Yeah, you bring up Dragonite.
And you sudden death in the last.
Let's go! Dude, this is it. I'm so excited. That's literally all you can do here. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, you bring up Dragonite, and now Evan has to choose. Does he want to take the tie, or does he want to go into Sudden Death? And I think as Roaring Moon, you definitely want to go into Sudden Death, right?
Yeah, you're Roaring Moon, of course. You want to get the rundown on how Sudden Death is going to work?
Yeah, so Sudden Death, I don't know how it works in the client, to be honest.
For this, Sudden Death is a tie.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Well.
Yes, it's past the turns. But if they Sudden Death while still playing, then we use the client's version.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we are going to move on to turn 3. We see Evan going to take a knockout. Normally, this would result in Sudden Death, but not enough time in the round. We do have a regional to run here, folks. So unfortunately, it does mean that from a bunch of mishaps, we are going to we're just gonna see a tie, an exciting tie.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the players are necessarily aware of that. But maybe we'll see the Sudden Death just happen anyway, and we can pretend that it's going to be awesome. Let's go.
Wow. What an exciting game.
What a ridiculous game. So many like random things happen that like cause this chain reaction of other random things to happen. Very silly, very cool. Shout out Roaring Moon.
I'm seeing some messages in the chat about like deck out win conditions and whatnot, but unfortunately this is the last turn of time, so we will just have to call it here. The Sudden Death is going on the client, but Doom, if you want to just confirm again that I think we're moving on to a tie because we have to get on with this regional.
Doom might be talking to relevant parties. Okay. So I guess while we wait, we can see this.
Because technically, and chat, I'm talking to everyone too, someone could win on turn 1. But because you can't attack turn 1, or technically it's turn 3, we can't do anything. Nobody can attack, nobody can win the game, so now it's just a draw. If they get Sudden Death going into turns, then they get 3 turns. But they Sudden Death right now, nobody can win.
Got it. Yeah, it was on the last turn. It's tough.
What an exciting game, though. It was really interesting to see how that switch card ended up saving Evan here and forcing a tie instead of a loss. And the Roaring Moon deck with the clones and the cross switchers showing up. Very, very, very cool set. Back and forth between both players.
Yeah,
Lots
just like
interesting interactions.
Very minor like mistakes that because you just don't really think about things like you just think you have the game locked up, and then you're like, oh wait, there's a switch card here, so that actually just invalidates my entire like angle, my entire plan, and not putting any damage on Luminion beforehand because you're just worried about Aqua Return, which ended up not being relevant, and like it's tough. This is a very interesting matchup the way it plays out. Really cool to see. I'm glad we got to cast this one, especially.
Okay, I'm going to set to a quick BRB stream as we get ready for our next casters and next round. So we will be right back here in a moment, chat. So let me just make sure everything's set.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for watching.
Sure. Welcome back to the Tournament of Doom. I am Kevin Clemente, aka Mellow_Magikarp, and I'm joined by my co-caster, Pokey Emmi. Emmi, how are you doing today?
I am fantastic. It has been a wonderful morning. Like I said earlier in chat, I don't get up happily for work, but I will shoot out of bed at 6:45 in the morning for Shiny Cardboard. Online Shiny Cardboard is just as great. So had some fun judge calls so far, but really excited to start casting. How are you, Mello?
I'm doing great. I've been up for hours so far. I got a 1-year-old who woke me up who is hopefully not going to bother us during the casting of this next round, which I'm pretty excited for. Like you said, waking up for Pokemon is just one of the best things to do. And I'm really excited for the LAIC stream for that exact reason of starts in round 1, which on the West Coast, which, you know, we're both on the West Coast, is like 6 a.m. our time. So it's great. I love it.
It's like, I will not wake up on the weekend otherwise, but I will get up for League Cup Drive or LAIC stream for sure. And speaking of which, this has been a great way, I'm sure, for players to prep for said tournament for LAIC. So I'm really excited. Sure.
I absolutely love looking at the metagame for all the online events in the past, 2 weeks. It started off as kind of a joke. Like, honestly, like the meta was like, this isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. And then it became more and more real. And suddenly I'm looking at this one, I'm like, I think I could see this as an actual LAIC metagame of, the Roaring Moon, the Gardevoir, the Chine Pao as the most played decks. I'm like, yeah, this seems very realistic for me.
For sure. And as someone who has mostly played and only played post-pandemic, mostly played starting online, this is fascinating to see these huge online tournaments literally shift metagames for real life tournaments. We're seeing Roaring Moon as the #1 played deck today, which I wouldn't have honestly expected, but we could have seen the power of it just as we saw Evan last round. So it makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, Roaring Moon is one of those decks where, and this is one of those secrets for anyone listening, when the meta starts, if there is a big new beat stick deck, just assume it's going to be played in fairly large quantities, because we love a good beat stick deck. And I can't say I blame them at all. Like you said, watching Evan play that last round was like, all right, knockout. All right, 220. It's like, oh, this is pretty sick. Like, I have 18 energies on the board. I'm just KOing anything in my path. Like, that's pretty fun to do.
For sure.
Perfect.
Sounds great.
Ooh. I'm going to pull up the lists if I can.
Same here. Okay.
They spelled network. Yep.
Okay. Give it. All right. And speaking of Roaring Moon, here we are going to see Vulcan Turtle TCG, someone who's not at all a stranger to the Tournament of Doom stream, playing Roaring Moon, going up against Luke Morsa, Celios Network, another very well-known content creator, streamer, player, playing Gardevoir. Anything really sticking out to you on either of these lists?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Gardevoir list first for Luke, and this looks like very similar to what they got top 4 with in the late night, but with a couple new added pieces that I really like. One of them is that Professor Turo scenario. This card is so powerful because you can pick up any Pokemon, but specifically in this matchup, you can pick up that Gardevoir EX after using it, go ahead and rebench your Ralts, and then you don't have any 2 prizes on the board anymore. So it has the same thing as Collapse Stadium, except you can replace that Gardevoir EX spot with a Ralts immediately, unlike Collapse. So that is something that I think is both good in this matchup and also a tech card that I'm just a big fan of in general from Gardevoir.
And that makes a lot of sense. There are decks, especially like Gardevoir, that love having the energy in the discard pile. So you get a bunch of energy stuck on the wrong Pokemon, let's just pick it up and go from there, right? So it makes a lot of sense. Also, a newer card from Paradox Rift is we are seeing that Scream Tail in this list, which some people have replaced the Cresselia. We're seeing Luke choosing to play both, which I think is really interesting. Good against Lost Box and Screamtail, like specifically Cresselia, and then Screamtail just being a great way to clean up a lot of these setup Pokemon like Minion, Squawkabilly, which of course we will see. I'm assuming we will see from Vulcan Turtle over here.
Yeah, that Screamtail is massive in this matchup. And especially when we look at Vulcan Turtle's hand, we see a VIP pass and not much else. That screams to me that we're going to have Squawkabilly this turn. And the Screamtail can KO a Squawkabilly without anything like a Luxurious Cape attached, which Luke does play. So that Screamtail should become pretty important in this matchup unless we get like a good top deck right here. Or we could see, a greedy play, go for the Battle VIP pass, Greninja, and hope to concealed cards. So there are choices for Vulcan Turtle, but as of right now, it's looking like it's going to be a Squawkabilly sitting there waiting to get Screamtailed.
For sure. And we will have to see here, make sure that our Squawkabilly isn't prized, because we do only play one. Of course, we're only playing one of that Radiant Greninja as well.
Another thing to take note of from the Gardevoir list, and we saw it, Luke did not have a very explosive turn one. And if you're wondering, oh, that's kind of unlucky, no, there are 0 Battle VIP pass in this list. Luke has built this list with this intention of, I'm going to bench Ralts, and then I'm going to Mirage Step on the next turn. So presumably this man, if he's going down, but even if it doesn't, Luke can go ahead and attach, retreat, and Mirage Step. So this is a totally fine start from Gardevoir here, given that the list doesn't run a whole lot of explosive cards like Battle VIP pass.
For sure. And we've seen that Mirage Step Corellia be so powerful in so many situations. It makes sense to lean heavily on it, especially in, a meta where we have these comeback cards like Iono, Counter Catcher, Reversal Energy that specifically Gardevoir is so good at utilizing. So we will see here at Ultra Ball away. Looks like we're going to ditch a Dark Energy and a Roaring Moon here. Oh, maybe not. An Energy Switch chosen instead, which makes a lot of sense. We do have another Energy in hand, so we will be able to concealed cards here. We love having all that Dark Energy in the discard pile because of the synergy with the Sada here already,
Yep.
as well as Dark Patch. So...
And this is why I absolutely love getting rid of that energy switch instead of the Roaring Moon. You got the full effect Sada, and then you can get an energy switch off the Sada, or, oh my gosh, and we got the Collapse. This is such a good turn. But the Roaring Moon bench was so important there, just getting that extra energy because Luke could potentially get a knockout this turn, probably not. But just in case, you need to start building up that backup attacker, because one of the ways Roaring Moon loses this matchup is just running out of these attackers.
For sure. And man, we did have a very explosive turn here from Vulcan Turtle. We have a fully charged up Roaring Moon 290 with that tool attached, and didn't even need to use the attack that actually damages us. We were able to just go ahead and use Calamity Storm, discard that Collapsed, and have another bench space. Looking at our hand, though, we don't have too much going on otherwise, so we're going to have to see if Luke does play something like an Iono and kind of resets our hand here.
And I also want to point out, too, something that I think if you look at this board state, you're like, Gardevoir's in a bad spot, or you're potentially looking at that. This is very similar to the Miraidon and the Charizard EX matchups, where Gardevoir can go down 2 prizes and be completely fine with 0 pressure. So even though this appears to be, a very Roaring Moon heavy thing, and, Luke didn't do a whole lot there, this Mirage Step for 3 is really all you need. And Luke really can't have drawn up much better than what we currently have going on.
For sure. Yeah, no, this looks great. That Mirage Step Corellia getting all 3 of the Refinement Corellias onto the bench there. So not even needing to have one in hand, or, no Ralts here. So that is something to consider. But we do have the Sada here. We would be able to put some energy down onto the other Roaring Moon and draw some cards.
Yeah, and it's very simple. You're just getting more and more energy. You're building a slightly bigger hand. The one reason not to use a Sada there is you keep it in deck for a later game Iono. But if you have 3 energy Roaring Moon, you don't really need to Iono, do you? So I do like just, getting that energy down there, drawing a few more cards and seeing what's going to happen. Surprised not to see these nest balls being played, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering, maybe not thinking we really need anything. We did prize one of the Roaring Moons there. We do play 2 of the Morpeko, so we already have those down. So I'm not sure what else we really could have. Opting not to play the, oh my goodness, I can't remember his ancient name for Amoonguss. Oh no. Thank you, Brubonnet. And we do see the Iono here, so we're going to draw 4. So we do have a dark energy, so we would be able to conceal cards or charge up that last energy onto the Roaring Moon on the bench. I'm going to see a Refinement here, get another Psychic Energy in the discard and a Fog Crystal to grab another Psychic.
So one of the ways that Roaring Moon can really come back in this matchup, and like you said, we have the dark energy with concealed cards. We're really going to be looking for a dark patch to get one of them on that Morpeko, because you really want to make them go 2-2-1-2 as opposed to go through 3 Roaring Moons. Because if Gardevoir can go through 3 Roaring Moons, there's not a whole lot you can do, because they can remove their EX from play with Collapse Stadium or with the Turo, or just not evolving if you chase it and attacking with the same Pokemon again. So you really need to power up something that isn't one of these 2 prizers. And on top of that, it is very important to note the only Pokemon weak to Dark in the Gardevoir deck is the EX. The rest of them are weak to Metal.
Right. So we do see that Calamity Storm is doing enough even without discarding the Stadium on these Kirlias, but would not be doing so on the Shining Arcana, would need to discard a Stadium if we did not want to use Frenzied Gouging. The good thing too is playing both of those Morpekos, we still would be able to have one with no energy, so that ability would still be active to be able to have that free retreat, which is such a fun addition. I don't think we had a free retreater that was dark type previously, at least in standard format.
So we're going to see this nest ball being played. So we are going to go ahead and shuffle the deck. There must have been something at the bottom of the deck that Vulcan Turtle decided they want to draw into off of this concealed cards. I'm assuming the Battle VIP pass was not it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate here, but we do have another energy, so we'll be able to put that third one onto the benched Roaring Moon EX. Looks like opting just to go ahead and use Calamity Storm, though. 100 damage, get rid of that mana fee.
And at this
Ultra
point,
Ball,
we're just attack.
For sure. That Ultra Ball will be nice if it stays in hand to get rid of both of those Battle VIP pass. You know, something so important and essential for that turn 1 explosivity, but definitely not helping us here, kind of clogging up our hand.
Yeah, there is no Luminion in this list. That's something that you see in some Roaring Moon lists. So it's like, oh, the Ultra Ball is going to be incredibly good. You can't really search for anything anything useful with it.
For sure, yeah. But then that is something to consider, is a deck like this may be struggling when it gets Iono'd down to 2 cards if it's not fully set up or doesn't have a backup attacker. So we will see Vulcan Turtle already down to 3 cards. Luke still not having taken a prize card yet, but we know how good Guardy is at coming back from behind. So.
Oh, for sure. The deck is built to come back from behind. So, you know, that's one of the reasons it's so hard to play, because you feel like you want to scoop early. It's like, oh, I still got a chance. Maybe I should keep playing. And this is a spot where Luke is still, like you said, in a fine spot, because this is exactly where Guardy wants to play from. The reversals are active for the entire game. It's only a board of single prizers as of right now. And Vulcan Turtle's board isn't that good. You know, only 2 energies on the next Roaring Moon. If this one gets knocked out, in addition to a nice Iono, it could be a pretty rough turn for Vulcan.
For sure. I do like Vulcan's decision to hold on to this dark energy, though. Depending on what happens with Luke's turn here, would be able to either concealed cards or attach it to the Roaring Moon. So makes a lot of sense. But we do see the Zinnia's Resolve there. A very fun card. I feel like in this current meta that we have, there are full benches in almost every deck. So seeing a lot of Zinnia's Resolve and a lot of Avery pop up, which I don't think we've seen that yet from Luke, but something that is being played as a one of, popping up in a lot of lists right now.
Oh, for sure. Luke does have that Avery. So, I mean, it's not going to help a whole lot in this situation. Get rid of one of those Morpekos, right? But you're right that could come up very important in certainly other matchups, and potentially depending on Vulcan Turtle's board in the later game.
For sure.
All right, so C4 Energies currently is doing 180 damage with this Shining Arcana Gardevoir. So not quite up to that 290. So we're going to need to see, you know, either an EX or, okay, well, we're not going to hit anything off that Arcana. That would have also helped us out quite a bit there, right?
For sure. I mean, as we do get so many energy onto the field, not as many to draw into, unfortunately, especially seeing as we only have 4 cards left in deck. Do see the rare candy into the Gardevoir EX here on the bench. So will be able to utilize Psychic Embrace and take this knockout on this active.
Able to save any of the reversal energies as well if Luke decides to, which could come in handy in the future as well. Currently, those more Picos aren't a threat. And so you're kind of like, well, you're going to attack me with a 2-prizer anyway, so it's totally fine. Currently doing a little bit of math. It looks like we do need 8 energies, if my math is correct, to take this knockout.
Your math would be correct. So we do see 8 damage counters onto this active Shining Arcana. Gardevoir will be able to take the knockout here onto this Roaring Moon EX and take our first 2 prizes of the game.
I absolutely love this board from Luke. The more Gardevoir I've played, the more it plays a lot like that classic Greninja deck, with the exception of, maybe a little more consistent. But your whole board is nothing but, in that case, it was Greninja pieces. In this case, it's almost all Guardy pieces. You don't really want to put a whole lot else down. Greninja's cool. Manaphy's cool if you need it in certain matchups. But otherwise, you're like, I just want purple stuff everywhere and let me play the game.
I love that purple stuff. I love all these phrases that we come up with. So we will see that Ultra Ball get rid of both of these Battle VIP passes. Yeah, get them out of here. We don't need them. Looks like we're opting to grab a backup Roaring Moon EX here. Makes a lot of sense. Having 2 energy in hand is really nice. We will be able to use concealed cards here. Another Ultra Ball and another Dark Patch. I don't know that that's necessarily helping too much.
We can attack with the Morpeko this turn if Vulcan Turtle decides. Now, I will be honest, I haven't played Roaring Moon, but my gut says going with the single prizer this turn is the optimal choice. And it looks like Vulcan Turtle's agreeing, which makes me feel pretty good.
For sure. All right, and we will see that Energizer Wheel for 70 damage here. We will see.
Glad you knew the name.
I did, actually. I looked it up because I was curious. I'm not... it's good. It's good. I mean, both are important. Both are very, very fun. I feel like this set, not to get too off topic, but does have very fun names for a lot of the abilities and attacks. But we do see both of those energies opted to put onto one of the Roaring Moons. So that one Roaring Moon is very, very much charged up.
Yes, and this does open up like an energy switch play, but if you're Luke, you're looking at that thing and you're like, all right, there's 4 energies here. There's no energies anywhere else. I'm going to go hunt that Roaring Moon right now. And we do happen to have perfect knowledge of Vulcan Turtle's hand. That is going to be a pretty detrimental play if Luke is able to pull off the boss KO here.
For sure. And not only that, if we were worried about this hand, we would be able to both Iono and Countercatcher. Countercatcher is active right now since we are at 4 prizes versus Vulcan Turtles 2. So we will have to see here what we end up stringing together. That is, I don't think I would be able to hold that many cards in my hand in real life. I don't know about you guys.
Brock Guardian Sacramento, I can confirm that it's very fun to hold that many cards in your hand in real life.
Makes sense. All right, we do see that Countercatcher gust up this fully charged up Roaring Moon, and we see the reversal energy coming down onto that Shining Arcana. So won't even need to heavily damage this. So even if we do pull off another Morpeko play, would not maybe be able to knock it back in response.
Yeah, so we're looking at there's 6 energies there, which will be enough because there's not a capsule on this one. And like you said, Morpeko is only going to do 70. That is not enough. And we see the Toro come in as well to pick up the EX. So there is no way for Vulcan Turtle to win the game on this next turn, even if you draw the absolute perfect set of cards.
Not only that, we do see the Ralts come back down and the Screamtail come back down. This list is only playing 2 rare candy, and you definitely have used one. I don't know if we're used or prized the other one, but this is definitely really interesting to see. And that Screamtail, man, that Screamtail looks hungry.
Oh yeah, that Screamtail is ready. The Luxurious Cape is still around as well. So we could see a snipe of the Roaring Moon on the bench if somehow in that 12 card hand, we don't have any of our other gust effects available to us.
We do see the Dark Patch, but what else?
Oh wait, we don't have anything to conceal cards with. This is bad. This feels like a go next angle if I am sitting in Vulcan Turtle shoes.
Oh, man.
This is a very rough one. So Vulcan Turtle's playing one of the fastest decks in the format. Like, if you're playing Roaring Moon, you assume you're not going to tie. You know, when you do assume you could tie is into a deck like Gardevoir, which is, I mean, you just look at the difference between the amount of time played for these two players. Luke has been playing at a good pace, and yet it's significantly longer playing this game than Vulcan Turtle has.
For sure. And we do see the Collapse Stadium come down after we retreated into the Screamtail, get all of those psychic energy back into the discard pile. Something we were talking about earlier, when you get those energies stuck onto a Pokemon, it makes sense to be able to not only discard them with the Professor Turo scenario, but that Collapse Stadium. We will see Psychic Embrace and the Luxurious Cape charging up this very angry Screamtail.
Yeah, shout out to Vulcan Turtle for letting this happen.
I'm like, I don't even know Screamtail math. Oh no, how many energy do we need?
Yeah, so it's 20 per. So in order to hit for 300, we're going to need 15 damage counters. So we're going to need 8 energies total.
And we've got there. So we have 16 damage counters. We're going all out. We're putting all of them on there. All right. 18 damage counters.
So assuming I'm correct, this should be 360 damage snipe to the Roaring Moon on the bench. And Gardevoir, Luke Morsa, is going to take game number 1 here. But of course, it's best of 3 if you just happen to tune in. So Roaring Moon is going to get decided to go first or second. Emmy, do you have any thoughts on whether you choose to go first or second as Roaring Moon here?
This is really tough because Roaring Moon does want to have those explosive turns and get ahead in the prize trade, I think, against almost anything else, right? So I almost would wonder if we would want to go first and just kind of deny, especially knowing, you know, Luke isn't playing any Battle VIP Pass, and we might be able to target down Cross Switcher up the only Ralts if we only see one get in play. So we'll see and decide who ends up going first here shortly.
Yeah, my gut says I want Vulcan Turtle to choose to go second here because Luke doesn't play any VIP pass and say, I'm going to run you over so fast. But like you said, denying Guardy going first is also pretty darn good because you get almost a guaranteed double cross switcher play, right?
Right. I know it's really tough. I think that it's been really interesting listen to players like Azul GG talk about this current meta and deciding which deck should go first or second in what situations. And honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat as him, as I want my opponent to win the coin flip. I don't want to decide. So we do
sometimes it makes it easier.
For sure. We do see the Radiant Greninja start here for Luke, and it does look like we have chosen to go second. Starting with that Squawkabilly, that's pretty nice.
Right. I saw some hesitation there from Vulcan Turtle, but this really feels like the best starter. You can energy switch retreat or attach retreat from it. You can easily switch card out of it, and you want it on the field every single time. And unlike the Roaring Moon, you're never going to dark patch to it because you can't. So you don't want it on the bench to start off. And that Roaring Moon, you know, you poke a stop into a dark patch and an energy. You may want to put it on the bench, right? And you never want that Minior in play.
For sure.
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right, chat. We have now confirmed with the number of drops and people not showing up. We have more than enough players to support 10 rounds for this regional. So we will be playing 10 rounds. We had about only 30 people drop and not show up. People are still playing. At this point, we have to go 10. That's the only
All right,
way.
let's go.
That's the only way we're going to get a very nice top 8 cut, because I don't think we have enough support with people to be able to do a day 2. So
makes sense.
All right, and on Luke's side, we are going to see one singular Ralts coming down so far. And technically, if there's an energy on that Ralts, that is all you need for Luke.
We do see another level ball come down, which I'm sure we're kind of thinking, oh, thank God, we won't have our only one gusted up and taken out here. And we do see the psychic energy going onto that benched Ralts. So let's see what we're able to pull off. Already having one cross switcher in hand. So
all right, we're spinning the Pokestop. Oh my goodness.
Well,
what a draw.
And we will be able to get a more Pico, and then I'm assuming we're going to grab the Radiant Greninja here, try 2 concealed cards, draw 2.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start. You got the Sada in hand as well. You have the rope. Get one of those Ralts in the active because you don't really care about the Greninja. You care about those Ralts.
For sure. And we do see the escape rope being played here already. I'm just assuming we're going to put up the one without the energy, of course. If we were able to pull off another cross switcher, though, I feel like that would be extra mean to pull up that last one. So it does look like we're thinking about playing the Sada already. Let's see what we draw off 3.
And we see, that is a rough one.
Dark Patch would be fantastic if we had any other energy in the discard pile. That's always so fascinating when you do spin that Pokestop to decide, or to realize I kind of do want an energy here in the discard.
Ooh, and we see the immediate trekking shoe without thinning with the VIP pass first. Maybe it was planning to get rid of the Ultra Ball. It looks like we're whiffing the turn 1 attack here. Unless there's something that I'm missing from this hand.
I don't think so. It does look like we are going to bench the other Morpeko with that Battle VIP pass. We have it in hand. We might as well use it, and then we'll see the pass.
And if you're Luke, you have to be feeling so good. You keep a Ralts on the bench. Hopefully we get off that Mirage Step, though. That really comes down to, if you get the Mirage Step, you're feeling good. If you whiff the Mirage Step because you're hoping for a knockout, then things might get a little awkward here.
Yeah, that is always really tough to have when you're like, okay, I have this one energy. Here's hoping. I actually wanted you to knock this out. What do I do now? So do see the Fog Crystal come down, so we will have the energy here for sure. The question is, do we have an out to that Mirage Step Kirlia in hand?
And I want to say, as someone who's both an experienced Guardy player and help people test Guardy, don't spin the Pokestop. Unless Luke's hand is absolutely dead. On PTCG Live, I have seen it happen way more than it should from Guardy players. I've done it once because it was kind of like, well, if I hit Rare Candy, I don't lose. And if I don't hit Rare Candy, I just pass, I lose. And it just does not. Pokestop is not a friend for the Gardevoir deck. So it's pretty unlikely to come here. And we're going to see the Ultra Ball likely for that Mirage Step anyway.
For sure. Yeah, no, it's so tempting. Don't do it, guys. And we do see that Mirage Step Kirlia. Always nervous to see it prized, so I'm glad it wasn't. And we will see the attachment there. And Mirage Step is going to grab us some Kirlia. Only 2 of them. So either the last card in hand is another one, or it is prized. So.
Yeah, and that does happen, unfortunately, but when you're this far ahead with a Guardy or a Ralts with an energy, you still have your Greninja. If that last card has to be an Iono again, it just feels like one of those Guardy things, right? 1 card hand, all right, you got an Iono in there. So, Luke's in a fine spot.
Yeah, and this is looking much better. We do have 2 energy in the discard pile, so able to use Sada's for the full benefit here. Tricking Shoes, yeah, we definitely want that capsule. Make it harder to knock us out here. Yeah, this hand is looking pretty good. I would definitely like to see us. I don't know why we would think about switch carding, but I would like to see us get rid of those Battle VIP passes for sure. Something that we know we're going to get Iono'd, so get rid of them. Get rid of them.
Yeah,
does not look like we're going to though.
You just should assume you have this big of a hand that you're not going to keep that hand.
Yeah, we do not want to draw into those later in the game, but we will see Calamity Storm there take the first prize of this game.
And it goes back to that none of these Kirlias are weak to dark. Otherwise, that Morpeko would have been a great KO there. But, Mirage Step is a bit of a tank with 80 HP and the Morpeko only doing 70 damage.
Yeah, and we do have a somewhat meta-relevant deck that is Metal type, but obviously not one that we are playing right now. So we do see the Ralts here promoted. Concealed cards starting us off here. We're going to see a bunch of discard draw with those Refinement Kirlias.
All right, it looks like that last card was not an Iono, but Luke's just got rid of 2 Psychic Energies. I think they're in a perfectly reasonable spot right now.
We do see another Ralts get benched and an Iono.
There it is.
1 card being shuffled so well to the bottom of the deck.
Ooh, pretty solid draw here. Obviously no supporter, but we've got the Dark Patch. We've got Vessel to grab some more energies, which will keep our concealed card engine going. We got the next booster capsule as well to give us that plus 60 HP. I'm pretty happy with that Iono if I'm Vulcan Turtle right now.
For sure. And not only that, we've been talking a lot about Morpeko being such a great attacker here in this matchup, but having both active or on the board here, we would be able to Dark Patch and attach to one of them and still have the other be able to free retreat no problem. We do see Screamtail getting grabbed here with that level ball. Obviously saw that be so instrumental last game, so it makes sense to grab it here. And we do see the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, much more likely to see a snipe for 160 here as opposed to 360 damage. But that still hits that squawk ability, which we did not collapse away, unlike game 1 for Vulcan Turtle. So Luke's probably very happy not to see that collapse stadium coming down.
For sure. And if we do snipe this Squawkabilly here, it is, important to mention that things like Counter Catcher Reversal will not be active unless we are able to gust up that Guardy EX and take 2 prizes.
And that could be pretty massive because if we look at Luke's list, it's got the usual 2 reversal energies, but it also only has 2 gusting cards, the Counter Catcher and the Boss. So suddenly with this snipe, Luke cannot gust except with the one of Boss's orders, and I guess there is a PAL pad to get it back eventually. So this does shut off a lot of Luke's decks. I'm not saying Luke shouldn't go ahead. That very much correct here to, get ahead on the prizes, but you suddenly have so much less to worry about if you're Vulcan Turtle.
Oh, for sure. All right, that Trekking Shoes could be a nice top deck here. Let's thin the deck out with that Earthen Vessel. Able to grab those last 2 energies from the deck here. Such a great card, especially with decks that do want things in the discard pile like energies. However, I don't think we really wanted to see another one come back into hand.
No, at this point, you don't really love seeing that card anymore.
All right, 2 Dark Patch here are really nice, though. We'd be able to maybe slap one down on the Morpeko and a backup one onto the other Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, unfortunately, no switching card. Would have been a great turn to hit with that Morpeko, but instead, okay.
Okay.
Wait, how are we attacking?
Wait.
Well,
wait.
Oh no.
How?
Are we going to spin we can't retreat again, Vulcan Turtle. Oh no.
Switch card. We're chilling.
Never
okay.
punished. Oh
not
my
punished
goodness.
for that. That was very, very scary. But not punished for that. We do see that Screamtail is weak to dark, though, since we've been kind of keeping track of what in Guardy is weak to metal, weak to dark. So we do see that. Oh man, Energizer Wheel. Take the KO. Something that I think was relevant last game is both of the energy have to go to the same Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken. So putting both of those onto the Roaring Moon that just retreated with 2. So we are, fully charged back up with both of them.
Oh yeah, you're in a pretty good spot. Again, you have the single prizer in the active. You have these 290 HP Pokemon on the bench. You just got rid of the Screamtail, which can only KO you with the Luxurious Cape, and then it becomes a 2 prizer. So you're pretty safe on the bench unless Celios can draw into that one of Boss's orders, which sounds like a difficult task until you remember Gardevoir draws most of its deck every single turn, and we're going to be watching that happen.
Yeah, and we do, we see a 10 card hand here, 20 cards left in deck, so not as tiny or like the hand as large as last game quite yet. Do have, I think both Concealed cards and Refinement have been utilized so far. Yep, we do see the other Refinement Curlia coming down, so we will have one more chance to draw into it here.
And we do have Evolve into an Arcana as well as an option, or even Candy the active. Okay, the Cresselia Snipe as a backup plan isn't the worst play here.
It's not, and it's really nice to have that last Pokemon down that is a 1 prizer if we do decide to collapse away our Gardevoir EX as an option, depending on how the rest of this turn goes.
Yeah, the optimal turn here for Luke would be that Boss's orders, fully charged up Arcana, plus get rid of the EX. But, that's maybe not possible. We'll see about that one. But yes, you're correct. That collapse would be so big here if possible, or next turn.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. I'm just waiting. Okay, there's the Iono here.
And of course, Counter Catcher is not live, so we will not see a gust. We're going to see either a Cresselia Snipe or a KO on the active. Of course, the Cresselia Snipe would probably be on the Morpeko on the bench. So it's not a whole lot different than it currently would be.
Yeah, just, taking one prize, and that would be nice here. I mean, nothing too crazy. Do see one of those psychic energy getting attached with Shining Arcana to itself. Get rid of that Manaphy. We don't need that Manaphy.
And just get more and more cards. Guardy, you draw into those tech pieces and you're like, well, I don't need this right now. Just get rid of it. Get 2 new ones. Oh, you love that feeling.
Man, and a pause here. I'm like, what are we going to do? What's next?
That's such an awkward spot. You don't want to KO a Morpeko with one of your Gardevoirs. But on the flip side, you don't want to spread your energy for a Moonglow Reverse if you can avoid it. So we'll see. I think the Moonglow Reverse feels like a pretty okay play here, but I'm going to trust Luke is going to come up with something, based off what's in the hand and what resources are still available in deck versus the prize cards as an optimal play here.
For sure. It will be, in one way or another, it will be nice to have the energy spread around from this Psychic Embrace and the Moonglow Reverse because of the Morpeko being such a decent attacker. Like, getting rid of these damage counters and having extra energy on our attackers might actually be a great play. So we will see that Moonglow Reverse here, and a manual attachment to the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Man, that thing is looking beefy with the reversal and not being active, however, and those 3 psychic on there already.
I think what you just said is a sign of what Luke is going to do here. And I think we're going to see a snipe of 60 onto one of these Roaring Moons in order to get your reversal activated for the next turn. And I absolutely love this. If we are going to see that play, instead of going on to the odd prizes, just say, hey, I'm going to start softening these things up. You make a move now. And,
right.
That's a pretty good. You get your reversals, you get your counter catchers. You're in a pretty okay spot. And there it is.
There we go. We do see that Moonglow Reverse going on to one of the 2 Roaring Moon EXs. Makes it easier to KO. And yeah, we are going to see if Vulcan does knock out something. Our reversals are active. Our counter catcher is active. We do see the boss's orders here on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. I think that was probably the correct thing to gust up, even though I'm sure that EX does look very tempting.
I big time agree. If you KO the EX, you do get 2 prizes, but then this Gardevoir KOs you without Celio's putting down another EX, and you're in a pretty okay spot. Then you're like, okay, you took out my EX, but I don't need it anymore because I got this Gardevoir.
For sure. We do see the manual attachment here onto the Morpeko on the bench. I love him as a little attacker. Thinking about, we do have to discard the stadium to be able to use Calamity Storm. Yep, because we are tweaked. So we will see that and go down to 3 prizes here, activating all of those comeback cards for Luke.
I do also wonder why Vulcan Turtle decided to attack with the damaged Roaring Moon instead of the fresh one. I don't know if there's something that they know or they're seeing currently that I'm not seeing.
The only thing I can think of is the fact that we do play switch cards. So having that active, if somehow there was a whiff, it's possible. But that would be my only thought process in terms of why that one would be the one to be promoted. We do see the Artisan come down and get utilized for Luke, get that Screamtail. And I just love this little guy. There's just so many little guys in the new set. Screamtail and Morpeko. I don't know. I just love them so much.
So Screamtail with the luxurious cape can take a KO on either of those 2 Roaring Moons. That would make it a 2-prizer, but at this point, if you go 2-2 as Luke, you're in a totally fine spot. So we could see that luxurious cape snipe come down. We could see some other KO of the active and just say, hey, I've got this Screamtail ready to go for the future. A lot of options here for Gardevoir.
For sure. And we do see that Iono bring us down to 3 cards, and 3 cards that aren't, very helpful, honestly. I believe, did we get an energy shuffled back into the deck so would be able to grab that with Earthland Vessel? But honestly, I'm not even too certain about that.
Yeah, I'm now thinking, and this is one of those big differences between casting and playing. If I'm playing, I am looking at and memorizing my hand that goes to the bottom for an Iono. As a caster, I gotta admit, I'm not fully paying attention to what cards went down there.
We're totally fine. We're doing our best here. No worries at all. So hopefully that might be a possibility of being able to go grab that to conceal cards, but otherwise this hand is not looking the best. So we will see Psychic Embrace going onto the Screamtail with that luxurious cape. Oh my goodness. It's like not only a little guy, he's a fancy little guy with his cape.
I mean, just look at that Screamtail. How is that thing not a fancy little? Bring it to a dinner party. You know, you're having a good time.
Oh my goodness. All right. So we do see, wow, there's a lot going on here.
We're going to see a snipe for 2 times 160, which is 320 damage, likely onto that bench. And I don't know how Vulcan Turtle comes back from this situation.
You know, I don't honestly, I don't know either. Yeah, we will see if we do see the knock into the active, get 2 prizes, but how do we get that last one before we have the other one go down? And our active Roaring Moon is softened up, so would need to, you know, living on a prayer for a lot of things, but oh man.
Artisan to check our deck.
I was like, what's in here? What's in here? Oh, there's not a switch card in there. Oh no.
No, we unfortunately had to use the switch card on one of switch card. I want to point out there's only one in the deck. Yeah, we had to use it on that one turn where we retreated into the Morpeko and then tried to double retreat and then had to Pokestop.
You're so right. Oh no. Oh man, I don't know if there's anything we can really do. Unfortunately, we can play this collapsed, but we'll just see. Yeah, just see something that doesn't even really matter get started here on the Guardy side.
Yeah, and it should be, unless Lucas somehow ran out of attackers, which running 3 Shining Arcana Gardevoirs seems pretty unlikely, then I should just have this game pretty locked up.
All right, do see the Mirage Sacrilia get promoted. I am assuming we have a way to get that Shining Arcana back, or we'll dig for a way to get that Shining Arcana back. We do see the concealed cards and the refinement here.
And there we go, the Turo going down. No longer necessary, but a card I'm just going to point out because I love it in Gardevoir. I think it's such a good card.
And then we see that Shining Arcana is going to get fully charged up here with Psychic Embrace and assumingly take the last 2 prizes of this game.
Yep. Yeah, and we're going to see this thing get loaded up. We currently have 8 times 3 is 240 damage. We're going to go with another one. And then, do we got any from hand? We're going to do it. Go big. Reversal's active.
Oh, no. Just Brainwave for 270. A little bit of overkill, but that is A-okay. And we do see Luke Morsa piloting Gardevoir take the match over Vulcan Turtle with Roaring Moon EX.
And it's definitely one of those matchups where Roaring Moon is such a fast, consistent, and powerful deck. You play it and you're like, what possibly beats this? And Gardevoir is really the number one deck that comes to mind of like, it has a very good matchup into Roaring Moon, and we saw exactly why there. It's not like anything happened either way. You know, Luke just kind of played the Pokemon trading card game and was able to take 6 prizes because those single prizers are so incredibly powerful for Gardevoir.
For sure. Someone call up Jake Gearhart. Tell him Iron Hands has not killed Gardevoir yet. We will see a lot of things changing, but a lot of things still sustain. So, interestingly, I think that the Screamtail and the Cresselia together make a lot of sense. A lot of lists deciding to cut that Cresselia, but we saw Screamtail being super beneficial against Roaring Moon, but that Cresselia is amazing into other matchups, like I'm thinking Charizard EX and thinking about Lost Box, being able to, you know, hide behind something that's not cramorantable, if that's a word that works, and being able to take out things like Comfins. So no, I really like this list overall for, I mean, a lot of the reasons that you've already said, Kevin, but.
Yeah, and we also saw in that matchup, the Cresselia, in addition to everything you've already said, is why it's so good, right? it can soften things up. Guardy is a deck where you really have to sit there and think, do I want to go ahead on prizes? And the answer is usually no. So in the Lasso and Giratina matchup, one of the things you would often do is snipe for like 60 on a Giratina. So it was just so easy for you to KO that V-Star once it came up. And then we saw Luke do that exact same move into the Roaring Moon of like, KOing your active does not help me. I get ahead on prizes, I lose counter catcher, I lose reversal energy, I'm going to go 2-2-2. And so that Cresselia is just another option of like, I'm going to just kind of poke you a little bit. I'm going to get another energy on the field, right? I'm going to soften this thing up so it's even easier to KO. So Cresselia just has so much power in addition to the, after they Cramorant you, you snipe a Comfey and Iono in the same turn, and then their Cramorant's in the active and Lasso just loses from there, right? That is one of the options. But you also get the like, hey, I'm just going to poke some stuff. I'm going to make sure I always have reversal and counter catcher active, and then I get to play my game.
For sure. No, we will just have to see, I know we were talking earlier about how these kinds of online tournaments might shift results for LAIC, but, big name players like Luke Morsa, Celio's Network, sticking with it, it really proves to me that, it is still a very powerful deck and still will continue to be powerful. So.
Oh, for sure. It's one of those ones where, and I was talking with some people who are going to LAIC, and one of the things we agreed on is Guardy's not going to see a ton of play, but the people who have played Guardy are probably going to realize they don't have to switch and they're going to continue to be successful. And whether that's some of those top players like a Tord type person, or whether that's someone who's been playing Guardy and consistently getting these top 32s, you don't have to change. It's perfectly fine.
Not only do you not have to change, you have some really, really good new cards to mess with, So not only do we see some counters being introduced with the new Paradox Rift set, but some really great additions to our list for Gardevoir. So I don't know,
for sure.
Really exciting time.
Right? And then as I look at the rest of Luke's list, since it is pulled up on the screen still, I like these supporters. How much time's left? Bro, that game was too fast.
What are we going to talk about for 14 minutes? Come up with something. We can do it. I don't know.
I believe in us. Pull up the standings.
Ooh, good idea. Okay, perfect.
Ooh, yo, pull up Lucas's list. Lucas Oldale.
Zardy.
Yeah, I gotta say, so this has been one of the decks that I've been playing a few things, and I've kind of switched over to this Evolution Zard type list, the 2 rare candies, the multiple Charmeleons. I'm a big fan of this deck. I think this thing it kind of feels like Gardevoir, except it's not quite as slow. Anyone who listened to my podcast episode after Sacramento, Gardevoir's too slow for me. I can't do it. But this kind of feels that same way of I'm going to very slowly play the game. I'm not going to evolve into my 2 prizers till I need them. I'm going to sit here and do some stuff, and I'm going to keep these counter catchers and Defiance bands active. And because Charizard powers itself up, it's such a powerful attacker. You can run these cute little techs, like you can actually run Jirachi. You can run the Toad Scroll. You can throw the Toad Scroll EX in there as well for the Roaring Moon and the Lost Box matchup. Obviously, you have the Jirachi too, but you have these other choices that you have. So I like the ability to tech out a Charizard deck, and I like the slow consistency of this thing. So definitely going to be rooting for Lucas through here just because I really like this deck.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, looking at this list, I haven't played enough Charizard, so this looks significantly different than ones I have tested against. Seeing me lose against this on stream at Sacramento, but this is completely different. I'm loving the Delphox V. That is such an interesting tech to be able to snipe. I know, I believe Azul played it at, was it Toronto? I don't even remember, but was it Charizard?
Did he play Delphox? He played Charizard, yeah, for sure Charizard.
I thought he played a Delphox, so something that I absolutely love seeing. But man, I just gotta say the Toad Scroll ability name, Slime Mold Colony, which is just so strange. I love the new ability names and attack names, but that evolution TM being able to set up our board even faster. Not seeing something like the Celebrations Mew, but I don't even know how you would fit it into a list like this. So whatever you've got active, whether that be Charmander or Bidoof or Jirachi or Manaphy, just slapping that TM on it and being able to evolve your Charmanders into Charmeleons and your Bidoofs into Barrels are really, really nice options. So
it is wild. Now that you mention it, the no Mysterious Tail Mew, and it's how do you fit it in here? There's almost 2 full rows of Pokemon in this list. And if you think back to the tag team days, people were like incredibly proud of like, my deck is only 2 rows. And this one is just the Pokemon is 2 full rows, let alone trainers. And I guess there's not that many energy in these lists. But yeah, this is
21 Pokemon. 21. That is like the only
almost
time you see a number like that is like arc piles. You know? Like there's no way.
This is, and it's clearly working. Lucas is currently 3-0. Now, Lucas is a very good player, right? They're a junior international champion for OCIC. They just won Toronto regionals and seniors. So definitely someone who is very good at the Pokemon trading card game. But it is very interesting to just see the just massive amount of Pokemon that we have in here and so many seemingly random one-ofs. Now, of course, there is a point for all of these Charmanders. You play the 1-of 60 HP Charmander because it can easily KO a Shining Arcana Gardevoir. You play the Ember one as well because it's 70 HP with a good attack. And then you play 2 of those 151s because they got the Discard Stadium and the 70 HP. But it's just like, you have 3 different Charmanders in this list for whenever you need it.
Can I hijack again real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm done. Chat, can someone remind me the Screamtail math? How do you get to 360?
It's the Luxurious Cape.
Luxurious Cape, and it's what, like 14 damage on it? 15?
Whatever, half 16. So yeah, 8 energy, 16.
Okay, we have a judge call. Someone's asking about it because they hit for 360. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, you can go up to 380 if I remember correctly. Right? Because you have 190 HP, 18 damage counters. 18 times 2 is... Wait,
360.
That's 360. Never mind. 360 is the maximum. But yes, you can.
360 is max. I was like thinking really hard for a second. I was like, that doesn't math, Mellow. Sorry. I was like, I thought I was wrong though, because I struggle with numbers sometimes. Like Guardy math, I give you guys a lot of props for playing Guardy. I just had to straight up memorize it and be like, how many energy do I need? Okay. But
I did not memorize any of it. I lay my damage out there, so I know 3 is 150, and then when I add them, I just start counting 180, 210, etc. Right, all the way down, instead of actually knowing how much damage I'm going to do. I'm so bad at memorizing those numbers.
No, you're fine. If I don't memorize them, I struggle with like in the moment math. But you know, we just looked at Lucas's list. I'm noticing number 1 in standings right now is another Charizard list. So it looks like Charizard and Guardy are kind of showing up very well so far, and especially up in the top 3 O's. So,
oh yeah. All right, looks like James Sims, Professor Poke in chat, has a very similar list. We do not have it pulled up, but it is number 1, like you said, and it's got the 2 TM evolutions. It's got the Vengeful Punch. Now we're talking, but it's got the 2 Professor Turos, just like Lucas did, which, I mean, I'm a fan. For anyone who didn't play back in the day, which includes me, I guess, technically, but AZ was a card that was in most lists, and just that ability to pick up any Pokemon was so incredibly powerful. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on Professor Turo, just like, I'm going to pick up my Lumineon. I'm going to pick up this damaged Charizard, right? Like, oh, you're going to trap my B-Barrel for a turn? No, this is also a switching card. Like, there are so many choices that you have with that. And I'm just such a fan of it. And I think the 2 in the list is potentially too much, but also maybe it's the exact right amount. And maybe that's the way we should be playing the deck.
For sure. And speaking of switch outs, something we've been seeing in Charizard decks pop up is that Jet Energy. So James is opting to play 2 Jet Energy. It's not really helping you attack because, you know, that Charizard EX is only able to utilize fire energy. It would maybe help you if you already had fire energies onto a Radiant Charizard for Combustion Blast, but definitely something really good into a deck we haven't talked about it like so far with that control block Snorlax that has been floating around quite a bit. And I do see we do have one at 3-0 as well.
I do want to point out the Jet Energy and Charizard. So Professor's not playing my absolute favorite combo with it, but If you have Arven plus Jet Energy in hand, you go Arven for VIP, grab the Mysterious Tail Mew, Jet into it. You have the TM Evo on a Pokemon you don't care about, and you get to Mysterious Tail for the turn. So the Jet Energies work really well with that TM evolution of just getting something you don't mind getting knocked out into the active. In addition, like you said, the block Snorlax is another, you just need pivots and you need ways out of the active for that too.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Where are the block Snorlaxes? Haha.
Yeah, there's one at 3-0 right now. First name Mike. I don't want to mispronounce last name. Pretty standard list is opting to play the Crabdominable V, which some lists do, some lists don't. I think that it kind of gives you an edge, especially if we're talking about maybe the mirror with that trigger avalanche. Otherwise, what do you even do? It's a literal infinite loop.
Yeah, I absolutely love this thing is teched out for the mirror, which it is 5% of the Metate, or almost like 4.8, right? Teching for the mirror was probably correct. In addition to, it's good into other stuff. It forces a faster win condition where your opponent's just going to draw a pass and you're like, all right, well, here's a Crabominable. I'm going to mill 2. And into some decks, that's fine. You throw that Crabominable out there, you put a cape on it, or you can't put a cape on it, you put a Bravery Charm on it. You're like, well, you can't even KO me. I'm going to mill 2 and then I'm going to penny it back into a Snorlax, right? And then we're good to go. Counter catch up, whatever I want to block. So it just adds a bunch of extra pressure. But in addition, we play one of Lure Module in the deck. And Lure Module, each player reveals the top 3 cards of the deck, puts all the Pokemon they find there into their hand. So if you have someone who is not decking out because they play their own Pidgeot V, you can Lure Module and force them to draw their Pidgeot V and deck them out that way, which is
so
absolutely
mean.
Ridiculous.
That's, oh my goodness. So this is where, I think it's fascinating how the meta is shifting and evolving. So, Black Snorlax, because it's becoming more popular, is basically having to tech for other control Black Snorlaxes, which is hilarious. I love that so much. I think that Lure Module also in combination with Erica's invitation, being able to see your opponent's hand, put a basic Pokemon you find there on their bench, and then switch it with their active. That is so mean, a way to kind of guarantee you say, all right, that's a Lumineon on the top, that's in your hand now, and it's in your active now. Give me that thing. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah, Erica's is such an interesting card. It's one that no one really thought was going to see play outside of a stall deck or potentially, a more active control deck that we're not seeing right now. But it's one of those cards that if you're like me, Emmi, you've thought about it before in some of those decks that have extra space, like a Charizard or a Mew, or, you're just like, I've got an extra tech slot. What if this is actually the thing I'm supposed to be playing in here?
I mean, there's a lot of really interesting cards that have come out in the last few sets. Erica's invitation being one of them, Grabber being another. I think that Erica's being an option is really nice, right? It's not really an option, right? It's the same as Grabber. If you find a Pokemon there, you have to do it, right? Yes. So that's really tough. It can put you in a tough situation where in a deck like Mew VMAX, you're like, oh, that's a Drapion. Oh no, I don't want that in your active. I mean, I don't think that would happen very likely, but it is something definitely to consider. So we will have to see.
And it looks like the Lugias are also doing pretty well in the tournament so far with a 66.66, etc. repeating win percentage, despite only being 10 Lugias, one of the least played decks. Do you think people are going to finally realize that Lugia is still good? Is this something that no one's going to play it online because it's Lugia and no one likes to play Lugia? And then LAIC comes around, you're like, well, I'd like to win $20,000 or whatever first place is, so I'll play Lugia. What do you think is going to happen with Lugia?
I mean, it's really tough. I think there was a meme going around on Twitter where people are saying Lugia is a bad deck, Lugia is a good deck. I don't know. We saw there's a lot of coin flips that go on that could completely ruin the game. I don't know. It's tough. There's not as many direct counters, I feel like, to Lugia going on right now with so many different things. And then with a lot of Iono in the format, having those gift energies, being able to kind of Iono proof yourself is really nice as well. I don't know. It's really tough. I've never played Lugia at a major. I have avoided being a Lugia bot so far, but you cannot ignore the results of it. It is doing extremely well today and will probably continue to do extremely well. I think the best example is how we saw it being so highly played at Worlds, right? Like people basically paying homage to the fact that it probably got them their Worlds invite in Silver Tempest format, right? And just continuing on with it. So,
oh yeah, that is definitely my theory for why day one of Worlds was so much Lugia. All the people who got Worlds invites were just Lugia bots. And then, like you said, they just were like, well, this is what I got my invite with, so I'm going to keep playing the Lugia. And then, you know, if it got everyone their invite, if it got what, like 20% of the people their Worlds invite, it's a pretty good deck, isn't it?
yeah, it's got to be, right? There's like nothing, no other option. Something I do want to shout out, someone who is always in our tournaments day camp at 2-1 with Lugia right now, also did very well in the late night not that long ago. And then also shout out my local Ira Perlman, who is 2-1 right now with it as well. So hopefully that's okay that I get to do that. I didn't ask for permission. I'm just going to ask Doom for forgiveness.
Doom, can you please pull up the 2-1 other deck, Alice?
Yes, I can. Sorry.
This
people.
is
I'm all over
just
the place.
beautiful.
Sorry.
You're good.
I want to see this deck too. Everyone can hear me. So I can say this.
Oh, this is the Mew EX deck.
It's our weird turbo roaring moon, I'm going to assume is what's going on here. So we got the 4 Mew EX, right? Which we can A, attack with because we have energy switch, and B, just drop to 3. We have 3 peonies, which for anyone who doesn't know what this card is, you probably shouldn't. But you discard your hand and then add 2 trainer cards into your hand. So you discard your whole hand and then just go find 2 trainer cards, which I'm not super sure what we're doing with that outside of, I don't know, maybe you're going to grab Dark Patch and then you just Mew your whole hand back up to 3 and you kind of keep going there. This thing being 2-1 makes me so happy. This deck is ridiculous to look at.
I mean, it's really interesting too to see this kind of a deck for Mew EX. So restart being, a great way to fill that hand back up when we do utilize something like Peony to empty out our hand. And with Energy Switch and Dark Patch, we would be able to attack with Mew EX right away, pretty much, if we are able to get those energies onto the benched Pokemon and then switch them into Mew EX. Also with those 2 Galarian Moltres Vs, being able to get those out of the discard pile as well. It's a very, very intriguing kind of list. I believe I thought we saw Azul play against it on stream yesterday, and his reaction was very comedic of what the heck am I playing against? So we do see the one-off Eviltal in there as well. A decent single prize attacker. We already play 4 Pokemon that have free retreat, so I think it kind of makes sense to have something that might hit a little harder than the Morpeko and isn't forced to move energy around.
Yeah, I really wonder, is this thing better than all the other dark types? You don't play any single strike energy, and like it is a decent attack, right? Like 110 for 3, and then you hit weakness on something, I guess. I was trying to think, but you don't KO a Guardy with it. So I don't know. It definitely does something, right? But like, is that the best thing? What does Brute Bonded actually do? Do you know? I don't know.
I mean, Poison's both active, right? But
can you guys just join me up in casting real quick?
Yeah.
As we are chat, so you guys know, we are currently waiting on a judge call. So we are just finishing up the judge call, and then we will begin into the next round.
We lost Emmi.
Yeah, well, Emmi, we're expecting primetime as well. So he is here. So yeah, where he is at. Juancho, if you're in stream, come join us in the casting. I'll message him. I have stuff. Why don't I do that?
That works. Bro, I love this deck.
I know.
I want them to do so well.
I hope they do as well.
I love a good jank. Are any of the others doing well? Probably not. Oh, wait, there's one at 201. Excuse me? Oh, it's just control. Never mind. That's not fun.
Okay. All right. Update. He's booting up. He's coming.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
We're still dealing with this judge call.
The sniping roaring moon, or roaring, what's it called?
Oh, the screen tail sniping roaring moon. You're talking about this
Relor. What?
Relor is isn't that like getting a Pokemon from your discard pile, putting it onto your bench?
Has the attack? I'm looking at the other lists.
Other lists. Okay.
This Chine Pao plays. Wait, this can't be correct.
Which player?
I disagree. That Ninja 56.
That Ninja 56.
This has to be an import error. They play zero Excalibur and 2 Relors. This is not correct.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure there is.
This is actually a confirmed bug. I'll tell everyone here.
Okay.
For some reason, sometimes live will export Excalibur as Relor. It's hilarious, and it comes up at least once a week. And I have to go in and say, no, it's fine. The person meant to play Excalibur. Like, you can look at the deck and go, why aren't you playing Excalibur? Why Relor? That doesn't make sense. I can replicate it. I know it's a bug. So
that's so silly. Like, I understand some bugs. I don't get this bug at all.
And there's also one where it will export it's the wrong Gardevoirs all entirely. Like, it'll export 6 refinement Gardevoirs. 6. I'm like,
hello.
You can't even do that right. Oh, what's up, Mr. Prime
Time?
Hey, sorry about being a little late. I have my schedule alarm for 1 hour before 4 a.m. Are we running early? Any chance?
A little bit.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, the Snorlaxes are finishing their rounds faster than we thought.
Yeah, we do.
The Snorlax mirror match ID'd, so it's okay.
We have
hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So, do we need camera?
If you want to, if not, we can always go without because we can just jump right into the next round. Like, if you...
I got all dressed up for this.
Awesome.
You got your Magikarp?
All right.
Yeah, because I'm partnered up with Mello.
I just realized I can't even see that I'm wearing the tabletop shirt. Heck,
Like,
it changed for no reason.
Let's make sure it's working. Why aren't you? Oh, because I didn't pop it out. Ah, there you go.
All right, since prime time is here, I will sign off for now, but good luck with the next round and let me know if you guys need anything.
And I will be going on mute, but you guys will be always able to hear me because I'm that kind of person.
For sure.
Cool.
Awesome. Juancho, introduce yourselves to the people who don't know you yet.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Primetime Wizard TV, or Juancho Saldana, and I'm very excited to be here at the Tournament of Doom. No, excuse me, the Regional of Doom. And how are you doing?
Gotta be correct.
My bad. Wait, are we live already?
Yeah. Chat room, can you please press 1 if you are enjoying that sultry voice that Juancho brought? Please press 1 if you are just in love with it right now.
Do you gentlemen have a preferred matchup for next one? We just got it. Round 4 is now up. We're ready.
I don't care about. Yeah, anything is fine with me. Look at all those ones.
Do you want?
I ran from my bedroom to see this. So I haven't seen any matches yet.
We just did Gardy versus Roaring Moon.
Vulcan Turtle versus Celios.
Ooh, that sounds like a very interesting.
Oh my gosh!
It was
the top tables is literally just Zard, Gardy, Moon, Gardy. If you can get a Zard, that'd be sick.
Let's see if Lucas can.
Sims is not. What about
James?
or do we already do him?
James is a little sometimes blurry, but if you're fine with that, we can do that.
It's fine with me.
That sounds good.
All right, let's do
Oh, they hit
James.
Lost Box. Yeah. Oh, bro, hit All Up Blitzel. Yeah, let's do that.
Which one?
They hit All Up Blitzel with Lost Box. That seems fun.
All right, so James, we're going to.
Yeah.
All right, just join. Let me make sure I get the switch.
Wait, this list is sick. Wancho, pull up All Out Blitzel's list.
All right, we'll go to that game.
What table is that?
Transition.
I don't know. I just.
It's
I
just
see it.
All right.
Okay.
Join me in table James Sims Memorial table, and we'll have the game there.
Cool.
All right, Wancho. Wancho's not even here. I will then.
He will be
We
here in a
are
second.
watching Charizard versus Lost Box. So we already talked about James Sims's list, which is the 19 Pokemon. Charizard, Arven, Techno Machine Evolution. There's only one rare candy in this list. So James Sims playing a very now traditional. This is becoming the popular way to play Charizard after we saw our Elite Four tournament in Japan. But then All Out Blitzel's playing a Lost Box deck that can only be described as standard legal. Juancho, can you please walk us through a little bit about this Lost
I'm
Box?
looking at the list right now, and that is a perfect description of it. Looking at cards I've never seen in my life before. Lycanroc V, Lycanroc VMAX, Terrakion. You're putting me on the spot here. I'm pulling up the cards trying to see what they do. Terrakion with the Cavern Tackle attack. Oh, this is the one that protects you from a turn after attacking. I don't even know what Lycanroc VMAX does. It knocks out one of your opponent's Pokemon in play that has less than 60 HP. That seems pretty useful in this current format where everyone's hitting themselves like Gardevoir or Roaring Moon. I wonder if that's what that's for, or if it uses Max Edge. But hey, I feel like that's the nature of Lost Box. You know, you have this absolutely amazing engine. You're using those Mirage Gates to power up whatever you want, and that's exactly what All Out Blitzel is doing. They're using whatever they want.
Yeah, so we have like quite a few things that we can kind of do with this list. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know all of them. So like you said, Lycanroc has that ability to snipe anything with less than 60 HP, which we have Sableye to set up, in addition to Roaring Moon doing that to itself, right? We have the Crabominable V, which can finish off anything that you kind of poke in there. The
It's
Cavern
also
Tackle.
just good against any stall type deck like Snorlax, maybe.
Oh, for sure, right?
A lot of things
first.
For sure. I think those are the spiciest things in the list right there. But other than that, it is a pretty standard Lost Box list. Like you mentioned, yeah, it's still using the Sableye. It still has the water energies to really make use of stuff like the Radiant Greninja and the Crabominable V, like you said.
Yeah, and then we have the supporter line for the Lost Box list. We do have a Roxanne, which, you know, we have the B barrel over on James's side, so we should be generally fine there. But as a Lost Box player, you can go with that counter catcher, Sableye, the B barrel, plus Roxanne in the same turn. So setting up a second one would be ideal for James, because I'm actually incorrect. There are 0 counter catchers in this Lost Box list. So we don't even have that, you know, quote unquote spicy new play that All Out Blitzel would be able to pull off here.
I mean, who needs a counter catcher when you can snipe things for 60 HP on the bench, right?
Yeah, and we could always pull off too the Halucha, the Jirachi into KOing the Jirachi with that first attack on the Lycanroc as well, right?
That is true. But yes, right now, excuse me, I just got into the match. Looks like it is Zanblue's turn. We're doing a couple of flower selectings. How many cards do we have now into the Lost Zone? But yeah, again, I want to talk about that Jirachi real quick. You mentioned it earlier, one of the newer cards in the set. I think that's going to be a huge problem, especially when your deck really relies on something like Sableye to set up damage. But Cramorant doing its thing, Spit Innocently getting ahead here, taking the first prize of the game as we move back over to Blitzel. Oh, no,
For sure.
to
For
Sid.
James. Yeah. So James is only playing the one rare candy, which happens to be in hand. So James can pull off the play here where we are going to attack with a Charizard and start applying pressure if that's what they're going to go for. There's not a whole lot going on. We do also want to get that Manaphy down ideally on this turn because there are 3 water energies in All Out Blitzel's deck. So, it's a lot that James needs to pull off with, not a whole lot in the hand currently.
That's true, but Arvin, a pretty powerful supporter to be played. We might be taking things nice and slow here by grabbing that Nest Ball and the Technical Machine Evolution. Again, Nest Ball should be able to find that Manaphy we're talking about because that you want that combination. You want the 2 babies together. Jirachi plus the Manaphy. Then Technical Machine Evolution can go into the active. We can get into Charmeleons and the possibly Bibarel just because the hand is a little bit weaker right now. Or we could get swinging. We could just discard the Technical Machine Evolution, go into the Charizard. No, it's the Bibarel.
Yeah, so this is going to give us the ability to Ultra Ball away either a Rod and any of these other cards, or we're just going to get rid of the Rod. So we have the Ultra Ball in hand, we have the Candy in hand, so we're guaranteed, and this gives us an engine, because otherwise, if we're just going for the Charizard, right, we run out of deck. Like, we run out of everything. So I really like this play from James.
Exactly. Love the execution here, but drawing into the Charmeleon now, you're in a pickle. Do you keep this supporter, Iono, very powerful supporter in this matchup, or do you establish your board a little bit more, going for the Charmeleon plus the Ultra Ball into the rare candy Charizard, essentially using your entire hand here? Looks like it is going to be the Ultra Ball on the Iono, getting the Charizard EX, one of the most powerful cards in the game, one of the most powerful EXs in my opinion. Well, it depends of how many your opponent's prizes have left. Because right now, again, 330 HP Dark Pokemon. That's something Lost Box doesn't like seeing. And the power to accelerate energy onto itself and other Pokemon. Let's see where the energy goes here. Looks like it's going to be onto the Charizard plus the Charmander. That makes sense. And the evolution onto the Charmeleon. You give yourself a high five there for using the entire hand. Burning Darkness takes the knockout, tying things up.
Yep, and like you said, that card gets more powerful as the game goes on, but when you got a Cramorant in the active, you don't really care. You're just going to take a knockout at any point in the game on something so squishy, and there's really only, a couple of cards in All Out Blitzel's deck that aren't going to get KO'd by this Charizard on turn 1. One is that Lycanroc on the bench, and the other is going to be that Lycanroc VMAX that, I'm sure if we're going to be seeing it anytime soon, but it is currently a threat on the bench.
That is true. And if this Lycanroc doesn't get evolved right now, 200 HP is within range just because there is one prize taken on the Lost Box side. That means Charizard's doing 210. Unfortunately, Lycanroc V seems like one of the lower end HP V Pokemon where typically you're expecting 220 HP. Only has 200. That's within range here. If you can find the boss's orders, if there's a bib, there's a way. Right now, though, looking at Zanblow's turn, a couple of flower selectings being used. But what do you have access to? Escape Rope is pretty big here. That means you can go into something like a Cramorant. A big decision by James. In all honestly, I have no idea what to give. Maybe the Charmeleon. You can't lose either baby here. You can't lose Jirachi or Manaphy, in my opinion, unless you can get back into the... you can get back into the Rod, which you just used, but it's going to be the Manaphy here.
Yeah, so I actually like getting rid of the Manaphy here because at this point, you're only going to have one thing on the bench that Greninja can actually snipe. So you cannot give up the Jirachi. That's like, then you Sableye just picks you apart. You can't really put the B-Barrel in the active because if your opponent just passes turn, you're not in a good spot there, right? So you give up the Manaphy and you're like, all right, what are you going to do? Greninja my Jirachi? I don't really care at that point because you're not doing a whole lot otherwise. So giving up the Manaphy, it's served its purpose. It's protected the Charmander, which, we ended up protecting into 100 HP Charmeleon anyway, but who knew we were going to draw into that one, right? So I do like this play.
100%. Actually, a fair point. I just realized, yes, Charmeleon does have 100 HP, but hey, just because thanks to Chowlucha, it should be within a Greninja range later in the game. But right now, I want to talk about the Lycanroc VMAX in the active. Hunting Claw, thanks to the Howlucha, can take a knockout on the Jirachi. Ooh, James here losing a baby Pokemon, but not what he was expecting. I think Jirachi definitely a little bit more important than Manaphy. I want to check if they still have access to a second Ordinary Rod here. Drawing into the Iono is pretty big here, especially when your opponent has a hand of 8. Going for a big Bibarel here can establish another Charmander. Not sure if you really need to at this point. Typically 2 Charizard EXs are what you like to play with, but they do have access to something like Turo, which heals up brings a Pokemon back into the hand, essentially healing it all up, and then you can start playing it back down. So imagine putting so much damage onto a Charizard EX, 330 HP, and it just goes away. But
yeah, James has a lot of options in this current hand, right? Like you said, the Turo, but then we could also just go get a Charizard and say these 2 Charizards are going to take me through the rest of the game. We can attach to the active and retreat. We can Iono. So James is currently really debating it. What are we actually going to do with this current hand? And we're thinking about that Ultra Ball for that Charizard, right?
Yeah, they're thinking about it, but losing the Turo, it's such a good, great resource in this deck. Maybe they play something like Palpad here. No, they have a second.
We do have a second one, yeah.
So losing that one should be fine here. Second Charizard now in play, but I believe there was no more Ordinary Rod. That means how, what do you call this? The Sableye can start putting on the damage. I'm trying to go through their list. If they play something like the TM Devolution as well, that's one way to really take down these Charizards with 330 HP. But looks like they don't play it here. So it's just going to be... it's going to be an attack here. 240 damage onto the Lycanroc VMAX. Not quite the knockout. Back here to Zamblu.
I do like this play, but I really hope that James can find this Toro, because if you look at the board state right now, we have 4 prizes left. You have an easy KO on B-Barrel, easy KO on Manaphy, and then just going through one of these Charizards. So hopefully James can find the other Toro to pick up either of these 2 single prizers at any point and say, you have to go through 2 Charizards later in the game. I think that's going to be one of the ways that James can pull this one out.
That is true. I like that mindset there, where I think as a Charizard player, that's exactly the position you want to be in. You're forcing your opponent to do 660 damage to win the game, really. And as a Lost Box player, sometimes it's a little tough, especially when you're not playing stuff like Dragonite Dragonite V back. But let's see what All Out Blitzel can do here. Again, they have the Lycanroc in the active. We did see the Hunting Claw attack just used. I don't think they can do it again just because the Hawlucha has already been used. So ideally right now they want to get into a Sableye. Question is Lost Zone. Again, how many cards they have in the Lost Zone? Is it at 10 at this point? Can they get there? Lycanroc only has 1 retreat, which makes sense to me. It's a VMAX Pokemon that seems like a little bit of a fast type Pokemon there, but there's a Mirage Gate. I didn't quite see. I think that was 8 cards in the Lost Zone.
I believe so.
So with this Mirage Gate onto the Sableye, plus, so 2 Comphase should be able to do it here. And Lost Mine, but the question is...
that is a massive whiff with the boss in hand as well. And we can go down to 2 prize cards remaining if we go chase that Lycanroc, and we're going to go do that.
That's the downside of playing Spice sometimes. You have this very cool Pokemon, but you're giving up 3 prizes.
Yeah, it's super sick to get rid of the Jirachi, right? But then you're like, well, I'm trading 3 for 1.
It just goes to show how important that Jirachi is in the matchup where you're forcing Lost Box to play cards like Lycanroc VMAX. And yeah, just like that, all James has to do is attack twice with the Charizard. I don't think there's anything a Lost Box player can do. That there's no feasible way to do 660 damage. Maybe I believe they don't play any bosses or there's a boss stall on the Bibrel. That could be an option. I know Charizard struggles sometimes with getting stuff out of the active, especially the new one without that doesn't play the Pidgeot.
So yeah, I'm also just not seeing a line of play for All Out Blitzel, and they might be playing this Colress and then deciding from there, but this has to be one of those moments where you're like, well, I've got to save time. I've got to finish this best of 3. We're currently both 3-0, and maybe I'm going to have a better start in the next game. James did happen to get into the 1 of Rare Candy on turn 2. You're going to say, well, that's probably not going to happen again. Maybe I should just kind of go next and see what's going to happen here.
That's true. Although it is a 1 of, the only thing that really stopping that play is maybe prizing the Rare Candy. The fact that you are using the Arvin engine that's able to find any item you want in the deck, you're essentially playing multiple copies at that point.
True. And so we're going to see some Sableye pings, but yeah, we're just going to see knockout. And I cannot imagine how Lost Box is getting out of this.
Again, there's damage on board. That's great. Something they can do is the Cavern Tackle attack on the Terrakion. But again, James right now has the boss's orders to play around that as well. I think it's just I think as James, all you have to do is attach to that Bibarel just to play around that play I was talking about earlier.
Roxanne's in the Lost Zone, like there's not a whole lot.
That is true, and there it is, just the attachment. Arven is gonna find them they do play another Rod, but yeah, at this point you don't need that Jirachi. I think just like the Jirachi or the Manaphy, they've done their job just like you said. But yeah, I think here it's just as simple as attack. We are going to game 2. Thinking about All Out Blitzel's plays here. How do you think they should adjust going into game 2?
Yeah, I don't think the Lycanroc is the best play there. I think it's just a matter of like going for a cram boss play or something else instead, because you cannot shove a 3-prizer in the active against a deck like Charizard. Even if they don't take the KO on it, like they're in a fine spot. They're just going to 2-shot it. You're not really doing a whole lot to them in return. I don't think it is correct if James has a fast start. Now, if James goes TM Evolution, going into some Charmeleons, maybe you're in a little bit of a better spot there, right? But when you have that rare candy Charizard, you don't want to stare a Charizard in the face when you're going up that Jirachi.
That is true. I hate to agree with you, Mello, but as cool as Lycanroc is, I think you're right. You don't want to give up those easy 3 prizes essentially. I wouldn't say it's easy. You do have to hit it at least twice there. But yeah.
Another thing we could have seen on that last one would have been that escape rope into the Manaphy. And then if we had a way to Rod plus get the Cramorant back and just KO the Cramorant, because Lycanroc VMAX's second attack is 190 plus 30 snipe. And so that could potentially matter as well, right? Of like, okay, I'm going to Hunting Claw the first Jirachi, and I'm going to smack a Charizard for 190, which you can finish with Crabominable later, and then get 30 on like a B-Barrel, for example. And then you can finish that off with a Sableye later in the game. So maybe getting rid of that Manaphy would have been the better play over the Jirachi as well.
That is true. I like that. I wasn't even looking at the max edge. Yeah, doing 190, 30. That's pretty good. That's a way to take multiple prizes. Hey, that's also a way to 2-shot a Charizard, essentially. But right now, we're going into a game 2, and I believe James is going to go first here.
Very correct for All Out Blitzel to choose second in these matchups, because Charizard wants to go second. You want to Cramorant them ASAP before they set up. I love it.
Yeah, I know. What a format we're in, right? Where going second is actually pretty big. Going second for James means they get access to Arven using those. Arven finds you Battle VIP Pass, Technical Evolution. You can really get set up from there. But the Lost Box player just wants to do cram things. Right now, with Terrakion in the
look at this hand. That's how you go first. Like, are you going to be VPN Nest Ball? I'm good. Let me go first.
Not too bad for sure. It's almost like they did play a supporter here. They even have the technical machine already in hand. They have the Jet Energy as well if they want to get into the active. But right now, Radiant Charizard, not too bad. That's one of your bigger basic Pokemon you have in the deck. Well, bigger single prize Pokemon anyway. What else are they going to need to find here with the Nest Ball? Maybe, yeah, the Manaphy Sim's good, but looks like the Jirachi is prized.
And that could actually matter quite a bit. If for no other reason, then All Out Blitz is less likely to use that Lycanroc in this game. And then suddenly, you're in a much rougher spot, right? Like they can Sableye you, and you can't accelerate the game by taking a 3-prize, 2-shot.
That is true. And you know what? Something I do want to try. We got to see the Lycanroc VMAX. I do want to see this Terrakion come into play. I think doing 120 damage and protecting yourself for an entire turn late in the game, especially against something like Charizard, where, it's really, really hard to knock out. Buying yourself a turn, getting that free damage in, it could be big here as, All Out Blitzel opens up with a chorus, pretty much ideal supporter there, gets a Comfey as well. Count now should be 3 into the Lost Zone. The only question is, right, I don't see a Battle VIP Pass. We could still be digging for it. Again, Flower Selecting able to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. They get to choose one, send one to the Lost Zone, puts them up to 3 here. But again, magic numbers are 4, 7, and 10. We need to hit the 4. Want to put on the pressure, put on the early pressure for sure. There's the Nest Ball, could find them one more Comfey here. Nest Ball, not quite a Battle VIP Pass, but we will take it. Looks like they're going through their deck.
Something of note that happened off that chorus as well is we lost on one of our 3 escape ropes. And escape rope is far and away necessary for this turn to go well. Like you would like to KO anything on the bench and you don't really want to spit into this Charizard, right? So that could potentially be a big issue there if you have to spit into this Charizard or just pass without putting any damage on the field as well.
Yeah, but seeing the battle VIP pass gives me confidence. Not when it's just Lycanroc is what when you're grabbing just Lycanroc here. Ooh, okay.
Oh my. Not the explosive turn we were hoping for.
Exactly. I mean, Cramorant was not going to knock out the Charizard just because even if Cramorant's a water Pokemon, doesn't do any, it doesn't hit for weakness there. But doing the 110 on the Radiant Charizard, that's still damage on board. And you want that as a Lost Box player. Iono here being played, refreshing both players' hand. Luckily, we're both players still at 6. Let's see here. James does have access to the Charmeleon. They can Ultra Ball for the Bibarel right now to draw a little bit more. This TM evolution might be a little bit weaker here because they do have the Charmeleon and they're going to find the Bibarel here in theory.
Oh, I think for sure you go grab the Bibarel this turn. That way, A, you can't get Sableye next turn as easily on your Bidoof, right? And then B, you can just draw more cards, hope to draw into a Charmeleon, and then you could potentially TM evolution into, one of the Charizards, and then you can get the other one, use the ability off of it. Because, of course, the TM evolution should not, at least, activate the Charizard's ability.
That is true. And there we go. Just like that, a bunch of triple-digit HP Pokemon makes things a little bit tougher for sure. They'll be able to draw 3 here. And from there, it's just going to be a TM evolution. Do you ever TM evolution a Charmeleon into a Charizard? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's totally something you can do because now you're protecting it, right? And in addition to that, you can just evolve the other one and go attach plus put another energy on there from the other Charizard, and then you're in a totally okay spot. So protecting it from the Lost Mine just feels like, it's not a bad play at all.
Yep, exactly. But now that you have a second Charmander, TM Evolution's doing a little bit more work. Yeah, I was just thinking since, playing against Lost Box, you're not really in the pressure to go back and forth with Charizard. So you do have time to just really establish your board here as, again, TM Evolution on the Radiant Charizard, putting all the Charmeleons in play. And this is why we only play one rare candy, is that new tool card. As we move on back to Zamplo here. All out Blitzel. What can they do? Are they going back into the Lycanroc VMAX play to really target down the Manaphy as the Laminion is being played now? Can't find any supporter in the deck. Wonder what it could be. I have a feeling it's a certain scientist there. Chorus Experiment. They're going to get to, I believe, 6 cards now into the Lost Zone. That means with the Compe, that they should be at 7, unlocking Mirage Gate. The next question is, what attacker are we using? Because I have no idea. We could attack with the Laminion. That could be a thing here. Attack with the Laminion, get it out of harm's way, and take a knockout on Radiant Charizard. I mean, I think that's what I would do, especially when you don't have something like a Cram plus Escape Rope potentially.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a great turn to hit that awkward turn onto the active, or, I mean, that Sableye into one of those Charmeleons doesn't seem like the worst play in the world either. There is no other way to pick up that Luminion, and so you're kind of sitting there with these two prizers just kind of waiting to get picked off, which feels pretty darn bad.
That is true, and as if Luminion wasn't done searching with the Forest Seal Stone, gives it half a Starbirth there. Let's find any card in the deck. Could be looking for something like a Lost Vacuum, because right now I believe we're at 6 cards in the Lost Zone. After another Compe, we should be at 7, but yeah, there's just like vacuum. That, we should be at 8 now. Imagine double Vacuum, get rid of the Artizone as well, maybe to try and get to that big number. No, but that just unlocks the Mirage Gate here, and wherever these energies attached to, that's what we're attacking with.
That was a fail. All Up Blitzel was not ready for whatever. I don't know. It's not in their hand. That's what matters. Or it's not in their deck. Oh no.
That you hate if that happens. Did they Mirage Gate to a Compe? Did that Compe have a fighting energy earlier?
Oh no, they might have Mirage Gate to the Comfy and we just kind of missed it because of the quality, but then we have nothing else. I don't know. I would have loved to have seen another energy if we had that opportunity just to set up another pivot. Obviously, we have the one from hand, so maybe that was the actual correct play.
Yeah, I think they did Mirage Gate to the Compe plus the Sableye, and then they just attach another Psychic Energy to the Comfey there. And right now they're just going for a Lost Mine onto the Bibarel. And just like that, they're losing the draw option. That seems pretty good. Right now, Radiant Charizard stuck in the active Jet Energy. Very importantly, by the way, already on the Radiant Charizard. So this is going to be very, very tough to retreat. And
that was a rough draw also.
Yeah, so missing out on the Charizard EX means they don't get to power up the Radiant Charizard. Again, you have to remember, Radiant Charizard can attack when your opponent has lower, when they're down to low prize counts. But right now at 5, it's just going to be a pass in front of a Sableye.
And we're going to see the Sableye picking off a Charmeleon most likely on this next turn.
That is true. Yeah, Charmeleon, you want to get those Pokemon that can evolve. You can save the Manaphy for later. And it's just going to be a simple Lost Mine back to back here. But I believe after taking this prize, this Radiant Charizard can at least attack no matter what next turn.
Yeah, because we have the energy in hand, so we will be able to attack with our Calamitous Blast, which is, this is great. You're knocking out that Sableye for sure with 250 damage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we could even Leminion boss up something, take 2 if we wanted to. But right now, Sableye just spreading out the damage here, taking a knockout on that Manaphy. Looks like they really did want to take that out right now, and just a bunch of damage onto all the Charmeleons. Turo, would have been nice maybe if you had it in your opening hand the last turn. That's another way to get the Radiant Charizard out of the active. But right now,
All Out Blitzel has telegraphed their plays so much, right? Like, so James very correctly identifying they are going to go for the Greninja on the next turn, with 2 of them having 90 HP left, and then the other one has 60 HP left. So it's like, no matter what you do, I'm going to go for a multi-prize turn on this next turn with my Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, but just like that, Rod and the Artisan gets the Manaphy back just like that. And looks like they are going for it. Leminion being played. I see the boss's orders grabbed, and it's going to be... this Lycanroc just cannot take a break here. I cannot catch a break. Takes a knockout there, and just like that, even things up, I believe. 4 prizes to 4 prizes. And but hey, you know what? You still have your Sableye. You still are Lost Mining here.
Yeah, All Out Blitzel's in a perfectly fine spot, right? This Charizard cannot attack twice in a row. So now James has to retreat it to attack with something else or find a switching card or something like that, right? And so you're like, well, okay, this thing can stay in the active. I'm just going to go ahead and Lost Mine these Charmeleons, or maybe they're going to go for the Manaphy again and say you're not going to recover it again. And then, All Out Blitzel's in a perfectly fine spot.
That is true, especially since, they do have a guaranteed way to get the Charizard thanks to Arven, but since they did take out the Bibarel a little bit earlier, their draw options are a little bit sparse, as Lost Mine now is being played once again. 120 damage spread. Looks like it is going to be just chasing down that Manaphy and putting damage onto the Leminion. Oh, that seems pretty good as well. That's an easy 2 prize there. So right now, as Blitzel, the prize mapping is a little bit easier. Your opponent can't possibly evolve all the Charmeleons into Charizard this next turn, right? So if we take a knockout on one of those and then chase down the Leminion later in the game, it's a little bit easier. Oh, wow. He plays a second Jet Energy. So he did have he had multiple ways to get out of the active that previous turn, but just did not find it here. Going for the Artisan, just going through the deck. And yeah, the draw, it's going to be the Iono. They're going to gamble here, trying to find the Charizard. If they miss it, they miss an attack here. There's Ultra Ball does find them a Charizard for sure. But other than that, nothing else great in the hand.
Pretty rough. So we are going to take the knockout. And like you said, we're hoping the Iono is going to stick. If James can now buy a turn, just like All Out Blitzel was able to buy a turn, then James is in a perfectly fine spot again. But that's really the question of, can All Out Blitzel with flower selecting concealed cards? And I'm not sure if they're going to whiff this turn.
3 cards is still a lot for Lost Box to work with for sure. There's so many live cards late in the game, like naturally drawing to Chorus, getting your switch cards are more draw options. But yeah, right now 540 damage should be enough to take a knockout there on the Sableye, tying things up to 3 prizes apiece. Comfey being promoted to the active here. Let's see what Blitzel has in store for us again.
Yeah, so Blitzel's definitely going to be digging for that oh my gosh, Moonlight Shuriken to hit the Lumineon and the Charmeleon, go down to 2 prizes, and then have an easy Sableye KO on that Lumineon later in the game. We're going to see if they can actually pull that one off, but they have a very clear line that they've been building towards, right?
That is true. Or be able to use just Sableye back to back should be able to win them the game here as well. So a lot of lines available here. Possibly even Escape Rope into attacking with Lumineon. That's a knockout on anything on board as well as Rod being played, and the Artisan should be able to find them the Sableye once again. The only question is, do they have a switch and an energy 5-card hand here? I believe Colress sorry. I was saying a supporter hasn't been played yet, but I don't think they have Colress. But no, just like that, they are gonna play it here. They should have everything they need. If you see your opponent play a Colress Experiment, you just have to assume they got it, and it's gonna be the Escape Rope.
Yep, and there's going to be the concede, and we should see James choose to go second in game number 3. Plenty of time for game number 3, it looks like.
Yeah,
we got 28 minutes. Yeah, we're good.
That's something I realized about this new format, Mello, is that the games are a lot faster. Gone are the days of just Gardevoir against Lost Box. Well, Gardevoir's still here, especially it's in the top tables. But right now, like I feel like a lot of the decks are a lot faster nowadays, especially with things like Roaring Moon and potentially even just one turn, right, with Iron Valiance. But looks like James is going to continue to play this one. Yeah. They do have the Jirachi to protect the board after this turn here, and they should have an attack at the very least, so why not see things out? Because then you're just essentially an attack plus a boss's order away from winning the game. So let's see here, and especially again when you play down that Jirachi, that means Sableye is not in the picture any longer, and we know the opponent is down a couple of Escape Ropes. Artisan being played here. Really thinking about what they're grabbing. Not sure if you really need anything at this point. Maybe just grab a Bibarel a Bidoof, excuse me, since you lose to pretty much anything at this point. So might as well just get that Pokemon out into play. We do have the Arven.
Go Arven for the counter? Or do we not have access to the counter catcher?
Looks like
so the counter catcher's prized. Okay, yeah, that's important.
Yeah, that seems pretty bad for sure. They do play 2 bosses orders, so I'm not sure if it was still in the deck there. Oh, we'll get to check. Nope, we won't. But yeah, getting the Ultra Ball is pretty good. And hey, if it's in the prizes, if the counter catcher is in the prizes, you are taking 1 here. Charizard EX, again, 660 damage onto the Sableye. Big prize here for James. What do they draw? It has to be some type of Gust. Turo's a way to heal, but your board's filled up right now with a bunch of babies.
All right, and we are a Greninja away from closing out this game. Escape Rope will not work with Cramorant because the Charizard has a little too much HP for that one. And the Greninja promote makes me think that they're ready.
Yeah, just the all-out confidence, right? When Lost Box players just goes straight into their attacker, they're not even gonna flower selecting. Using the Artisan first, checking your deck and making sure we have the energies there. Do we have that water energy in hand?
Yep.
There it is. And just like that, All Out Blitzel is going to tie things up here at round 4 of the Tournament of Doom. We're going into a game 3. Something I wasn't expecting to say once I saw the Lycanroc plus the Lumineon board, not going to lie.
Yeah, that definitely felt like more of what that matchup should be played like from All Out Blitzel's side. You're a Lost Box deck. Yes, it's super cute to have the Lycanroc play going, but you should continue to play kind of the same way that a normal Lost Box deck would play, with that other option for when that Jirachi comes down. Now, of course, the Jirachi was prized, so it changed things a little bit, right?
That is true. Like when, especially since the opponent did get a very early Lost Box, right? I believe it was just 1 cram into. Oh no, they passed a turn into straight going into Lost Mine. So right now, James is going to opt to go second. So let's see if they're able to set up as we go into game 3 here. All Out Blitzel against James Sims. Looking at the hand.
Oh, this is fine. It's fine. We have Ultra Ball for Lumineon for Arven and Sealstone.
That's true. If there's an Ultra Ball, there's a way. We have the energy. We have a lot of stuff to work with for sure. As as All Out Blitzel here opens up a Battle VIP themselves, so things are looking good. Again, Battle VIP Pass, one of the most powerful cards in the game, but only on the first turn of the game, really does prioritize getting that Lycanroc. So maybe we can see a little bit more of it, especially since, like you said, right now they have to set up first, right? They're not going to be as explosive. They're going to go for the technical evolution plays and all that. So maybe you can get a free Lycanroc snipe, as Raging Greninja is going to draw them 2 extra cards. Another Battle VIP Pass. Love to see it. So this board is getting established. There's a Cramorant as well. A lot of threats coming this next turn as we get one more flag. So I think one more flower selecting, getting 2 into the Lost Zone on your very first turn of the game seems pretty good. As a Lost Box player, I love getting 3, just really to threaten the board, but getting 2 seems good to me. And
yeah, 2 is totally plenty. You have the 2 Lost Vacuums. You can still get up to that magic number of 7. You know, probably not going to get to 10 with only 2, but I think you're sitting pretty.
That is true. Ultra Ball here is the limit in the deck. I was a little bit worried there if it was prize, because then that would change things completely. As
the Forest Sealstone is prize, though. That's kind of a big deal, because you really want a Forest Sealstone for like another Battle VIP Pass or some follow-up play, and we can't do that anymore.
That is true, and especially you already have the Technical Machine Evolution in hand. This is essentially just a Skyla at this point. You're all you really want to get is the Battle VIP Pass. Is there any logic to just maybe Iono try and dig for a little bit more?
I think there is. Like, it feels really bad, but you have the Evolution TM, you have the Fire Energy, and I don't know. You're going to see 6 more cards.
It's gamble.
Kind of a YOLO. Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's a big gamble here. You're hoping to get at least 1 Battle VIP Pass plus at least 1 more Pokemon, whereas you can just guarantee the fact that you get a Pokemon. You get 2 Pokemon here right off the bat.
The big problem is the Bidoof in the active, you have to have survive if you go for the Arven this turn, right? So you have to get a Bidoof and a Charmander, but then you only have 1 Charmander, and then you're like, well, that's not good. So I think the Iono, like, kind of the more I look at this board and the hand, the better the Iono is.
Yeah. You say that until you draw 6 and get a bunch of Ultra Balls.
Even if it's not the best, I think this was the correct play regardless. Like, you got to go Bidoof, Charmander, evolve them both. It's just not a very pretty sight.
Yeah. I believe with this hand, you still get into that play. You know, you still get 2 Pokemon in play. I believe you just have to really thin down, which you don't mind, especially if you're going to set up a Bibarel in any way. Yeah. It's literally the entire hand here. Double Ultra Ball, get yourself a Charmander, get yourself a Bidoof, and hey, you know what? You're in the same spot.
Oh gosh, 0 card hand. Oh no.
Again, give yourself a high five. You made use of your entire hand there as TM Evolution. Can you imagine here if you're Blitzel and you go into Sableye this next turn, knock out the Bibarel? That would be huge, but looking at the board, that's almost impossible.
Yeah, so in order to do that, we're going to need 8 more on the Lost Zone, right? So it's probably going to be a double vacuum Colress play, which is doable, right? That is technically doable, but it's not super likely.
That's for sure. But yeah, again, if there was a way to just knock out that Bibarel, that'd be amazing. But hey, I'd settle for just a Cram attack at this point. Take the prize. I was thinking, do they play a boss's orders? They do play.
They do.
2 boss's orders. You could chase down the Charmeleon here. Does have only 100 HP. If you can draw into that, that would be pretty big as well. That's essentially buying yourself a turn. There's no other attacker established here as switch card being played. Just into another Comfey. Looks like they have a couple more switches to work with. That should bring them
give us our 4 as well.
That
so
is
activate
true.
Lost Provisions.
That is true. In my mind, Colress was already played. So, but just like that, we should be at 4. Do they have the boss's orders? Ultra Ball for Luminion.
Ultra Ball for Fish. Yeah, this could be it.
I'm sick. That is the play here, dude. If they have a switch, they have. I'd hate to say they have the game at this point, but ooh, there's the Cramorant. Fish is about to be played for that boss order. Again, Charmeleon, unfortunately, only has 100 HP. It's a stage 1 Pokemon. 100, honestly, is on the higher end for stage 1, in my opinion. But there it is. Boss's orders, Charmeleon. Ooh, what do you do from here?
Yeah, from here, you're just going to try and restabilize, right? So you're going to shove that Bidoof in the active, say, I hope my opponent... Christian, my opponent can't do anything. They're board locked, right? They're not going to Sableye me. They're just going to spit instantly. So I'm going to try and put down 3 Charmanders. Ideally, that's probably not going to happen. But you try and fill your board with the Charmanders. And then from there, or I guess 2 Charmanders and a Manaphy would be the best.
Yeah, that's true. We do get the... What do we have? We have to hope our opponent doesn't have another boss. That's what we have. Because what I see right now is a Jirachi. It's going to be Arven played, getting a Nest Ball and the TM evolution. So we can evolve once again. So that's pretty good. But like you said, without the Manaphy... Oh, no. They should be able to evolve into another 100 HP Charmeleon. So you're kind of just hoping they don't have another boss's orders.
That's true. And they do only play the 1 boss's orders, correct? Yeah, they do only play the 1 boss's order. So there's no more gusting happening in the rest of the game. So James is fine from that standpoint. And your hand's not going to get disrupted, so you don't have to play the Jirachi. You don't want to give your opponent that knowledge. So yeah, you're going to go into Charmeleon and hope for the best at this point.
Yeah, it should be able to survive a turn. Again, like you mentioned, the board is set up. They are bench lock. No fear of Sableye here. So, hey, just like that. I mean, I think James found their path. It is a very awkward board having to depend on only a singular Pokemon to really get you prizes right now, but it is something, as the opponent does have an 8-card hand right now. Lost City being played just to get it out of the Lost Zone as well. It's very interesting to me that Lost Box players are playing Lost City now.
All Out Blitz's list seems really into the hate on Jirachi and Manaphy, right? With the Lycanroc, with the Lost Cities, which is a really cool combo, but I'm not sure if that actually wins you enough games. Granted, All Out Blitz is currently 3-0, so they're in a fine spot. Maybe I'm just wrong on that. It was 4, so we did 2 more that turn, so it should be 6.
All right. And right now, Jirachi now being played.
Throw that punch on the active, most likely. There's no reason not to.
That's true. They're only going to draw for 2 here with the big roll. Do you use the Turo, pick up the Luminion? Maybe just to play it again. No effect.
Oh, that feels so bad, though. The ideal thing would be to draw 2, get into the Charizard somehow, and then Turo the Luminion anyway. But you did lose 2 Arvens early, right? So you have 1 Arven left to get into an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, they can vacuum their own tool here, which is great. I would have loved to maybe just get rid of the candy here, but it's the one of. It's the only candy in the deck, right?
You got the Charizard.
Charizard. Okay, and the Iono too. Things are turning around here. If this Iono can stick, that would be great. Last 3 energies of the deck as well. That's something we have to mention. I mean, they did have to Ultra Ball a couple of energies earlier. At this point, I think you just get 2. You want to maybe still try and establish a second Charizard at some point.
Oh, for sure. They still have the Crabominable on the other side. And so your Charizard can be 2-shot with the Sableye plus Crabominable. So it's not as safe as it would be against other Lost Box decks, right?
Yeah, but it looks like, they can get more energies here, but yeah, there it is. Plus the Charmander. That is just exactly enough, though, to work for another Charizard. But yeah. And again, energy on Jirachi, I don't think it really does anything, but here we go. Big Iono down.
Got a Charmander, which is massive.
That is true. Charmander plus the Charmeleon as well.
Unfortunately, no Manaphy.
Yeah. Ooh, can Lycanroc can just knock out a Charmander, right? If it's the 60 HP one.
It can, yes. So that's kind of rough.
There we go. Manaphy drawn off the prizes. Let's see what All Out Blitz. So now that they've lost the Cramorant, they need to find themselves another attacker. They do have access to something like the Lycanroc right now. If they can do the Howlucha, Lost City Lycanroc VMAX play, that would be very, very cool. But
for sure.
Let's see what they're working with.
I think another play that could be very good for them to just kind of slow this game down would be Aqua Turn into the active as well. You're setting up some damage, and you're getting Lumineon off the field, and you're getting Lumineon back for a late game to play around in Iono as well. So that could just be their best attacker on this turn. Bench a third Comfey, Aqua return the Charizard, and then kind of go from there. Or see what they give you off the rope.
That is true. You do have options here. You can go into, like you said, the Lumineon. You could attack with the Greninja again while there's no mana fee. Or you can even attack with a Lycanroc here. Or you just go into your other Comfey and get more cards. So every bench Pokemon is live for Blitzel. So very
and from
tough.
James's side, it's rough. You don't want to give them that B barrel because now it can get Sableye if it's in the active, right? So I think you have to put the fish in the active and say, I hope you cannot knock this thing out.
Hey, it has 170 HP. What can Lost Box do against 170 HP? What did it hit me with a Lycanroc VMAX?
I think that is what we're all hoping for in this situation.
Yeah, the 190 plus 30 snipe. I think that would be very cool. 30 snipe onto the Bibarel to set it up for a later Greninja play.
Oh, for sure.
That seems fun, but we'll have to see what they have to work with. Simple flower selecting right now. Again, they need to draw into stuff like Mirage Gate and another switch. They still not. It's a combo deck, right? I almost wish we were watching this from the other side of the board because the suspense is killing me. But getting access to anything you want from the deck definitely helps out here.
So, what are you looking for then?
A lot of things. Mirage Gate probably to start, but you could also. I'd be happy as well just doing a simple cram hit onto the Lumineon. That is still damage on board. Oh, but they have Turo. I don't want that.
Yeah, if you're James, you're rooting for that. You're like, yeah, just hit my Lumineon for not enough damage. And you can no longer do the Aqua return play for that same reason as well, right? Or you can. It's just not quite as good. So yeah, I think you're really hoping for, if you're on All Out Blitzel side, that Lycanroc KO here. You get those 2 prizes, but then the Charizard still doesn't quite KO you in return. You're only quote unquote only doing 300 damage, right? And then you're like, okay, well, I'm in a fine spot. I can go hunt something next turn with the Hawlucha and get another prize, or you have options.
Yeah, Mirage Gate right here, though. This is it. It's gonna be the Greninja, though. Gonna take out the Jirachi, looking like using double Mirage Gate just to set up this play. Does get the water energy, just the water energy there, nothing else attached, but they do have the switch. Show me the Lost City. Let's get rid of this Jirachi permanently.
It's a lot of resources down. We see 3 energies in the Lost Zone, 2 Mirage Gates down as well.
All of this just to take out a lone little star Pokemon as Moonlight Shuriken being played, doing 90 damage to the Lumineon. Do love to see that. Again, they do have access to the Turo.
Yeah, James is incredibly happy about that as opposed to targeting down the B barrel here.
That's for sure. And as we go back here now to James, again, it's going to be a simple Turo. Maybe set up the Charmander. Do we even need the Charmander?
Yeah, so it's kind of a rough one, right? Because if we Turo the active, then with 3 prize cards remaining, they have to go through the Charizard regardless. And so if you're able to set up a second Charizard, you could put yourself in a better position. But then you have 1 Arven and 1 rare candy left. So it's going to be pretty hard to actually do that.
Yeah, this might just be the board then. This lone Charizard plus the Bibarel.
What more do you need?
That's true. This Charizard's doing more than enough. But it has to take 5 prizes, Mello. That's a lot of work on a lone Charizard. But hey, actually, never mind. That's just a boss away, especially once you get that counter catcher.
That's a pretty good grab off the prizes, right? With the counter catcher, we have the boss's orders, so we win in 2 turns. All Out Blitzel can technically win in 2 turns, but it's going to be pretty unlikely to pull that. Actually, they cannot win in 2 turns. Never mind. There is no way for them to pull that off. They have to go Sableye into Crabominable, and that's only 2 prizes. So currently, James wins the game before All Out Blitzel does if we do not see an Aqua return here.
That's true. Something that I think James has to do is maybe evolve the Lycanroc on the bench onto the VMAX, just so it's not an easy target. And hey, that can attack twice into a Charizard as well if you get it established. But
this turn, we have 2 Mirage Gates left. We only have 2 fighting energies that aren't in the Lost Zone. If I'm correct, there's 1 in the Lost Zone right now. So we're going to need both of those fighting energies. 1 has to be in the hand, or we need both of our last 2 Mirage Gates. Doable, but that is a tall ask.
Hey, it's an 8-card hand, right? As Escape Rope being played now, just the Bibrel in the active. Luckily, I was just looking if there was a switch out option. I do see the Jet Energy. It might just be a Lost Mine here, potentially. Oh, maybe the Aqua Return now would also be cool. But let's see what they have to work with. Ooh, nothing was not what I was expecting.
Whiff. Oh my goodness. James is back in full control of this game now. The Jet Energy get out of the active, and we have access to the Counter Catcher, which is active this turn. It may not be active next turn. So likely what we would see come down.
Definitely. And it's pretty clear targets here as well. It's going to be Counter Catcher onto the Lycanroc, Boss's Orders onto the fish. Get it before it evolves. But something James is susceptible to now, though, is another escape rope. Another escape rope puts you in trouble here. You're down all your Turos. I believe you have like 1 Jet Energy. So, yeah, I like this play, setting up another Charizard just for the energy acceleration for that potential here. And also an easier retreat.
Oh, for sure. That's got to be, this is playing around that escape rope stall. So we have 2 escape ropes there. And then do we have any in the Lost Zone? So no, we're out of escape ropes from All Out Blitz's side, and we're out of Boss's Orders. There's zero way to get this Charizard out of the active for All Out Blitzel unless I am missing something in their deck list. So that is huge.
Oof. So that play is not available. What can they do? Maybe attack.
We've got an Aqua Return.
Yeah, you have to Aqua Return, get it out of play, and then follow it up with a Crabominable. But right now, you have to realize Blitzel only has what? 8 cards, 7 cards? No, 8 cards to work with.
We're kind of chorus for the last 2.
That was pretty much just like a flower selecting there. I don't think there's enough resources, like you said. They did use a little bit too much trying to get that Greninja plate. They did a lot of work, again, just to do 90 damage to a Manaphy. And
that Turo was so big.
Indeed. Oh, Rod there is going to put back a couple of cards into deck. That means we are still playing this game. Is there stuff to work with? Aqua Return into Carbonimal is the only thing I can see, to be honest.
And the issue there, like you said, is there's just not enough resources to power up both of those Pokemon, given the fact that we have 6 more cards in our hand and now 2 energies and a Crabominable in the deck. There's a Mirage Gate.
Oh, there's a Mirage Gate.
All right, let's see. We're going to go for the Lost Mine. And of course, Roxanne was not played, so James has game in hand.
That is true.
My goodness, did you think Charizard was pulling this one out?
No. After the hand where I Yono into double Ultra Ball. Oh, it wasn't
especially
ideal.
Ultra Ball away double Arvin, which is like, well, that's what you want next turn, and you're using it now. This is terrible.
Yeah, but hey, it's just the TM evolutions are just way too good. Like it is really, really good. That's why lists are shifting towards it, and it really does put you back into the game as. Yeah, here we go. James just taking a knockout on the fish, taking their last 2 prizes, and they're going to advance here in the regionals of Doom. We got to see game 3, though. I think that this was a great match to feature. We did get to see the Lycanroc's VMAX really snipe one thing, and that's pretty much it. But it was a big thing. It was one of those Manaphies. We got to see a little bit of the combo. I would have loved to see it with the Lost City as well. But sometime, Charizard, just do Charizard things, be a big Pokemon, take some prizes.
Yeah, I was a pretty big fan of the fact we got to watch that one. Like you said, about just everything we got to see in it was incredibly interesting and super fun. So for anyone who is watching, I do want to point out James has potato quality. Don't worry, some of the rest of the streams will be a little higher quality, but I'm so happy that we got to watch a good game at low quality compared to in this current format. You don't always get good games now, do you?
I'm doom cutting in here. Would you want to watch a 2-turn donk in HD, or 3 very well played, hard fought games, but on a potato?
It depends. Am I the one donking someone?
No.
Oh, then no.
You are being donked.
I'd take the potato any day, especially if you have Mellow, just you talking you through it so we know exactly what's happening. What a game. That was a lot of fun for sure. I had so much hope too. I love it when I'm watching a game and there's options. There's still hope no matter what position you're in. You could go, like we said, even if it was it would take a lot of resources. You could have gone fish into Crabominable. Even when in the first game, there was still the option of Terrakion potentially to buy an extra turn. That's something I really, really wanted to see. I think that card is just so cool. Being able to just hit and essentially saying that, hey, you need to boss around this. This is not going to get knocked out. And,
for sure. And the biggest reason it's in here, right, is a card that I have not seen in the 2 rounds I was casting. Maybe you'll be lucky enough next round to pull one, is Ikeo's Iron Hands. So you get Oko the Iron Hands and decks like Chine Pao that don't really run a lot of gusting have to gust around it now, in addition to the fact that you traded equally with it, right? It took 2, you took 2. So it's a pretty sick little card there. I do like it.
That is true, Mello. That's something that didn't cross my mind. This is a Lost Box fighting deck. It does have a lot of options against Iron Hands, and maybe that's exactly why All Out Blitzel is finding this success. I'm looking at the rest of their matches here. They went against a couple of Roaring Moons and another Lost Zone box, so I'm sure maybe they'll run into an Iron Hands later down the line. And but yeah, I'm sure we're going to see much more exciting stuff here in the regional of Doom. This is only round 4.
We've got 6 more rounds.
This is good Pokemon, though. I think everyone should be excited for LAIC if you're not. And I think this is the perfect kickoff this weekend to get everyone a little more excited for LAIC, because there is so much that's going to happen. There's so much happening in this format, and I cannot wait to see what's going to come out on top of this tournament, and then see how that changes things for next weekend, because people make fun of the online tournaments, and yet, promise you, a bunch of those players going are going to be looking at these results and making informed decisions based off of it. And they make fun of online tournaments, but we all know they do make a difference in the IRL metagame.
100%. I'm pretty sure some people are going to go specifically to this Tournament of Doom, go for just copy deck list paste and bring that to LAIC. I'm complete confident that's happening. This is the only online tournament that is doing this best of 3 format right now. So, like, Doom, how does it feel to be shaping the metagame at the moment?
It feels tiresome because I am running the gauntlet today.
Well, we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for setting all of this up, by the way.
Oh, no problem.
We do. This is very fun.
Like I've talked about this before. Like, I do believe that if we, as a community, put a little bit more effort behind the online tournaments, maybe we can get actual championship point versions.
Yo, that would be the dream right there.
Tell me about it. I could get points from here in the Philippines. That'd be great.
Yeah,
right. And give me a chance to play competitively at home.
Also, 10 rounds is tentative. Like, if it becomes very obvious the top 8 is set, we will cut a round. If it's like, yeah, there's 8 people and there's no way for 9 to make a cut, we will cut a round so fast. I am not joking.
Doom putting down the hammer there. He makes the rules. But
I do. It's my tournament.
Makes sense. It makes sense to me.
It's not my name. My name's on the marquee.
For sure.
If anyone in chat is liking the Tournament of Doom, feel free to subscribe or use any of those codes at Tabletop Village or Doomed Gaming to help support Doom so he does these again in the future. Hopefully one before UIC. That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the schedule and figuring it out. And now that we have a better idea of how many players we can possibly have, we might actually plan into a 2-day tournament.
Let's go.
Oh,
yo, like the Limos qualifiers back in the day. Oh, those are so fun. I loved those.
So it would become a 2-day tournament. So that way we could run, like, say, the 9 rounds today, and then like 3 rounds on Sunday into Top Cut or something.
Yeah, just like whatever the number is, and then run it like a regional, right? The 2-day.
Right. From reaching out to people and checking everything out, we thought we were going to get about 130 players.
Yeah, bro, like 2 days ago, there was like 90 registered. What happened? Right,
and then it just kept going up and up and up and up. And this morning I woke up, it was almost 300. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I'm sitting getting around for the morning. I'm like, what am I going to do today?
I got excited. I was looking at the numbers. I was like, oh wow, yeah, it really shot up there. People are testing for LAIC again. I think this is the perfect place to do it.
Yeah, 276 players at the end, at the start. We could technically go almost 12 rounds, but we're not doing that. We are.
No, let's go all night. I want to be watching you before I go to bed tonight.
I want to end this tournament at 2 a.m. in classic Tournament of Doom style. Just me alone casting. Oh, here we go.
It's 4 a.m. for me, by the way. I literally set my alarm for 1 hour before round 4, but yeah, things ran a little bit fast, I think.
Yeah,
which
things
is great
are,
for a tournament.
Even with some of the delays, we are running pretty fast.
Yeah, again, I think it's the nature of this format. It's all the moons, all the valiants, maybe.
I'm just double checking.
Oh yeah, like watching the Luke Morsa versus Vulcan Turtle game. I mean, it was a 2-0, but there was still almost 30 minutes left. And it was Gardevoir, but it was against Roaring Moon. So it was just so fast. It's like, okay, the game's just over. Cool.
Yeah, I'm glad this one, though. The all-out Blitzel against James Sims, that was like just like full-on game 3. So many options. I was at the edge of my seat. After the Iono, again, I was just like, oh, it's going to be a stomp. Ooh.
Yeah, I was definitely not expecting James to pull that one out. I was team play the Iono there. And, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And this time, James won. So I'm going to say it worked. And that's what matters.
No, yeah, I was thinking about it too, but yeah, I think Iono was the play. You do want a little bit more established, and you play 4 battle VIPs, right? The odds are you are going to draw into one after seeing your opening hand plus the 6 to Iono,
right? Plus you play Nest Balls and Artisan and 4 Charmanders and another Bidoof and the Ultra Balls. Like there were so many outs that I think it was correct. Now, obviously, the Arvin was correct with 4 Sealstone not prized. But it was. So, yeah, I think the Iono was correct. It's a very awkward draw.
For sure. I mean, you hate to see it, but you do play multiple copies of Energy and Ultra Ball, and that's exactly what happened. That's what you drew.
that is correct. We drew into some of those Ultra Balls and a lot of those Energies. And play 4 Arvins. We drew those.
We were just waiting on a few judge calls before we get to the last thing going. Get ties. Again, if you're streaming your match, you get turns. If you're not, it's because we can't watch every single turn thing. There's technological limits. It is considered a tie. And also,
who's going to be casting the next round?
Me and Juancho, unless you want to stay.
No, I don't. Correction, I can't. It's not that I don't.
You don't. But no, it's me and Juancho. I need to cast a round, and Juancho's just so hype and so much. I figure I can still do some things on the side, and he can hard carry me.
Yeah, bro said at 4 a.m. and just woke up. Like, Juancho, I don't believe that with your energy.
No, I checked my messages and Doom's like, oh, we're gonna go up in 40 minutes, 30 minutes ago. I'm like, I still have bed hair. I run to the bathroom, wash my hair, put on a suit and all that, run to my office, which is in a different house, by the way. So I was rushing. So I was, adrenaline was pumping when I sat down, and then I heard your voice. I saw you and Emmi, and I was just like, let's go. Let's do it. This is a regional.
Yeah, and we've got the next round going, which we're going to watch Iron Hands. We're going to watch Maridon Iron Hands, because I watched you play that a couple nights ago.
Yo, let's go.
So we're going to get the Iron Hands. All right. I made an Iron Hands lower third, and I am for sure using it today.
I'm going to pull up the stream. I want to see this lower third.
Oh, the lower thirds are so good. So let's go ahead and put me in prime time there. Mellow Magikarp, Kevin, thank you for being able to join. And also, if you're able to later tonight, just hit me up. We got more rounds.
Be sure to check out the Lake of Rage podcast chat room.
I made the logo.
It's an amazing podcast. It was a pleasure, Mello. I wore the Magikarp specifically because I know I was partnered up with you.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck. All right, I'm going to take us into our next match, Juancho.
All right.
And we're just going to go straight in. Like, I would pop you up on screen, like, be like, hey, let's see your nice Magikarp shirt again, but things are going to move fast.
I like that. You love it when the tournament goes smooth. And right now, speaking of smooth, this video is buttery smooth coming out of the other game, though.
Oh, yeah. Zarya here is 3-1 with Maridon Iron Hands.
Let's see what they're up against.
That is what I am looking up to. They have been streaming all Mew. Oh, so we might not see Iron Hands. My lower thirds.
Oh no!
Well, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
this is-
I made one for Miraidon EX.
Okay. I'm gonna watch the stream real quick. I'm gonna pull it up. I do want to see these lower thirds. I love playing with those. I'm excited. Is it? Are we gonna throw hands with the Iron Hands? No.
No. It just says what it does. It has a nice little graphic. It's animated.
Ooh, oh man.
Which we also have one for casters, which we'll see that too. Xena,
Oh, very cool, very cool.
811 should get you into Top Cut, 100%. I don't see why that wouldn't. Or it won't.
Oh yeah, it will.
Or it won't. I'll sit here and cry and go, maybe I did need more rounds.
Wait, the 811, that's like 10 rounds.
Yeah. I was like, no way. No way you don't make it at that point. Also, yeah, I have the stream open because I made a bunch of fancy swipes. And so, like,
Ooh.
like every time I change, it's got animations and stuff. I'm like super proud of what I've done today. And here we go. Watch it.
Okay, I'm watching the stream, dude.
There was one fancy one. Right here, check out this other one. I'll do the other one while the game's still loading.
So cool, dude. What? Dude, can I hire you to make stuff for me? Hashtag hire Doom.
Hashtag hire Doom for stuff. You might be hearing knocking on my door. You might be hearing stuff like that. My son is trying to get into my office. But here, now, check out lower third, saying who's casting.
Yo, that's so cool, dude. I got excited for the animations, but let's get into this game. Let's talk about the game right
Let's
now.
talk about the game. Watch out for the tandem unit. Once we see tandem unit played, we're going to do it again. But,
Okay. But right now, again, it's Zarya against Takumi. So it's Genesect against Miraidon. Not gonna lie, dude, I kind of like Mew's chances here against Miraidon specifically. Again, you don't have your Iron Hands. Oh, but Zarya's playing Drapion. That changes the world for me. That you take your first 3 easy prizes, and then you just set up your Raichu.
And I haven't seen Zarya's full list. Are they playing the Judge Path version?
They playing one they're playing one Judge and 3 Paths. So technically it is still Judge Path, but they're more heavy into the beach core.
Let's find out what happened. I want to find out what happened in this match.
For sure. Let me talk about it while you find out. Again, they are playing beach court, so it makes it a little bit easier on something like the Iron Hands, right? Iron Hands takes a lot of energy to set up, so you can't really use your energies to retreat or whatnot. You want to save those as much as you can. So a lot of lists really are shifting towards this, especially when they're also playing a double turbo to be able to power up the Iron Hands, or sometimes people play Raihan. In my Miraidon list, I like going Raihan to the Iron Hands, get the double turbo, and just like that, you should be able to attack with it. But again, looking at Takumi's list, it's Mew Genesect. I just have to say how powerful this deck has been the past 2 years, right? All they're playing is literally Mew and Genesect. It's 4 Mew V, 3 Mew V Max, 4 Genesect, and then 4 double turbo energies. You're playing 15 in Pokemon and energies. The rest of your deck is gas and disruption, excuse me. And that's why Mew is successful. So I think what we're going to see here is try and see some disruption. Try and see, you definitely want those Path of the Peaks. You want to be able to path and judge to be able to disrupt your opponent, especially if for a fact we're playing an open decklist format. They have a Drapion. You play around a Drapion, you should be having a good time. So a lot of things Mew can do. Sometimes you can even see the Drapion in the opponent's hand and you go for a grabber. That's another way to deal with it. I think it's absolutely hilarious. I love Mew VMAX. I'm a huge Mew VMAX player. It's going to be a sad day for me when Mew VMAX rotates out. But while we have it, I'm going to be Fusion Strike system drawing for sure.
Okay, just to update chat on this as well. This has happened a couple times today. We have a server error where everything just goes, people disconnect. And sometimes it's best when it happens like right now. Nothing got drawn. It's just everything was set. Boom, whatever. We're moving on. We can reset the deck. But we've had it happen like in turn 5 and 6. And that really sucks for players. and I apologize apologize for that. But this if it's going to disconnect, that was the best time for it to disconnect.
No, 100%. Again, I remember you mentioning you wrote literally a handbook on the PTCGL bug judge rulings, which by the way, I haven't been able to go through. Is it my bad? But
that's because it's still on my desktop.
Okay, so you're ready with it. That's just great to hear. Again, that's why Senior Doom here is in charge of this tournament. And yeah, unfortunately, we're getting these bugs. It might be because Doom, you're forcing so many people to play the client all at the same time that you're breaking it. No, but yeah, luckily again we do have it on stream. I think what is the ruling there? It was just shuffle up and redo everything.
Yeah, redo everything. Zarya gets to choose to go first or second, since they're the ones that didn't disconnect. We also sometimes offer mulligans. Like you could also take, like, if your hand's bad, you can say, no, I want to restart, since technically they got to restart, but we never even saw a hand. So we're just doing first or second.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, you were prepared. That is a little bit more than what I was expecting.
Yeah.
I was just offering mulligans. That's pretty good too. Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure one of the players is Japanese, so I believe that's where some of the issue is coming from.
Got it. No, we don't have any Japanese speaking staff on staff right now. No, Doom?
No. Google Translate.
No, but yeah, you got this. Again, let me know, chat. What do you think is gonna win this matchup? Do you have like a mod in the chat? Maybe we put up a poll. That would be cool.
Yeah, I'm going to transition back to the standings while we figure this out.
For sure.
So, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, right now, looking at the standings, let me pull it up as well. We have, again, James Sims. We just caught their matcher sitting nicely at 4-0. We have a couple of Roaring Moons right now. C-Fan with the 4-0. I see you. That's very cool. That's something I was expecting a little bit more. It's funny. I was looking through Twitter. I was looking through, different tournament results, and we did get the Singaporean regional recently, and it was a bunch of none of the new cards. But then I messaged Cash. It was they weren't in this format, right? So literally, Doom, this is the premier place to get information about the Paradox Rift best of 3 format, which is, I think, absolutely amazing. We have a couple of Lugia Archeops, a couple of Lugias actually in the top 16 at the very least. That's another deck I've been testing quite a bit. I feel like it still has merit in this format for sure. I think Lugia, again, celebrating its 1-year anniversary, by the way. Silver Tempest released. Yeah, it released November 11. It's a special, very, very special day for me. I love Silver Tempest. The folks at Tabletop Village that's when I really became friends with Tabletop Village. They've invited me over to open like a bunch of cases on stream, and it was the most amount of packs I've ever opened in my life. So again, yeah, thank you, Tabletop Village. If ever you're around the Seattle area, make sure you check them out.
No, I have a thing for about Tabletop Village. We're going to go into it right now. Okay, here we go. This is my Juancho voice almost. Tabletop Village is the premier Pokemon destination in the Pacific Northwest. Located in the International District of Seattle, near Lumen Field, you will find Brian and his team very knowledgeable of all things Pokemon. There, you will find a large selection of Pokemon items you would never even guess would be there. And if they don't have it, Tabletop Village is willing to go out of their way and help you find it. Use code DOOM5 for 5% off your order. That is code DOOM5, DOOM, numerical 5, for 5% off your order at tabletopvillage.com. There we go.
Clip it, ship it. We have a commercial.
There we go. And it looks like we're getting the game going.
All right, perfect. Just in time, right after the ad roll there. And all right, so we're still going to be talking about matches here.
I guess we thought we were getting going. There is just some issues with getting this going.
No, but yeah, again, Tabletop Village, amazing place. You get Doom 5 to get 5% off. Pretty great. And again, honestly,
DOM5.
the OM5, yes. And again, if you're ever in the Seattle area, they're an amazing place to visit. Very inclusive, great community. I'm almost like honestly thinking that Seattle should be one of the places I move to when I move to America, just because the community is that great.
Also,
Yeah.
Mellow Magikarp and myself live here, so I mean that's a double.
Oh,
bonus.
100%. Oh, again, Doom, it's been like 1 year since we got to meet in real life. That was when I traveled there to the US and we took a photo together. I got the mats.
You had the matchup against your fellow co-caster last round.
Oh yeah, that was true. Mello stopped me on stream. That was a good time.
It was so your guys' starts were so bad you could hear us laughing at you from this closed room because that's how it happened.
I know, that was so fun. I could hear us. I was literally talking about, they're like laughing at me, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and then I started a Manaphy and I made sure you guys could see it.
Yes.
That was a good time.
Let's see if they get it going now. This is one of those fun things where people peer online, peer offline. Here we go. Got a match.
All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in round 5 of the Tournament of Doom. We have Zarya Sophia playing the Miraidon against Takumi T from Japan playing Mew and Mew Genesect. Coin flip happening right now. I do want to see who goes first. I think both players do want to go first in this matchup. In theory, maybe Miraidon can attack going second. But we'll have to see here. Looks like it is going to be Waito King. I believe Waito King is Takumi going first. Opening up the Drapion right off the bat. That's something you don't want to see. Drapion is something you surprise your opponent with. But by starting with it here, it could get quite easily knocked out. Oh, yes.
Zarya was supposed to go first.
Oh. In that case, are they just going to pass or whatnot? I might have to work that out in the background.
Have to restart this again.
All right. I'm sure. Zarya is not going to mind that again with Drapion in the active. A couple of Genesects there, but yeah, I'm going to let you go ahead and handle that in the background. Let me talk to the folks at home. Grabber again, one of those cards. Let me talk about that real quick. I love Grabber in Mew. Not only do you get to disrupt your opponent, send in Pokemon from their hand back into the deck, you get full knowledge. I built Mew decks sometimes with 4 of those Grabbers just to get that knowledge. You know, you want to be able to see if you need to path your opponent, if you need to play that Judge, if you need to play any of these disruption elements. But yeah, it looks like here again, Zarya was supposed to go first. That means we are going to be resetting this match here, I believe. But again, right now, if we aren't, Waito King actually off to the races. It gets a couple of Genesect. They did have to use the V-Star. But yeah, I believe we are going to reset the match here. And Doom is going to be handling this in the background. It's pretty... Not a bad restart. Again, that is probably one of the worst starts you can get. Not only does Drapion, this is your counter. This is the Pokemon you want to be able to take 3 prizers later in the game. It has 2 retreat. It's a little bit harder to retreat versus almost everything in unlike most cards in Miraidon, whereas Miraidon has 1 retreat, Mareep has 1 retreat, Raikou gets you a draw plus has 1 retreat. The only heavy Pokemon are going to be the stuff like Zapdos and Iron Hand. Something of note as well I see in Zarya's deck is they do play the 1 copy of Elekid. Elekid, again, is 30 HP. One of those baby Pokemon that can attack for free. It does 30 damage. 30 damage for free. Not too bad. I'm actually kind of curious where this damage matters in a matchup. You're doing 30 damage to a Roaring Moon to be able to, you do 30 damage to a Roaring Moon after they blow themselves up, right? So I think that makes a lot of sense to me. That's a pretty cool tech, in my opinion, but something we're probably not going to see in this matchup. It's very risky too, as well. It's a very meta call type thing, right? You know that Roaring Moons are probably the more popular card in this format, in the newer form, in the Paradox Rift format, excuse me. So you're adding in this baby Pokemon. Whereas if you're playing against Iron Valiant, for example, and you start a lone Elekid, I'm sure it possibly has happened already, maybe. But this is an easy switch Iron Valiant knockout. So definitely something you don't want to play in that matchup.
Okay,
again,
looks like we got everything fixed here. Just a little bit of language barrier stuff. Thank you, Google Translate.
For sure. Again, not only is this an online thing, we're doing all of this from home. This is a worldwide regional. We have players from Japan participating and all of that. So, not only do we have like technical difficulties, we have you mentioned the language barrier, but my hat off goes to you, Doom, for being able to set up things like this and be able to really do a judge call when some stuff like this happens.
Yeah, my Friday nights are a lot of fun with this, so.
I bet. I mean, I'm having a blast. Yeah, this is a good time for sure.
They will get an extension again. Even if we weren't streaming this match, which was great because I'm streaming this match, I can tell what's going on. You at home can see too. This problem would still probably have happened, but being able to see the match makes it so much easier for me to be like, hey, stop, everybody, stop, like little kids or something, and then. And like, okay, now play.
That's for sure. Real quick, I don't know. I want to talk about it, but Zarya has like a friend in Master, and I just think that's really cool. I almost never see anyone in Master. I'm trying to get into that in Pokemon Live. It's actually extremely hard. Quite the grind.
we could go into it, but I've never gotten higher than Ultra Ball myself, but I don't have the time to grind it past Ultra Ball.
I will soon, hopefully. Fingers crossed. But yeah. All right, here we go. Right now.
There we go.
Let me hype it up again. Zarya Sophia.
Oh my god.
No, what now, dude?
Oh my god.
What happened? It's the lone Elekid?
Just went wrong one.
No, dude.
Bro.
All right, I'm gonna take back the hype again. We're going to
just play it out by now.
All right, lone Elekid start here for Zarya. I don't know. You gotta clean this one out. I'll just keep going. I'll keep going while you figure things out. Here we go. We have lone Elekid right now on the board for Zarya, but Waito King again has the Mew V in the active. That's pretty much the ideal Pokemon to have there. You get again, it's a Mew V. That's your main attacker. It has free retreat in case you have to. Question is
translation.
100%. I mean, if you're using Google Translate, that's not quite the best.
I never even said round 5 was up. I'm feeling bad about that too.
No worries. If this keeps happening, dude, my brother actually speaks Japanese.
I can come in.
All right, give me a second. just in case, I'll hit him up with a little tap on the shoulder, see if he's awake and all that. But yeah, but again, language barrier a little bit, and we're gonna do a little take 3 here right now, and yeah, it looks like we're gonna get the match going. Hopefully, so Zarya has to go first or second.
Okay.
No, Zarya has to go first. Hopefully,
they're going first.
Hopefully, they just win the coin flip here, and then things will be clean there.
He says he's doing it. Let's make sure.
All right. Good to hear.
And I am saying this now. If he does it again wrong, I've Google translated multiple times. It will be a game loss.
Oh no! All right.
And this is what, 3 times now?
I think it is. This is the 3rd time. This is take 3 now.
Yes. So they will get 20 minutes now.
You know what, Doom? It's my fault. I cursed it. I talked about how the tournament was running smoothly. Things were.
I thought. Well, the thing is, even if it wasn't the stream match, there's still a possibility that this would have happened anyways.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Oh, this would have happened, right?
All right.
They were still going to be paired despite being on stream.
Here we go.
Zarya did get to win.
There we
Zarya's
go.
going first. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, round 5 of the Tournament of Doom. We have Zarya Sophia against Takumi T from Japan. Couple of mulligans there. Zarya now opening up with the more ideal Pokemon, the Miraidon EX. Miraidon EX, again, is able to... more importantly, Raikou V in the active gets you that flea-footed, gets you that extra card, puts the Miraidon onto the bench to be able to tandem unit, set up your board. Let's see what Takumi starts with here. Looks like they do have a basic in hand. They are struggling with it. There's only 2 options here. It's going to be Mew V or Genesect V.
Yeah.
Anyway, Doom, what do you think about this matchup?
I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup. There's going to be a lot of issues, I think, from the Miraidon side, trying to make sure that it not even just sets up that it can take KOs. I'd like to try to take the one-hit KOs, but Mew is a beefy boy. Which, as you can see here, as the ability Tandem Unit is being played, you may search your deck up for 2 basic Lightning Pokemon and place them on the bench.
That is true. Looks very interesting here. They really prioritize getting this Elekid into play, doing that 30 damage. Again, not quite sure where this damage matters, but it is just a Pokemon to sit there in the active. It will do some pressure to the opponent, and it's something they have to deal with. Maybe what they're trying to do here is they're trying to bait the opponent to really evolving into the Mew VMAX so he can drop the Drapion, right? And then you're just attaching all the energies to the bench and then dropping the Raichu. Again, unfortunately, your opponent, unfortunately, Mew VMAX is a VMAX Pokemon. You're giving up 3 prizes a turn there. And yeah, it's going to be attachment to the Raikou and the pass. Now we go over to Waito King. Again, Mew VMAX, very, very explosive deck with the Fusion Strike system ability, able to draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon. And by having just the 2 Genesect in hand, plus the Feather Ball, you have 4 cards now. No Battle VIP pass needed, plus the Ultra Ball there, discarding the Power Tablet, though. That's something I don't quite like. Those are really important resources in the deck, especially against Miraidon, where it's 220 HP. You're going to have to spend at least 1 to knock one of those things out. And there's a Battle VIP pass, and entire board, families there, Grabber played as well. That means full knowledge there on Waito King,
which is an amazing thing.
For sure. Do you think, looking at this hand, would you judge the Miraidon player?
Part of me would like to, just because they have 3 separate energies in hand and in the boss's orders. So you can feel here that they're going to take a KO. You have a full bench. They have a nearly full bench. They're hitting at least 200 without Raikou. So it depends on how do you feel. But you do have 3 Mews down. So you could lose one and still feel pretty good about yourself in the next turn.
That is true. Again, losing a 2 prize doesn't feel too bad, especially when you're essentially maybe forcing your opponent to go knock out Mew V, knock out Mew VMAX, knock out Mew VMAX, which, again, something you can do, though. Take a minute to, with this Grabber, maybe writing down what's in the hand potentially. But yeah, I think I would definitely judge this hand just because it is judge or be judged. Something you should be scared of is definitely judge path here at this moment. And I think as the Mew player, you don't path anymore at this point for this matchup, just because they've already used the abilities they want to use.
Did our stream freeze or did the game freeze?
Our stream froze.
We are cursed. Sounds like what's going on?
I realized the timer isn't ticking down. I thought this was a really long search.
Yeah. We're gonna find a different game. This has become cursed. Vulcan Turtle. We'll go see Vulcan. Vulcan, I know his stream is sturdy.
All right.
Only on the round I cast. Only on the round I cast. Because of course. Oh, that's just how it be.
A Vulcan Turtle lose this game here. This means we're probably into a game 2 potentially.
There we go. Okay. It's like, okay, I get to cast my round. I'll be pretty much done for the rest of the day until finals, and then it's like the game doesn't want to work.
It's fine. I love watching the Vulcan Turtle TCG for sure. I know we just featured him as well on the stream, But yeah,
Although,
right now he's playing.
Vulcan, are you done? Did we accidentally get into a done game? Yes.
All right, table 11, Anti.
And table 11 time? Okay.
Just another stream. Yeah. What is Anti playing?
We'll make sure Anti's stream is quality.
Sure, for sure.
This is the most fun round. Let's see. Make sure he's also not done. He might be. He's done. He's done.
Dude, we took so long with the other one. Do we just hop back in? Do we just check if Zarya's still in there?
We might. Let's see if that game fixed itself. And it looks like it did not.
Yeah, I can't even.
We're gonna find a game.
James.
It may come back to James just because even though if it's potato quality, it still works. Okay, let's see. Riot Town. We'll make sure this one isn't. Okay, this is a 2-2 game, but we need a game at this point. This is Chine Pao Palkia.
Chine Pao Palkia against Roaring Moon. Okay.
It's a match.
I want to see this matchup for sure. It's a matter of who swings first, who swings fastest, and let's see, Riot Town. I want to pull up everyone's list here. I believe this might be game 2 looking at the board state, just because it has been quite a bit, and I'd be surprised if Roaring Moon just hasn't taken a prize after 20 minutes we've been jumping around. So
we've been trying to get the one matchup going, and then it does, and now here we go. And thank you for everyone sticking around.
That's for sure. I'm sure it was all entertaining. 1-1. This is game 3. Excuse me. All right. All right. All the pressure here then. And I believe this is the Palkia players' first turn. No. If it was their first turn, they would have grabbed the Battle VIP, unless, of course, they know for a fact they have. Oh, the Radiant Greninja was prize. So looks like the grab there was the Hisuian Heavy Ball instead, really prioritizing that. However, that really leaves the lone Frigibax really in danger here. I'd love to see maybe them set up a second. Looks like they do.
Which it looks like your prayers have been answered.
for once today, Doom.
Or watch. The Nest Ball and the other 2 Frigibaxes are priced.
No, we've seen the prizes. We've seen the Heavy Ball. They should be in the deck here.
TCG live bug. TCG.
There it is. There's the minor ball. Very cool. Getting the second Frigibax, and now we're back into Roaring Moon. How cool would it be here, though, Doom, if they go double energy switch, attach, boss up the Radiant Greninja, take out both the Frigibax? That's definitely a play Roaring Moon has access to. This is one of the decks that plays so many item cards, so many ways to attach energies, and with Mew EX, the sky's the limit, especially when you play something like the Pokestop. Pokestop essentially reads draw 3 or draw some cards and discard some dark energy for Roaring Moon. But we're going to have to see what they have here with the Luminion. Sky's the limit there for sure. Can find themselves possibly the Seda. I forget the full name of the card, but the Seda or the Boss's Orders.
What is the Seda's full name? It's like Professor Seda's thing.
Professor Seda's thing. Looks like they did draw into it. Again, they're able to accelerate energy from the discard pile into one of their ancient Pokemon. And just like that, they're pretty much set up. Honestly, I wouldn't mind them swinging here, right? They should win the prize trade here. Just take 2-2-2. Pretty simple game plan. This is why Roaring Moon's so explosive. This is why it's a popular deck right now. There it is, Pokestop, getting the cross switcher. And what do you think, Doom?
I think if you go after anything, you want to go after the Palkia right now. if not, the Chine Pao is going to one hit KO most things. The reason why you go after the Palkia is because it then has the ability to use its V-Star attack, V-Star ability, not attack, V-Star ability to accelerate extra energy. So to me, that's the thing you want to prioritize.
And looks like that might be what's happening here. There's the cross switcher on the Palkia. You also take the knockout before it turns into a V-Star, where when it's a V-Star, you have to use the I forget the attack that blows you up, the attack that does damage to yourself. Whereas here, you can just go Calamity Storm, take the knockout right now, and booster energy as well, boosting up the life HP there on the Roaring Moon. I love that the Mew just essentially draws you 3 more cards after you're going to a hand of 0. And just like that, Roaring Moon takes the first 2 prizes of the game and essentially the lead here. All they need to do is really establish their board, get a couple more energies on the Roaring Moon, maybe one more. Professor Zeta should be able to do it here, as right now the Palkia player definitely in trouble. They do have their hand is double candy, double Excalibur, no energy.
They are drawing the hand you want as a Excalibur player. The only other thing I would have done differently is I would have used both the fancy arts, but that's me.
I like to split the art sometimes so I know exactly what's prized. I'm missing an alt art, then the alt art's prized. But right now the world is I was thinking here, if they Greninja and didn't draw into an energy, they technically don't have a knockout here. So luckily they did draw into an energy, because right now they do have the boss's orders. Chine Pao is doing 180 damage. You need to take 2 prizes right now, right? So you're forced to use this boss's orders on something like the Mew, which again is drawing the Roaring Moon some prizes. I definitely wouldn't have benched that stadium. Oh no, looks like we're going for a Greninja play instead. Excuse me. And we're trying to boss stall, probably. No, but here we go. We're going to definitely some interesting plays here. Because or we're just gonna hit. We're gonna force them to. I'm not quite sure. I'm not too fond of this play, because right now, they took out the Palkia. So I don't think they're ever going to use the blow yourself up attack. But all right, 90 damage to 2 Pokemon. Putting a single prizer in the active as well buys you some time, puts your opponent into an odd prize.
Buys the time, and then if anything, you're using less energy to take a KO on a 290 Pokemon. Now you're using 3 energy, or 4 energy. I'm sorry, because 60 times versus using about up to 5 or 6.
That is true. I think you have to do something a little bit special here, just because you're already losing the prize race. But was that another cross switcher played?
Yes.
Just now. So now there's another 2 prizer in play, and I think Roaring Moon is just going to go run away with this matchup.
100%.
And this is exactly what this deck does, right? That's why we're here in a game theory right now. It's Roaring Moon. You attach a bunch of energy, do big damage.
Goodbye, mouth ouchies.
Sorry. I've never heard anyone call Chine Pao mouth ouchies, but I'm going to start using that.
That's 100% what I call it. I do play some VGC, and my Chine Pao is currently named mouth ouchies.
That is what it is, though. A mouthful of ouchies. All they do. The Roaring Moon player, not the Roaring Moon player, the Chine Pao, the mouth ouchies player right now does have to go for the boss stall now. I think this just has to be the play. They have to draw into more energy, and they have to just start sniping things. If there's a way to come back, it's just this Greninja carrying them all the way. I have no idea what that card is, dude.
I don't either, and it's in French, and it makes it even harder to read.
I don't even know where to begin, how to search. Oh wait, we check his deck list.
there's deck lists.
I don't even know what table we're watching anymore, since we were jumping around.
Here's this game. Morgan Turtle's like, nope, sorry, we're done. To be honest, I was taking this round seriously. I was like super set. I'm like, man, I'm going to do a super serious one. I'm not going to fall into my Tournament of Doom shenanigans. And then the tournament said, no, you have to be silly, boy. I'm like, no.
Well, when stuff like that happens, all you can do is sit down and smile. As right now, Professor Seda is being played to the bench. Looks like they're not opting to attach to the active. That means this could still be stuck. I'm not quite sure about this play because then they would have just been a dark energy. Oh, they had a switch card. Wow. And just like that, oh, they're going to have to blow themselves up here. Again, without a stadium, Roaring Moon has to depend on the first attack. Oh, if I could just remember. Oh, it's Frenzied Gouging to be able to take a knockout here. And that sets things up pretty nicely. But I think it's a little too late for sure. I mean, we have a cross switcher in hand. If we can draw into another one, we can try to boss stall once again. And that has to be the play.
Yeah, the boss stall feels like the last best play you have. I mean, you're gonna have to brand.
We have to depend on this supporter. So it's shuffle draw 5.
Shuffle draw. Count the amount of cards you have in hand plus 1.
Wow. Okay. For a sec, I was just gonna call it. Was that Shauna? And I just didn't recognize her. But yeah, it looks like it. We have 5 fresh cards now. But unfortunately, I believe we had a cross switcher in hand at the earlier, so you know oh no, this isn't Iono. There is an equal shot to draw it here, but right now with trekking shoes, what you need to draw off the trekking shoes is Greninja, and then you need to use the water energy. Sorry, you need to use concealed cards to draw into double cross switcher after drawing to Greninja, and unfortunately, that's just not going to be the case. You don't even have the knockout here, and that's going to be all she wrote to.
Yeah. This game went pretty fast. I never even set up the full board here. Like, we've jumped so much, I forgot to set this game as 1-1.
No worries. Again, right now, just a pass back to Riot Town, and just like that, they're taking it to town. They're using Frenzied Gouging here. The pocket player is going to be able to take their 2 prizes, but that's okay. Riot Town advances to the round 6 of the Tournament of Doom. The regional of Doom, excuse me.
Regional championship. Quotation marks. All right, I'm going.
Very, very well.
You want
to keep jumping?
Let's see if Zarya's game's moving, possibly.
Okay.
We'll see, and if it's not, we'll talk about what's going on with the standings. I'm probably scaring you because I'm moving. I can move you freely. I'm like, where'd you go?
No. I just clicked the live and it brings me live into the previous table for some reason.
All right, I'm just going to move us to casting. We'll talk about what's going on with standings then.
All right.
There we go. Yeah, I don't.
Have you watched the new Marvels movie by any chance, Doom?
I have not.
Okay. I'm just feeling like just hopping through dimensions here. It
is what it is. We do have 40 games done, and it's like we could possibly steal into someone else's stream, see if they're going still, but I don't like doing that because that's stealing other people's content.
For sure. Well, we can talk about the current standings. Looks like James Sims is doing phenomenally with the Charizard, right? Looking at their list again, they're playing the Jirachi, they're playing a couple of techs. Something that's lacking, I was kind of expecting Charizard players to play as the Toedscruel stuff, the Toedscruel technology. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, actually, the game we were trying to get into, said he ran into that, and that's what ended his game so fast.
Yeah, because again, what was Anti playing?
He was playing Roaring Moon, and this had the Toedscruel, both of them.
Yeah. Again, Toedscruel. There's 2 different types. The EX is the one that blocks effects of attacks, and then there's the basic one, or not the basic one, then single prize one that stops you from getting cards from your discard pile. So I
believe there's a bug with this. I've tried replicating it and I haven't been able to, but so that's why I did not ban this card for this. But if there is, and someone has like more video evidence to it or something, I will ban it for future ones. I don't remember exactly what the problem is.
I believe they're because the single prize one. Is that the one that has a bug? The single
Yes.
prize one, it's supposed to stop you from getting cards from your discard pile. I think it should stop cards like Pokestop.
Right.
Pokestop reads discard 3 cards and then take any items and put them in your hand. But then it reads discard them first. I believe it doesn't work right now in live. That might be it. But
that makes sense. So
yeah.
It's
a little bit of a niche interaction there, but again, it's a very powerful card, the Toadscruel line. Again, you mentioned it earlier, because of Roaring Moon, you stop the, hey, insta KO, it doesn't happen, and now they have to depend on 220 damage. You're just playing against Miraidon at that point. So it's a great card, and I love that you have options on what Toad to go into. Doom, let me ask you, if you're playing in the Tournament of Doom Regional Championship, what deck would you have brought?
What deck I would have brought? I've got 2 decks I'm playing right now, practicing with.
Mm-hmm.
One is Gardevoir, very similar to Luke Morsa's Celios Networks build. I'm not at the point where I've dropped VIP Pass yet, but I have dropped Mew.
Okay.
And Mellow Magikarp can actually attest to this, because I messaged him a few days ago about it. I'm like, I'm thinking about dropping Mew. And now it's becoming a thing. So I'm like, okay. But the deck I have the most fun with right now, and it's not doing too well today, I think. It didn't have a lot out there.
Valiant.
Iron Valiant Entei.
Yes. I'm on this.
Oh, 1-4-1. Let's go. Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm a huge when the set first came out, I was playing all the Valiant decks. I want Valiant to work. I was playing Valiant Xatu, Valiant Urshifu, Valiant Entei, and I think Valiant Entei is probably the best version of it right now. So,
I agree. It's just
yeah,
it's
a lot of fun. Yeah, I think I would have brought the exact same deck, Doom.
Yeah, I hate playing against Chine Pao. I have it doesn't matter what deck I play against it, it just wants to beat me. And finally I'm coming at it with a deck that's weak to water. And I'm like, let's see you ever sub those Baxcaliburs if their baby forms are not there. Right. A lot of them will just KO. And they'll be gone, and then they'll concede. And I go do. But one of the things I noticed, this one's playing 2-1 on the Squawk ability versus Medicham. I have it flipped.
You have 2 Medicham, 1 Squawk?
1 Squawk, 2 Medicham.
Yeah, I think I played the exact same thing. Medicham's just that important of a card, right? You want to take those extra turns.
And plus, having already running double turbos, 2 of them, and then not playing Rod. I've had games where they've went out of their way to knock out the Medicham. I'm like, okay, he's no longer going to Yoga Loop me ever. And then I put down the second one and do the same thing all over again. And then I get that nice thumbs up Pokemon TCG Live thing. And I go, yeah, that's right.
Oh, but nothing feels better than booting up the ladder and just seeing your opponent flip. You're going first. Your opponent flips up like what, a Bidoof or a Charmander with 6 HP or a Frigibax, and you just win the game from a bunch of switches. It's the fastest way to grind the ladder for sure. So yeah, definitely one of the decks that I wanted to bring in. But my more competitive deck I've been testing is actually the Charizard EX deck. I think it's just the fact that the Toadscruel technology, we have access to something like that, I think is just so powerful. And the Roaring Moon, just because it's a lot of fun too. I'm a fan of these fast hitting decks a lot of the time. That's why I'm a huge Mew VMAX player. And honestly, I feel like there's nothing faster than Roaring Moon. The fact that you can knock out anything you want on going second and having a targeted knockout with the cross switchers as well. It's pretty good. If you can do something like that and it just destroys your opponent's board, it's a good time. But then if your opponent has multiple options, then it's not that much of a good time, because you're very weak to something like a late game Iono for sure.
All right. Yeah, there's Entei alone doing really well right now.
Yeah, they're at table 21. I would love to see them stream. Dude, that would have been the match we should have casted.
Actually, I want to ask them about if they have a possibility, because that might be one. So
we're looking at Zach Try Bus, right? Are they specifically talking to you? Is this one of your?
No, I'm looking at the Pawn Art TCG's list.
What are they? What's standing?
They are 4-1 as well.
Pawn Art. Okay. Straight Entei.
Yeah.
What? They're 4-1. They played against two. Their only losses to Gardevoir. They beat 2 Roaring Moons, a Miraidon, and the Lugia Archeops. I don't understand this.
How do you
beat any of these matches?
He actually did a large write-up on my Discord about how to play this deck and every matchup.
Really?
Yeah. It was a very interesting read, and it made me go, wow. Like when he's going, when he prioritizes like the Radiant versus the Entei versus how many Moltres you need. So like when one matchup, maybe put 3 Entei down, 1 Moltres, that's all you need. Another one, you might put all 4 down. It wasn't the list channel. I believe they might have deleted it. But I remember reading the whole thing, and it was really good.
It doesn't play any new cards. This is a deck that you could have played since Guap released?
Pretty much.
Looks like. Yeah, it's 4 Moltres Pokemon Go. I'm looking at, there's a canceling Cologne. Is this for Entei? No, not
actually,
for Entei, for Snorlax?
Pawn Art's in chat. Pawn Art was canceling Cologne 4.
This is a very interesting deck. Pawn Art, please stream. Would love to watch this.
Yeah.
Cologne for Mimikyu, but we do have... Oh, the Pogo Moltres doesn't attack?
You know,
for Mimikyu or Aegislash.
Mimikyu Aegislash. Oh, that works.
Okay. No, that makes sense. In my mind, I thought this Moltres, because I just pulled up the list. I thought it was a Moltres that does like 90 or 120 or something if it's damaged, but it's the one that boosts up fire Pokemon damage. So what is the limit on Entei? You're doing 220 with a full bench. You're doing 260 with the Moltres. So that's close to knockout on V stars, I guess. There's no way to up that damage. There's no choice belt or anything. So you're capping at 260. I'm trying to think like what math we're trying to hit. Maybe just 230 to 220 to 230s, really. It's interesting. Yeah, I really want to watch this match. Please.
Yeah, if you're able to.
And I like it. I really do like the Entei. I think the fact that it's one of the Pokemon with 230 HP that attacks for 2 energy is great. Roaring Moon does struggle against it ish. You know, they have to use the Calamity Storm to take this knockout, or a full benched Raikou doesn't even knock you out here. Miraidon doesn't knock you out without their own Zapdos or whatnot.
Now, if you're playing Entei now, you have to use the other art. You have to use this one.
To be honest, the Crown Zenith art out of the trio, I think this is the weakest one.
Oh no! I was looking at my like highest liked tweets recently to see which one of my art was for like a meme. That was when I did the King Ghidorah or whatever.
Yeah.
Meme of the 3 cards with this one, and it was like 2,000 likes. I'm like, what? I don't remember that. I'm like, no, I'm an artist, not a meme.
No, that's pretty funny. But honestly, I love how the trio really got their time to shine in the format. I love how Entei is really, really useful right now. Raikou has been played in like Lost Box plus the Charizard and whatnot, and Suicune has had its time to shine when it was like one of the best decks with Suicune Ludicolo. So it's just 2 energy for a sizable amount of damage is always a good time, and just a free draw for sure.
Exactly. There's some really this has been good. And like there was a Tinkaton deck out there that was killing it too. Not this one.
Seeing
one?
Zoroark. Oh, there's a Shadow Rider. Is that Hannah?
Let's find out. Usually it is. Yes. Hazy Cats every week. Always playing the Rider. We've had him do really well some weeks.
Yeah, I know. There were times I've tuned in and she was on the stream doing well, and I'd be cheering for it. And huge Shadow Rider fan. I've been playing that since release as well. But at release, it was one of the best decks in format.
Exactly.
This one's interesting too. Double Peony, a triple Peony engine, 4 Mew EX. A lot going on here.
So this one, I will ask next round to see if we can get on. I was going to ask you, Mr. Primetime Wizard Juancho, if you will be able to cast the next round, because we're moving way faster than what I scheduled.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can stay in for another round. Who do we have scheduled next?
It would be Koopa NJ. Why did I just forget his name? And Girl Gamer Law.
Are they not up yet? I know I had trouble getting up.
They were scheduled for 2:30 or 2:30 my time.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check. Yeah, 2:30 my time, 5:30 Eastern, but it's obviously an hour ahead. Which I said, I asked them if they can. If they can't, it's no worries, because I scheduled. Some people, you have lives, you do things, and so that's why I make sure, and that's why I'm always available to cast. And Emmi, if needed to, can come in. Emmi, if you're in chat or anything, do you want to cast with Juancho next round? Maybe we won't curse the stream.
We could do a triple. We've done that before, Doom. Me, and Emmi. That one time I just joined the stream randomly.
That is true.
No, but I'm down. I'm down to still help out if Koopa and Gamer Gall aren't up just yet.
Well, they're probably up. They're probably out doing things, adult things. So
for sure.
But that, I mean, you can only schedule these so much and hope. Like I can't ask people to sit here all day and wait for me to call them up and be like, get in there now.
Oh no, 100%. In my mind, actually, is that it's never on schedule. You're never ahead of time when you're doing events. So that's why I alarm for 1 hour before. I'll be like, oh, that's a lot of time to get ready.
Nope.
I was planning to
get in there now.
Eat some breakfast too or whatnot while I watch the stream, so I have something to talk about when I get in. I wasn't expect to. Oh, I need to go on. I'll wash my hair. Let's go. But yeah, hey, being ahead of schedule is good. It's just very, very rare for sure, especially in online tournaments where we've had judge calls. We're going to do a 20-minute time extension as well.
That game finished. That game did finish.
Yeah, I figured it was Miraidon plus Mew. Who won that game? I'm very curious.
The Mew ended up winning. Which this is one of the points where I do a lot of judging transparency, because the player did come in and was not happy with the judging. I try to give as much leeway with like bugs and try and make sure things, especially with language barriers.
Mm-hmm.
So like if it's 2 English speakers and one of them keeps going first when I say no, you're going second, then I get in there really fast. But with language barriers and Google Translate, there's a little bit more leeway. For sure. Yeah, I was about to message my brother. Yeah, so it's trying to work around what everything is and doing it and making sure it's the hard part of running a tournament. Like I can sit here and talk about all the issues. Like judge calls suck, and especially with a game where we might have a random disconnect. I have to sometimes tell players, I'm sorry, you lose because you disconnected on turn 6, and you might have had game going for you, but I can't restore state, and the person who didn't disconnect wins. And I don't even know how they connect. So I don't know if it's just having that person be the one hosting or... Yeah.
Oh, no, 100%. That makes sense. I mean, it's tough, right? When you're a tournament organizer, your client doesn't work the best, where this is an international event. There's almost 300 people playing here right now. Things are going to happen. So you can only do the best you can. And I think you're doing, again, a phenomenal job, too. I think you have some rule sets made specifically for the known bugs, which is, I think, absolutely insane, by the way. And, but yeah, I think right now it's still running. I think it's running fairly smoothly. I think
I feel if I only have one or two, maybe games where stuff gets screwed up the whole tournament, that's a win. Especially considering we used to have the baseline for that used to be 0 with PTCGO, but have to move the goal.
I know. I remember as a tournament organizer on Limitless, you love seeing like the number tick down with the number of matches still up, and there's no judge calls. You know it's going to be a good time. But yeah, with live,
the judge calls will continuously go down as the day goes on.
Oh, for sure, because then there's less people playing.
Which this is where I have to shout him out. Zand97206 or Zand, really great friend. He has been carrying the judging today. He has been doing so well. And again, Zand, thank you so much. And Emmi, you too, for being able to come in and judge call. It's allowed me to put a little bit more time into production and make sure like our casters are coming together.
For sure. Thank you, everyone. The judges honestly are the backbone of any competition. We cannot do what we do. We can't play properly without the judges, for sure. Without the folks really walking through the tables, making sure everything runs smoothly. So honestly, hats off to you. Thank you so much.
So we are actually waiting on 8 matches, which is weird. That with 2 minutes left.
Let's see who's still playing. I'm curious, like what those decks are. I'm trying to see how many Snorlax stall decks are there.
I wish it just show me what, like around the side who it was.
Like there are 13 Snorlax stall decks, which is
Mew, Gardevoir, Zoroark, Rorymoon, Gardevoir, Gardevoir. That was the same one.
Yeah. I think we're good.
Gardevoir, Chine Pao, Lugia, Chine Pao. I think we're seeing a thing here. Gardevoir. So many Gardevoir.
You know something's wrong when it's Gardevoir that's taking a little bit longer than Snorlax stall. That's a hallmark Gardevoir player there for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, typical Gardevoir deck. But yeah, I mean, what do you think of Gardevoir, by the way, in the current format? I know you mentioned you were playing a lot of it.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite deck.
The hands don't scare you?
No, it doesn't, because I usually KO the hands a little bit easier. Then they have to find a way to fish it back, get it set up a little bit more. But also, I have Screamtail, and Screamtail likes to like murder everything. It's my boy.
Screamtail is a very funny deck. Very funny card. Even without the booster energy, the fact that you can do 160 damage to anything in the bench, squawk, is pretty good for sure. And yeah, I'm also just a huge Gardevoir fan. It's a deck that draws a lot. It's a lot of fun. It's, to me, if you don't want to play Lost Box because you don't like the pressure of doing those flower selecting because they're a little bit too permanent, Refinement feels a lot better, where you're just sending stuff to the discard pile, and you'll still have access to that somehow with something like Palpad or like the ordinary Super Rods, excuse me. And yeah, no, I'm a huge Gardevoir fan as well. But honestly, I was really scared of Iron Hands. I was scared they would run away with it, especially with the slower Gardevoir variants we were trying out. Like you mentioned earlier, like Luke Morse's build with that utilizes Arven and the TM evolution, just like the Charizard we just saw. But hey, no, looks like Gardevoirs are thriving. Gardevoirs are surviving. Iron Hands is a lie. Jake Gearhart was wrong. Is it a lie, do you think?
I think it's still there, and we'll see more as we go.
But yeah, I don't think the format is as doom and gloom for sure.
Okay. Well, looks like hey, here he is. What's up, Koopa? Kyle Rios.
Oh, there we go.
How you doing?
What up? What's going on? Okay, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep, hearing you quite well. I will. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with a thing where it's supposed to be a tie. Okay, there it goes.
Sure.
I will. I don't know what Mikela is able to right now, but I'll have you two cast the next round.
Sure. If Mikela goes on, I'll step out. But yeah, Koopa, you and me then.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, today has been running really fast, and that's been great. Because I mean, like, I was afraid I was going to be on until like 2 a.m, and we're like an hour ahead of schedule. And I'm like, I understand people have lives like Koopa and stuff, and but it's been great that people have been able to come in still, regardless. Like, I know I woke up Juancho ahead of time.
It was, yeah, you did.
Yeah, I would have been home like way earlier, but they're like doing construction by my apartment complex. I was like sitting in traffic for the last like hour, so it's like, ew.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I love municipalities. It's fantastic.
Again, you expect things. You expect an event to be off schedule, but you expect it to be late.
Like,
I could tell several a horror story about events like that. I have a list.
Yeah, and hopefully, I know you said you're in traffic. Last round, me and Juancho tried to cast a game. There were some language barrier issues. Game didn't get started, and we're like, okay, we'll go to another game. We go to another game. We've already finished. 20 minutes. I'm like, what? Best of 3? 20 minutes? Another game. No, we're finished too. It's like, oh, we couldn't find a game.
Roaring Moon. Everything's over in 3 turns.
Yeah, pretty much. What we should have done, Zach, is we should have just given up on the Mew game, like the first judge call.
Yeah. So we got 2 judge calls right now. I'm going to double check into them, make sure everything's going.
For sure. Let me sit here and talk to Koopa while we wait on Doom doing his tournament organizer stuff. So Koopa, going into this format, the Paradox Rift format, what deck did you have your eye on?
Gosh, it's really hard to tell because like you're already taking like what's already a pretty like diverse meta share of decks, and like you're adding like at a minimum like 2 or 3 more decks on top of that. Not even counting like our other archetypes that get like other stuff added to it. I still think that Miraidon's probably gonna still continue to be really good. I think anything that can incorporate Iron Hands is going to be like a force to be like is going to be a force, just because like you look at like how a lot of these meta decks fared, like Lugia or Chine Pao or like I said, even Miraidon. It looks like but against Lost Box ... But like now you have an answer to those single prize decks, with the Iron Hands. So I think any deck that can incorporate that card seamlessly, I think is going to be pretty good. So I think, the Chine Paos, the Lugias, the Miraidons, obviously, I think those are my decks that I'm looking forward to in terms of just like already existing archetypes. In terms of like new stuff, Roaring Moon seems to be pretty good. Turbo Dark seems to be going extra turbo. So I'm excited to see how that deck pans and shows up.
Oh, 100%. I think you hit the nail on the head there. We did just come from, honestly, a very diverse format. The Obsidian Flame format, I feel like almost every regional had a different type of deck winning, or really different type of top decks. I love seeing when you see a top 8 and almost every deck is different. There's no 5 Lost Box and 1 top 8. It's every single deck is different. And you do that, and you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, we add in more cards that make suddenly these older decks more viable, or having new archetypes in general. Just like we're seeing like Entei seeing a more resurgent, like a straight Entei type list is doing well right now in Doom's tournament. It's I don't know, it's just a testament to what the format is right now. As much as we fear the Iron Hands, which would stop like the set up base deck, these small or the stage 2 decks, I think it hasn't really impacted it too much. They're still viable for sure. And yeah, honestly, I was scared we'd be in a big basic type format where, Iron Hands would be good, or Iron Valiant would just take out all the 60 HP Pokemon, or not even Roaring Moon, just being able to really set up and take key knockouts on turn one. But, things like Charizard, Gardevoir, they're still doing their stuff. Lugia V-Star is seeing a resurgence as well. Honestly, I have no idea what's happening with the format just yet. And the fact that Snorlax stall is somehow a thing, I kind of want to never talk about it, and maybe it just goes away, but it just doesn't go away. And that's something you do have to prepare for.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, and I think if it wasn't for cards like Countercatcher and the for what's the cape card called again? I have it over here on my desk. But the one that gives you an extra 100 HP, like those cards just be luxurious cape. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I think those cards really just give those control decks like another leg to stand on, and you do kind of want to Voldemort it a little bit. You don't really want to have to bring it up, but like it is kind of like the elephant in the room. But yeah, like you said, like I think everything's kind of in a decent place right now. Like outside of that, outside of Barcelona, where like it was Charizard, it was a Charizard party. Everything's been pretty healthy and diverse so far in the meta share. And as a Lugia enjoyer myself, I'll take more Lugia. I kind of compared Lugia to like Michael Jordan after he played baseball right now, where it's just like, it's not necessarily prime Lugia from, the Peak Silver Tempest where it's all, a quarter of the meta share, but there's still plenty of tools in this, in the deck to make it work. I know it performed very well in late night this past week, which again makes me very happy. So I'm just excited, man. I'm excited to get to play with some new cards. Charizard was fun. It was a fun cup of coffee, and I still think Charizard's going to continue to do well. But now we get to see the box mascots. We get to see the Paradox Pokemon. We get to enter into Area Zero and the part of the game that everyone was really looking forward to in Scarlet and Violet. So I'm excited to see where we go, just where we end up with these, already existing archetypes and, as well as the new decks. I'm so stoked. I haven't had this much fun, play testing new stuff in a minute. So I'm stoked.
100%. I mean, speaking of the box art Pokemon, like just in the top 16 alone, we do have around 6 Roaring Moon. So maybe this is the superior ancient or future Pokemon, but I mean, it is the one with its own real archetype. It is its own attacker, which is kind of nuts. Again, a very, very powerful card for sure. And I have to agree, it's been quite a time testing. I'm preparing for a couple of events myself. We have a regional coming up in the Philippines, and I have no idea what to play. My head is killing me. I have so many decks built, and I'm testing them all. And there's no clear winner. There really isn't. There's no, this one is just the best deck in format. But hey, my opinion can change. And what can shape it, what will shape the metagame going forward in the Paradox Rift format is going to be this regional championship, the Tournament of Doom regional championship, because this is it. This is the only data we have going into LAIC, which is absolutely insane to me that we have a big tournament around the corner. But yeah, I can't wait. The top 8 is something we're going to just have to keep an eye on. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, big shout outs to everyone partaking in this weekend, because I'm sure there are certain players going to LAIC, and I've talked to a bunch of my friends that are going, are just like, yeah, like it's going to be kind of like gnarly going into a huge tournament like that, because obviously regionals are continuing to grow in size every week, but these ICs where the points and the stakes are doubled in size, and it's really asking a lot of people to just kind of jump into something fresh and not really outside of maybe a few locals or a couple of local events, not really having a lot of IRL playtesting. So at least with things like late night and of course the Tournament of Doom this weekend, everybody's at least going to have their opportunities to get their reps in, kind of at least see what could be the wave going forward. And after it's going to be so much fun. I'm so excited to see where where the ship ends up landing. It could be like you said, Roaring Moon looking pretty solid right now, but like I wouldn't be surprised to see, an old friend pop up again. I'm never going to count out the likes of Gardevoir and Mew VMAX. These are cards that and deck archetypes that refuse to go away no matter how many dark type Pokemon you throw into the format. So, guys, it's going to be quite fun to watch for sure.
No,
All
that is true.
Jumping in real quick. If you are coming very close to game, please in some way add a timestamp to your victory screen if you can. I can usually look up stuff with the XIF data if it has it, but it's really time consuming. So if you're able to add that in, that'd be great, especially if it comes really close to time when you win. So there's a little bit of the judging stuff, and yeah, cool. So that was us.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we have our other caster hopping in. Girl Gamer Law. Yes.
Yeah. What's up? I thought this was at 5:30 Eastern time. What's happening?
We're moving really, really fast.
What? That's crazy.
Time travel.
Yeah. So it was. I'm sitting here, like reaching out to people. I woke up, Juancho. I'm like, get in here. We're moving fast.
I was like, yes, sir. And I washed my hair, hopped in. But yeah, I'm glad you're here. Looks like I'm gonna be able to step out and enjoy the match from my own seat from the comfort of my home. And one thing I want to do before I go, Doom, if you let me, we do this on the official stream. I want all the casters here right now to put your money where your mouth is. What's gonna win tonight?
What are our options?
Lots of them.
All the decks.
Let me open up that MetaShare document. I'm going to use the calculator.
Typically, we do this without data and with our guts.
Well, my gut's like data.
Well, my gut likes it's my body wants to say Klawf Electrode, but I can't say that in good faith. I'm going to say. I'm going to go with Lugia just because, I don't know, man. It's just, it refuses to go away. It refuses to die. It always finds a way. And I think I think a bird, and preferably Lugia. I think that's going to be my hot take.
All right.
That's actually a good take. I'm going to go on a limb and say Anti-Iron Valiant, even though there's only 3 of them.
There's one doing really well. Here's the next matchup for you guys. I got it. Mew EX Galarian Moltres V versus Entei. Straight Entei.
Hold on.
Sweet cheese.
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to say that back one more time. Mew with Galarian Moltres
V and Roaring Moon.
Sure.
It's going to be great. We're going down to table 6. Join me at table 6 and we'll get it going.
All right.
Table 6.
Good luck, folks.
Awesome. I'm making sure the game is set up, and then you guys will be able to do what you do, and I will go on mute.
That's exciting.
Yeah, yes. And for everyone in chat and Mikela and Kyle, last round we really, 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 really tried to what's the word? Get a game going, and then everything was just so harsh.
It was not that kind of party.
I got you and Kyle. I can undo it all. Make sure everybody's fine. So yeah.
So the good news is that we don't have a tough act to follow.
Right. The last round completely fell apart. So I am going to go on mute for chat. Chat. This is Mikela and Kyle Rios. You two.
So we're like live right now, right?
Oh, we're live.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, we're living.
We're living.
So like DM me separately a Streamlink so I can do the tweety tweets.
Yeah. I'll twitch.tv/senior_Doom. I'll message it to you. Okay. I'm going to mute. Chat. Enjoy the very fine casting of Mikela and Kylo. Kyla. Sorry, Kyle.
That's fine. That was supposed to be my name if I was a girl. So
yeah.
All right. I'm gonna hop out of chat and hop back in with my good microphone so you don't hear weird noises. Does that sound good?
That's fine. I'll vamp for a bit.
Okay, it'll take me literally 0.2 seconds. Cheers.
Go for it. Anyway, hi guys. My name's Kyle, or Kyle Rios. You may know me as Koopa in various parts of the internet, so I will refer to myself as both. We're getting into the next round here at the Tournament of Doom. Once again, shout outs to Doom for putting us all together, and I'm excited. You know, like we said, we got some some interesting deck archetypes coming up here. But yeah, I'm excited. It's been a real show so far, and you know, I'm having a grandiose old time. Me and Mikela are gonna rock it as we're getting into this first game here. There we go. All right, here we go. It's they just said roaring moon in all caps, aggressively roaring. All right, here we go. The all important coin flip. And I think, like, if there's one thing that's going to be personally for me telling about this format is the coin flip becomes oh so essential. You know, there's so many decks that can really you know, turn one going second knockout. So I think there are certainly archetypes of this game that can be won by on the coin flip. That's a peony. So what in tarnation is going on here? Who let peony in here?
I feel like there's an argument to use it in this format because of the restart Mew to draw for 3, but the fact that it just cripples your hand, I don't see why anyone would ever do that.
Yeah, it's an interesting card archetype for sure, and I hope it shows up in spades. Interesting hand here on the hand of our Mew EX player here, Alice. As I pull up the bracket with names here, so we're gonna Ultra Ball here to get something on the board here. Do a quick deck search.
This is just such a weird archetype. I think everyone's expecting strange archetypes to come out because of the Paradox Rift changing the game. Oh, this is a Roaring Moon deck. Now it makes more sense. When you said it was a Mew deck, I went immediately to Mew VMAX and went, who's playing Galarian Moltres with Mew VMAX? That just doesn't check out.
Yeah, has Mew technology advanced so far to where you can do that? Like, I think that's where I'm willing to. I think that's where I'll sign up and hang my hat up. But we're gonna see the Forest Sealstone executed here in the first turn to get a Battle VIP pass. Not necessarily the way you want to use that card, but unfortunately, here on the part of our Roaring Moon player, your opening hand was a little lackluster, so you kind of have to do something to get the board state set up. And we're going to use the energy switch here, a strategy I've seen in a lot of these Roaring Moon decks just to kind of help soup up your card a little bit quicker. And we're going to see the Squawk and Seas here, fresh 6, Mikela. And there's a Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If you're looking at your turn 1 options, you always want to see multiple VIP pass. You always want to see a big bench full of 5 mons. There's really not a downside to filling up your bench, except versus NTV for its attack to do a full maximum 220 instead of limiting that attack damage. So there is an argument that maybe you don't want to fill up the bench all the way. You want to save a couple spots so there won't be a one shot on the Mew EX. But with 4 down on the bench, that's no longer an option. Bravery Charm, that'll still do it.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Definitely. I'm not used to seeing the Bravery Charm utilized with the Mew EX, but it does fit the bill. You are a basic Pokemon that can benefit from the extra health here. Not much else you can do. Maybe, again, debating putting down the last Mew there, and you could Cycling Road maybe for to draw an extra card, which looks like is what we're going to do here. Get rid of a basic energy, draw an extra card. Sure.
I don't know if I would have done that, because when you think about, when you put an energy in this card, you obviously want to use either Professor Sada's Vitality or Dark Patch to put it back in. But for this turn, that could have been a manual attach.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough choice. Also, it's one of those things where you could have maybe even just Ultra Ball away the Switch card and the Stadium and drawn a couple more cards and maybe dig a little bit deeper. But we'll see how the Entei sets up here, as we're gonna see another Entei and a Moltres hit the floor here.
That is the Flare Symbol Moltres, not the Galarian Moltres, although both sides now have at least one Moltres out.
I heard you guys like Moltres at home.
Yeah, there's a total Trace Moltres.
Muy bien.
Ole, Magma Basin goes on to that Entei in the bench, putting 20 damage on it in a single fire energy. That means it's charged up to attack, but it needs to get put in the active somehow. Boss's orders for Galarian Moltres, and then a pass, because that's, I think, the thing with the most retreat cost that won't also be an issue to attack with, because that needs 3 energy, and Roaring Moon with 1 on it needs 2.
Yep, and listen, we're going to be able to get a Roaring Moon souped up here. We're going to use the bump the stadium, add in the town store here, grab thin out the deck with another Force Field Stone. And it looks like a great use of yours of Vessel as well. You're just going to get rid of that Seal Stone, immediately grab these energies, with a card that you really don't need right now. So
this is kind of interesting math here on the discard, because you could have he could have either used the Ultra Ball first to get rid of the Earthen Vessel, or use the Earthen Vessel first. It depends on what you want to draw. Because he's got to discard both of them off the Ultra Ball, there's an argument to not use Earthen Vessel there, so that you can draw the energy off top of your deck instead of discarding them. But I feel like thinning the deck faster is also a good option for Roaring Moon specifically.
Yeah, and still able to get there. We're going to take, kind of some interesting prize cards there. See the Grabber card that I'm personally very fond of. I'd love to see decks utilize that card a little bit more.
Grabber. I remember when that came out and no one was talking about it, and I looked at it and went, this is actually like one of the best cards in the set. Are we gonna discuss the grabbing epidemic that's gonna come? But nobody wanted to grab that conversation at the start.
Except Mew VMAX. That's it.
Yeah, Mew had to do something versus the rampant slew of Charizards, and they finally found that answer.
I'm so proud of her, honestly. Nonetheless, so we're seeing some. I gotta say, the draw engine of the Mew EX is quite interesting stuff. As we see the fully souped up Roaring Moon EX here, and we're just gonna go for the Frenzy Gouge. Not even going to mess around with the the secondary attack, whose name is escaping me right now. But
Calamity Storm. I know it does 220, but I don't remember what the condition is to activate it.
Yeah, I think it's 100 and then 150 if you discard a stadium that's in play.
It's 120 discard a stadium in play. There we go.
120, excuse me. Okay.
I feel like that's a misplay. Wouldn't you rather discard the town store?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, Town Store is like a great stadium card, but like it's also, with how broken tools are in this format right now, that your opponent's gonna be rocking at least like 1 or 2 things, that they can also reach in and grab. Obviously, so I think it would just make sense to just kind of get rid of the stadium anyway. But we'll take. I guess you'll take the prize trade here. I guess.
Yeah, force them to dig for those last few cards. Although I really like the quantity of Moltres is increasing. We've got 4 Moltres collectively in the board. 3 on the Penguin side.
Quattro Trace.
Is that the new Paldean version of the legendary birds? They have 4, 5, and 6.
Oh my god, that would be so sick.
That would have actually been really funny if Galarian, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno had done that. They just got 4, 5, and 6.
But instead, it's Paldean, Hisuian, or no, it's Paldean, Galarian. It's not just they just keep adding on sub pretext in front of it. So
a lot happening this turn. We got a Pokestop drop. We got a Mew EX restart. We have a Dire Flame Rings. The sequencing here is really interesting because I feel like the want to have the Roaring Moon do the attack here because you have to hit 260 cumulatively. Oh no, you just Pokemon Catcher and that's a Tails. Never mind. There was going to be a Gust attempt. There was an attempt made. Didn't happen.
We love to see the attempt first and foremost.
Ooh. We're gonna get the Select Peony play.
Yeah, the card that you did not think that you were gonna see show up today. At least I didn't.
I didn't.
This is a really interesting use of Mew EX for a quad Mew EX draw engine. It's almost like having 3 Genesects, but they're not limited to Fusion Strike Pokemon.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I guess, when you think about it in retrospect, like 3 doesn't seem like the biggest number, but I mean, if you're just like rummaging through your hand every turn, that tends to add up pretty quickly if you're drawing up to like, 8-9 cards a turn, and you're gonna hit the stop. You're crazy. No way.
I mean, with 11 cards left in deck, there's only so many stops and restarts left. Stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. Are we gonna make Pokestop? Pokestop?
I'm all in favor of spinning the chaos wheel. Like, Pokestop is a bane to my existence, but we take it. Here we go. Another frenzied gouging.
Yep, that's because the Poke Catcher did not work. I think if the catcher had worked, we might have seen the regular discard the Pokestop because of that Vitality Band to hit the extra 10 damage. That would have hit exactly 230, enough to kill the Uncharmed Entei.
Yep, absolutely. So here we go. We're up 2 prize cards to 4 here, but in definite range of a revenge KO here if a Penguin 9197 can get the necessary energy.
This is definitely concerning for Elise here, because if that Roaring Moon gets knocked out, what do you return fire with? You could charge up a Dire Wings, but that only does 190. That's not enough for KO on a 2-prizer. So what's over here that can hit 230?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I guess you can you could potentially genome hack and copy the attack with Entei to get the attack off.
It's true.
I guess that is a strategy. Are we gonna sack the Squawk? It looks like it might be the play here.
Okay, that's an interesting move. I mean, considering that you need to save that Roaring Moon, I don't know if Escape Rope was really the right play by Penguin here, because Roaring Moon is the whole. Oh, what happened? Yeah, there was a gust. There was a gust up for the moon and a scoop.
Yeah, that was a tough call for sure. You assume that your opponent doesn't have the play in hand, but there we go. So that's gonna be game 1 going to the Entei deck. Excellent stuff.
This is an interesting map. I mean, I really want to talk about the tempo of this format right now. I know we're in the middle of the game while Rail's setting up. It's interesting to talk about the setup too, but I mean, think of Roaring Moon as the new gatekeeper of the format. It only takes 4 cards to get a Roaring Moon ready to go. If your deck can't go faster than 4 cards, Roaring Moon's already an advantage. And then Entei comes out of nowhere. This might actually be a viable archetype because it does the exact same amount of damage, with a couple of Vitality Bands or Choice Belts, for only 3 cards, 2 energy, and that Entei down.
Yeah, I gotta say, I definitely was not expecting to see the Entei on my list of things today. But again, that I guess the Flare Symbol Moltres really does make a difference in this deck. It kind of helps you hit those bigger numbers. Now, granted, the bigger number, I guess in certain matchups that'll definitely make a difference. But when you're swinging at a low target, of a 30 HP Roaring Moon every turn, it does kind of make getting those revenge KOs pretty simple.
Yep.
So we'll see what the rebound is here, because if I'm looking at the list here correctly, because we are this is Pawn Art TCG going up against Alice here. Alice only plays 2 Roaring Moon EXs in this deck, and I don't see.
I'm looking too. There's not really an option to lift it back up.
Yeah, no rods of any sort here. A lot of interesting tech cards for sure, to say the least. But we'll see what happens here. Again, I think there's definitely some there's definitely some room here for some Calamity Storms, maybe if you can afford to do so, especially on because we did see a Vitality Band in the deck. So I mean, maybe kind of reach for that a little bit earlier instead of having to rely on the frenzied gouging to get the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed whether it was better to use the first attack or the second attack because of that damage effect. I do think Entei has enough sauce, and I say sauce lovingly, to get to 230 and knock out the moon without the extra self damage. But I don't see how, I don't see how Alice is going to come back around and take that last 2-prizer knockout, because we can understand 2 moon KOs to go down to 2 prizes. but that last KO, you're going to also be fighting against Radiant Charizard. You're going to be fighting against all the flare symbols that make everything that comes out a one-shot kill. I don't know where the end game is. I mean, what would you do in this end game?
It's tough. Yeah, I'm not really sure what your end strategy is here. Like you said, like maybe you power up a Galarian Moltres V. Or maybe you try to power your way through here with like with Mew as a secondary attacker, but like it's your deck is already optimized to powering up your darkness type Pokemon, your darkness Pokemon. Mew kind of has to like, it feels kind of like a lot of wasted space just like dedicate, an attachment to turn to Mew. Especially because like it's a really easy gust target, in a matchup like this.
Even with the Bravery Charm. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So like 230 isn't like an impossible number for this deck to hit. So it's kind of tough. You kind of pin yourself in a corner here, like, but I mean, they were able to make it, 4-1 up until this point. So I mean, it looks like they're obviously able to string it together. The engine certainly works, but right now it's like I think we're all being kind of put on alert here as to the Entei V supremacy.
I mean, this game is in lightning speed. I mean, we haven't had a format with two big basic decks duking it out since I think at least the tag team format. That's back in Sun and Moon.
Yeah, it's definitely been
do you think it's going to be a big basics format going forward?
It's tough to say. Like, I think we could be getting ourselves near there. I think Roaring Moon definitely is like the leading candidate for that. I think things such as like Iron Hands being, the second banana here needs to be determined because like there's a lot of variables into setting that guy up. But we're seeing here like it's very very easy to kind of turbo through your deck, with the Roaring Moon to soup it up. But I don't know, it's going to be tough to sell. There's still plenty of like VMAX and V-Star Pokemon in the format that can kind of like police these big basics a bit. But I definitely think we're getting to an interesting place in the meta share right now. Is we're gonna pass the buck here. If you don't want to put up that Roaring Moon into any danger, it looks like they're willing to sack the Mew EX here, and that hand's not looking too great either. So let's see what this next.
So I want to go back about that play that we just saw from Annalise. The move was to Dark Patch, then use Restart, then Manual Attach and use Dire Flame Wings. If that had been sequenced differently, we could have seen an attack out of the Galarian Moltres to knock out the opposing Moltres, Fire type. Do you think that would have been an optimal play, or do you think it was better to dedicate the Dark Patch just in case you got a Sada's Vitality, for example?
Yeah, it's tough. I think if your goal here is to accelerate energy as fast as possible, I think having to sack that Dark Patch was rough. But here we go though. We're gonna trek through at least one other card here with the trekking shoes.
This is a long trekking shoes. There's a lot of thought going into this one.
Now, does Entei wear the shoes on his front feet or his back feet?
I think each of the little spines on its head, you put one shoe on it, and then that way, if it rolls around in the dirt, it's not going to get its beautiful little crown dirty.
There we go. Yeah, we can't have that. I'm here to ask the questions people aren't brave enough to ask, guys. So
it's true. But what about the questions that people aren't bravery charm enough to ask? As we put down a bravery charm on Entei.
Yeah, he looks so cute with his little necklace on. But top deck into another Galarian Moltres here. We're gonna put the peony down.
There it is. There was a slight hesitation, but that's kind of like the only trainer card in hand. It's going to happen. I guess they were thinking about what do they want to get off the peony so that the timer doesn't automatically take them down before they think of their game plan. I mean, they're moving so fast, you got to really think 2 steps ahead. Not enough time to think that far ahead.
Yeah, grabbing the nest ball, gonna put another Mew down here to get some more draw in, and he's doing heavy ball to kind of take a peek. Hey, how you doing, Mew?
We didn't get to see the last prize card, so either Elise knows what it is, or Elise is really conscious of the time and wants to make sure there's a game 3.
Yep, definitely trying to motor through here. We see the shopping sale. Oh, what's that card doing in here?
Just for lifting things around and scooting things around.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
I don't think we know that they're a loser. I think there's still enough in this game. That was actually a really interesting use of shopping.
That's one of the Mean Girls quotes, guys. I swear.
Down. Yeah.
Please don't cancel me.
It's okay, Koopa. I'll let you live this time.
Thank you.
As the universal authority in all things canceling.
You can't cancel me. I quit.
Yeah, I can't cancel you yet.
All right, we're gonna draw one more card here. Kind of a rough hand, for lack of a better term here. I mean, you do have the attack set up. And we're going to see the Dire Flame Wings come out once again to accelerate some energy to the discard.
We're out of beauty X uses, but we have enough for a Frenzied Gouging here. There's not really a Lost Vacuum, I don't think, so there's no way to get rid of those Bravery Charms. So it looks like it's just going to be Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah, and that's an instance where you have to go for it. You know, obviously, 280 is not the mark you can hit right now. So, you know, having that option for the one-hit KO, huge stuff, and that's at least going to get the first two prize cards in the favor of Alice here. Let's see what the response will be here from Pawn Arch.
Oh, for those listening at home, Pawn Art and Penguin 9197 are the same person. That took me longer than I would like to admit. But that's why they're called Pawn Star, and I'm not called Pawn Star. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see an attack from Entei last turn. I feel like they were all primed to get a Magma Basin down, start attacking. It just didn't happen. That was Dark Patch is rough. Ooh, Escape Rope. You really don't want to be doing that when you've got your Frenzy Gouging fully charged Roaring Moon to KO.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity here. Let's see the big Fleetfoot coming out as well.
Had to do it for the Fleetfoot. Ooh, very nice.
That's crazy.
Do you remember in 2016 when people would play down Professor Sycamore? It's the same card as Professor's Research. They would drop it down and high five if they managed to discard 0 cards.
Yes, and I still do that with my locals.
Yeah, that was a high five Sycamore. That was a high five Research.
Yeah, if you can't hear it at home, but if you could hear the sound of Pawn Art smacking your computer screen, reaching for the high five. So,
my ears are ringing. That was a very clean KO using the Jet Energy to fix the Escape Rope move. That was really good play out of a super tough hand of 1 card.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, what was looking like a really bad turn, and like the tide could have very easily turned in Alice's favor there. The Fleetfoot of beauty coming through there, and a Pokemon catcher is going to hit here.
That was a really big catcher because you can't use that second Roaring Moon attack right now without self KOing, and that's a huge mistake. But you can use that damaged Roaring Moon to do 230. Which with the belt, not the belt, the Vitality Man attached. So that's just enough to do it and let you charge up this Roaring Moon so that you can respond with the final KO of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're aiming up here. And Baby Yveltal coming to say hi.
Just a little visit.
What's up, little guy? Here we
I
go.
looked at the deck list and I went, this isn't Single Strike Lugia. What's this doing here?
Get down for her, Yveltal.
And then I remember it's a Dark type attacker.
And we love him very much. There we go. That's going to be perfect math, like we've mentioned, for the KO there. Again, flipping coins is never a position one wants to be in, but we take those, and excellent stuff right there from Alice. As we're definitely maybe up against the clock here. You want to be mindful of the time. At least want to maybe put yourself in a position to get a tie of some sort, but let's see how this turn shakes out.
I mean, I know we're talking about the clock, but it looks like they've got about 33 minutes to play that game 3. I feel like that's at the speed, lightning speed that these are going. That's probably going to happen.
Oh yeah, no, we're chilling.
I mean, then again, Doom has been starting these rounds earlier and earlier. I still wasn't scheduled to start for another 30 minutes, give or take. I was out with my pals playing mini golf. And we were bowling and doing the arcade and all the fun stuff. And I go, I've got an hour to get home leisurely. We drive home. I sit down. I get a text from Senior Doom 30 minutes ago that says, your round's about to start. I panic.
Sorry.
Well, that's the exact pace our players are going right now. So that means I'm in a mindset to understand why they're speeding through as fast as humanly possible.
I expected a lot more judge calls and a lot more issues, and chat's hearing me. And
we expected Snorlax Saul.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
and
true.
so
That's so true.
so now we've learned our lesson. And the next one, I'm not going to give so much time in between rounds. I'm going to say we're moving, and we're going to go right through that wall.
I guess the other option is to just do like an hour plus or minus range. But I mean, you can't fault yourself for your regional going so well. I mean, it never goes better than expected unless it's better than expected.
Exactly.
And I'll thank you both for being so flexible with that. I understand people have lives, and I have backup plans, the backup plans, the backup plans. Unless what happened to us round 5. If you go back, watch the VOD at some point, watch me and Juancho completely break down because we can't get a game.
I merely pretend to have a life on the internet, folks. So I would merely sit at home all day doing nothing. So
I mean, Koopa says that, but Koopa's in my Discord server too. I see you. I see you in Discord servers, Koopa.
I'm a very busy man, and I haven't slept in days. But that is not here nor there. We got Entei souped up here.
Well, I mean, look at this. You can't attack with the Roaring Moon because you lose the game. If there were a way to heal the Roaring Moon 20 damage, then you have game in hand. But this is such a unique scenario where you can't take the KO because you'll go to sudden death.
Which for this,
sudden death.
This actually came up in an earlier game, and I'm going to bring it up now. The earlier game when we went to sudden death was in turns. They would all either player would have just had one turn. Nobody can KO on turn 1. Unless you're playing Iron Valiant, then we would let them play it out.
Here we go.
But this, if it goes to sudden death, they play.
No, game just got clinched up. Here we go. The catcher and the Squawkabilly.
Never mind then. I'm going back to my
Squawk.
We take those.
That is a cooked bird, and we're going to see game 3 here, folks. So excellent a rebound there from Alice. Again, it's a really tough tightrope to navigate. Like when your main attacker is also like, I don't even want to like, what's something that's like more fragile than glass, like partially melted ice, like that's the sort of cannon we're dealing with here. Yeah, it's a Paper Mario weapon, or it's just made out of paper. So.
Did you play Paper Mario Origami King?
I did. I liked that game until like the last like 3 hours of it.
Ooh, the music is just so gorgeous.
Oh, the music slaps. The soundtrack on that game is amazing, but the boss fight, the whole end game made me want to pull my hair out of my face. So
yeah, I can say I'm more of a 1,000-Year Door enjoyer, but there's plenty to appreciate in at least 4 of the Paper Mario games.
Yeah. Shout out to the one that we're not talking about. You know who you are. There's not a game called Sticker Star. Nobody made that. No, that game's not real. That's just a myth your parents made up.
Sorry, I'm interfering again because you guys are just so good, funny. Sticker Star was my oldest's favorite Paper Mario for a while. Then they played 1,000-Year Door and it changed.
Of course because it's definitive.
I remember playing a demo of that game in a Toys R Us in 2004, and that was a long time ago.
Aww. I didn't play 1,000-Year Door until I was, I think, in my 20s. I had 64 as a youngling, and then I ended up renting Super Paper Mario from Blockbuster, and I loved that game. But I didn't even know there was one in the middle for another 10 years until I discovered that the greatest Paper Mario game was for the GameCube, the console that no one owned. So then I bought one for Christmas.
For those of you who don't know what Blockbuster is, we'll tell you when you're older.
No, that's right. Some people don't have Blockbuster.
Blockbuster is like Netflix, but like for old people. But
what if you could only rent one movie at a time from Netflix and it cost money each time?
Exactly.
And the floors were sticky. I mean, it was a superior experience in every way.
10 out of 10.
And speaking of superior experiences in every way, look at that bench size and the fact that we're just now seeing Squawkabilly. That's
crazy.
6 Pokemon out, an energy down.
Grab
opening hit. Nothing to grab.
Rats. Nothing to grab onto, unfortunately. I will say the only downside about that turn is that Alice had to Squawk and Seize this only other Roaring Moon in their deck. So that's and there's no recovery in this deck, so that's kind of tough.
I don't know if you have to. I mean, it is.
Yeah, like you. I don't know. I guess they're really prioritizing the draw. Like, I guess having this, maybe this deck doesn't function without like the 3 Mew engine, but I don't know.
I guess the benefit there is you were digging for the grabber, and so you could maybe get rid of a thing, end up with a donk turn. And there's an argument to be made that it's worth it to get the grabber and get the donk turn. Except you can't attack right now.
Tough stuff. Ooh, here comes the Moltres.
You know, we could have said that every single turn. Here comes the Moltres again. And
Yo,
again.
dog, I heard you want more Moltres.
Never change.
Never, absolutely not. All right, there we go. A pass the buck, and we're gonna see what we get here. Dark Patch coming out.
There's 2 catchers, so there's plenty of opportunities to knock down some Entei. But with a Bravery Charm down, there's not going to be a Calamity Storm KO. We're only going to see Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah,
Why
you may
are
be
you playing both catcher? Huh?
I guess. I mean, I guess the worst case scenario, you just gust up the other Entei, but I guess in an attempt to just kind of thin their hand out when you easily could have just played Serena to thin your hand out. That was certainly a choice.
Oh, well. I mean, I think Peony over Serena makes more sense, too, because you're getting 2 of a specific resource you need, and your deck is now perfect for Mew drawing. So if you were, digging for Peony over Serena, cool. Except why would you be doing that?
Yeah, it's interesting. We're going to see the shopping center come down here, and the Forest Seal Stone.
Ooh, there's some indecision about that Seal Stone. It's not seal enough. I mean, Vessel would do it too. Vessel discard the center.
Yeah, get the 2 energies you need.
I think what's happening is good. Ooh, this is interesting. No Seal Stone. Instead, it's a Vitality Band. What's the Vitality? Oh, they're lifting up the Brave Charm for the Vitality Band. Got it.
Oh, interesting.
So now the shopping center play makes more sense. There's so many interesting interactions that just no one has the practice with right now. Unfortunately, center means there's not going to be a Pokestop, and they just had to get rid of. Ooh, that was a good trekking shoes. They just had to get rid of a Dark Patch to grab, thankfully, an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, and I think we've gone long enough without talking about how Earthen Vessel might be like one of the best cards in this set. It's I think any deck like this that like runs like a lot of basic energy, like or any card that like needs to thin stuff out of their hands, like Lugia, like where your goal is to get things in the discard pile. Earthen Vessel just gives you another way to do that, and it's really, really good.
Do you remember when the Earthen Vessel used to be called Professor's Letter and didn't come with a discard? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
If you remember, you qualify for the veterans discount.
You may be entitled to financial compensation
from a professor's letter.
Or what was that? What was the one before then? Not Energy Search, because we've always had that.
Oh man, I know the Carter. It's like on the top of my tongue. I
know. Thank you. I appreciate it, Doom. Doom understands. Senior Doom, more like Senior Boomer.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay. That was a self burn. Because I also know what you're talking about. Okay, Pokegear 3.0. We're looking for a supporter from the top 7 cards of the deck. What will it be?
Good question. Could be. I'm curious what the supporter count in this deck is. Let me pull it on up.
Let's take a peek. I'm going to put down $3 that it's Steven's Advice. That hasn't been in the format for a decade. I think it's going to be Steven's Advice.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
I mean, this is a very indecisive choice.
In terms of supporters, by the way, there's only 6 supporters in the deck for Pawn Art. It's 4 research and 2 bosses. So,
okay, well then means the choice can't be that hard.
Yeah. Do I want research or research?
I think Steven's Advice. Okay, they did pull something out of the deck, and then I don't know what it is. It could be either a professor's research or a boss.
I'm pretty sure
Or
it's probably
Steven's-
research or Steven's advice.
I don't even think that card is in PTCGL.
And if it is, where have you been this whole time?
Oh, I know, right? I mean, Zinnia's Resolve, that's almost like Steven's advice. Not quite as great, but I don't know if I would take advice from Zinnia over Steven.
Yeah, Zinnia's from space. She's a. I don't know what advice can you get from someone from not from your planet?
Oh no. The Steven's advice broke the client. Oh.
Oh no. Rest in pepperoni. What a way to go out. What was turning into what was a very exciting game here, but unfortunately it looks like we have a connection error.
So, what do you think happens in this scenario? Does this count as a tie? Does this mean they replay the game? Is this a loss for the Crash player?
This is a game loss for the Crash player, considering how far into the game they already are.
Oh, we hate to see it.
It is the worst way to lose, but because we can't replicate game state and prizes have already been taken, we have to go with the game loss. But
Yeah.
So it's pawn art that crashed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like. To be fair, I do think Elise was ahead, but you never want to see a game end like this.
Yeah, that's tough stuff. But nonetheless, though, that's gonna be Ali moving on to a 501 record. Opponent's gonna drop to a 4-2 record. So tough.
This is one of those judging transparency things. This really sucks, and I hate to make this call, but we end up with a player who disconnected. Usually the other player ends up with the victory screen, and because that's how we know who disconnected, and it's the only thing we can do. Because if we were still watching the game stream right now, it's literally waiting for Pawn Art to promote something, and he is unable to. And it sucks, and that's the worst thing about doing online tournaments, especially with live. But this is the only fair way we've been able to do anything with this.
So, post-mortem of this game, for those of you playing P2CGL at home, the thing that triggered the disconnect could have been anything, but it could have been the Pokegear 3.0.
Correct.
Quite realistic.
And I take notes of most of these bugs, and I keep the timestamps from the stream so we can at least hopefully see. The one bug I've been trying to do is the Jolteon evolution bug with a yoga loop, but every time I do it, the person concedes.
What is the Jolteon bug?
The Jolteon bug is you take yoga loop on your turn 2, technically your turn 1, and then if you place Jolteon on the bench during that time, not start it, place it on the bench, it will not evolve on your next turn. But if it's already in play when your opponent did their turn 1, it will evolve.
So you mean Jolteon V and VMAX?
Yes.
Ouch.
Yikes. Well, that is some tough stuff for sure. And isn't Counter Catcher still bugged on TCG Live? Okay, I guess I think they might have fixed that. I guess, but anyway, that's gonna be that's gonna be the round for our stream match. So again, Alex moving on to 5-1. Pawn Art gonna be falling to 4-2, and let's talk about some of these standings we got going on here. So,
Actually, buddy, real quick, can we take a 5-minute break? We'll just put BRB for a minute. And
we'll take a quick break,
and then we'll go back to the standings. So, sorry,
yeah,
it's been a long day, and I need to step away for a moment. Easiest way to do it, so I'm not clicking things or making things. Just take a step away. So.
Yeah, sure. All right, we'll take a quick break, folks. We'll be right back with more Tournament of Doom after these short messages.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Seriously, don't leave. We need you.
Sick. I'll bring us in.
And there we go. We're back. What's up, everybody? We're back here at the Tournament of Doom. We're going to look at some top cut standings here with Mikela and Kyle. I will hand that over to them.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, we're back. I'm still Kyle or Koopa, and that's still Mikela. How you doing?
You know, I'm doing quite well, except that the minute I came on stream, I said, Entei's going to win. And then the minute we started the game, Entei, one of the 3 Entei in the room, lost due to disconnect. So that's how I'm doing, I'll say.
Well, one of the 3 Entei in the room, please stand up, unfortunately. But it's okay. That's just your comment. You're experiencing the commentator's blessing or the commentator's curse, depending on which way you look at it. So anything that comes out of your mouth can and is liable. Whatever. I'm getting my legal terminology messed up, but I'll have to explain that to you.
It means that I'm an influencer because I'm influencing the game. So
there we go.
Clearly,
there we go. You're doing great.
Clearly,
so,
you don't own an air fryer. Speaking of things that don't own air fryers, let's take a look at that standings.
Yeah, the standings do not own air fryers. Confirmed. They are not sentient. They do not know how to turn it on. Yeah,
true,
so we
have
have
top of the standings is air and fire with Charizard and Lugia in the top 2 spots.
Yes. We have 3 6-0s right now. It is Kanto from France rocking the Lugia. And it looks like they're rocking the colorless Lugia, which is, again, everybody has their preference. You know, Lugia now has that archetype, definitely has like a lot more legs to stand on now since the release of Mew EX. So I certainly feel a way about it. Other people do as well. We have Unknown Gamer at 6-0 as well with the Roaring Moon from Russia. And and as my back button cooperates with me, or is my computer going to crash again?
Well, top spot is Zard, and it's a Zard, and it looks like it's running the Technical Machine Evolution, the new engine that came out from Paradox Rift.
Yeah, that's definitely I brought it up briefly at the top when I was talking to Juancho before, but if your tool cards are so broken right now that it really makes going second like that much more of a sweeter berry for you. Especially with decks I need to set up with TM Evolution in the format, it just takes a lot of like the stress and anxiety of having to find your setup cards a lot easier, so you can at least get a couple of guys souped up on the bench.
There's so many ways to search out tools right now. Between Town Store and Arvin, both of those are very consistent to get out. You could just be searching tools every turn of the game.
Yeah, no, it's very, very convenient. Even Arvin itself, like Arvin has become, I think, like a top 2 card in the format right now, just because of you go second, you get your VIP pass and like whatever other consistency tool you need. Whether it's okay, let me grab Evolution to set up the rest of my Pokemon. Let me get Forest Seal Stone to help smooth out my consistency if I don't draw to something good. Like it just really. He really is the fix all right now with just how many busted tools there are in the format. So, and again, we're seeing Charizard's definitely a deck that can take advantage of that. So I'm glad to see the Charizard technology is evolving.
We have the technology. That was a pun because the technology evolves the Charizard. You're too clever for me.
I try every day. But yeah, I'm excited to see what else shakes out here. Again, I brought it up, briefly to Juancho when we were talking earlier, but it's just like you're taking what was already a pretty diverse meta share, everything kind of splitting 10 to 15% of the meta, even like the lower end stuff like Lugia, you're still getting around 8-9% of the share in most of these big regionals. But you're just gonna add on more archetypes on top of that, with Iron Valiant and Roaring Moon and Goldengo, we're the really popular ones coming into the format. That's at least 3 more decks you have to worry about, and then you get the rogue stuff like Entei and Klawf Electrode that's come up from the top rope out of nowhere. So
I don't know if we can call Entei rogue anymore because it's got some results in Japan. It's every tournament it's slowly gaining a little bit of ground, and we I know I'm a big Entei fan over here, despite its recent, tragic misstep. But I do think if there hadn't been a disconnect, Entei had something going on.
No, I agree. There's
definitely longer.
Yeah, no, exactly. When does the rogue stop becoming rogue? Like, where does the rogue stop? Like for a deck like that.
Well, I mean, there's still only 3 in a room of what 300, so that's like maybe 1% of the room. Maybe it's still a little bit rogue, but maybe we'll see a lot of Fire Dog and LAIC, and then all of a sudden people will think this is a real archetype. My dreams, my hopes, my accusation that it's a real deck.
Yeah, he lost Mikela's hopes and dreams under the Forest Seal Stone.
But we'll bring them back with this Lost Charizard is in the 4th spot. We should talk about that.
Yeah, again, another archetype of Charizard that I'm always intrigued by, to say the least. It's what a deck, you know what I'm saying? Like, Lost Box technology continues to evolve, very strongly. As a Lost Box player yourself, how do you feel about Charizard as a Lost Box partner?
So I said Charizard and then took another look at the list. It's actually the Radiant Charizard. So this is Sablezard.
Sablezard, yes.
I was playing. I was playing on the ladder. I was Golden Go. Shout out to Golden Go, cheese string homie. I'm playing the game. I'm really enjoying it, and I guess this Lost Box player that looks like they're not even setting up. And I'm like, oh, it's a free win. And out of the middle of nowhere, the late game Echoing Horn, Sableye knock out a bunch of little gimme ghouls, and then a Radiant Charizard comes in for the KO, and the game is over. So Sablezard is a setup deck that no one really talks about, but it just is so good. It's really great at picking up those end games, fixing the end games, and not a lot of decks have that kind of capability these days.
No, I agree. I ran into one while I was playing in Toronto, and it's just one of those things where, like you said, like it's a deck archetype that I feel like is kind of like falling out of favor for one reason or another, and it's just like I personally had not been game planning against it, so like I'm going into this build like I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's it's one of those decks where like you really have to kind of practice it out to see what your winning route is against it, because like you said, before you know it, a lot of these decks are so optimized and steamrolled to getting to that threshold for things like Barrage Gate and Lost Mine, like really, really quickly. And also this deck is running one of the Technical Machine Devolution, so tricky stuff.
Yeah, I thought that would see a lot more play the first time that the card got revealed, and I said to people, oh, you know what, you keep using Evolution, I'll just keep using Devolution, no one will get their stage 2s out. Who's winning here? Turns out I was wrong about that, because it's both of them are going to use an attack, and the Evolution TM player is just going to be able to slap one down and then use Evo to search the stage 2 for the deck. So quite literally, Devo TM has just exited the conversation completely, despite being what really should just be a completely overpowered card.
No, I agree. I feel like certain decks will find use out of that card in some archetype. I feel like Arceus decks, like decks that already kind of play these these control-y sort of like variant things, just like, okay, like here's Spiritomb, here's Path Judge, oh yeah, here's Devolution for a turn. You're having like 4 layers of just not being able to have fun.
Yeah, it is one of the only real responses to a Charizard if you can't hit 330 in one turn, though. I mean,
for sure,
that's a lot.
That's a big number. Moving down the list here in our top 8 placings. We got 2 Lost Tinas. We were talking about archetypes that kind of like fallen by the wayside a little bit. Our Tina is definitely one where it's like everyone keeps talking about like, no, like this deck's really good. Like you guys are not like, you guys are sleeping on it. And then there's the camp that thinks that this deck is a pile. Where do you fall on that side of the conversation?
So you may remember this a little while ago on Twitter. I likened Giratina to a romantic partner who will just do nothing but let you down. So I don't trust Tina. I think Tina's a liar. I don't expect Tina to come into my life and do anything good for me. So I don't think this deck is anything more than a pile. But that's just me, and I have to recognize that it has one of the best win rate spreads across the board. But I've opened turn 1 comfy, no Abyss Seeking Pass too many times with her.
That is single-handedly the best comparison for a deck I've ever heard.
Tina will not treat you right.
Yeah.
She will not.
Yeah. I don't care how, I don't care how nice her hair is. She's bad for you, and she's no good for you, bro. You can do better than that.
I bought her flowers. I took Cramorant out for a nice fish dinner. And all she did was leave me at the altar. I mean, how can you let Tina get away with this?
I fed her Sableye while she was on vacation. Like, and
precious gemstones. I mean, you did everything for her.
These are the thanks we get.
She's off with someone else in top 8. It cuts me real deep. Koopa.
Oh man, all right. We're gearing up for our next round here. Who do you think we're gonna get here, Doom? What are we looking at here?
Well, we'll look at our pairings, who's on Top Cut, and we will find someone, and I will make them stream.
Yeah,
very exciting.
Force them to play for our entertainment and yours at home. Just everyone watching at home.
So we just saw LSA. We saw All Blissel earlier. I want to see if we can get the other Entei on. We're gonna. Oh, Savid. So yeah, we can get this.
The Bits Entei?
It's Savid versus Zach Tribus, and that would be Miraidon Iron Hands versus Entei Iron Valiant. So this would be 2 new decks.
This is very exciting.
Ooh.
I'm a believer in Iron Valiant, even though it can't draw cards. I'm such a believer.
Table 7.
This
Welcome
table. This looks like table 7 to me.
It's just like that cafeteria meme. Just like, what table do you want to sit at?
This is the cool kids table. Every table I'm at becomes the cool kids table, but if you want to doodle on your notebooks, then you can call it the art kids table.
As somebody that was a choir kid, I definitely am accustomed to it. So.
Yeah, high school me did not sit at the cool kids table, but me of the present day is clearly at the cool kids table. And coincidentally, both sets of Mikela, both high school and current day, had Pokemon cards at the lunch table. So that's why it's now the cool kids table.
I agree. Yeah, we've it's like people that play Super Rod, their old Super Rods in current day meta. We just retroactive the cards. Like, oh no, this is cool. Like we're all cool now. So.
Mm-hmm. Super Rod, or like the cool kids rod. Okay, I'm done. We're about to do the coin flip. Heads or tails?
Are you a heads or tails type of person?
I haven't made the commitment yet. I feel like I should pick tails for the bit because my mascot is an Alolan Vulpix.
Oh, that's cute. I mean, mine is
sometimes you gotta go ahead.
I mean,
yeah, tails never fails.
Can I get a name in?
Now, I tell you, this is off topic, but I wanted to ask you this. How come your profile pic is an image of Krogunk?
So it's really, Krogunk's one of my favorite Pokemon. And I just like for whatever reason when during the Pokemon journeys when they were like showing like every round they show like for the Masters 8 they show like a montage of characters in the anime and like they just draw them like the journey style. So like when Ash was battling Leon, they showed Brock watching his match with in the Unova region, and for whatever reason, Krogunk wearing the nurse's hat is just really, really funny.
Oh, what a king!
It's Nurse Krogunk's is cool. I like poison tree frogs as like a thing in real life, so it's like that's a part of my brain that was scratched successfully by the Sinnoh region. So Krogunk rules.
We always support our healthcare workers here.
Yes.
We're seeing a pretty interesting start to this game. Opening Radiant Charizard is never good. You always want to hold that until you need it. And seeing it turn 1 with that 3 retreat cost, big oof.
Yeah, this is a massive oof, and thank goodness that if you're a Silver Sergeant, you're going second here, because that could have been disaster. And there we go, Battle VIP Pass, the cure all in scenarios like this.
Yeah, I like how I come in on the stream and say Entei is great, Entei's going to win, and then we have two Enteis, one of which has a bad start, and the other one just connects. So if I've created some sort of curse upon all Entei players, I apologize.
We have to go back in time to that one Pokemon movie with Entei, and then I don't know, do something. Maybe watch it. I got nothing.
If that is your decision.
If that is your decision. What a great
I
movie.
love that movie. I had go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay, no, I was gonna say back when they used to like remix the Pokemon theme songs for the movies is like that's like just peak Pokemon movie time for me. Like that opening theme song, that opening theme remix absolutely slaps, and it's been on every workout playlist I've had since.
Okay, so this is a totally off-topic commentary. Has nothing to do with this game. The first like social media post I ever did that went any semblance of viral was a commentary on the Entei movie and a crack theory that movie is evidence for the Pokemon Unknown, the little letter guy, being an Ultra Beast. Unknown is an Ultra Beast. So you're probably thinking like, this isn't relevant. We're trying to watch Entei and Raikou duke it out. Why do we need to care about the little small letter Pokemon that only knows one move? Well, I'll tell you, that Pokemon goes in and out of wormholes, changes people's memories so that they forget stuff, and also, at one point, there's a art book of like legendary Pokemon that shows up in that movie. One of them looks like a Xurkitree. Coincidence? I think not.
Okay, I pick up what you're putting down.
Yeah, I mean, if you do a comparison between what we knew in Gen 7 and what we knew in that movie, there's a lot of suspicious overlap.
We'll have to find someone to give us a platform to talk about that for like an hour and a half, so we can.
Yeah, I think Doom doesn't mind if I totally co-opt his stream, right?
This is no longer a tournament. This is a podcast. Oh, hi,
That's
Iron
right.
Valiant. All right, so I wasn't expecting to see I wasn't expecting to see an Entei primary build to begin with. I wasn't expecting to see Entei and Iron Valiant hanging out with each other. That's certainly an archetype I was not prepared for.
So that came out of Japan, I think, but there's a surprising amount of synergy there because Iron Valiant can't draw cards. Entei's got a 3 retreat cost but draws cards, so it benefits from all the switch attacks. And also, it is basically, when you factor in Magma Basin, a single energy attack. So you don't have to worry about attaching to the Iron Valiant because Z2 is not fast enough for this format.
Yeah, it's definitely that card. This I feel like is definitely cope. Like I don't think that card has a place here. Hi, Minior, what you doing in there?
I mean, he's in there for the Snorlax players.
True. What a little guy.
Just a lad. Just a gentleman.
Not playing the art rare though. Kind of hate to see it, but it's fine though. So we'll see how this pans out here. We have energy on the board, but a handsave's kind of yikes here. Also,
yeah, there's not really an attacker charged up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can attach from hand and then draw one with Mew and see what happens.
I was gonna say maybe a fleet-footed play, but you still need the Raikou to do the attacking.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you could try to get a Miraidon charged up. We were going to see the fleet-footed play first.
What's the one?
Oh, no. This is horrible. That's the worst thing you could have drawn.
Yeah, do you go into the... that's tough, man. Yeah,
Oh,
you
no.
Not the sheep.
Oh, no. I mean, Squawkabilly was right there. That was a nice, juicy target. Now they're going behind to turn to Entei.
Yeah, that's tough. And you're giving up, Mareep, who's obviously a huge cog in the machine for Miraidon. You being able to soup up with Dynamotor is always proven to be very effective. And I'm actually kind of surprised I understand like the tech cards you want to put in here and certain things have to be omitted. But I think you I think in most matches where like your opponent can't snipe the bench, you kind of have to set up double flaff, unless that wasn't available and I missed it. But
so I think the reason there's only one Marip is because of the Iron Valiant and the Metachan play. You don't want to get into I mean, the bench is full, so it's not happening. You don't want to get in a scenario where you have a damaged Marip or Flaffy, and then they get 2 turns, and then the game is gone away from you.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. There you go.
Yeah. I've been playing a lot of Valiant and hoping that it becomes a good deck, and my hopes have not been answered thus far. But Entei is like the closest it's gotten to being answered, so I'll take that.
There you go. You're the one who's got to do it. You're the one who's gonna to push it over the edge.
You say that, but I have I bought Jolteon VMAXs again. I'm ready to be hurt again. It's not a good archetype. Urshifu's better in every way, and Entei is better than that in every other way. But I'm just a believer.
I want someone to believe in me the way that you believe in Entei.
That's right. I mean, no 1% of the meta, no doubts, immediate. Ooh, are we gonna see a hands play?
Ooh, hands. Ooh, Hans.
These hands are rated E for everyone.
I'd be down for a hands play. Like, what instead? It's gonna be Photon Blaster. That move doesn't sound as cool as Ampy very much, but whatever.
No, but we still get Zapdos, so we get that 230 immediate KO. You know, never mind that there was a Magma Basin counter on there. We get the immediate KO whether it's got that damage or not.
What are your thoughts on the Professor Magnolia full arts as your Professor Research choice here?
You know, I think Magnolia got completely sidelined in her game, so if she gets one place where she has the spotlight, she can have it. I mean, she's an icon everywhere.
She is an icon.
She's out here girl bossing.
That being said, though, who's your Professor's Research of choice?
Probably Juniper.
Thank you.
So real. Let's go. Let's go.
Sorry, this is our question. Doom's going to come in. Yes, Juniper. Thank you.
I mean, I support women's rights and I support women's wrongs. You tell me I'm not going to support Professor Juniper? What am I supposed to do? Come in with Professor Oak? That man has had several games in the limelight. He doesn't need it. Professor Juniper only got Black and White 1, and in Black and White 2, she gets sidelined for her dad half the game. What's that about? Put her in the card game. Put her in, coach. That's what I'm saying.
And you're talking like I don't have 4 full arts of her in one of my decks right now.
You only have 4. Where are the rest of them? Keep going.
I have 5. I thought I lost one that I bought one at a convention, but then I found it. It's just like, oh, now I have 5.
You should have as many Junipers as there were Moltres in that last game.
I'll wait till they're I'll wait till they're not like $11 a pop.
That's fair.
Ooh, let's go,
Stonks go up.
Juniper's tongues go way up.
Okay, here's a question. Do you prefer Iono or N? The single letter N.
I mean, in terms of character, I think N's cooler. And Iono's got scary shark teeth.
She's playing a lot of Splatoon. She's a pro Splatoon streamer.
Does she play with motion controls?
Oh, never.
Iono definitely plays strictly the Goku skin in Fortnite. Like, hasn't drank an ounce of water in days.
I feel like once in a while she smurfs with the default skin.
Oh man, our gamer brains are so just poisoned by the culture that we just, put our own insecurities on an Iono.
No explanation.
No, that's a knockout on that's a game. Good golly,
that game sure got away from us. Well, it was going really well for the Entei player. Never missing into attack, never bad draws, despite the Charizard start. I think that was earned. And then Miraidon over there is just not getting set up. Bad hands, bad starts, missing turn 1 attack. I mean, that was a worst case scenario for Miraidon.
Now, someone that's been competing much longer than I have, Mikela, maybe you can give me some insight on like what your like, whether it's like in an online scenario like this, or if you're playing IRL, like when you just have one of those games where just like you're just drawing like crap, like you're like everything that's just like it could go wrong, can go wrong. Like how do you rebound from that?
Oh, that's such a great question. I know people who just don't. Their answers are they just don't rebound from that. But that, yeah, I think when you have those days when you can't rebound, that's when you start seeing where you can grow as a player. You know, your weaknesses as a player are the things that you're not always willing to admit. You know, my weakness as a player is I believe in Jolteon, and I'm not willing to admit that I'm wrong, and that's where I have my weaknesses. So when your mental game is compromised and you're not willing to learn how to build yourself back up, that's a growth area that you can identify. And for each person, it's wildly different. One of my friends needs an hour in the corner to cry, and then she comes back to herself and gets in the game. I need personally to just not think about it and to just shelve the emotions for 48 hours. And then on the flight home for the regionals, I cry, and the flight attendant asks me if someone's going to hurt me. And I go, no, I just wasn't drawing any of my supporter cards. And she goes, what does that mean? And I go, don't worry about it. You'll understand someday. And she'll never understand someday because no one understands. But you do. You do, Koopa.
I understand. And then it's like, oh, hi. We'll just send them on the same flight together. It's just like, oh, hey, how'd your supporter cards go?
So when you're rebounding, you look for the things that will bring you strength to go on, and that could be anything. That could be compartmentalization, which my therapist doesn't recommend, or that could be looking to your next game and saying, I didn't win this one, but this is a best of 3. I've got 2 more to try. Let's do it.
Mine is a convention center hot dog.
Ooh, that's a choice.
Yeah, me and Rahul already on the same wavelength of the convention center glizzy go crazy. I went on one of the best tournament runs of my life after starting 0-2 in Hartford and then having a good cry in the corner and then buying a convention center hot dog at 10:30 in the morning, and then I went on a tear for the next 4 rounds.
That's what's up. That's why they call it cooking. I have to say the convention center hot dogs is usually the best food they have. Like you can get the convention center chicken tenders, and they'll be okay, but they'll never be the best chicken tenders you've had in your life. Exactly.
Like you can't go wrong with a convention center hot dog. It's usually a name brand. It's usually like an okay price. Like
and
it's filling enough. Yeah. Because like with chicken tenders, you have to find a table to sit at. Like it's a whole mess. Like I made a mistake in Pittsburgh by buying chicken tenders. Like I thought I had enough time in between rounds to eat it, and I didn't. So I'm just like I can't put them on the table obviously, or the judge is gonna yell at me. So I just like put them under my chair, and I just like casually pulling out chicken tenders from under my seat in between games.
You get a chicken tender. You get a chicken tender. Everybody gets a chicken tender.
Yeah, my opponent's probably like, where's I get all this chicken from? I'm just like, don't worry about it, man. I play boss for my supporter.
Okay, this is gonna be. If you haven't played this game, I'll be upset. Have you played the game Dust and Elysian Tail?
I have.
Okay, that was the wall chicken. You were pulling out wall chickens. For those of you who don't know, when you beat up a wall, a chicken comes out. It's a fully cooked rotisserie chicken. That's a wall chicken.
Yeah, that's also like a Castlevania. So that's also where I'm familiar. That's also where I'm familiar with wall chicken. Hey, research.
Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar with playing the actual Castlevania series, but I did just watch season 3 of the Castlevania anime yesterday. Great show.
Yeah, that's my goat, Richter Belmont.
Not quite for kids, but great show.
No.
That was an interesting attached choice.
Yeah, that's kind of tough. This hand is also like rough once again. Have you seen a single generator?
No.
Is there a generator in this deck?
I feel like Raikou has picked up a curse that. I mean, you know what? Maybe the hands just lost its batteries. It's not charged up. That's what it's the iron hands.
That's true. Yeah, you need a portable. You need a charger bug to plug in.
You need to plug that in. Go to your car, get the cord, and then just take a round, get charged up.
Yeah, that's tough stuff, man. Like it's like I've had those games again where it's just like you need that like one key to get your engine going, and you just can't find it like ever. Like you've had your hand disrupted twice, you've researched twice. You just keep drawing, and it just like keeps evading you like a cartoon character. It's like I swear I have the card in this deck. Like, where are you?
I mean, even Silver Sergeant over there, last turn they were going for a Valiant Bits Yoga Loop play. I mean, they put down the energy on the Yoga Loop and then Squawkabilly for the cards and just didn't get it. So, I mean, both players are having a bit of a slow start, but Entei is able to get going faster. Hopefully, we will get what we need this turn to start seeing a board state, but I'm not super confident that this game is going to go in their intended direction because of that 60 HP Mareep just sitting there. Like, that's a huge liability for Yoga Loops. You get Yoga Looped, it's over.
Yeah, it's definitely Jover if the Yoga Loop comes out. I'm still trying to understand why the Regieleki is here.
Maybe for cleaning up bench KOs, or it could be a Gardevoir answer.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I mean, Gardevoir is like a shred of its former self in this format, but
yeah, she's
If you watch the earlier rounds, you find out that she's not, and she's very much live.
She's thriving?
Is she Mariah Carey at Christmas time thriving? Like,
no, put that away.
Defrost her. She's ready.
It's November. All I want for November is for it to be November, not December 2.0.
I know I guess someone's not hanging out in retail stores this month.
No, I'm avoiding them.
The only reason it's not in the top stuff right now is because it was like 8 of them got paired against each other and they all tied. And it was
they all got paired against each other.
Yeah, all the Gardevoirs got paired against each other like at 3-1, and it was hilarious.
So let me get this straight. There's 8 Gardevoir in the tournament.
There's more than that.
Oh, okay. Here I was thinking you had just dropped this absolutely unlikely, super shiny grades probability event. Every single Gardevoir paired against each other, and then they all tied. I mean, the odds of that, which didn't happen, but the odds of that would be very, very low.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
But
that'd be misogyny.
We have 2 at 5-1 and 2 at 402. And then we have 4 more at 4-1-1. So Gardevoir's out there, and we still got 3 more rounds for them to come in and claim their supremacy, I guess is the way to put it.
Classic Gardevoir moment.
Certified Guardian moment. 100.
I mean, we're seeing Gardevoirs, we're seeing Iron Valiants. Does anybody get a Gallade? I mean, we're having a Moltres scenario over here.
Yeah, can we get a Zard Gallade? You know, when that deck was fun for like 8 seconds.
That's a shame. That was a great archetype.
I think it's a lot of fun still. It's like definitely not the optimal Zard build whatsoever, but it's still like cool.
I lost against one of Peoria. Actually, it was a tie, but I think if we'd kept going because of the timer, he would have won. That was like my first not win of the day. Zard Gallade could still have it. Just I don't think it has it versus Moon.
Oh, yo, dog! I heard you. I heard you like yoga. Oh.
Yoga.
All right, so what do you? All right, sorry. So what's the yoga pose that Medicham does to put you in yoga loop?
Well, I was gonna say a T pose, but that's not really a yoga thing.
That's a Fortnite taunt. I'm sorry, wrong game.
Yeah, that's your gamer brain leaking into your real person brain again.
I know. Okay, if they knock out the Raikou, then I would call that pose the downward dog.
Warrior pose.
That's probably the actual answer.
Yeah. downward dog though sent me for a loop. That's funny. A yoga loop if you may. Hey-oh.
I feel like I need just like a button that I keep in my pocket, and when I'm having a sad day, I press the button and a Koopa one-liner comes out of it.
I'll just send you my next commentary reel.
Oh, great. That's great.
I'll send you an MP4.
Okay, the actual state of this game, since this is what we were supposed to be here talking about the game. I don't know what you're doing, but whatever you're doing is great. Keep it up. But the game, the actual state of this game, is that we're going to see another Tachyon Bits play to really juice up those iron hands for some reason. I don't know why that's the optimal move, but we're not going to see an attack from Radiant Charizard. That's sad. I wanted to see that.
Yeah, that would have been sweet.
I guess the play would have been to maybe put the DTE onto the Zard, or to put a new DTE on Zard, and then you could have killed the Iron Hands, and then the lead would have been so commanding. But 4/4 is workable.
Top deck into a second Arv. Gonna soup up the Iron Hands. So use the Arvin to go for the Jenny. Maybe try to soup up Iron Hands here.
I don't know if I want to. I mean, if I'm in their shoes, I don't know what attack I want to take. I mean, obviously, I want to knock out a 2-prizer. I don't really like that Radiant Zard is in the back because that'll throw me off later. But I have a boss's order, so probably just knock out the Iron Valiant and then make sure I have an attacker next turn. I would put that on the Raikou, honestly, because next turn all I need to do is boss, knock out the Squawk, and the game is over.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we see here from our Maridon player. There we go against the 230 full bench plus the boost from Zapdos. So Zapdos doing the Lord's work right there. So now forced to take a KO here to keep things on even prize trade. But like you said, I think this is, unless the hand gets disrupted here, this is basically over.
It's not quite checkmate, but we're one turn from checkmate. A single Iono would bring them back in. Nope, never mind. Game's over.
It's Jover.
It has concluded.
That's really funny. I wasn't expecting that.
Shout out to the style play of promoting Iron Hands for the weakness KO. I mean, you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to go that hard.
Thank you very much, Squawkabilly.
On to game 3.
I have been waiting the entire tournament to put the lower third up of Iron Hands. It was the whole reason I developed that and worked on it was just for Iron Hands, and it took 7 rounds for it to finally attack.
We did it.
We did it.
So my visualization of how Ampy very much works is that Iron Hands goes to give you a handshake, and he has one of those like comically large like hand buzzers that like shock you.
Aww.
He's just a big jokester, and that's why you take the extra prize card because you get got.
That is a good point. You know, visualizing Ampy very much. If you watched the Path to the Peak animation series, it's clear that the secret to being good at the trading card game is visualizing the attacks as you use them. How do you think also, Ava would use Iron Hands?
She wouldn't. She'd use Oddish.
You're so right. You're so right. You're so right.
She'd win a regional with just Oddish.
Didn't she win like the IC and the World Championships? Oh no, she lost one of them.
Yeah, exactly. She lost one of those. She had to have one of her redemption arcs.
Can you imagine like your first season, like you're in the finals every single game? Like that's just, I don't know where you can go from there.
God bless her. She's doing her best.
I mean, we talk about like top 8ing, like that's the peak of the game. I mean, obviously you want to win a regionals, but even just getting that far, that's a huge achievement.
Yeah, she went Path to the Peak, if anything. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm bad joke.
Was that supposed to be she went Path to the Peak? Like past, but path?
I guess.
You have to explain the
joke. The fact that there was no Path to the Peak at all in that series made me kind of miffed.
Well, you could say every episode there was a Path to the Peak.
That's true. Although getting Iono down to 1 and then losing the game is just like such a real feeling. So I felt that in my bones.
Okay, we're getting an Electro Generator. We hit a single electric. It's going on the board onto the Iron Hands. Doom, this is great for you.
Good.
The quantity of energy on that Iron Hands.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, nah, I need more tournament streams to incorporate like bowling alley like strike animations for every time there's an MP very much.
Like a little hatch opens up on the screen, and the Pixar lamp or the little THX guy that comes out and like uses a soldering iron to like reconstruct the screen. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think a viewer would find that kind of graphic quite shocking.
Hell, nice try. Can't get nothing past me.
Okay, Jet Energy. We're going to draw a single card off of Fleet-Footed, and it's going to be a Professor's Research. So we're not going to Fleet-Footed yet. Look at that hand. That's a lot of supporters.
That is a lot of supporters. I feel that's a problem that both players have had. Their hands just keep getting clogged up with these supporter cards. It's like, oops, you can only use one of these per turn. So what are you going to do?
Well, I'm glad they're all getting well supported.
I was going to say. in the long tournament, it's support is definitely a thing that you lean on.
Double VIP pass.
Taylor Swift tickets.
Are you going to actually go see one of the Eras Tour concerts?
I think I'd consider it if I have time or $1 million.
That's fair. I haven't gotten tickets. I don't actually like listen to Taylor Swift at all. But for the status piece of saying I'm at a Taylor Swift concert, I think that'd be fun.
It'd be like +8 to my charisma, so I take that. So.
True. Yeah, I can use a couple charisma points myself.
Yeah. Taylor Swift is just a D&D stat buff, so.
Okay, you didn't hear it, but I chuckled warmly and quietly under my breath at that concept. It was very tame, but good joke. Yes, you have earned 1 joke point.
Your check's in the mail. Thanks for laughing.
Wait, you're paying me for laughing? Oh, sweet. Hold on. What's the going exchange here?
20 cents per chuckle, 30 cents per guffaw.
That's a pretty good. Conversion rate. What's the click through?
0.2%.
Oh.
Sadness. Hey, Burning Rondo for knockout. Look at that.
Perfect knockout, right on par. You gotta love Iron Valiant for that. You can't control the Entei's damage output anymore because all they have to do is switch out a Valiant once. Because the creative benching that was going on, limiting the bench size to 4, that wasn't just a freak thing. That was so that Entei couldn't take those KOs. Except Entei can now take those KOs.
Yeah, like you said up top, like these two cards feel like they're just like kind of like they work really well in tandem with each other because you're going to want to play a high amount of switching cards. So, it kind of makes sense on paper as to why this would work so well.
Ooh, we have a sequencing question here. Are they going to use the attachment, the Mew, then the Fleet-Footed? Yep.
Ooh, that's a good question. There you go. More cards.
Oh, there's enough here to use Iron Hands. If there's I don't think they're going to get a catcher off of this research, but if they do, darn, we could have seen an Iron Hands switch out knockout squawk ability for 3. It wouldn't really change the. Ooh, what's happening? What's happening? Arm press for 150.
150.
That just seems inefficient. I think if they hadn't gotten greedy turn 1 with the generator and they just held it for a Raikou, that would have been a KO.
Yeah. Is this an instance maybe they're just like banking on them switching out into something else? Or you just like do you boss up the Entei and boss up the squawk ability to make it through this next turn?
I mean, they could make up for that with a Regieleki play, but Regieleki only does 40 to the bench. That's still not enough for KO. There would have needed to be a Magma base in 20 to make that happen.
Right, yeah.
Where are they getting the random 60 damage? And that was almost as bad as losing the turn.
Yeah, I don't think that this list plays a vacuum. So, I mean, I think they're safe of not being... just kidding. I'm an idiot.
There was a vacuum. They're getting cleaned up over here.
Hell.
I mean, the room is getting disinfected.
Yeah, and Entei is barking at it as you're vacuuming away the charm, so.
That vacuum did not clog up with dog hair. I mean, the switch card is even worse.
Yep, there you go. It's 20 on the hands.
Mikela, I will be happy to just let you know the Entei deck from last round bounced back and took a victory and is 5-2 and currently sitting in 12th place.
What did I say? What did I say?
You did it.
It's Entei time. I guess I'm no longer a believer in Jolteon. I'm a believer in Entei now.
Friendship with Jolteon over. Entei's my new best friend now.
Oh, I bought Valiant singles, but didn't buy anything to go with it because I was like, oh, this will go with something eventually. Turns out it goes with something this set.
We love to see it.
I have the bad art Entei in my folder, and I was like, man, I'll never play this card. I was actually thinking about selling it as bulk, and now I'm sitting here like, I got to get 3 more.
That Entei alt art looks so strange. Like I don't understand how that got past the quality control.
That artist has made like 200 Pokemon cards actually, and that's probably why they just let it through now.
They have a lot of good ones. I just don't think it works for Entei.
Like
It looks weird.
as an art director, you get to a point with some people that you work with where you just go, I'm just going to let this go, because no matter how much direction you give, no matter how much you try, they're not going to change.
I'm going to let you cook.
And we're just going to let it go.
Ooh, there's cooking going on here. I think there was a debate about using boss, because if you could boss the Squawk ability and take a KO on the Squawk and then put a 40 on the Entei, then you can follow up with another bench damage. I don't think it's going to happen though. Especially because Regilecki's probably about to get KO'd anyway, so that was probably the smart choice.
Yeah, no, for sure. There you go. Get a generator and a research.
Shout out to the double generator hit that made that turn possible.
Yeah, that's like definitely an endorphin machine for sure. Like this definitely makes the brain go brr.
I might call that endorphin generator now. Thank you for that extra one-liner.
You're welcome. Endorphin. I mean, it feels like that sometimes. Like, you ever, like, I played around on my weekly this week, and, like, every generator I whiffed, I just felt my mental health just crumbling. Like,
so here's some actually useful content for our competitive fans. If you remember the card Max Elixir, Max Elixir would take 6 cards from the top of your deck. If you had 1 basic energy, you could attach it to a bench Pokemon, and you'd shuffle your deck afterwards. That had about, in a 12 energy card deck, maybe a 75% chance of hitting. Electric Generator is almost the same card, except there's a chance to put down 2 energy. It has to be electric, and you only get 5 cards to search from. So if you didn't know this, a 14 energy card deck has the exact same odds as that Max Elixir at 75%. That's the odds of success for a single generator hitting at least 1 lightning energy, 75%. So if you remember the Max Elixir days, they're right back as they were.
And like sometimes you just have those games where you look at 8 cards and you see no energy. It's just like, well, guess I'll die.
Yeah, we call those a swear word that's probably not family friendly, hands.
It rhymes with
no swearing.
Duck.
But can I say swear word? Can I say it's a swear word, but not say the swear word? Is that legal?
Judge?
I'll tell you what's good content though. You know, in Japan they have the 4 Heavenly Kings tournament because that's what they call the Elite Four over there. And I remember I was on Twitter. Someone had posted the 4 alt arts of Judge and said, "These are my 4 Heavenly Kings."
Oh, was that Jeremy Jalen that did that?
I think so.
I think.
Who are your 4 Heavenly Kings? Because I'll tell you, one of mine is Jolteon, one of mine is Entei. We're gonna add Sylveon in because I think Sylveon deserves the title of royalty, and I'm gonna say the 4th one is Judge. Who are your 4 Heavenly Kings?
Oh gosh.
No matter what both of you answer, I'm going to tell you you're wrong, and I'll tell you why you're wrong here after Kyle says his.
I can't wait to
Okay, it's Archeops, Ultra Ball, and the alt art specifically of Ice Cube GX where he is parallel with the ground.
That's so accurate. That's so accurate. All right, Doom. Who are the real Heavenly Kings?
The real Heavenly Kings. First off, Fuecoco. Second off, Fuecoco. Third, another Fuecoco, because there's 3 Fuecoco cards. And fourth will be Shiny Fuecoco once he gets released. Because Fuecoco is the only correct answer for everything.
I believe it.
I think we've learned something today.
That I like Fuecoco.
Fuecoco?
The one card I wish we see like not a reprint or redo thing is I want them to do more Pokemon with hats like they did with the Pikachu. I just want to see hats. Fuecoco with a hat, Zubat with a hat, Bidoof wearing 2 hats because Bidoof is awesome. You know, that kind of thing.
The 2-hat doof.
2-hat Bidoof.
Yeah. I'm just picturing Bidoof in a Kangol hat, and it's just making me laugh.
This is some real Team Fortress posting.
Yeah, we're
right. So someone said the word Team Fortress. My wife and I played a lot of Team Fortress 2 when we first got together.
Aww.
So it has a very special place in my heart. And one of our first anniversary gifts she got me was a orange. It was one of the Klawfs for heavy. I named it Conan's Klawf for me. They made it orange, so it was like I was playing as a giant, mad Russian version of Conan O'Brien.
I don't want to interrupt you, but Charizard's about to win the game for Entei.
Let's go, Charizard! Woo! Radiant Charizard in all of his glory.
That was fantastic. I love it. You love to see it.
You prefer the Pokemon Go art or like the new reprinted art from Crown Zenith?
I think the Crown Zenith one looks a little cleaner, but I'm biased towards the older one. Because the Pogo art, I've just been looking at it so long, I've gotten used to it. I don't like it too much.
I think Greninja should have got the reprint.
All right, good job, Entei. I'm glad that I managed to cast 2 Entei games. You know, you really got to notice when it's this low a share of the meta and it's this high a share of the top tables. Perhaps it's the sauce.
Perhaps you were influencing in more ways than one.
Okie doke. He's going to the Doom Room.
To the Doom Room.
I have Zatrubus's Entei list up. Do you want me to just send you that link?
I have it up too, so we're chilling.
Excellent. Great mind.
Let's go. Yeah, let's talk about it. So, Entei Iron Valiant, definitely again, did not have this on my bingo card today, but it makes a lot of sense, and I really like it a lot, personally.
It kind of reminds me of the old Suicune Lotad decks. Instead of using the Ludicolo to put an extra 200, you just use Iron Valiant to do it as many times as you like, wherever you like on the board.
No, I agree. It really makes a lot of sense here. Like you said, like you brought up, like these two cards, obviously, you know, one encourages you to switch into the active as often as possible. One has a heavy retreat cost, so you're going to be playing switching cards to begin with. So it's like they really just work well in tandem with each other. And you saw it, like you said, you know, there's you cannot no longer hide behind, you know, not stacking your bench or like having the you know, to throw off the Rondo math, you know, because Iron Valiant is able to correct that. So we love to see it. You know, I'm good stuff to Zatrubus sitting at 6-1 right now. And the standings, it looks like we're still we have a lone undefeated player still, James Sims at 7-0.
You know, I do have to say, and I'm going to completely not engage with what you just said, because someone just sent me a meme with Entei on it. I just kind of can't think anymore because my heart is melting.
Okay, but you better send it to me later.
What?
You better send it to me.
I'll send it to you. Shout out to Pawn Art TCG. Really love that. That was really kind of you, Pawn Art TCG. But one of the things about this Iron Valiant Entei deck is it cannot handle Charizard. Charizard is still good.
Yeah, that's tough.
Having a weakness to Charizard is a huge issue in this format.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, I think Charizard just continues to be good in this format. Like I said, evolution kind of mitigates some of that pain. This list is running both Jirachi and Manaphy, as one probably should. So you're protecting yourself from all sorts of bench snipage. And Turtle Scenario is really good too. It helps you, you know, it helps you have an out. You know, like I said, 330 is a big number to hit. So you're no longer have to worry about getting two-shotted, where if you have a Sturrow in your hand, it's like, okay, you have to go through a big one. Have fun.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, this is I know Terra Charizard's a dark type, but this is a great time for fire types in this meta. I mean, if you're using basic fire energy, you're having a good day.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, we've talked a lot about Entei. Do you want to take a look at the wider stream? Well, I said
Absolutely.
stream, so this isn't the stream. I suppose what I meant is the wider metagame and the pairings and standing.
absolutely, let's take a look at it.
They low peak. James Sims is 7-0 with Zard. Good for him. Good for him.
Love to see it.
I mean, he's great every time he plays.
Yeah, I'm a fan for sure. Yeah. So your top three right now is James Sins, Unknown Gamer, and Kanto. Kanto's still at 6-0. Their match hasn't concluded yet, so they could also cap out at 7-0. Again, they're rocking the colorless Lugia with no Iron Hands, which has been a list that's been very popular, but they're running a lot more like the classic Lugia attackers. You're playing Luxray. You have the Drapion in there, of course, one singular copy of Mew and a Pumpkaboo. They're also running Great Balls instead of using Nest Balls, which I'm personally a fan of. I'm a Great Ball truther. Yeah, pretty standard Lugia list here, and it just proves that the deck, if you're able to get set up and play your game, having Snorlax as a primary attacker, doing 160, 180, not being able to go to bed, it's kind of nice.
I saw the 3 Snorlax in the list, and I went, "Oh my goodness, is this going to be Blocklax?" And no, it's the Lost Origin Snorlax that blocks effects of attacks. That said, I maybe there's room for like a one of, because I've seen it in a couple of lists, a one of Blocklax line. I mean, the problem with Lugia is that it's charged, and if he does go 7-0, I'm assuming the pronoun here, and I apologize. If they go 7-0, we could end up seeing that versus Charizard, because those are the two 7-0s. And I don't see what Lugia has to make that matchup work. I mean, every experience I've had playing Charizard versus Lugia, you get checkmated the minute 2 Zards are down.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Like, I don't think Lugia pairs well into that matchup. I think Colorless does a little bit better because assuming everything goes the way of the Lugia, where you're able to get Archeops out. And you just, you soup up your Snorlaxes, you 2-hit KO with a Snorlax and force them on an odd prize trade. But that's not always easy, said than done. And this deck's also lacking the Weird Ear. Weird Ear is kind of crucial against Charizard, especially in like the end game scenario where you have to like bet it all on the farm and burn all your energy and hope that it's enough to knock out the Charizard.
Yeah, the matchup path is something like knock out a Charmander, knock out a random one prizer. It could be a Charmeleon, it could be a draw card, and then after that, you have to Weird Ear, and you have to pray that they have only 5 prizes taken, so you can use Mew VMAX for the last prize. That's the only path that really works. Not having Weird Ear in that equation means they have to take a 2-prize attacker somewhere, and the only 2-prize KO you can take is on the Charizard, or maybe a Lumineon if they left it active. But I don't see how this would handle that matchup if that's what actually comes to pass. But what are they playing right now? It looks like they're playing All Out Blitzel on a Lost Box deck with a Lycanroc in. Hold on. Check out All Out Blitzel's list. There's a Lycanroc VMAX in this list.
Great Google.
Oh, that's saucy. That's so saucy. Oh.
Yeah, they're playing that. There's quite a few friends in this list. You got Terrakion, Crabominable. Hello, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh wow. So this kind of reminds me of Sablezard, because it looks like what you do is you use Sableye to put damage everywhere, and then close out the game with a bunch of big beefy VMAX or V attackers. That's interesting.
Right. Very.
I can't say I've seen a Lost Box build like that in a while.
Lost Box technology always fascinates me. Like, it just feels like you can kind of like really put anything in there and like you can kind of get it to work. Like, it's truly the most fascinating deck archetype.
Yeah, Lost Box is saved because of the complete variety of deck building options it has. I mean, if Lost Box could only be played in one specific way, so many people would be sick of it by now. But because Lost Box is viable no matter what attacker you choose, people aren't as upset that Lost Box has been a consistently good engine since day one.
Yeah,
that's just good game design.
Yeah, it's good. Good deck. Flowers go burr.
And yet they still play Lost Tina.
She's not good for you. She's not good for you.
She's not good to me specifically. I'm taking a look at the metagame right now. You probably talked about this a bit earlier, but I'm looking at the share of the room. I'm a little surprised that there's so many Gardevoir.
Yeah, it's just
It's a good deck.
It's good deck good. Brainwave for knockout go burr.
I mean, that's true, but I mean, it's a stage 2 deck in a format where people are just kind of hyping up. There's all these big basics. There's all these cards that interfere with getting set up. There's Snorlax that punishes decks that don't run switch outs. And Gardevoir seems to be hitting all those notes, except it's got like a 50% win rate.
You could have just left it at there's Snorlax, and I would have been like, yeah, you're right.
It's true, there is Snorlax.
It is Snorlax. 13 Snorlaxes, by the way. There's 8 Serenas in the tournament. I'd love to see it. Shout out to that guy. To those people.
Serena?
Yeah, that's a...
Serena started like 07 and we all laughed.
Yeah, the highest placing Serena was the person's name was Glue Sugar, and they dropped at 2-3.
Oh no, that's horrible. Glue Chugger. That's a great username. That's a great username.
That's my new burner account, guys. It's over.
Glue Chugger. Oh, there's a Tinkaton player. Oh, they dropped at 1-3. Oh.
Yeah, rough day for it. Looks like Goldengo as well. Kind of a deck that I expected would do a little. You know, I feel like in general, I feel like Goldengo people are still trying to like figure that one out a bit. Like,
yeah,
nobody like. Do you just go straight Goldengo? Do you try to add in a secondary attacker? Like, I feel like that's the deck where people are really like not sure. Like, if it feels like it's kind of like we're waiting for like that one person to find the optimal list for it.
I've been thinking about this too, because the first week when Japan win results were from like leagues were coming out, Goldengo had something like a 64% win rate, which was astonishing. And all of a sudden after that, it dropped off. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Was there a sample size error? What's going on? And when you look at the card itself, Goldengo looks like it should be the best deck in format because it draws you 2 cards. You could get more for each copy of Goldengo. So hello Zoroark GX territory. You attack for a single energy. And there's so many energy search and retrieval effects, it looks like it should be powering through the format. But because it has to evolve from Gimme Ghoul, I think that's where all the deck's problems come from. It takes you a turn to set up. You got to have so many search cards just used to get the evolution in play. And you can't do the draw until you get the evolution in play. There's no Bridget in format. You'd have to use something like Gloria. It just isn't as versatile as it looked on first appearance. Do you think Goldengo... Do you think someone can solve Goldengo, or are these problems going to be so ubiquitous and so fundamentally unfixable that it doesn't matter what the list looks like? It still has to evolve in a format full of big basics.
I think there's a way it can work. Because it only has to evolve once, I think it's fine. Like I still think back to the list that like I saw in Andrew Mahone's video that he did on it, where it's just like, yeah, you just go second and you hit Arvin, you slap on TM Evolution, you hope you hit you get the Battle VIP pass, and you have 2 Goldengos, ready to go on turn 2, which is like, I definitely think I think how you soup up the deck around that is different as well. Like some people are believers in, do you play B-Barrel? Do you not play B-Barrel? Do you play Scizor? Do you don't play Scizor? Do you play Eldegoss or not? Like, I think there's a lot of variety here, and I think they're all fine. And I just think I think once someone's able to like unclog that drain and find like the optimal way to get all the energy that you need in your hand, I think that'll be, I think they'll figure it out at that point. Hopefully.
I really like that language, unclog that drain.
one of my many Koopa-isms. I'm full of them, so.
Cooper, do you do work as a plumber?
I did unclog a drain in my apartment the other week, so you can say that.
Well, what was in it? What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, okay. It was one of those kind of drains.
Yeah, it was not fun.
That was not a mega drain. That was a giga drain.
Oh, geez. Oh, yeah. Gonna have to work that one out in therapy next week.
Yeah. Speaking of grass types, is Klawf Electrode a real deck?
Okay, all right, hear me out. This deck is crack. It's so much fun. Excuse my language, but it's like one of my favorite archetypes of decks are decks that require very minimal setup and can attack on the first turn. I played Lunatone Soul Rock for a long time for that very reason. It took very little effort and it was able to get off the ground quickly. So this deck is like perfectly crafted in a lab for a simpleton like me. And I think it's kind of saucy. Like you have, like I said, you go second, you hit Arvin, you get your VIP pass, you hit you get your poison capsule thing on your brute bonnet. Like you squawk for 6 more cards and you're off to the races. Like I just think I don't think it's ever gonna grow past rogue deck. Like you're still like, but like being able to hit Charizard and Roaring Moon for weakness for 0 energy is really funny. Like that's silly. You throw in a Drapion to take care of Mew. You have Klawf to knock, fighting is a good, decent weakness to hit for because you hit into weakness on, Miraidon and Arceus. So it's like, I think it's kind of saucy. I think it's fun.
I sat down with the pal and I went, we need to find a grass type deck, just any grass type deck. And that's the only thing we could come up with. So I don't know if grass as an archetype has any bones left in its body, but I'm hoping it does. That's the sweet.
Well, good thing Electro doesn't have bones.
Are better.
Electro's made out of wood. He doesn't have any bones, so we're chilling. So
yeah. Also, that's just a fun card. I mean, you look at it and you go, I don't see a lot of Pokemon that look like this. I don't see a lot of Pokemon that attack like this. I've never played a deck that's quite like this, and all of a sudden you feel like you're playing a new game whenever that happens.
And like my thing is like whenever I play like rogue decks, like I'll play like Tyranitar EX, I'll play Garchomp with Lucario, like I'll play like whatever like the content creator spice of the week is on my own time, and like some of these decks just feel so bad getting off the ground that it's just like it feels borderline unplayable at some points. But like a deck like that where like you wouldn't think it would synergize very well, surprisingly synergizes very well. Like it's like kind of shocking how like very little effort it takes to kind of dig and get everything that you need.
I misread Klawf the first time. I thought it just did 120 and you didn't need a status condition. I was like, what's this for? I don't get it. How does it synergize? And then a friend sent me the card again, and I was like, oh, I just needed to read the card. So Klawf and Shooting Electrode, they don't look intuitive until you read the card, which is why no one's playing it, because you have to read the card to use it.
Life lesson learned, folks.
Really win games, but that's just my opinion.
Life lesson learned, folks. Read.
Speaking of cards you have to read, I need to read Roaring Moon again because I was going to make a comment about Roaring Moon and went, I forgot what it did again. Despite
I thought it was swinging for 250 this whole time. I'm an idiot, so.
Both of us need to go back to grade school. Apparently, we can't read the cards.
Yeah, I desperately need to readjust my motor skills.
Ooh, so there's one match still going on. I was scrolling through. There's a player from Croatia named Pax King playing Bennett. It's still going on. It's versus a Zorobox deck. They're 3-3-0. What do you think of Bennett right now?
I think it's interesting for sure. Like, I think anything that can like pair well with Gardevoir to help it like soup itself up is good. I mean, I didn't take a look at their list, so I'm assuming they're playing it with the Gardevoir.
There's a Gardevoir EX line, but that's it. It's just the Guardian.
Yeah, it's probably just there, just like help accelerate the energy when you need it. I think it's interesting. It's a fun deck. Like I've seen it in practice, and I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. That's why it's good. But like, I think I think Bayonet as a Pokemon leaves a little bit to be desired. It's not as like it's not as what's the word I'm looking for? You'd hope it'd be a little bit more like of a bulkier Pokemon. Like I kind of wish it had a little bit more HP for an EX, but like, you know, I understand why it is the way that it is. But I think it's cute. I think it's cute for what it is.
Really brings back the old Seismitoad energy.
I'm into that sort of thing. So item locking is always going to be good, that's why I think like, you know, like those weird off Pokemon like Venomoth or like anything that stops you from playing an item card for a turn, like those sort of things are always going to have a home in the format because items are good. It's what makes the deck go, you know, more often than not. So
if it goes burr, then
I'm all about full burr. That's very much my speed for sure.
Burr. I was going to say something about Bennett, but it wasn't going to be intelligent. The Bennett Spidops list. I mean, I think it. I can't remember which regionals it was, but there was a Spidops with Venomoth list that was doing almost well. It made it on stream and didn't make day 2. Bennett Spidops is kind of the same deck.
Ooh.
Just without the grass type synergy. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, Spidops as a concept, I think that Pokemon's interesting. Like, I definitely think was like, as we get more Pokemon released in like the like throughout Scarlet and Violet, I think there'll be like Spidops will eventually find that partner. It's you know, that Giratina it's been looking for.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair, and I have to say, for you know, when you go to a locals, people sit down, they play their favorite decks. I've seen. And I go to a bunch of cups and challenges in Georgia. I've seen a lot of people just be loyal to Spidops, even though it's not that, you know, it's not placing that well for them. But they're still coming back with Spidops every time. They're not dropping it for another deck. I think there's something to be said that Spidops is just fun to play.
Unless you're playing the full art, because Shelby Boo famously said the full art looks like he's standing in corn, and and it looks weird.
She was entirely accurate about that.
Yeah, old boy's just hanging in some corn. It's weird.
We support farming subsidies in this part of the card game community.
Yes. I just don't want to be standing in it the whole time. You know what I'm saying? It's unsanitary.
It looks like we've timed out and we finally finished our matches. There's a tie at the top tables between the Lugia and the Losso box. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that I guess kind of makes sense. Like, I mean, you've played more Lost Box than I do. You know, some of these games tend to lend themselves more to ties than others. Like, which is funny because Lugia has a pretty decent Lost Box matchup. You know, given that you have Snorlax, you know, on your side. So, you know, that's like that was the one thing that like Colors Lugia hung their hat on for like the longest time. You know, when they were still debating, it's like, no, like trust, bro. Like this is the way to go. Like it had a way better Lost Box matchup than Single Strike did, but like. You know, it happens. You know, these sort of things tend to go a little long in the tooth. So it'll be James Sims, who continues to be the only undefeated player right now.
That's gotta feel good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we absolutely love to see it. So Kanto gonna sit in that 601, so very favorable. Eli McLean.
That's day 2 anyway. They could have ID'd.
True. Yeah,
I doubt they would have.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to put yourself in. Yeah, so looking at the standings now, so James Simpson at the top, Kanto sitting at second with 19 match points. Robin Waters coming in third place with the Sablezard. Eli McLean also with the Lost Tina in fourth. Unknown Gamer 6-1 with the Roaring Moon. Alice with the Entei, the other category. The Roaring Moon Mew EX thing.
There was an evil tall. Maybe we could call that Dark Box? No,
yeah,
there's more Mew than there were Dark Attackers. No, there's more Dark Attackers. It's by one.
Dark Box or Dark Box, small and square and dark. And then we got Green Being and Blazy 36 running out top 8 with Gardevoir. And another variant of Lugia here. Also, another colorless version of Lugia, this time featuring Weird Ear and Radiant Charizard. So,
trailing right behind them is a single Chine Pao player. It's Japanese player Shuka55. I I think Chine Pao sees a lot more play over in Japan than it does in US events. So it's interesting to see one so high up.
Yeah, that name rings slightly familiar. I believe they placed well at a late night the other night.
Very nice.
Yeah, again, I think Chine Pao, I definitely still think like gets better in this format. Like I think Chine Pao with the hands definitely makes you a formidable deck. This deck is running
There's no hands.
No hands, just Palkia. So, which I think is fine. I think Palkia is a fine secondary attacker in this deck.
Yeah, I've been playing. I won 2 challenges with the Palkia that the variant that doesn't play Baxcalibur. It's called Anti-Baxer. Palkia can carry the whole deck on its own, but it looks pretty good as a 1 of 2 because you can use that to repair a turn where they've just knocked out your Baxcalibur. You can't get another set up. What do you do? The debate is between having a Palkia for the V-Star, an Arceus for the V-Star, or nothing. And I think Palkia is the right choice because it's the only thing that can save those turns.
Anti-Baxer.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You don't want to play Baxcalibur.
That's so funny. Oh,
you might also like the half shot Baxcalibur. There was a variant that I almost brought to a cup where you play a regular Chine Palkia line, no Frigibax, no Arctibax, no Baxcalibur, but you put in a single copy with no rare candies, nothing, just to bait that you have Baxcalibur to get them to boss it for a prize. So that's half shot Baxer.
I'm absolutely floored. That is, if there's anything I leave here tonight, that is the funniest name for a deck archetype I've ever heard.
It's real. I did not come up with it, but I've been using it because there's really not a lot of good deck names out there. I mean, that is one of the names of all time.
Yeah, that's certainly a name of all time for sure. But I don't know if we got to sub in new commentators yet, but I do have to. I do have to step out.
You have to leave, Koopa. You're going to leave me, Koopa.
I don't want to leave you.
This isn't acceptable.
I know. I'm sorry. I hope we can still be friends.
Fine. I'm gonna miss you. Okay.
It's okay. You're always in my phone. You can always just send me a little meme or something.
But we won't be co-commentating together.
We can co-commentate together whenever you want.
Promise?
Pinky promise. Double pinky promise. Huh?
Okay, pinky promise. It's okay, Chad.
Yeah.
He pinky promise. We're gonna be okay.
Yeah, it's real. It's real. We'll run it back for sure. I would absolutely love to. This is so much fun. You're fantastic. Shout out to chat. You guys are fantastic. Shout out to Dude.
Shout out to chat for real.
You're really fantastic. So.
I haven't been reading chat this whole time. I was planning on reading it after I hopped off the stream for a bit. So I'm looking forward to see what great things get said there.
All right, I'm going to go jump with the other casters. Again, thank you for it. This was Kyle Rios and Mikela G, because I always forget how to say your last name. We now have Andrew Zavala and Nikale. I forget Nikale's last name too, as well joining us. I'm going to go grab them right now.
That's so exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing them.
A little bit last night.
What's up, dudes?
Oh my god. Just kidding. Hey.
We are getting ready for the next round. So let me get it paired, and we'll find you guys a match, and we'll get going.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds good.
Also, the judge call we had, this is judging transparency, do not slow play for the tie. We can tell, especially if you're streaming it, because I can go in and check your VODs and watch you slow play it.
And watch you just sit there.
So be careful with that. So we'll check our top cut, and we'll find you guys a match, and I'll hand it all off to you two.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, dude.
Guys up for... Oh, they already had them on before. We've already had Luke on. Just had the Entei.
Yeah, I saw the straight Entei, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
It was good. I'm looking to see who else we have streaming right now. Like James is so good and so much, but I don't want to always go to him.
Yeah.
Actually, Celios, could you stream? Because you're going up against Block. I want to see Gardevoir versus Blocked.
Oh man, I get to cast some stall.
Yeah, let's do this. All right, I'm gonna put myself on mute on stream. You guys go ahead and introduce yourselves, do everything, and we've got the game.
Sweet. Watch stream.
Green that.
All right, yeah, I'm pulling this up. So do we know when we're live? Are we live already?
I think we're live.
Oh, hey.
Team's trying to fire quick. I like it. All right, we're watching Luke, right? Sounds
gosh.
good.
So Luke's playing Guardy. All right.
Sounds like plan. Andrew, you want to go first?
Sure. What's up, everybody? My name's Andrew. I've been playing the Pokemon TCG for a while, probably like 20 years, I think, almost now. Been playing for a long time. Just in the Oregon area. Love just, playing at lots of tournaments and being on that competitive grind. I also got a YouTube channel. I've been making a lot of content recently. Yeah, what about you?
Yeah, obviously, I'm shocked you didn't shout out your podcast, dude. I love the podcast.
Really? Thank you.
Big fan of it. Oh, yeah.
The Drew Too Many podcast. Go check it out.
Yeah, I got to meet Alex
on there.
When I came out to Seattle like 3 years ago. I got to meet Alex, and he's a very interesting person, but I love talking Pokemon with him. So as soon as I heard, Mello told me they were making a pod, and he actually sends me your guys trivia questions every now and then because I'm a real nerd about that. But my name's Nikhil.
So funny.
I might be a familiar voice to some of you. I am the guy who helps Mello with the Lake of Rage podcast. I've been on a couple times myself. Now I do mostly locals and judging for Columbus, Ohio. But I've been playing for 13 years. So we're getting into this game here. We are in round 8?
Yeah, round 8 here, and we've got a pretty well-known figure in the community. We've got Celios Network, aka Luke Morsa, playing Gardevoir here, up against a kind of unusual matchup, playing against the Snorlax stall deck, which has really come into the light a little bit more in this new recent format.
Oh yeah, with the printing of Counter Catcher, specifically the block control stall deck has just become so much better because you don't have to play a supportive return to kind of set up that block lock. That is required to. That is required
I like the name of that. The block lock.
The block lock. That's a. There's been Snorlax before with the same ability. The old Plasma one has done the same thing.
Right.
And now they
remember the name.
Real strong.
You remember the name. You remember the name of that old Plasma Snorlax deck?
There was a few. I know there was a Snorlax.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. The one I heard was the Yeti.
I have heard of the Yeti as well.
Yeah.
Oh, slow turn for Luke. Just attach. But he wants to play conservatively.
Yep, exactly. He
Makes
knows this Rolf isn't getting knocked out. Totally fine.
Yep, the Snorlax list plays a whopping 1 energy card to attack with the Crabominable V.
That's so funny. So what do you think this matchup is going to go like? Because I've played a little bit of this matchup, and as the Snorlax player, which I was when playing this matchup, it's kind of tough if the Gardevoir knows how to play it. Especially if they have the Turo, which I think Luke is rocking.
Yes, he
see
is.
This as an uphill battle, but what do you think?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. Being able to bring those energies back every turn makes it pretty hard to try and remove the energies from something. And then on top of which, Luke's going to be pretty smart about avoiding benching anything that can be blocked in the active. Obviously, the block list does have ways to get stuff on the bench and then stuck active. You got that wonderful card, Echoing Horn, that we all know and love, but also a new card from 151, Erica's Invitation, creating a way to kind of put something on the bench. And the cards that Luke does not want to see that happen to would be that Manaphy and that Radiant Greninja, because he cannot accelerate to those with the Gardevoir Psychic Embrace, making it really hard to kind of move those. And he also cannot attack with them.
Right, exactly. That's going to be Snorlax's game plan here, is try and stick one of the unique water Pokemon that Gardevoir likes to play, just to, those water Pokemon playing a support role more than anything. Can't actually attack with them. There's no water energy in this deck. And so Snorlax's game plan is going to be sticking one of those in the active. However, the main thing that I like that Luke is doing right now in as the Gardevoir player is not really trying to draw a lot of cards. You don't need to draw a lot of cards. If you draw into those water Pokemon or discard them, that's when Snorlax is going to be able to get those into play and try and counter catcher them. If you don't put them into play for the Snorlax player and you just chill, relax, don't draw a lot of cards, take your time, be patient, it can really pay off for you in this matchup.
Yep. And unlike some other previous control install decks, this deck doesn't really have a guaranteed way to bring back those very important cards. He's got to hope for some heads off of Silene. That is how he's going to keep bringing back things like that Crushing Hammer that we saw, unfortunately, flipping tails, as well as other cards like, you're going to see a lot of things like your Erica's Invitations probably want to come back. You're going to want to loop those Misfortune Sisters, try and get rid of some of those important items. But most importantly, you want to bring those hammers back, keep denying energy off of Luke's Gardevoirs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like the ideal attacker here is probably just a Gardevoir EX, right? And like you're not one-shotting Snorlax, sure, but it seems like that's just going to be, and that's exactly what Luke's going for.
Yep.
Just so you can keep getting those energies back. Now he's not scared of, oh my gosh, this is a great play. Now he's not scared of Crushing Hammer at all, right? Just Psychic Embrace, bring him on back. And this is, quite the uphill battle for Snorlax as Gardevoir gets the boss's orders on the Rotom V, doing exactly 190 damage for that knockout.
Oh yeah, that was a great hand there for Luke. Gets the Gardevoir, gets to attack, but doesn't have to go through Snorlax. Instead, he gets to go and get rid of that Rotom V off the bench. These Snorlax are huge. 150 HP just straight up, and then it has 200 HP with that Bravery Charm. This is a hard Pokemon to get through. Gardevoir cannot actually one-shot these Snorlax, which is actually very relevant because that means Luke's going to have to two-shot the... Oh, man. And a Misfortune Sisters getting rid of 2 recovery cards for Luke, too.
As Luke emotes, grrr. Thank you, Pokemon TCG Live, for giving us the emoticon so we can properly emote as we please.
I think we all appreciated that for sure.
Yeah. Now, one thing that's interesting here is Gardevoir usually has to two-shot this Snorlax, but because of the way Luke's playing it, very patient, had the energy attachment for turn, he actually got to slap with Kirlia and do 30 damage, which you don't typically see. But it ended up being very relevant.
I can't tell you if I don't think I've used slap on Kirlia maybe once. I don't play Guardy that much, but I don't think I've ever announced slap with Kirlia.
No, I've definitely Psy-shot with Mew before. I've even spinning attacked with Comfy. Different deck, same kind of style. Never have slapped with a Kirlia, that's for sure. When he gets that
just
cape
going
off the
through
prizes.
Snorlax.
Yeah, this is rough. I feel like if you're the Snorlax player, your game plan here is going to be hope to hit that Pal Pad off of your Misfortune Sisters. If you can get rid of that Pal Pad, then Gardevoir only has access to 1 Turo. But, that's all assuming that you're actually able to trap a Greninja or a Manaphy into play, which Luke is just not giving Snorlax the chance to do that at all.
Yeah, Luke just has the lone Gardevoir, nothing to stick active. These block Snorlax really frustrating to get around normally, but when you have no ways to buff their HP and nothing to stay active, they're just one prize Pokemon being eaten by this Gardevoir EX. And we saw his opponent had to bench the Crabominable V just not to lose, but if you saw earlier, he actually attached the water energy already. So he actually, and goes ahead and scoops it up with the penny.
He said, I'm leaving on my own terms. Exactly.
Just like Nationals 2015, just throw it back for the old days.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, AZ, your own Wailord EX.
Oh, that was a time and a half. Yeah, I don't think about... No, go ahead.
Think about how Control was, exactly as you were talking about in 2015 with Wailord, and you had AZ and what else was it? Cassius and
Max
Team
Potion.
Flare Grunt and Enhanced Hammer. Yeah, and Max Potion. And now look at Control and the position that it's in nowadays. Nowhere even close to the same kind of strength of cards. And yet it's still doing well.
Yeah, the strategy of either putting something big in the active they can't kill, or in this case, putting something in their active they can't attack with is a pretty tried and true strategy that we've seen successfully work its way through the history of the game. And how do you think we see the Lax player change their strategy? They just kind of hope Luke opens a little bit less, ideal. Oh, speaking of less ideal, opens the Manaphy.
I mean, you asked me how I was gonna, how the Snorlax player was gonna do it, and this is exactly it. The lock is there already. You don't have to deal with this Erica's invitation. You don't got to deal with Echoing Horn. That Manaphy is stuck now. And if Luke has prized his Professor Turo's scenario, which lets him pick up that Manaphy and get out of this lock, if that's prized, he's done for.
And it's prized. Luke has no way to pick up the Manaphy.
Oh my god. He just scoops. You cannot win this game.
Yeah, you cannot move the Manaphy. Because his opponent opened the Snorlax, there is no ways to move this Manaphy. There is no way to get an attack off. Luke actually... The lock exists on the first turn of the game with no way to control it. It's completely out of Luke's hands.
I've seen a lot of crazy things and a lot of unlucky things. I have not seen this before, nor did I even expect this. This is wow.
Okay, there is one out here for Luke, and it is he has to hope to find boss's orders.
Right.
And just hope he can boss the Rotom, retreat into an attacker, and take the Turo off the prizes. That has to be his line of play.
It does, but I'm even surprised that the Snorlax player benched the Rotom. I wonder if that was a misstep because you just had it. You had the game.
Yeah, if you don't bench something to be bossed up, you can't lose the game. And I mean, if his opponent plays one of his several, pennies here, we're gonna see the option to boss that Rotom completely go out the drain. There is an Arven, no penny yet.
Now I guess that is interesting, right? You don't necessarily know that your opponent's Turo is priced,
Yep.
So as the Snorlax player, maybe your hand's less than ideal, and you're like, man, I just really got to go for this and hope that my opponent, doesn't have boss on this Rotom this next turn.
Yep.
And so probably not a misstep. I think I jumped the gun a little bit there. But yeah, I'm just like, oh no, it's prized. How does he not know it's prized? Yeah, of course he doesn't know it's prized.
Just a draw pass here from Luke. He's definitely playing the bait game. Obviously, there's history where you play a one of card like you're one of Arcanine in a Reshizard to beat the Vileplume. You could have one of outs to beat certain matchups, but your opponent doesn't know it's prized, and Luke has to play the game to make his opponent believe that his out is not prized here. But Luke knows that if his opponent picks up the Rotom from the penny, again, he has no out to boss his order something up and retreat this Manaphy. So this will be really interesting to see how long Luke can kind of play this, charade of saying, I have the out still.
Right. Yeah, I like the way Luke is playing it right now. This next turn is the big turn. If he top decks boss here, he has everything he needs. Okay, no top deck boss, unfortunately. Still gets a refinement. But he does have everything he needs in that he can Fog Crystal for an energy, retreat that Manaphy, Ultra Ball for a Gardevoir EX, and start attacking. Now, we saw him play it even more patiently. You don't really necessarily need to do anything. And there's the penny on the Rotom. That might seal it as Luke gives the thumbs down emoji.
Luke kind of seeing the writing on the wall, unfortunately, just didn't have... I mean, he could not have of all the basic Pokemon you play, there are 2 in your deck that you cannot attack with. And unfortunately for Luke, he opened one of them with no options and then prized his Professor Turo. This is just a really bad situation for Luke.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just double checking that we're not missing anything here. Yeah, he can't play the counter catcher because he'll never go behind in prizes.
Yep. Oh man. I mean, this is exactly what they talk about, right? When they talk about a matchup being auto wins necessarily, it's never actually an auto win, right? It's maybe like a 90% chance you win the game. Maybe even if at best, maybe it's like a 90-10 matchup. We're seeing the 10% here, if it's even that kind of matchup. This is
maybe
I mean,
99-1 on that 1%
Yeah.
chance. We take it. You know, sometimes you just cannot complain about those 1% chance rolls we get.
Mhm. Now, Luke does have one more win condition, and that is those little numbers beneath the V-Star logo on his opponent's side of the board. If somehow the Snorlax player can take 22 minutes and 10 seconds to play out their game, then Luke will win. Who can pass faster? That's the question.
I
Luke's
bet you
got a
Luke
lot
is
of
just
cards in deck.
clicking away at that button right there, trying to end his turn as fast as possible. He has 35 seconds of an advantage, so
Right.
his opponent
The Pidgeot.
immediately shuffles it away. But playing cards is actually theoretically detrimental here because it takes time off of your time. And I think we know what is going to happen. Luke is going to try and draw as many cards by passing as he can, and then he's going to Iono them all away and reset the clock on him decking out. Obviously, we know his opponent has the Crabominal V. He has the water energy to accelerate that kind of deck out strategy, but Luke, I think, is aware of this and is just trying to work around this.
Yeah, we do see a Misfortune Sisters miss there, which is pretty big. Pretty big in the lightest terms, I guess, possible. But it's so interesting. The Pokemon TCG here has been reduced to a game of cookie clicker.
That is a great way to put it, Andrew. Misfortune Sisters does speed up that clock a little bit on the deck out, but again, as we know, Luke has those 3 Ionos in hand, and there's actually no way to discard them with those Misfortune Sisters, so we're just kind of waiting to see. There's the 4th Iono too. Luke's just got to keep draw passing and hoping his opponent times out in 21 minutes.
We got a lot of time to fill,
We're gonna get to know each other real well sitting in this game. I feel like with 20 minutes still on the clock, Luke is playing to his out of. I hope my opponent runs out of in-game time before I do.
Hey, there's the boss that he needed.
Yeah, showed up maybe 10, 15 turns too late. I'm not sure. I've lost track.
I think it's been maybe 20. Do you think Luke, practiced for this matchup? How fast can I click the end turn button?
Oh yeah. I think Luke has been training on that cookie clicker, as we said. He's been practicing, putting in the time to draw pass.
Those old Pokemon Stadium games that test your reaction time.
Yep, there's a Yells cheer. I'm assuming. Thank you, TCG Live, for showing me what cards my opponent picked. That was really nice of you. Yeah,
a nice
seems
update.
real good. Seems real good. I assume those 3 cards were Misfortune Sisters, again, to just kind of accelerate that decking out my opponent's strategy that the Lax player has to go for here.
Yeah, interesting. They're getting down to now like 9-ish cards in deck. What kind of shuffle, draw, or hand refresh does the Snorlax player have access to?
The Lax player has 2 Ionos, so that is a guaranteed way to put some stuff back into the deck.
And Silines and stuff.
Yeah, and he's got 2 Silines, so he's not out of ways to recover cards by any stretch of the means.
I wonder if the Snorlax player might get a little hurt here by the time that coin flip animations take. Yes. On Pokemon TCG Live.
The fastest, there's also the Pidgeot option, but I feel like that takes a long time too. Love how the strategy is now, which of my ways to prevent decking out takes the least amount of time? The Pidgeot is an option.
This is where the experienced definitely not a great option. This is where the experience playing Pokemon TCG Live and knowing just, by pure instinct, how long each animation of each card takes. What is the optimal animation time? Gosh, as there are 4 cards left in deck. Unfortunately, the Gardevoir player does not have any ways to, mill any sort of cards. If you're playing something like Lugia, you even have like Cragalanche, which I've won games with Cragalanche before. Actually, against Gardevoir. They overstepped a little bit, forgot about Tyranitar V, and I was like, goodbye, top 2 cards of the deck.
I actually
a game
think
for
that's
me.
how I think when Grant Shen and Rowan Stabenow played in the finals of a regional, I think Grant actually won game two. He didn't even see it. He didn't realize until Rowan told him, but he had game by decking out his opponent. We see a Peonia, 1 card left in deck, but we know there are plenty of ways to reset that deck out clock. On the Lax player side, unfortunately, he is taking another couple seconds off his turn clock. It's a real heater of a game we got here with a draw pass.
Real heater. I remember that finals that you were talking about, and I confused it for a fever dream that I had once because I remember watching that, and I was like, "What is going on?" I've never seen a finalist tell their opponent their win condition so they can win the regionals instead. Absolutely
Plays
wild.
a Sydney here to get rid of some stadium cards. 1 card in deck. We saw what that card was, though. He did bench the Pidgeot V and immediately shuffle it in. Pretty quick animation, so I think that might be the fastest way to prevent decking out.
This is the first round that we've streamed for the day, and they really said, here's some trial by fire. Find out what to talk about while these two players draw past. This is not what I expected my Saturday to look like.
Oh, not at all. I've played many a control install deck in my life. You had there's the Erica's Invitation, playing another card. Why not, right? I've played my Pidgeotto control, and that had Belel, but Bryson Man at a point to try and deck your opponent out. You have the Vileplume stall deck that had Unknown Hand to win the game with. But the lack of win condition makes this a pretty gruesome game, especially when a player like Luke, who knows that there is theoretically an out to win, is not going to go down without a fight, if that fight even is draw passing.
Right. As you were talking about with some of these control decks of past, they have had a typically much faster way of achieving their win condition. Control win conditions can look like I run my opponent completely out of energies. I have a way to actually mill them besides just draw passing like we're seeing here. And the Snorlax stall, their win condition is I hope my opponent clicks the end turn button or passes their turn for so many turns that they just lose by deck out. They don't have any mill card. I guess there's Misfortune Sisters, but it's leaving it, and not as good as something like Trick Shovel, right? Which was a guaranteed mill 1 and a mill of anything, even as we saw in that Wailord finals of Nationals 2015. Enrique Avila, the Wailord player, played 1 Trick Shovel, and that Trick Shovel discarded Jason Kozinski's Computer Search from the top of his deck.
Yep.
So that 1 card, just being anything, can be very, very crucial sometimes. So, okay, we do have I guess I misspoke once again. He does have a mill option, and that is the Crabominable.
Crab.
But now Luke is not under that lock anymore.
Now that brings into question. I don't think there's enough juice, though.
I wonder if the Snorlax player was like, you know what? I played Erica's Invitation. I don't see Turo in your hand. It's got to be in your deck. I'm going to try and mill it. Your Pal Pad's gone.
Yeah.
That
could be a very realistic strategy.
I wonder if they should have just waited one more turn, though.
The issue is, I don't think Luke can kill the Crabominable here. And what scares me here is the Snorlax player plays 3 bosses order. So if Luke here goes ahead, retreats this, he has to attach to the active and retreat it. He has to swing into the crab, and Iono all in the same turn. Those are the 3 things Luke must do. And even if he does this, the game is not even close to over here. His opponent can still, he can penny the crab back. He could just boss his orders, and penny the next turn. There's a lot he can do that kind of just sets back up the lock. And I do think his opponent thought there was a Turo in deck and was like, if I can mill it here, I don't think I can lose. But we're going to see Luke Super Rod 3 Psychic Energies back.
Interesting. I
think he's going to Arcana them out.
Got it. Okay. Yep. That's genius, actually. I was wondering why he went for the baby Gardevoir instead of the Gardevoir EX. And you can eventually ramp up to that, big brainwave. But I was like, oh, you're doing 150 damage here. Maybe that's not so good. But genius to use use that super rod to put the psychic energies back in your very minuscule sized deck. Get an automatic 2 psychic energies. And then I believe that's still 210 though. So, but I guess you don't need to one-shot the Crabominable here, right?
Yeah, there's no way that he can both pick up the Crabominable and then also reset the lock because Luke is not taking a prize card. This is going to be a really big thing. And the most important thing here actually is the Palpad has been milled. So even if now Luke gets this Professor Turo, the Manaphy and the Greninja are now in play. So Luke cannot still prevent losing the game in this fashion.
Right. I think Luke's win condition here now kind of pivoted a little bit. Now it's not so much relying on the timer. Now it is, can I get that Turo off of my prizes? Well, one, can I take a prize?
Yeah.
If he can knock out this Crabominable and take 2 prizes, 1 in 3 chance of getting that Turo. And, there are still 2 water Pokemon on his field and the Palpad is gone. And so you can only pick up one of those. So the game still might be over. But, if there's any way to try and squeak out a couple of extra turns so you can get that timer down a little bit more, it's going to be the way Luke wins.
Yeah, Luke's just kind of got to hope to see the cards not all align here for the Lax player. Benches a Rotom V, which is another option to KO here. And also, more importantly, that is an option to boss his orders later to get out of the block lock, as we've said before. As you said, yeah, Luke's got 2 prize cards to hopefully take himself a Professor's Turo, just for later at some point to take another knockout. That's really all Luke can hope for. However, another Pokemon hits the bench here for Luke. It is the Cresselia, which can attack, but it's not a good one because 3 energies for 110 doesn't kill a Snorlax. And even worse, the Cresselia is great for, spreading that damage counters that you put on your Pokemon with that Gardevoir EX. But with no Gardevoir in EX in play, there's not a lot you're really doing with that.
Yeah, and, I don't think Snorlax is going to be dealing any damage to him either. So definitely not going to be very many damage counters to be moving around. I do appreciate that Luke continued to play this game. Ooh. There was a very small percentage chance that you won this game with the Turo being prized, and he even missed the Turo still. But, play to that maybe very slight win condition, right? I think if this was a regional championship, an actual one, well, I guess because we're doing, because we're doing 60 minutes instead of 50 minutes, right?
Yes, there's still 30 minutes on the clock for this round.
Yeah, exactly. So what I was going to say was there's like that slight difference, right? And so you have a little bit more time. Whereas like if you had 50 minutes, I wonder if you debate scooping this game to try and win that game 3 quickly. Or maybe you just try and stall this out for the remainder, until 50 minutes is up. But since we have those extra 10 minutes on the timer, maybe that's why Luke has decided to not scoop this game. And so I wonder how that's factoring into his decision to not scoop this quite yet.
Yeah, I think the additional time plus, Luke kind of knows that he plays 4 different Ralts, a Cresselia, a Screamtail, and then the 2 water type basics. Everything in his deck can attack except for these 2. So I think Luke is saying to himself, all right, I'm going to try and play this out because if I can squeak the win out, then, I win the round and I don't have to deal with that. If I lose this game, I'm still up a game and I can just pray that I open a Ralts. That is a huge top deck here for Luke. The boss's orders.
Nice.
Meaning that at some point or another, he can go ahead and boss that Rotom up, retreat the Gardevoir, and then pray that he gets himself that Professor Turo. But unfortunately, again, knowing that Palpad's gone, he can only Turo 1 time. And again, there's 2 basic Pokemon that cannot attack for Luke. So...
Oh, this was a very interesting decision here. Celios, he could have used Shining Arcana to try and hit the Psychic Energy. If he hit the Psychic Energy, he would have been able to retreat the Greninja and have 6 on his Gardevoir to hit 240 to hit that Rotom on the bench. he chose to not go for it, which is very interesting. I think he's valuing more keeping the cards in his deck rather than this this more aggressive route that he could have gone. That would have put him down to 2 prizes, which would have made his Ionos, even more valuable since you're now drawing fewer cards from it. So I wonder. So that was a very interesting decision tree, and I'm curious that he went this route. I think there's merit to either one, but very interesting to point out.
Yep, Luke is sitting on the boss's orders that can take him that knockout on that Rotom. Unfortunately, though, we know that his opponent is not going to bench another Rotom for the most part. I don't see a reason ever to, because that then creates a lose condition. Luke is going to go ahead and take that boss's orders route, bring up that Rotom V, breaking the block lock for just a second, letting him swing with Brainwave for 240, taking a 2-prize knockout. And here it is. Does Luke take his Professor Turos off the prize cards?
Let's see. That's going to be huge.
He does
Still
not.
no Turo. Still nothing. What an uphill battle. Luke has this card specifically for this matchup. He said, you know what? I respect Snorlax enough that I'm going to play Professor's Turo scenario.
There's the boss's orders, bringing back up the Greninja, and now Luke has 2 options to win this game. He has to hope to time out his opponent, as we see him clicking quite quickly there, or he has to hope his opponent forgets to click Pidgeot V's ability, and he has a boss's orders in hand. That is the only ways Luke can win this game. Otherwise, as we've said, the Lax player plays too many options to try and discard at least a couple cards that there's no way Luke has no items left in deck. We see already, the 2-level ball, the Fog Crystal, and the rare candies in hand. We know that those Misfortune Sisters will eventually get rid of those item cards, speeding up that clock with a double heads on Silene. The locked player is beginning to assemble the final pieces of his puzzle.
Just let me interject here real quick.
Yeah.
This game to me is a perfect example of not giving up right away and trying to fight through everything you could do. So I know some people in chat are like, why hasn't he scooped or anything like that? He is playing to every out to win.
Yep. And sometimes that's what it takes. When you're really fighting for any percentage points that you could possibly get in any matchup, play for those 5%. Sometimes you do have to keep in mind the timer, of course. But if you got to make that decision. Is it worth it to fight for those 5 percentage points that could turn a loss or a tie into a win? It's a huge advantage, a huge swing. You really got to weigh. Is it worth it to scoop and immediately put myself in that more negative position, or do I fight for those 5 percentage points?
Yeah, as you guys said, it makes a lot of sense. Luke knows he has some of an out. The odds being against him, the Manaphy being his active, the Turo being prized, but he knows at some point or another he can maybe squeak this out. It's worth a shot, and that's exactly what we see him doing here. He is trying to hope that the stones fall his side, and he just gets enough to win this game. But again, as we said, Luke knows that opening just a Ralts could be huge in Game 3. Obviously, there is the Ericas, but again, if Luke doesn't prize that Professor Turo and that Pal Pad, the game could go differently. Sorry, he did not prize the Pal Pad, but it got milled almost immediately, actually, off those Misfortune Sisters.
So here's my question for both of you. Knowing that in a normal live event, a timeout like this, outside of like time actually running out, doesn't happen. Do you think this is fair in a sense because of the timers in game, or do you think it should be different?
It's interesting, right? Like, we've had the debate I've seen on Twitter quite a lot about whether we should have chess timers at Pokemon Regionals, and that's basically exactly what Live has implemented here, is a chess timer on each of the players. And so we're basically getting a peek into what it looks like to on the other side of that debate if we did have these chess timers. And honestly, I like it. In an online, it's more practical in an online setting when you can have just the program manage that for you rather than relying on manual input from either player on the chess timers. And so I think it makes more sense in a program like Live, but I like to see it. I think it makes for a very interesting gameplay, and it's a reason that Luke hasn't scooped this. It's the reason we've gotten to see this very interesting gameplay so far.
The Defiance Vest coming down, making it that so that Scream Tail that was Erica invitationed into the active cannot do damage anymore. But Luke sees an out. He sees that Gardevoir EX could be a way to accelerate some energies onto that Scream Tail here and try and pick off some Snorlaxes here to try and take that Saguaro. And if he takes a knockout here, he actually and picks up that Saguaro, Luke actually is still in it. That Erica's invitation is not needed. There's no reason to break the lock because you have both of the only two Pokemon that cannot attack playing that. What if you brought a Ralts in the active? Then you'd have to boss or counter catcher around that. We're going to see a Psychic Embrace putting some damage counters on that Scream Tail, setting up for that Roaring Scream attack, brand new out of that Paradox Rift expansion, allowing Luke to start sniping some damage onto the board. This is getting really interesting.
This is. Now, I actually missed it. How did the Greninja get out of the active into the Scream Tail?
The Lax player played an Erica's invitation, and because you have to bench something and drag it in the active, it forced the Scream Tail into play and then into the active. We're going to see a Roaring Scream for 80. Obviously, there's ways around this, but if this doesn't get dealt with, that is a huge misstep for the Lax player.
I wish we could look at the discard piles. I want to see if there's any counter catchers. How many counter catchers are in there? And there we go.
Speaking of the devil, there is a counter catcher.
Oh my god!
Brings up the Gardevoir. Why are we? I mean, you could have brought up anything else, but and he benches the crab. No way. If Luke still has a boss's orders in deck, he could actually bring up that Crabominable, and we know for a fact that Gardevoir on the bench is doing 240. So Luke, again, his opponent leaving that door a little too open.
And this is one thing when you play Control, there's so much that you have to keep track of. Your win condition is so niche and hard to achieve, let's be honest.
Oh man, if Luke finds a second Psychic Energy here, he actually wins the game because he can retreat this goal. There's only one in the deck.
Is there a reversal? Both reversals.
I think Luke is now out of energies. And I believe he has no collapse. If he had a collapse stadium too, he could have discarded the Scream Tail. But I think the chips have fallen a little too past Luke now.
Oh, man.
I don't think Luke can move this Gardevoir.
If he had the Turo still. No, this is so sad to see. No,
that's so unfortunate. There were so many things he needed. If he still had a Super Rod, the Collapse Stadium could have gotten rid of one of those bench Pokemon with energy on them. If he had, as I said, a Super Rod, if those reversal energies, there's so much that if Luke just had one piece left, he actually had the game. And I think his opponent, I mean, I hate to say it, but Luke could have punished him pretty hard for some of those benches of those V Pokemon. And now we're going to see game 3 here with Luke getting to hopefully open a Pokemon he wants to see being one of those Ralts.
Wow, that was absolutely mind-blowing there. Celios had... the door was open, even if it was just a crack. It was still there. He needed, honestly, so little. A Super Rod, a Collapse Stadium, getting the Turo off of the prizes. Having, any reversals or like at least one Psychic left in deck. So I wonder how much of that was calculated on the Snorlax players' end too. They did have to, I wonder if they had the inkling that the Turo was prized near the end of that. Probably.
Oh yeah, and as we see here, chat, we see the Lone Ralts opening. That is a huge, huge thing for Luke. He needs to not open one of those water types. We're going to see an attached pass, I assume, and he has both the Turo and the Palpad in hand, meaning that that Palpad cannot be Misfortune Sistered easily. It needs to be Ionoed back into the deck here, and Luke starting off game 3 in a much stronger sense than he did game 2.
Oh, yeah. And this Turo, in his opening hand. That means it was pretty close to being prized again. A couple of cards down, and we might have had a very different game once again. But luckily, Luke does open that Ralts here, which is going to be just a massive advantage. I can't believe how skewed that game was from the very game 2 was from the very first turn of the game. Opening that Manaphy against the block Snorlax. We're going to see a totally different game here, Eevee.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, that game 2 was crazy. Opening the Manaphy, prizing the Turo, getting that Pal Pad milled, and then still, Luke was only a couple cards off from winning, and I think that just kind of demonstrates the strength of this Gardevoir deck. Not just in this matchup, but in general. The amount of cards this Guardy deck has to its advantage is just unreal. The power that this Gardevoir EX has, the Shining Arcana's ability and attacks. This is a deck of all time for sure. And Luke, again, just that opening that Ralts is a big deal because 2 evolutions later, and we know for a fact, Luke can get himself that Gardevoir EX and start taking knockouts on these block locked Snorlaxes.
And Luke searching for the Refinement Curlia, discarding those Pokemon from his hand with Ultra Ball. It's kind of okay to discard Pokemon, right? Because you have Super Rod, you have ways to get them back. There are things that you can discard and then use them to put back into your deck and buff up your deck size a little bit more. I wonder if we're going to see another slap here, Eevee. I think that would be pretty hype if we got to see 2 slaps in one day, a double slap, if you will.
Oh yeah. Luke has a lot of cards that inadvertently play really well into this matchup. You know, the boss's orders obviously is really strong. He only plays one of those, but he does play things like that Collapse Stadium, which let him discard, if his bench, last game we saw it, if he had that Collapse Stadium, he could have gotten rid of that Scream Tail, but just another Rotom draw 3 pass. Luke is just setting up this curly. Oh, he forgot to click slap.
He didn't slap
damage
no.
we did say was relevant. If that Snorlax ever gets a Bravery Charm, that lets the Gardevoir EX kill them. But just an instant charge and pass. Luke is hoping to find that Gardevoir EX off the top here. There we go. He remembered to slap this time. Attaboy, Luke.
Luke was used to just clicking the end turn button immediately, forgetting he could actually attack.
Misfortune Sisters again. Does the Pal Pad get hit? It looked like a bunch of Ultra Balls there. Yeah, 3 Ultra Balls down, 1 being played, goodness. 2 being milled. There's another instant charge to end the turn.
Very interesting, because we talked about, the win condition. There's the Turo. That's nice to see. We talked about the win condition, some of the win conditions, right? Snorlax has to, as the Gardevoir player against Snorlax, you can run them out of time. You can obviously take all your prizes. That's the best one. You can hope the Snorlax player themselves maybe decks out somehow. But another one is those Silines that we were seeing last game. Those Silines and the Pal Pad. If those Silines can flip double tails a couple too many times for the Snorlax player, that can also be pretty detrimental for them.
Luke using that refinement, and that draws him into the Radiant Greninja. Now, here is what is scary, is if the Lax player can get this Greninja on the field, that is a huge deal. And remember, he does play an Echoing Horn, so the safest spot for that Greninja is actually still to be in the deck. However, Luke gets away for a turn, and he's definitely hoping to find this Gardevoir EX soon.
Oh, yeah. What's so interesting is, and gonna refinement it away. Fascinating.
Big draw being that Pal Pad, as we said, that lets him get 2 Professor Turo's scenarios instead of 1 per game. Very important in this matchup, as you can tell. But those slaps starting to put on a clock here.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes the Arven.
And here's going to be the Arven for the Horn.
Horn Bravery Charm. Yep, that is definitely the 2 cards you want to grab here. I assume there is a boss's orders coming at some point in the next couple turns. Luke's got to be a little scared, but you know what? He has a turn. There's no counter catcher live, so he can take a turn here and still take this knockout, still generate some momentum, and keep himself in this game.
That's so interesting that Luke chose to discard the Greninja with refinement. I wonder if maybe you choose to refinement the level ball just because, obviously the Snorlax player does still have the option to use Erica's invitation and bring that up, but that's their supporter for turn. And you can't just Arven that out, So maybe, you make it a little bit harder for them to stick that Greninja in the active spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also your opponent doesn't know you have the Greninja in your hand, so it's a guessing game.
Right.
And you never want to let them know. It's one of those things where you don't want to tell your opponent more than you can. Obviously, in these online games, you can't see your opponent's facial expressions, you can't see their reactions, but finally draws into a Gardevoir of some form, lets him go ahead and use that Brainwave to take a knockout on this Snorlax. Luke's just got to start taking knockouts. He's just got to start applying pressure, trying to get through these Snorlaxes because, as we said, he has an ability to use 2 Professor Turos this game. The first one, and he has to Palpat it back. Those are the 2 outs he has to pick up anything out of the active, and he's got to kill as many of these Lax as possible. And there is that boss's orders we were talking about.
There it is. Oh, man. Now we've seen, that Greninja hit the discard pile, as we saw, and that's what put Luke into this situation. I've seen, we've seen Gardevoir lists play Lost Vacuum in the past. And one advantage of Lost Vacuum that doesn't really get talked about a whole lot is you could Lost Vacuum your Greninja. You don't have to keep it in your hand. You don't have to keep it in the discard pile. You could say, goodbye, buddy. Go on off to the Lost Zone. Farewell, be free. And that Greninja will never come down onto your bench at any point in the game.
Oh, yeah. And chat, don't forget, we have 13 minutes left in this round. So those 21-minute clocks don't matter. This is getting down to the wire here. And again, both players have won a game, so this might end in a tie here unless Luke can start cobbling together a way to aggressively knock out these Snorlax. Now, I don't know. I can't check his discard pile. I don't know if he's brought that Echoing Horn back yet.
And to clarify on tie rules for this, because we do have a stream game, it will go 2 turns when time runs out.
Okay.
We only do that for stream games because we can actually watch them.
We can keep track of their turns. Yep.
Because otherwise we get people who sit there and they bicker and they fight and they say, no, I'm turn 0, he was turn 1, blah, 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 whatever. We can't deal with that.
That's a big penny there to pick up that Rotom. Luke wanted to find his boss's orders to try and get out of the active. That was another out that he has used a couple of times, is bossing up something that's not blocked Snorlax.
Interesting.
However,
we can see what he gets off of this Arcana, and he got the boss. Unfortunately, 1 turn too late. It seems to be the story for Luke these last couple games. Oh, this is so interesting.
Here comes the Silene. What does he end up bringing back with this? Double heads is huge.
The double heads. Come on, Luke, you got to emote to that for sure.
We got to pay attention. I didn't even see what he brought back. Thank you, Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. We appreciate how good you are at showing us some of this stuff. There is a reversal energy. Sadly, the key text on that reversal energy is it cannot have a rule box and it has to be evolved. And unfortunately, our friend Radiant Greninja has not met either of those requirements. Just a Shining Arcana pass. Luke is hoping to find that Professor Turos sooner rather than later and get himself any chance at taking a knockout.
This is kind of what I was talking about last game, right? Is do you debate scooping? The debate between scooping and staying in the game and fighting for those 5, whatever, for example, percentage points. I wonder if scooping was the right call. You do have these extra 10 minutes in this tournament format that we have, but it seems like scooping still might have been the correct play. I don't know. What do you think, Evie?
Yeah, I mean, you save yourself a little bit of time if you had scooped, but I think the last game went so close to being in Luke's favor that I think playing it out there, it could have benefited Luke a lot. Unfortunately, he just missed a couple pieces here and there, but I think playing it out last game was correct because at worst, Luke here takes a tie. It's pretty hard for his opponent to win here, getting down to the wire, but again, Luke has that Iono in hand, and I assume we will see that Professor Turo pop up eventually. It cannot be milled by anything but Crabominal V. And the question is, even if the Crabominal V gets rid of that Turo, he can always Palpad it back and try and use it again and KO that Crabominal V.
Now, I see Luke hesitating a little bit whether or not he wants to use Shining Arcana and chooses not to. I do wonder, you have that Turo in there. If you can find it, especially with time winding down, you can really pick up the pace a little bit. And so I wonder if you do sacrifice some of that deck size to try and find it. But I guess there's also the flip side of that, where if you don't find it and your opponent's like, cool, I'm going to go Crabominable now, and they mill it, that's extremely bad. So it's just such tough decisions to make, it seems like, in this matchup, especially in a matchup where you probably don't have a whole lot of experience playing against this, right? This isn't my matchup of choice to test against, on my Friday night testing sessions, And so it's very interesting. You kind of got to learn on the fly a lot of the time.
Yeah, not at all. This is not something you try and sit down and grind some games against. This is one of those matchups where you kind of just say, well, I in theory have these as my outs, and I just have to follow those and hope they work. Because I don't know about you, Andrew, but I'm not really willing to sit and play a couple of games against Snorlax on my Friday nights at my locals. As you said, though, he could try and draw some more cards here with that Shining Arcana to accelerate his time to find that Professor Turo. Still does not find it. It is in those bottom 3 cards of the deck. And what is really scary here is Luke now evolves into the Curlia here, trying to get maybe a Gardevoir EX into play. But Luke only has 3 cards in deck, and as you said, he has to now Iono. He cannot keep that threat of Crabominal V getting rid of that Professor Turo. But what's even scarier now is that Palpad is in the deck again. So Misfortune Sisters hit on the Palpad is live again. So Luke, we know he has the way to pivot this Greninja. He can Turo it back to his hand. But here is the Misfortune Sisters. Do we see the Palpad go? Oh, that was a lot of cards. Ooh. No Palpad, but the Super Rod is really big.
Lucky.
I think that is Luke's last. Yes.
Yeah, what's very interesting about how this game has kind of unfolded is the prime time to play this Professor Turo is after an Iono, because your opponent knows now that you have Greninja in the hand. Okay, well, in the discard pile, I guess now. But they can immediately respond with that Erica's Invitation.
Yeah, and that was really smart from Luke, setting up a refinement. He knew if I pick up this Greninja, I want it gone. His opponent, I don't believe, brought the Echoing Horn back. So there's at least a 1-turn clock for this lock to be reinstated. It's a big deal. That's a huge play from Luke. Really smart. This is the correct time to have gotten rid of that Greninja. Oh, he did bring the Echoing Horn back. Oh. I was incorrect, guys. I apologize for that. I obviously cannot check his discard pile, but... oh yeah, big old belt there. Not being able to see the animations though with that Silene is big. Does his opponent have a way to stick that Greninja back in the active? That is a huge question. Crushing Hammer coming down, trying and get rid of some energies, big tails. The question is,
I'm so curious on why Luke decided to refinement the Greninja away. See, if he had kept the Greninja in his hand, then sure, you leave yourself open to an Erica's Invitation, and your opponent needs 1 card as opposed to 2 cards, right? Because in this situation now, he needs Echoing Horn Countercatcher or Echoing Horn Boss. But I feel like since those are item cards, those are much easier to get access to, as opposed to Erica's Invitation. Whereas if Luke had kept that Greninja in his hand and played around the Echoing Horn instead of playing around the Erica's Invitation, Iono would have put the Greninja back into his deck.
All right, Luke gets the Palpad here off that refinement. That is a big card to bring back. Now, Luke is debating, I think, does he Palpad now, or does he save that Palpad for a little later? Because, again, there's a lot of supporters Luke really needs to bring back. One of those supporters, as we know, is that Professor's Turo. Those Ionos are going to be huge, too. Those are going to slow the clock down for Luke, preventing him from decking out. Now, here's the scary part. If his opponent can mill that Turo, this is a pretty far long game for Luke. It's not much left he can do. However, if Luke can get this Turo again, as you said, the Echoing Horn has been played now. It has not been Silened back. So if you pick up this Greninja, you don't want it in your hand, right? Because then your opponent just has to find the Ericas to get it. You at least put your opponent on a 2-turn clock. Turn 1 is to flip heads on Silene and put the horn back, and turn 2 is to boss it. However, no Saguaro, no Professor Turo yet, and the big problem is if his opponent ever gets close and Dex just says, you know what, if I hit this Turo, I win the game. Bench that crab, throws a water energy and attacks. This is going to be rough.
If they hit that Turo this turn, that would have been, I feel, game winning. That would have been so good. But unfortunately missed it. Now, Evie, you have been saying Saguaro a lot. I wonder if there's some spice that you're not telling us about. You playing Saguaro in your decks recently?
No, I'm not. I'm a big cube guy.
I like it.
I'm a big cube guy, and we just put 2 alternate Saguaros in a cube. So he's been on. He's one of the new. So I actually have never played the new games yet. So I mix a lot of the new characters up. But yeah, I keep mixing up Turo Saguaro. That's on me.
Because I had Saguaro in my Guardy deck for a little bit, so I was like, oh, I wonder if maybe Eevee's on the same wavelength as me.
It's a neat card. Heal 50 from 2. I like it. But
yeah, exactly.
As you said, this is a race to that Professor Turo. It is going to be, can Luke get there, take a knockout, and then prevent the follow-up reinstatement of that lock? Can he get out of the lock and then prevent it for long enough from happening again?
Yep, exactly. You see the Snorlax player debating their options. This is such an interesting game, right? Luke has access to the Turo. Snorlax, is just Snorlax. But Luke's running so thin on cards in his deck. 8 cards left in deck. Pal Pad gone, both Super Odds gone. Those are your big recovery cards. The clock is really winding down, both literally and metaphorically. The writing
here
is
we
on
go,
the wall
though.
here.
That is a big choice from his opponent. Fog Crystal, if there's a Psychic Energy, there is 1 left in deck. That is a huge bench from his opponent because Luke has that boss's orders. And now we know this because I want Luke to check the discard pile of his opponent to see if that horn is gone. Because if his opponent does not bring the Echoing Horn back, Luke will have an opportunity to Turo, pick up the Greninja, take a knockout, and hope if that Echoing Horn is gone, he can discard the Greninja again. And there's not much his opponent can say about that.
Right. Wow, what an interesting turn of events. You can see why the Snorlax player was debating their options so much.
That Manaphy is kind of scary, though, because...
yeah, you want to keep that in your prize cards.
You want that to stay away from your hand, away from your discard pile, because, again, the Manaphy and Greninja are essentially the same thing. A Pokemon that can never attack in this deck. And if Luke gets punished here for just taking that off the prize cards, that becomes a huge problem because, as I was saying, if you Turo away the Greninja, your opponent doesn't have anything to block anymore. But if the Manaphy and Greninja are in play, you can't pick up both. You have to choose. And unfortunately, you can never choose both.
Yeah. Usually, when you're the Gardevoir player and your Manaphy is prized against something like Lost Box with the Greninja, that they can turn 1 Mirage Gate or something, you're like, oh no, Manaphy's prized. But here, Luke was like, oh, thank goodness. Now getting off
we have hit
could be detrimental.
Sorry, Andrew, but we have hit the 1 minute mark left in the round. There's a counter catcher to bring up the Greninja. But here's the thing. His opponent cannot go into this Crabominable. Luke has played his only boss's order, so he cannot drag this up. Here's the thing. Luke has a Refinement, Shiny Arcana, and Concealed cards to find his way to move. If he can draw into his Professor Turo and pick up, this is so incredibly close. There's so much that is happening here. If Luke still had the Pal Pad, he could have brought the boss orders back. There is the Iono. Luke's going to get 2 cards. One of them can be that Professor Turo.
Oh, man.
He does get it.
Oh,
that
my gosh,
is huge.
It is.
And reminder, this goes to turns.
Yeah.
We got 10 seconds left in the round. It is going to be Luke's turn. It looks like that's going to hit turn 0 here.
So do you undeafen Luke to let him know, or? Okay.
That is turn 0 of time chat. Luke has one more turn after this. He only needs to take one more prize card. The Echoing Horn, I believe, is still gone. I don't know for sure because I got it wrong last time. But if the horn is still gone, there is no way.
And there's a Scream Tail that's
the Scream
huge.
Tail is so unfortunate because that Scream Tail can be Erica'd. What does the Lax player choose to do? The out has to be try and block that Kirlia active and hope Luke does not have an out to move it. I believe Luke now has 1 energy left. I think it is a reversal energy, chat. This game is coming down to the wire.
This is insane. I wasn't expecting such a heater of a game right off the bat, which is so weird to say when you're looking at a control deck.
But promotes that crab here. What does he choose to play here? This is it. His opponent has this turn and one more. Luke has 1 turn left. If no win conditions are met, that means this round ends in a tie after a insanely intense 60 minutes of Pokemon.
Wow. So now if you're the Snorlax player, what is your out here? You have to find this Echoing Horn somehow, which I really don't think, oh my gosh, which I really don't think is going to happen. After an Iono, like we said, is the prime time to use that Turo because Snorlax is at its most minimum in terms of resources. And
there's the Erica.
There's the Erica, though.
Scream Tail. Here is the thing. His opponent has to move the Crabominable, though, because if Luke finds an energy, he can just retreat the Scream Tail for free. And that Crabominable does not have that very important block ability. Promoting it actually might have cost the Lock player the game here. There is the pass. Does Luke find a energy card to move? He does not even need to look for it. He's got the Gardevoir, Psychic Embrace, the Scream Tail, and we are going to see Stelios Network Luke Morsa taking this game down in an intense 1 hour long battle of attrition.
Wait, so wow, that is incredible. Congrats to Luke, seriously. But I do wonder why the Snorlax player didn't promote the Snorlax and promoted the Crabominable instead. Very interesting.
Yep, because if the Lax player just promoted the Lax there's no way to retreat the Scream Tail, and Luke only has 1 turn left in the game, so
I don't know.
I
don't know if the players saw in the chat or not. That I don't know, but we informed them almost 20 minutes ago that this is what would happen if the game came to this.
So, interesting.
Yeah, no, and I think at the same time, regardless, promoting that Crabominable, I just don't think is ever the correct line because it never leads to you winning this game. You only lose the game if your opponent, if he just either counter catchered up that Kirlia, that Lax gets another turn, or if he had, as he did, Erica's Invitation, that Scream Tail, and retreated into Snorlax, it lives for a couple turns, and he had a shot there to tie, but unfortunately didn't promote the Lax, and that ends this insane round 8. Luke Morsa going to 6-0-2.
We'll update the standings real quick, and then we'll get ready for our next round.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. What a wild game. Make sure to keep watching. We're going to have some awesome action coming at you next.
Yep. I will be going to the casting and we'll see you later, Andrew and Evie.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming in on short notice, dude. And
no worries. Thanks for having me, buddy.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you.
All right. Take it easy, chat room.
Hello, Emmi. All right, next round is up. We got to find a game. Who is our records? Who is streaming? Blazy. If you don't ID, would you be up for streaming? What's up, Juancho? What's up, Emmi?
Hey, glad to be back here.
All right, we're just looking for our I think we're gonna go do Lugia versus. We're gonna have Entei Iron Valiant on again, but that's who Lugia is playing against. We haven't had Lugia on all day.
I don't mind. Just don't give me that Snorlax match, because whoo!
Oh my gosh!
That one was a marathon.
We are having a lot of the same decks are up on top now, so I mean we're gonna get a lot of the same matchups. So
yeah. I'm hyped to see the Valiant, but
I also answered chat. We are currently we're going to have to see how this round goes, but it looks like we're going to 10 because we will not have a clean cut.
Cool. More Pokemon is always good.
So, yeah, let's wait and see if Blitzel shows up. Emmy's saying something. Oh, she's having mic issues. Totally fine.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Trying to find Mr. Blitzel. Or Blazy, I mean, there's Blazy, and I'll drag us all there, which always sounds horrible. I actually had to take a break a few minutes ago and actually walk around because I have been on watching and producing for the last 9 hours.
And we're not even in Top Cut. I feel that though.
Yeah, but if we have a clean 9 where it's very obvious that the top 8 will just ID next round, regardless, we're going to cut it there. We're just going to say, no, that's it. We know what's going to happen. I'm going to take away ID stuff because people are going to want to move on anyways. No chaos ball tonight, sadly.
Well, we'll see after this round.
But
who are we pulling?
We're pulling Blazy versus just a sec, trying to remember the other name, but Blazy is one of them.
Blazy.
Why can't I find? Oh, that's because it's on my desktop. I had to make a round 9 graphic earlier today. It's like,
oh, I see a table 3.
There we go. I think that's right. No, that's not.
Blazy versus Zach Tribus.
So we had the Entei on earlier today, but like I said, we're at the point where we've had a lot of the top players. We're going to start recycling them because it's just where we're at.
Yep. It's what happens in a stream. We get the right pick to put on, and they continue to do good, and they're still top. You gotta feature them.
So again, thank you for coming on again. Always appreciated.
No, for sure. Thanks for having me back on. I'm always hyped to watch some Pokemon, and I'm so glad to be here at the Tournament of Doom Regional. Glad I get to be part of it. I can't wait for top 4 too with Andrew. Always a good time, and I can't wait for Emmi.
Yeah, Emmy's
having
a little bit of mic problems, but I mean we'll be fine.
Oh snap! The stream's already up. Okay.
Yeah, yes. We're just waiting for them to play their game, and then we'll get going.
Sounds good. I guess just to talk about the matchup real quick, you're going to be my co-caster until Emmi gets on. So it's Zach Tribus playing the Entei Iron Valiant. You mentioned it earlier. They were featured on stream. I'm not quite sure if I caught this one because I'm a huge fan of the Entei Iron Valiant. Also, you woke me up at 3 a.m, so I barely remember my morning right now. I kid. And they're going to be up against the Lugia Archeops. Lugia Archeops, again, a staple of the format. It's been here since its release. It's a little bit weaker now, in my opinion, since Silver Tempest days, of course, when they had access to just one-shot absolutely everything. But I like the builds now. A lot of them I feel a lot more different versus Lugia back in the day was pretty much the same 60.
I remember that for Vancouver. Like I had to spice it up. I had to put in the Flying Pikachu. I'm like, no. And here we go.
All right, here we go. It's Blazy against Zach Tribus. Here we go. And something interesting of note, the Lugia V-Star player is not playing the new card, the new Iron Hands. I feel like everyone's just slotting that into their decks, but this is just more traditional, to be honest. A colorless Lugia with all the Snorlaxes, all the typical cards.
Yeah, and like I thought Iron Hands was going to be everywhere. I actually asked last week, is Iron Hands going to be mid? And right now, we'll all make the Jake Gearhart thing, the joke, however you want to put it. He's sitting there going, no. Where's my Iron Hands? Where's my Doom?
I
I'm sure right now we're talking about it that way, and then if it wins LAIC, we will never hear the end of it from Jake Gearhart. Again, right now we are starting. The Zach Tribus is going to start us off. Does open up with the Battle VIP Pass, gets the Entei and the Iron Valiant. Again, Iron Valiant EX, one of the newer cards off the set. Tachyon Bits, very interesting ability where they get into the active, they do 20 damage. Typically, you're going first. You have a way to essentially knock out something that has less than maybe 80 to 60 HP. You can win that way. But Lugia V has 220. That's not going to happen. We're going to have a game here as Jet Energy is going to be played on the Entei. Going to get access to its own ability, Fleet-Footed. Get one extra card here. And the nice thing about Entei is a lot of people like to wonder why play Entei over something like Raikou or Suicune in this specific deck, right? Suicune has access to Melanie. Raikou has access to Generator. They all have access to their own means of energy acceleration. The big thing for me is 230 HP is big. If this Entei can stick around, just get an energy attachment, there's no clear way to knock out the Entei with a Lugia V. It caps out at 220. So
completely. So people,
very good card.
Some people, we just got rated, and some people say that's a very familiar voice.
Oh, hello. My name is Primetime Wizard TV. I'm joined here by Zach Doom Roy,
tournament organizer, illustrator.
For sure. And again, the host of the Tournament of Doom. Again, thank you again for hosting. We're still waiting on the one and only Pokey Emmi, though, the head of Girl Power. Would love to cast with her as well. But right now, again, we're having a game. Lugia has 40 damage on it. Doesn't matter too much. Something of note, there is no Archeops in the discard pile. There's a very easy flow chart for Lugia V. Get Archeops in the discard pile. Profit.
Yeah. There's no other part to their game. Like right now, there's nothing.
Oh no, it's gonna be a read the win. Not even the optimal discard, as this hand actually is not looking too good either. There is always a chance to use Mesa Goza. You can flip heads, get the Laminion to get your Burnett. Again, very powerful card. Get to discard the top 2 cards from the deck. And you can choose to discard 2 cards from the deck, which is good. You get your Archeops. But right now,
get it out of there.
That could happen. Something that could happen. I'm thinking if there's enough damage on board to knock out this Lugia V in the active, right? You have to do some math here with the Iron Valiants. They can put 60 damage, bring Lugia down to 120, possibly, and then get knocked out by Entei. That could be kind of devastating, in my opinion. What do you think, Zach?
I think it's gonna be absolutely devastating. Oh no, okay, that's probably what the Iron Valiant didn't want, unless they're sitting on double rope. Then it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't be surprised. They should be playing multiple ropes, probably. If not, hey, getting damage onto the Lugia in the active isn't too bad as well here. But taking a knockout just seems really good. Taking prizes seems to be a good thing in the Pokemon trading card game.
I would hope
so. I
would hope so, considering that's one of the primary objectives to winning.
Not unless you're a Snorlax player like earlier. Oh my god,
that game was so intense. I wasn't even casting it. I'm sitting here watching, and I'm like,
I love that there's this extra dimension of it too, whereas we're here playing in a different client, right? And at time, the chess clock was a factor. It was a big factor, in fact. So they were both making their turns as fast as they could. But again, that was the previous game.
Yeah,
I was absolutely in love with it.
I will say with that was the perfect example on boss's orders. There goes the Lugia. No, he missed.
Oh, not enough there. Lacking 20 damage, but we can clean that up eventually.
Yeah, hopefully. But the previous game was the perfect example if we wanted chess clock or not.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I kind of still do want a chess clock after that game. How do you feel about that?
I do, only because I play enough online that I watch people slow play, and I get like, I'm like, get on with it.
I'm not the biggest fan of block Snorlax, so if you give me another dimension to try and win a game against it, I'm glad, but
But that game's done. We're moved on.
for sure. And
Surprisingly, the Lugia does not KO the Entei.
yeah, exactly. 230 HP. The 10 extra HP is the world here. And I'm honestly surprised they opted to not evolve the Lugia in the active right now, right? So that Lugia that's on the bench now, it has 200 damage, is 1 Tachyon bits away from getting knocked out, whereas they could have spent at least 3 or so more, especially since we're attacking with the Snorlax anyway. Have to wonder what they're up to here. It looks like they wanted to attack with another Lugia anyway, so maybe thought about, hey, you know what, I have the V-Star right now, I'm going to be attacking with it in the future. It is still a good attacker into the Iron Valiants, because those do have 220 HP. So maybe prioritizing future board state over protecting this Lugia right now, as the player now plays Chorus Experiment. This deck does not care about the Lost Zone. It's just a great card to see. It's a great card if you want to see more cards. You see 5 cards, and then you get to keep 3 of them. But yes, let's see here what they're going to do. Wouldn't be surprised to just see a switch, try and get that cheeky knockout now on the Lugia V before it does evolve. And then, honestly, I'm like going through the matchup in my head. They're going to take 2 prizes there. If they can somehow gust the Lumini, take a 2 prizer there as well. Entei's pretty much ahead here in this game.
Yeah. And Entei wants to, it's essentially considered a turbo. You will go and do just, you want to get all the KOs you can fast and go from there.
For sure. That's why this deck that's why it's essentially paired with the Iron Valley, you know? Entei is a very easy Pokemon to power up, 2 energy requirement, and you get access to the Magma Basin to be able to accelerate fire energy as well. So definitely turbo. There it is, the switch card healing up the Entei, but more importantly, take a knockout there on the Lugia V for free with the Tachyon bits.
I don't even know if it was important to heal the Entei, considering unless you use multiple switch cards on it, which is a possibility. You're still within range of almost everything.
No, 100%. It's just, it's still good. You got full effect on the switch card. You can't get knocked out by double turbo energy on Archeops now. Definitely doesn't matter, but getting that switch definitely did here. Getting one more activation of the Tachyon bits there, setting up the next Lugia V to get knocked out, possibly showing that is my next goal. And now I'm curious if they should definitely still take a knockout. Something they could do is rope is definitely big, excuse me. I was thinking about if they could just not attack the Snorlax, but it was awake. No, sure, no worries, I got it. So escape rope here onto the Lugia V. Not quite sure if I like that play too much, because now you can, again, your opponent is down to 4 prizes. You're going to do damage into the Lugia. The prize mapping is pretty clear here, where you're going to take 2 prize and another 2 prize. But I guess just did not want to give up either Archeops or the Luminion, making the opponent definitely work for it here, as the Lugia player right now is going to go ahead and Primal Turbo, double turbo onto the Lugia V. That seems fine now, just because, again, this Lugia V shouldn't be able to, or is possibly going to retreat it back into the Snorlax. As Iono now being played, the great equalizer-ish. When you're ahead, it's great. You draw 6. Your opponent only draws 4, since they only have 4 prize cards left.
And this is the weak point for the Entei deck. A really good Iono will absolutely stop your game. I believe they haven't used the Forest Seal Stone yet, though, so it's not going to be as devastating, but it can still hurt.
That is true, especially when your deck is just full of switch cards. Switch cards, unlike something like a Lost Zone deck, does not net you more cards in hand. Instead, you're using those switch cards to do more damage. And right now, you also have Fleet Footed to work with, but 1 card, I don't know how much it helps, unless, of course, you get something good, as Weird Year is now being played. Weird Year Veer, actually, with the V-Guard energy, has 250 effective HP, so it's a little bit harder to knock out than the damaged Lugia. So I do like this play. And you get to play the Collapse Stadium to get rid of the Lugia V-Star, essentially negating the last turn completely. Great plays here by the Lugia player.
But we should be able to see well, no, they do have to get rid of the stadium. I'm sorry. I realized that they will need us to get rid of the stadium, and on top of it, bench another Pokemon and use the Tachyon bits to be able to KO the Weird Deer.
It's going to take a bit, actually. Yeah, that definitely a couple of Tachyon bits. And again, it's a lot of math here, but if we put 60 damage on the Weird Deer, that should be enough. I'm trying to do the math in my head, but
220
so right now
is full benches, both sides. 200 if it's 4 and 5. 180 if it's 4 and 4, and that's pretty much how I've been memorizing it.
So we're doing 180 minus 30 from the V-Guard enter 150. So even with triple Tachyon bits, we don't get the knockout. We'd have to, yeah, you're correct. We have to bump the stadium, get another Pokemon in play, and do a bunch of switches to get this knockout. Wow, this Weird Deer didn't think it was going to matter in this matchup. 220 HP is a little bit scary. Something they could do, if they have access to it, is just go for a boss's order to get an attachment 4 turn, boss up the Luminion. You have the Radiant Charizard to close things out the next turn. Let's see if they have it, though.
I believe they played the one boss's orders earlier.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to check. How many boss's orders do these decks play? And yeah, you're right. It is just one, so we have to deal with the Weird Deer.
Here comes the 20, but like you said, we need 3.
Now with a full bench, that's 200 damage. Minus 30 is 170. Yeah, I believe it is still 3.
They're 10 short right now.
$200 minus 30, they are 10 short. One more switch, or you know what? Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Do we have a switch card?
If they don't, they still have the. Oh, they just had it. I was gonna say they have the Forest Seal Stone, which I would. Oh, I don't know if I would have used it.
It does seem like a use it or lose it type scenario there for sure. Maybe they have access to another one. They do play 2 Forest Seal Stone. Maybe this is the bait. Maybe they have a Forest Seal Stone in the hand. They do have another Entei, and technically all they need here is an attachment to the Lugia. The only attachment to the Charizard. The only thing that can deal with... Oh, never mind. The only thing that can deal with Entei is another Charizard. So we're both players now going to their single prize attackers. Is Luminous Energy in the deck? Looks like it is. Again, it provides any type of energy, but only one. But it can be the only special energy attached to that Pokemon. Perfect for this specific scenario with Radiant Charizard, thanks to the Fiery Heart ability.
Which is an amazing ability in itself.
Definitely. I mean, if you're a single prize Pokemon that does 250 damage for one, why not? Thank you very much. Looks like they're also lining up the Luminion into hand. Unfortunately, if they do attack with this Radiant Charizard, it does have the downside of not being able to attack again the next turn. I'm trying to think now what attack they can copy with. Oh, no, never mind. Excuse me. They have Luminion to go for the boss's orders next turn. They can attack with the Mew EX, copying something like the Iron Valiant attack. Or they're just going to use the Luminion now, going for the Iono to disrupt the opponent.
Oh. But with
maybe they don't know
and with
that
us,
the boss isn't in.
I am going to bring in Emmi. I mean, you got your stuff fixed.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what happened, but I am here now.
Awesome.
Just in time.
It's been time to watch almost the end of game 1. So I'll switch to you. Enjoy, and I'll be yelling at you from the shadows.
Okay, sounds like a great plan. How are you, Juancho?
I'm doing great. I'm having a blast. It was a pleasure, Doom, and I'm glad you could join us, Emmi. I'm so excited to cast with you. Just in time. This is the most exciting part of the match when both players are down to the last 2 prizes. What do you think about the matchup so far?
I mean, this has been fascinating. Like, I love Tachyon Bits. I think that Iron Valiant is a fascinating card, but I'm curious to see. I think that it's very, very susceptible to Iono, but it does look like we had at least one energy there. And Charizard's gonna knock back out this Charizard.
just Charizard on Charizard there. And now to respond to this, they do have access to something like a Snorlax, but they attack with the Snorlax. This should be game here. I think they needed something a little bit bigger. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, I was thinking actually in the previous hand, they actually had the game since they had Leminion and the Mew, right? Leminion can get the boss's orders. Mew can copy any attack. And I believe, oh no, Iron Valiant only does 200 damage, so it's also not enough. So there was not the clearest way to victory, never mind.
Yeah, what am I missing here? I guess we need to be able to take another prize after this. The therapeutic energy does mean we won't go to sleep, which is great, but we're not quite knocking out anything back with this Snorlax. That Pumpkaboo coming down with that Pumpkin Pit ability, getting rid of our opponent's Magma Basin, not allowing them to have an energy, but it looks like we have one in hand anyways.
And just like that, Magma Base again able to power up from the discard pile. Entei should have enough damage here. Doing math in my head, it is 180 damage, takes a knockout on the Snorlax. And just like that, Iron Valiant takes the game, the first game here in round 9. Yeah, it's round 9 of the Regional of Doom. Very big. Honestly, in my mind, I thought Lugia was favored in this matchup just because you're a V-Star Pokemon, you're doing 220 damage. But Entei just showing us that it does have the firepower to really deal with these V-Star Pokemon as well. And of course, you're going to have to thank Iron Valiant for a little bit of help there.
For sure. And I do think, obviously we have Tachyon bits to kind of soften things up. But I do think that there's a lot of math going on, right? You just said a magic number, 220. Well, Entei's 230, right? So we do need that little bit of extra with that Lugia not being quite able to one-shot it. We did see the Weird Deer putting in quite a bit of work, but with that wild play chorusing into exactly the amount of switch cards we needed to be able to knock it out back, it was really, really tough. So let's see how game 2 kind of plays out here.
For sure. I mean, that was also off an Iono, right? Off the Iono, they did get the supporter and multiple switch card just to get that damage. But yeah, I 100% agree. That was a great play. As we go ahead, we're going to go ahead and start round 2 now. And again, I'm going to have to think, Lugia would want to go first. They want to be able to hit, but at the same time, Entei has the capability to really do damage on the first turn of the game, which is very big here.
That's true, and something we've been talking about all day today. The meta has shifted so much with Paradox Rift. What do you do? Do you go first? Do you go second? Looks like we have plenty of options here to be able to get some an Archeops at least, if not a second one in the discard pile here. So feeling pretty good about this start, if I do say so myself.
100%. I like the addition of Great Ball into the Lugia decks versus something like Nest Ball. Let me know down in the chat what do you prefer to play. But I do like having the option of being able to grab multiple key Pokemon with the Great Ball, or you can just draw into the other Archeops and you use the Ultra Ball, get your Lugia.
Yeah, this is the
Lugia
classic, right? Classic, perfect Lugia doing Lugia things, as we always say. Double Archeops, Ultra Ball. That is a fantastic way to start it off. It does look like we're going to attach a gift energy to that active Weirder, going to sort of respect a possible popping off turn from the Entei player here, who is starting that Metacham V, which is really interesting. Obviously, when we're damaging little things, it's going to be a great way to get ourselves an extra turn with that Yoga Loop attack. Maybe not as much into a deck like Colorless Lugia, especially with that Unfazed Fat ability on our Snorlaxes, preventing damage counters to be placed on them.
That is true. Definitely, Metacham has more use in those evolving style decks, those big Gardevoir EXs or whatnot. But hey, you know what? Having a Pokemon with the ability to go take an extra turn, always great if you can set it up. Something of note, if only they played Rapid Strike Energy, they could use the second attack of the Medicham, and he hit something like a Weirdeer or a Snorlax for weakness, which is a little bit funny.
Oh, that is kind of funny.
Yeah, but right now, just setting up the board. I'm trying to see. I don't think they can get the knockout on the Weirdeer, but hey, just like we said, we could set it up for a potential extra turn type play. But something really important here is we need to draw into the Magma Basin. Magma Basin is our means of energy acceleration, especially going second. Fortunately, it's going to be the Jet Energy. I think Magma Basin can only attach to the bench. This may signify it's going to be a fleet-footed into a pass.
Yeah, drawing that one extra card, especially in this kind of deck where we don't have our support Pokemon like Barrel, like I'm not even trying to Genesect V to be able to continue to draw cards. So fleet-footed, you're only going to see one card, but sometimes that one card is exactly what we need. Unfortunately, like already mentioned, that Magma Basin is only going to be able to go to the benched Pokemon. Just look like we are going to switch cart back and then discard a bunch of cards with that Squawkabilly Squawk in Seize.
Yeah, most importantly, there was a Finer Energy discarded with the Squawk and Seize. Totally forgot that hasn't been used just yet. So there is still a chance for an attack this turn, but it has to be this turn. For Seal Stone could find us the Magma Basin at the very least here. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to try and grab. Again, this is the second turn. They haven't quite played a supporter yet as well. So it could be a supporter grab here, but it is going to be the Magma Basin plus the Earthen Vessel. This does... Yeah, again, there's more than enough energy now. There was one earlier. Now there's two. So we do have one for Entei this next turn, this up-and-coming turn. But let's see what else they have to play. They need one more switch at the very least. This is Iron Valiant. They should have a million switches, to be honest. So what
they do, but they do. But oh my goodness, we have burned through so much of our deck. We do see the escape rope coming down, so not going to hit into that Weirder, but maybe it's worth it to go ahead and Burning Rondo. 140 damage to that Lugia V. Very softened up, so even if we don't bench anything, we're going to be knocking it out next turn.
All right. Real quick, Emmi, this is the most Lugia thing that could happen. You have two Ball Search cards that could potentially get Lugia, but could potentially not get you anything. Tails there on the Capturing Aroma gets you a Luminion. Pretty good. Great Ball doesn't get you a Lugia just yet. It's going to be the Luminion.
Jeez. All right. Come on, Luminion. It's got to get us a Research or something, right? Come on.
Research discarding two Bosses orders, though. That is pretty big, but you got to do what you got to do.
We got to do it. I mean, we could grab Iono here, but our opponent only has two cards, and in that type of deck that it doesn't draw a lot of cards this late, after turn one, I really don't think we want to do that. It looks like debating to attach that Jet Energy to the active, not going to get the full effect of Jet Energy, but Research here. Oh my gosh, there's still Feast! Oh, come on, flip heads.
Mesagoza heads here. We'll get them the Lugia V-Star. Do they get it? No!
Oh my goodness, we have to bench the backup, and we're just gonna see that read the wind, not Roar of the Sword. Oh my goodness, I'm so flustered with the fact that we just whiffed 3 opportunities to get that Lugia V-Star.
Emmi, that was this game right now is the perfect example of a Lugia deck. Sometimes you get that opening hand, double Archeops, double Archeops, Ultra Ball. Oh, that's perfect. But then you miss every single Ball Search to get your Lugia V-Star. And
I'm like, I don't even know what to say. That is Pokemon. Oh my goodness. When we do, just to add insult to injury, our Entei opponent does get the heads on the Mesagoza, so able to kind of thin a card that way. Oh my gosh.
All right now here, things are not over yet, though. Right now, there is an Ultra Ball in hand. This will guarantee that a Lugia V-Star will show up the next turn. Yes, they're going to be down 2 prizes, but then they will have a fresh Lugia V-Star to work with. And again, there's the Entei and the active is damaged. There's 20 damage on the Entei. That's easily knockout. It's going to be an easy knockout for Lugia V-Star. And then we could, again, there's so many 2 prizers in play, should be able to close out as long as we get some key bosses, but which unfortunately, by the way, we did discard a couple.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate but very, very necessary Professor's Research there. So we will see. I don't think we play any way to get them back, right? So it's just unfortunate, but we do see Burning Rondo there take that knockout on the active Lugia and take the first 2 prize cards of this game.
Yeah. And something of note, again, Blazy36 only plays 3 bosses orders, so there's only 1 left in the deck, in theory. I didn't quite get a peek at their prizes just yet. But here we go. Summoning Star should be able to attack with the Lugia. Lugia should be able, in theory, survive this turn. Again, unless I'm now I have to do math again with Tachyon bits, but I'm pretty sure even with max Tachyon bits, especially with the V-Guard energy, you're not going to be able to take this knockout. Very important, by the way, you can't put any double turbo energy. He has to have enough, but he should have more than enough non-double turbo energy in the deck. So right now we're doing the full effect, 220 damage, knocking out this Entei, and in theory, this Lugia should be able to knock out at least another 2 prizer. But we'll have to see here. Iono, big Iono here. Great equalizer once again.
Man, that is not a great hand, though. That is A-okay, though. We are going to be able to take a knockout back here, be even up on the prize cards. Both players at 4 remaining. And yes, let's get rid of that Magma Basin. We're going to say, put that to the discard pile. I don't want you to have any more energy cards.
For sure. Luckily, the Entei on the bench already has 2. Going straight for the Entei to me sometimes feels like, oh no, that's the correct play. Going straight into the fleet-footed, and if you have a couple of switches and the tool card on the Iron Valiant, you still can do a little extra damage. But we'll have to see here. You'd love to set up another Entei here. There's a lot to ask for, but Chorus Experiment definitely helps out.
Yeah, this will hopefully give us a way to switch out. We do see that booster tool card on one of the benched Iron Valiants, so that will be able to help your Nest Ball. I'm assuming is grabbing us another Entei back up here.
Could be the Radiant Charizard as well. That is a great attacker this following turn. No, it's going to be another Iron Valiant. This means there's a lot of switch cards in hand then.
It's got to be that, or the other ones are prized. We'll just have to find out. Checking shoes here. No, I don't want to curse anything, but looks like a fire energy hitting the discard pile, which we don't mind. Nothing on our bench here really needs an energy. I don't think. I guess we could have attached it to the Metacham, but not as necessary. That is a long pause. I don't know, Juancho. I'm getting a little nervous.
I know we were talking about the previous casters. I believe Andrew were talking about how you can't really read your opponent online. You can't see their facial expression, see what they have in their hand. But these pauses, sometimes you're thinking, oh, they don't have a clear path. They don't have the access to win. That means they have a suboptimal hand sometimes, right? So sometimes you can do a little bit of reading for sure. But again, full bench, we're doing... Oh, there's a DTE on the Entei.
Huh.
I was expecting... They're going for this hard retreat onto the Iron Valiant. Huh. Oh, they do have the Magma Basin to get back into the Entei. They're really prioritizing getting just a little bit more damage in play, but they didn't have the switch. So they are going to give up these 2 prizes here because Iron Valiant, again, only has 220 HP. This is perfect math for Lugia V-Star. Things are not looking good for the Iron Valiant player.
Not as much. Does look like we are going to utilize a Primal Turbo here. Looks like we're just going to start loading up our backup attacker or a way to retreat as well. So going to put a double turbo energy onto one of our 2 Archeops and Tempest Dive here. And we're going to say, yep, get rid of that. We're not having you have that Magma Basin. All right.
Lugia just does not like their stadiums. Mew EX now drawn and a Great Ball. Nothing too notable there, but they don't need too much here. They even have access to something like Boss's Orders if they choose to. If they get tails on the Capturing Aroma, but right now, I don't know if this Entei has what it takes to take this knockout. Right now, they're doing 200 damage. No, they're doing 180 damage minus 30, 150. That's not 200.
Yeah. That is not 260. That is not quite enough. That's where I think up against these decks that do tank a little better, like V-Guard energy, you might argue, oh, you don't need 2 or 3 of them. But yeah, you do against a deck like this. Escape Rope coming down. We'll have to decide what to promote here. and realize that whatever we promote is probably getting knocked out. Looks like we opt to promote the Luminion V here. Interestingly enough, something I didn't think about until right now is if we did play a basic water, that Luminion would be taking KOs quite easily with weakness on that Entei.
Is that the new tech we have to do if Entei becomes a little bit too popular?
I mean, it might be. We'll have to see. This meta is still very much in its baby form, very much deciding where to go from here, I believe. So, do see the professor's research here. Only 2 cards left in deck. Really digging here. I mean, we churned through so much of our deck in the very, very first turn and burned so many resources. I'm kind of worried we've gotten to the end of the stick.
Oh, 100%. There's 2 cards left in the deck, 6 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand now. And, I think I can see what they're trying to do. If they can potentially use double switch card on the Entei and slip get it into the active, that's a way to really tank a hit and take a and do some and take a knockout. Because right now, 220 HP, unfortunately, that's still exact math for Lugia. And also, the Weird Year has the possibility to just, even if you got fully healed, pretty sure Weird Year can close things out. So with that, the Lugia V-Star player, Blazy36, is going to bring this to a game 3. This is big. Honestly, I have no idea who's going to win.
I don't either. I mean, I think that we just didn't quite hit the pieces in the right order. We saw a lot of things get discarded very early on for both players. So we're going to have to see how both of them set up and just... Well, I don't know. It's just a very strange matchup, right? Something you wouldn't really think about. And always, you got to expect the unexpected in this current meta and just in regionals in general. So I think this is fantastic prep for anyone who's going to LAIC, anyone who's thinking about San Antonio regionals, Portland right after that. So
and just in the tournament of Doom in general, we are Chaos Incarnate.
In the best way.
100%. I mean, again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream that this tournament right here, the Tournament of Doom regional, the regional of Doom, is going to shape the metagame. This is the only online tournament that is best of 3 with this amount of people. This is the data people are going to be taking into LAIC. I believe it was just next week. So a lot of eyes on this tournament for sure. And it's looking great. It's looking great for sure. It looks like a bunch of older decks are going to make it into the top 8, but we'll have to see. Again, the Entei player is going to start us off. Yeah, Entei player is going to start us off here. Does get the Battle VIP Pass, most powerful card in the game, but only on the first turn of the game. It's going to probably get them a Squawkabilly plus an Iron Valiant, would like to say.
Exactly that, just as you said. Looks like our opponent did put a thumbs down, so not quite sure what is in the prize cards or what that is referencing, but I guess we will have to find out.
You prize for the Iron Valiants?
There's no way. That would be a game.
It happens.
There's no way you thumbs down double battle VIP nest ball going first. There's no way you feel bad in that scenario unless what you're looking for isn't in the deck. And this nest ball is taking a little too long.
That is a third Entei V. We have to have prized 3 Iron Valiant EXs. This Tachyon Bits is going to be the only one.
It's only Tachyon Bit, a singular bit.
Oh my goodness. One single one. All right. These Enteis are going to have to put in a lot of work. A lot of Burning Rondo is going to have to happen here. And we do see on our side, this is a pretty dang good hand for our Lugia player. So, oh man, I'm nervous. I'm ready for it to kind of get overrun, but we will see. We do see that first switch card going to get that Tachyon Bits, 20 damage to the active. Already have that future tool on our Iron Valiants to be able to free retreat and Squawk and Seize, draw fresh 6.
Again, I believe all they're looking for this turn is just an attachment for a turn. You want to get that prepped on your Entei so you don't have to use a Magma Basin to damage it. Again, 230 is big. Something they could do now is retreat this Iron Valiant because, again, it's your only one, and go into an Entei and get one more fleet-footed. Go to an Entei you haven't used yet.
Exactly.
And there we go. one more card, not too bad. And as I believe that should be a pass now to the Lugia players turn. You mentioned this hand is great. What if they top deck? I was gonna say an Archeops.
That would be. I mean, we get it one of the 3 games, okay, Juancho? We don't get it every time. But I will say we will be able to discard one of them here, and we could see the Read the Wind discard another one. However, it does look like that Iono's a little tempting here to play. So we are going to Ultra Ball here. Take a look at those prize cards, and let's see if we're gonna Read the Wind.
Yeah, we have everything we need in the hand. We have the Lugia V-Star for next turn. If we Iono, we lose the Archeops, but it's always so tempting to get more cards. But sometimes you need that restraint. You need the restraint to just know that, hey, this is all I want. Well, all I need, all I want for the next coming turns. Let's just keep the hand.
And I mean, it's best for us to just have those 2 Pokemon in play, try to limit the damage output of that Burning Rondo, which we are doing successfully here. Yeah, let's get rid of that Battle VIP pass with Trekking Shoes. We don't need that anymore.
100%. Great way to thin the deck there. I'm trying to think now. Right now, Lugia has 200 HP. Entei has a max damage output of 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, plus the Tachyon Bix, 160. This Lugia being the active is going to survive another turn.
For sure.
That's not good.
We're very comfortable, which is just... I mean, I guess this is what happens when you prize 3 of your Iron Valiants in game 3 at a regional at these top tables. It's just unfortunate, but... We'll see here. We have 2 Trekking Shoes. I think we're going to call that going on a hike. Do you see the switch card here? Going to go into that Iron Valiant. Tachyon Bits puts 20 more onto the active Lugia V.
This one Iron Valiant is doing the best it can. The 40 damage on the Lugia right now, solely done by the Iron Valiant. And Entei right now with the double turbo energy, that is reducing that damage by 20 now. So unfortunate, but I think necessary here, because now... yeah, you're doing damage. You can also use the double turbo to retreat this next turn, get one more activation of Tachyon Bits potentially, as the capturing moment is going to be heads. I think that's exactly what you needed to see. Get 2 Lugia V-Stars into play. And again, Entei V, 230 HP. Nothing quite knocks this out unless if we go all in on Weird Year plus an attachment of Jet. Don't think so either, but... yeah, we're going to have to see here. Maybe just attacking with the Lugia V on the bench is more ideal. Prevent them from taking a prize.
It might also just be a situation of accepting that this Lugia is going to go down. So let's just soften up this Entei here and charge up the backup Lugia and put that V-Guard energy down and hope. So, considering here we do have an Iono in hand, would give us both a fresh set of 6, so maybe not the best idea to play, but the other options here are benching a Lumineon, which is very, very much an easier target for our Entei player, so not quite sure we want to do that, but it does look like Luminous Sign is going to come down here. Yeah, you got the boss's orders.
Yeah, there's 3 boss's orders in the deck specifically. No, wait. You don't do enough.
Why? Why?
You're supposed to boss the Squawk. Because right now, Tempest Dive, thanks to the double turbo energy, is only doing 200 damage. Iron Valiant has 220 HP. In my mind, boss's orders would have worked here if you boss up the Squawk ability, and now you're essentially a triple boss away from taking the knockout. I feel like I see the thought process of, hey, they only had 1 Iron Valiant. We can take away their access to really do extra damage this next couple of turns. But
for sure. It's just unfortunate because we could have prevented that. We could have utilized both Primal Turbos to the active Lugia and not attached to double turbo energy. I don't even think we put 2 energy on. I think we could have not done the double turbo and just used 1 Primal Turbo. Oh, man.
Well, it happens. It happens again. These players have been playing the Pokemon trading card game for upwards of 9 hours, best of 3. Some of them played against us. Block Snorlax. My brain would be fried as well.
You know what? As you know, we've both been playing in regionals. I can definitely respect that and give our players a lot of grace here. We do see the jet energy here into another Entei V. Gonna be able to fleet-footed again. This hand is looking quite large. I'm almost wondering if Ionoing it is the correct thing. Switch cart here into the Entei that could actually attack here. Another fleet-footed, and we will see Burning Rondo here, possibly pausing.
No, I think it is going to be the Burning Rondo there for the knockout. Gift energy is going to activate, and I like holding the Iono earlier because now you're going to Iono them to 4, which is much, much better for sure. Watch the Lugia player just drop the Medicham as well and just take an extra turn. How crazy would that be?
Oh my goodness, that would just be... I wouldn't know what to do.
Yep. Right now, Lugia V in the active is going to get powered up now with the Archeops. It only does 220. There's a lot. There's going to be a lot of damage on board. No, never mind. It's going to be the Weirder V potentially going to get powered up here. And let's do some math.
No. Yeah, I'm like, you're going to have to lead me on this Weirder path. Lead me on the math. All right, so let's do it.
Weirder does, 40 damage times the amount of energies. What I like to do is just count them out loud for the crowd to hear. So there's currently 40, 80, 120, 120, 160, 200, minus 20, 180 effective damage on the Weirder. They haven't used another Archeops just yet, and they have to draw into a jet, and I believe they should be able to get the knockout.
Let's see here. 6 cards.
When you count off the damage on the Tournament of Doom, you have to say at the end, like one yeah, you need to count. That is the rule of the stream. I'm sorry, I don't make them, I just enforce them.
I'm pretty sure you make them, Doom. This is your stream after all. It does look like, unfortunately, we did with the jet energy there, so we will see another Primal Turbo here. Gift,
is
though.
It enough? Oh, am I going to have to do it? Okay, so there's 40, 80, 120. I'm going to wait till the Weirder just does this attack now because we're committing to it.
Oh my goodness. 260, it is enough. Oh my gosh.
260 damage. Taking the knockout there. And that's pretty big indeed, especially since the Weirder should be able to survive the turn with the V-Guard energy, unless, of course, the opponent was able to draw into another Iron Valiant off the prizes.
I mean, we did prize 3 of them. I'm just saying, the odds are very, very much in our favor. We do see the promotion of the Entei V here and the draw for a turn. We'll be able to see an extra card right away off of Fleet-Footed, and we'll just see what pieces did we draw ourselves into. Oh.
Actually, even if they Tachyon bits twice, the Weirder has an effective HP of 250. You'd be 10 short. So
oh, man. This thing is very much surviving. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's going to take another 2 prize knockout.
My goodness. It's so ouch.
Yeah,
with that V-Guard.
Big play indeed. V-Guard energy putting in the work. A lot of the Lugia decks I've been seeing have actually been dropping the V-Guard energy because I feel like we've been shifting more into this EX format, right? With the Gardevoir EXs, the Roaring Moon, Chine Pao, exactly. But no, here it works perfectly in this Entei, against this Entei deck. And there we go.
Exactly as you were saying, something that, as we're shifting away from VMAX's V-Stars, something that's kind of fallen off, but respecting that here is definitely helping us a lot in this matchup that might be a little more fringe. We do see the Magma Basin come down and attach to a backup Entei V here, but man, I'm just like, we're gonna not be able to take the return KO here, and that's so tough. We did see the research there, and no Iron Valiant was benched, so I'm pretty sure you're correct in that we did not get either of them off of the prize cards.
There is no way we don't draw at least one of the Iron Valiants here, right? I think it's so key we get at least one more. We need to bench at least one more here to do what? How much are we doing? We're doing 200, 170 damage. We do 170, we're going to be at 190. If we do 190 right now, and then we do switch twice with the Iron Valiant, we can KO this Weirder the next turn. And then you go for boss's orders on Luminion to close out the game. But it has to be that play.
I'm just like waiting with bated breath at this point. I'm like, what is going to happen?
It might just have to be a retreat, do the attack here. Something they could also try to bait out is take an extra turn with the Medicham, right? So how much damage are we doing with this Entei? Again, I mentioned 170, so it would be bringing it up to 190 with one Tachyon Bits plus the Medicham attack. That isn't a knockout. To take an extra turn, find yourself a boss's orders, get the Luminion on the bench to close out the game. This game got a lot closer, and I think it's all down to the 200 damage right now on the Iron Valiant. The Lugia player should be up 2 prizes right now.
Yeah, you are very much correct. So, wow, this is a very much weakened Weirdeer. However,
they didn't get the full bench, so it's only 150. They're still going to need that second Iron Valiant this turn then. It has to be double Iron Valiant into the Medicham to take this extra turn. Lugia player is almost out of energy as well here, but all they need is that luminous energy.
Definitely have to be careful here, but definitely considering that Iono, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think there's any way for us to get that Iron Valiant out. Do we even play Hisuian Heavy Ball?
If three of the 4 prizes in the deck right now are Iron Valiant, that is very, very depressing because they even have the Forest Seal Stone attached to the Medicham, so we could essentially find it if we wanted to.
Or if we were able to, but I'm kind of thinking under the idea of we weren't able to. We do see the Collapse Stadium, though, come down and get rid of that Luminion V, taking away that route that you were explaining, which definitely was the correct route, Juancho, but we do see Weirdeer take another 2 prize cards, survives and takes another 2. This thing is a monster, man.
This Weirdeer is definitely running away with things, but is it just going to be an Entei knockout and just hope against all hope that luminous energy is prized here, but we know it's not. Again, it's
it's not, but
if it was, yeah, I know.
We would be like, all right, hey opponent, real quick, could I borrow one of those magma basins? One of those fire energies. So, oh man.
All right, let's see here. It wasn't attached to the Entei. That means the Medicham attack is no longer available to us. So there's no extra turn. This is looking like it's going to close out. Something they could have done as well is just attack with a Radiant Charizard even. If they attacked with the Radiant Charizard, go down to essentially force a single prize Pokemon in play, that could have been big as well here. As Escape Rope's being played just to get more Tachyon Bits onto the Weirdeer?
Yeah, it looks like that is the case, and we might hope, looking at all of the energy stuck on that Weirdeer, we might hope, is there any way that they don't have enough to retreat, that they don't have a way out in hand? However, of course, we can see here, with that research coming down and no way to disrupt our opponent's hand, we got that jet energy, so Weirder's going to be even stronger with 1 more energy on it being pushed back up into the active. We see the emote come down and the shrug there. Do you see the Radiant Charizard get benched here?
There's a chance here. You retreat into the Radiant Charizard and maybe not attack. You can't attack anyway because there's no Magma Basin in play just yet, but you have to retreat to Radiant Charizard. Guess getting attack would be nice, but yeah, for sure. Just getting into active buys you a turn. That buys you 1 Tachyon Bit. 1 Tachyon Bit plus a double turbo is another turn.
Yeah, and we do have that Forest Seal Stone, like you were saying, stuck on that Medicham V, so would be able to get us one of the 2 pieces if we had the other in hand, and we'll just have to see. Mesagoza here. Might as well flip it. Might as well see what we can do.
We get Luminion and we win the game. There's the heads. This is the most Lugia play to win. Grab the Luminion. Do we have boss's orders? There it is. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Luminion is going to find us the boss's orders. Pull up whatever we want. Maybe the 1 Iron Valiant that's put in so much work. Let's take a knockout with the Weirdeer taking 6 prizes. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Blazy 36 should be guaranteed a top 8 spot, if I'm not wrong. I don't know. I don't know if I did the math right, but he is a round 9 winner.
All right. All the memes that were going on Twitter. Lugia is a bad deck. I don't know. I'm starting to believe in the weirder, Juancho. I'm starting to believe.
Lugia is a bad deck. Weird Ear is a good card.
Maybe so. We did see quite a few flips gone wrong in one of the 3 games, but the flip gone right there to grab that Luminous Sign 4 game was fantastic. Great way to end the set here. And, a deck that has been sticking around since, its peak in Silver Tempest format and just continues in different variations and just continues to do well in real life tournaments, online tournaments. So love to see it.
100%. I love playing Lugia. I play a lot of, I'm a big fan of board games or D&D, so I love rolling the dice. And that's what Lugia is. You roll the dice. Hopefully you get the most optimal start. You hit heads on those Mesagozas. You get the coin flip you want with the capturing aromas and all that. And sometimes it all aligns and you win. You very handily win the game. I have to say as well, like even when it doesn't go according to plan, just like in game 2, Lugia's never out of it. Yes, you can still read the wind. They missed out on the turn 2 Lugia, despite the double Archeops Ultra Ball, which is the god hand, to be honest, for Lugia. But they were able to win that game too.
For sure. And yeah, it's fascinating too to realize, read the wind. It's actually, as long as you can get 2 Lugia down, feels like a very, very powerful way to kind of solidify getting both Archeops in the discard pile. We saw that game 3. We had no other way to get the Archeops back in there. So that was a great way. And especially with those 3, I'm assuming, prized Iron Valiants. Obviously, we couldn't see the prize cards exactly, but that way of slowing down the game and just being able to go, you know what, it'll be fine. I won't get knocked out here for sure with that math. So I don't know. It's definitely a very strange matchup.
For sure. I was kind of rooting for the Iron Valiant when the set first came out. That was the deck I really played with. I love just the complexity of just going 20 damage a turn and just trying to figure out the math, how much I need to do. And honestly, no, never mind. I'm saying all these things. I just like donking those Charmanders turn 1. That was really fun.
It's the way to get the revenge. Gotta get my revenge on Charmander. No,
I mentioned Charmander specifically because of you, Emmy.
I feel very honored. I will get my revenge, I swear. But no.
Okay, right now let's go ahead and take a look at the current standings. I believe James Sims just sitting comfortably on the top. The Charizard, like we mentioned. Unfortunately, Iron Valiant did just lose, but does it have a chance here at top 8? We still have to see who is guaranteed here. There's a couple of Lugia players
outside of
top
James and
8.
Blazy. I don't think anybody is fully guaranteed.
Wow.
Even the 711s, the Unknown Gamer and All Out Blitzel.
I think they might get paired down and play out. And
then that's true.
7-2-1. I have to double check who they're playing. Yeah,
I think someone was. Oh, sorry.
They played each other last round and ID'd.
I was going to say, I think someone was saying that they ID'd in chat, so they won't be able to get paired.
Mm-hmm. That's true. So everyone has to play out here. There's still a shot for all our 7 and 2s then.
Yeah,
that's literally everyone up to Super Mouse.
Yeah, this is why we're going 10 rounds, is because we have too many bubbles to feel good about not doing 9 rounds. Like, we have at least 3, and then Luke Morsa can still get in if he's 702, or even 603. He can still get in. He just has to win his last one. Insoy Carly's still in it. I mean, even Muzak here could possibly. I doubt it. He's a little bit more of a long shot, but there's so many. That's about 14 people who are all vying for top gun. The only people who seem safe are Blazy and James.
Who? And again, they definitely deserve to rest. They're probably going to get paired this next turn, probably just ID, and they definitely deserve the rest. Going 8-1 in a 9-round tournament. Honestly, at this point, Doom, we're supposed to rest. We're supposed to rest. And then this is the end of day 1 in a normal regional. But no, this is the regional of Doom. This is we're going all the way.
Haven't you noticed my name? It's DOOM. I'm not Senior Easy. I'm not Senior Senior. Let's take a break. I'm Senior Doom.
No lunch breaks here, Juancho. No lunch breaks.
No lunch breaks. No stopping.
We run on Doritos and energy drinks.
I am going to. I am down to my last Coke and like half a bag of Doritos, and this was not a normal size bag of Doritos. This is the party size.
Juancho, what should I DoorDash to Doom to keep him going through Top Cut? Oh my goodness!
More Doritos.
No, that's such a bad idea. Oh my goodness! That influence.
Someone in chat mentioned Doritos are made of corn, so it's a vegetable.
No. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say to that. That influences. That is like gamer boy influence on Doom right now.
No, but for sure, Doom, you should get something to eat. Again, hats off to you for running this entire thing. Doom, I remember talking to you yesterday, and we were talking about, do you think we're going to hit around 9? And you're like, oh, no, I'd be glad to. You mentioned you'd be glad to hit like around 7 or 8. And look at this. Look how many people showed up to the regional of Doom, and we're going to need around 10 to close things out. This is
absolutely
big.
Wild.
Good job, Doom. Round of applause.
I'm clapping. I don't know if my mic picks it up. No, this has been fantastic. And obviously, we have to have a huge thanks to all of the people who came out to cast with us, and a huge thanks to everyone who showed up here in chat just to watch, spending this whole day with us. We have been casting for, oh my goodness, 10 hours now? It has been a while. So obviously with a fantastic team and also with our judges as well. So yeah, this has been just unforgettable. Such an amazing experience.
It's 10 hours, and we still have the last round of Swiss. We still have top 8.
We can do it. We can do it, Juancho. We can do it, Doom.
No, I'm worried about Doom.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. That's honestly the hardest part. It's the background stuff, the judge calls.
For sure.
The casting's easy. I'm just talking about the game.
Oh. Man, oh man.
But yeah, how much time do we have left in the round? I believe
round is technically over, but Doom is dealing with a judge call, so we will let that play out. But yeah, we'll have to see this last round here. What are you thinking, Juancho? What's taking home the gold?
I was just about to ask you that. I was going to ask you to put your money where your mouth is. What's going to win the Tournament of Doom? Now that we kind of know, I'm going to say James Sims is going to win. Excuse me. I'm just going to win. Thank you.
I don't know. I think that Celios Network, Luke Morsa is going to get James a run for his money with that Gardevoir into Charizard matchup, which is really, really interesting. But I don't know. At the same time, we do have, a very, very strong contention up here for top 8 with lots of different decks. So, I mean, it's hard to pick. I don't know.
No, definitely. If anyone can do it, if anyone can take down the James Sims, the almost undefeated here in the Regional Doom, it's going to be someone like Celios Network, again, one of the more veteran players of the game. And Gardevoir, again, very, very powerful deck, especially into the Charizard matchup. But again, Celios still has to win one more game. James is just sitting on top, waiting for that top 8. Maybe someone like Blazy, who we just featured on stream with their Lugia deck, can bring can put an end to the reign of the Charizard. Or I'd love to see another a Roaring Moon. To be honest, those are a lot easier to cast. The games are done in 10 minutes.
I mean, we do have 2 of them in the very tippy top, in top 8 right now in standings, and 1 very close by at 12th seated right now. So you might get your wish. We'll just have to see what ends up being on the last round, and then into the top cut.
Real quick, I looked away and I was looking at the standings. The all-out Blitzel, it looked familiar to me. Again, I Doom woke me up at 3 a.m. I was half awake, but but all-out Blitzel, someone still in contention is playing Lycanroc VMAX.
I forgot about that. What does the card even do? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes. Hunting Claw. Okay. Yes. I'm familiar.
711 Lycanroc VMAX, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? I'm taking my money out of James Sims. I'm putting it all in on Lycanroc VMAX winning the regional of Doom.
My goodness. What an interesting tech card. I love seeing the innovation here there is a ton of stuff going on in this list as well. I know we talked about it earlier when we saw it on stream, but with the Terrakion and the Crabdominable V and everything going on, absolutely wild. Something to note here is with Charizard not being as popular as it has been, we don't see too many grass type attackers here. That Lycanroc VMAX is weak to grass, so not really a relevant weakness here, especially with the things at the top tables.
That is true. And, just being a VMAX Pokemon, just having that 320 HP, it's definitely surviving a couple of turns. But something also I want to mention that's actually not in contention. There's no Block Snorlax. Block Snorlax is bad. No one play that. Okay, done.
Oh my goodness, Juancho. I don't know. We saw it very interestingly on stream earlier. I was glad that we got to feature Control. Apologies to Andrew and Evie for throwing them on the spot to do that. But we had 5% meta share of Block Snorlax, which I feel like is much higher than normal for a Control archetype. Something very, very, strong with the introduction, the reintroduction, I should say, of Counter Catcher with the last set. So I don't know. It's really interesting. We've got a lot of weird cards right now. I was thinking about this earlier when Erica's Invitation was relevant in that set, where we found was the Screamtail, and we have to select it. That has happened. I played Grabber, DTE, Mew, VMAX at Sacramento, and there was at one point where I said, oh my goodness, wait, I have to put that at the bottom of your deck? I don't want to do that. This is hard. There's kind of a benefit and sometimes a drawback to some of these more Control-esque cards like Grabber, like Erica's Invitation. Not having an option if you do find a Pokemon there can actually ruin your game plan.
No, exactly. And I feel like that is just the nature of Control, especially if you're playing it for 9-10 hours now.
Oh my goodness.
It's all right.
Round 10 is up.
Cool. And me and Emmi are going to go switch out, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I was just saying, playing Control 10 hours, bad time. Don't do it. All right. Thank you so much, Emmi. Thank you so much, Doom. I'll see you guys in the top 8.
Sounds good. Thank you, Juancho.
Find a pairing, and this will come up if you win a game and it's about 30 seconds after the round timer has ended. We will not count that as a win. We are usually looking for. We have about a 10 to 15 second window around then for a win. And some people are like, man, that's really short, but that's counting in time for animation. So if you're at 30 seconds, that's way too much time for animation. That means you stalled or something else. So everyone knows that's again our judging, ruling stuff and trying to be whatever the word I'm looking for is, transparent.
Thank you for all your transparency. I feel like it has been very refreshing. Of course, we're obviously normally transparent with all of our judge stuff here in the Tournament of Doom, but it's been really nice to have you kind of intersperse and update us on those judge calls, especially when they're taking a while, so that everyone kind of knows what's going on. I know at plenty of regionals, we've just sat there at the tables, said, why the heck are we sitting here for 25 minutes? What's going on? What kind of judge call? What kind of extension? So...
Let's go to Cilio's network because he is playing and he is potentially on that winning in, I believe. So he's there. We'll do it.
Great.
Actually, you know what? You know what?
Oh.
Wait, maybe not. Maybe not. They just.
Oh.
We're making sure. We're like, if anybody who can stream, jump onto a table and like we will play you, especially if you have a good record. Yeah, they ID'd. So no, that one's gone. Who else do we have? Is James having to play? We'll have to go with James, I think. I think James has to play. James is playing. We're going James. We will get a game. It might not be the bestest quality, but it will be a good game. And it is already going, so I need to get this set up real quick.
I was like, they beat us to it, but it is best of 3, so not too much in a rush. It is interesting the way that the pairings all kind of shook out and certain IDs being able to happen, but other players having to play it out, like James here.
All right. Andrew still coming on? Or is it me and you?
I texted Andrew. Okay, it looks like he's gonna hop on here. So, I mean, if you want to chat with me while we finish the setup and then switch it right over, we can. Right. Looks like we are going to go ahead and play Arvin here. Arvin's going to grab us that Battle VIP Pass and that TM Evolution. Our Charmander is poisoned, but we're going to be able to evolve it and solve that poison if we think that's the correct thing to do. I was like, Brute Bonnet, right? Among Us is how I remember that mushroom-looking guy. Battle VIP Pass can go ahead, grab 2 Charmanders here. Like, I can tell there's different Charmanders. Okay, 2 of the 60 health ones and 1 of the 70 health one. And TM Evolution and a Fire Energy going down onto the active Charmander here. We might as well set up, looking through, I guess, yeah, let's have a 4th Charmander, especially if we think we're going to lose this active one here, being able to evolve, you know, the Bidoof into a barrel and a Charmander and a Charmeleon with that TM Evolution is going to feel really strong here, especially with, obviously what we can see, Charizard EX already being in hand.
Someone in chat just said, like, in TV Movie Magic, enhance for this. There's been an AI enhancement tool that they were trying to make work like that. It doesn't work. It turned like Barack Obama into a white guy.
Oh, really? Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
I was talking with a friend earlier about AI stuff, and yeah, I mean that's a whole other topic for a normal Tournament of Doom. This is the regional of Doom.
So you're right. We need to talk extra hard about it. No.
All right. Did you see the Pokestop get spun there? It looks like it discarded a Pokestop and got us like a battle VIP pass and something I didn't see. So it doesn't look too helpful here. Oh, that Morpeko is a great way to pivot, but also would be a decent attacker, but we're just going to see the pass over and poison damage being dealt to both active Pokemon.
So will we see? Will we see the Turo play here? Just get that get that out of the active.
We could see Turo pick up this Charmander and deny that prize card. Obviously it doesn't feel the greatest to hit into a very much damaged Celebrations Mew for our opponent, but this is a very chunky attacker here, that Charizard EX, 330 health. We would need to see that Roaring Moon get 3 energy onto it to be able to Frenzied Gouging and just automatically knock it out. But at the same time, that is taking quite a bit of damage, and we play the Vengeful Punch tech, which I'm not sure if it has popped up so far, but obviously not going to go. I don't think it goes off when getting automatically knocked out by Frenzied Gouging, right?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
Dark Patch,
just like how Box of Disaster.
Dark Patch, this is the last Swiss round. This will give us the cleanest cut we can possibly get.
All right, looks like we're going to take our chances, spin this Pokestop, and we see all 3 hit the discard pile. Something it's very tempting to spin. Do see the barrel that Industrious Incisors grab us 3 more cards. I mean, yeah, it looks like we're not really wanting to attack with anything other than the Charmeleon, so we will see the hard retreat into the Charmeleon here. It is so blurry. I don't actually know Charmeleon's attack name. I'm very embarrassed right now.
It's Sucker Punch for 30. Actually, no, it's
Sucker
not.
Punch.
That would actually be cool. That is actually... I only know Sucker Punch because of the VGC stuff. Let's look it up. Charmeleon... This specific one does Heat Tackle for 70, but does 20 to itself.
20 to itself. Okay, so not a ton of damage. And I mean, I think that Roaring Moon is going to kind of need to do that Frenzied Gouging attack to be able to take these knockouts. We do see...
Which is the great move from James here. He removed the 2 prizes.
We turboed up the EX.
Yeah.
I missed it. When did that happen?
During the game?
During the game. I look away for 2 seconds, Doom, and there's no more EX.
We have been at this for 10 hours. We are at least possibly going to be here for another 2.
It has been a day. I am a 1 energy drink kind of gal. I am definitely on my second one. I'm not gonna lie. That is an interesting visual glitch. I wonder what that other card was. It just looks like the back of a card. That's like a proxy. All right, we do see the retreat into the Morpeko here and the Dark Patch onto the Morpeko. Energy Switch is going to be able to charge up that Morpeko fully. Do we have a switch out? We do have a switch cart. In 70 damage here is exactly what we need with Energizer Wheel, and we'll be able to take these energy and put them back onto the Roaring Moon EX. Man, we have seen Morpeko put in so much work all day today, dude.
Exactly. Like Morpeko is like the semi MVP of this tournament. It's just
once Morpeko wins the whole thing, we're just gonna be like, all right, Morpeko is the champion. I'm gonna have to make a Morpeko mat.
I'm gonna dust off an old tweet of mine where I've only had this for 1 day, but I will. I've been. I'm dead.
You're fine, dude. Where is Andrew? Let's get him on here so that you can take a break. Anyways, we do see that Charmeleon active here. It is a little damaged because of that previous poison damage. We do see the evolution here into Charizard EX, Infernal Rain, but we are very low on energy, only having 1 left in deck. Oh man, we do have a jet. I'm assuming we have a way to get back the energy, but this is really tough. We do see the boss's orders onto that Roaring Moon. Industrious Incisors here. Gonna draw some more cards. And we're gonna be able to see another Industrious Incisors as well. Super Rod is going to be able to get us some of that energy back. We do see 4 in the discard pile already.
That's
Jet
too
energy
many.
is a great... it is too many. Jet Energy, a fantastic way to move these Pokemon, but not really helping us at all with our attack costs in this deck. Everything is fire, 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 fire. But with as much control as we've seen running around, and, you know, as much... I mean, even against this Roaring Moon, being able to switch things around so easily is very important. All right, Nest Ball coming down. We can see the Radiant Charizard hit that bench. Without that tool card, like, we would be doing quite a bit of damage here, but not quite enough. We'll be able, if there's an energy, we'll be able to see... I don't even know. What do we even do here, Roaring Moon?
If you take the free KO, you put yourself. All you do is you just make this a 3-prize game, going both.
Right. Man. And if we do end up taking these prize cards, and that Iono just becomes even more hurtful, and like we were saying earlier, it is just not as detrimental to us on our Charizard side here, with especially double the barrel setup. Pokestop spun there, going to discard another Pokestop and a boss's orders. Man, Pokestop just doesn't like the other Pokestops. What's wrong with this one?
One Pokestop only.
We do switch cart into the fresh Iron... not Iron. Wow, English. Roaring Moon EX here. Maybe I am tired, Doom. And we're going to see Frenzied Gouging here take that knockout on our Charizard EX and heavily damage ourselves. But, I mean, that Charmeleon, he's ready. He's got an energy. Look at him. Look at him go.
This is the 3 energy version, too. There's multiple... Or, I mean, I guess evolution here.
It's fascinating to see in this new kind of format with these new cards, the little baby Pokemon that evolve into big, chunky EXs actually being very, very good against this Roaring Moon deck, having it do exactly 30 for 1 or 2 damage, depending, with that Charmeleon, with that Celebrations Mew, with the Curlia for slap. You know, I haven't ever seen us really announce spinning attack on a Comfey until this Roaring Moon deck became so popular. We do see the Vengeful Punch getting attached to this Charmeleon here. We do 30, right? Combustion does 30?
20.
No, it's not enough.
You know what? I'm going to double check. This is, again, the trade-off we get with James. 20.
Oh, man. Okay, so I am incorrect for sure. We do see the Iono and the Counter Catcher onto the other one, but I don't see an EX. We can maybe get rid of the Pokestop here, get rid of an Arven, and draw with Industrious Incisors. Even then, oh, man. Checking our opponent's discard pile. It's very tempting to spin the Pokestop, but I would say don't do it. Do not do it. You're going to mill your Charizard. Oh my goodness, I'm so sweating.
Oh, those energy. 2 Ionos.
Those two Ionos and the fire energy.
Oh.
That was not... do not spin the Pokestop. Don't do it. It's so tempting.
It's not like real life. You don't get extra berries and Pokeballs.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we do see the Charizard EX and the Super Rod. Okay, so we are okay. Kind of surprisingly, that was pretty much the exact 2 cards we needed. We could see a Charizard EX get back in there, but we definitely need at least 1 energy. Otherwise, I don't think we have any fire energies really left in the deck.
Does he have any more rods after that one? Because I'm assuming, which is a bad thing to do,
know.
That he has no more Charizards in there.
Oh,
But-
Doom, I'm the worst. I didn't see. Andrew says that this has Sims table has max people. He tried to join us. That's what's been going on.
Oh, if I'd known that, I would have fixed it.
I'm so sorry. That is my bad. I did not see that message from Andrew.
Tell him it is fixed now because we have like admin privileges, super admin privileges. So that's what happened. What's up, Andrew?
Hello.
I will hand this off over to you.
Just welcome into the chaos.
Oh no, what's been going on?
Oh, I just didn't see your message. I'm very, very sorry. Made you wait for like 5 minutes in the other casting room.
No, don't worry about it.
Well, we have
Fill me in on
seen.
what's going on here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so we are seeing Charizard EX go up against Roaring Moon here. It's been kind of a slugfest, and we have been tempted to spin the Pokestop a little too much, and we have discarded some very important resources a few times. I believe we're totally out of Super Rod now, so the energy we've got is the energy we've got, and it's kind of nerve-wracking. We do have a decent board state set up now, though. Was sweating a little bit earlier.
Pokestop and you die by the Pokestop is what I always say.
You know what? It's so tempting. Just don't spin it. But we will see that.
You always learn. Yeah, you always learn that, like, you know, when you're playing Pokemon, you want to use all your actions, right? I want to do everything that I possibly can to advance my board state. However, Pokestop is not necessarily always advancing your board state. Sometimes it's a detriment to your board state. Or to your game plan overall. And so, yikes! Were there some pretty bad Pokestops?
Yeah, we saw pretty much. I think there was a battle VIP pass that got off of one, but like other than that, it was just discarding Ionos and energies and Pokemon and nothing else.
Oh no!
But we do see the Iono here into not too much going on, and Earthen Vessel will be able to grab us to Dark Energy here, but. Since Seal Cards has already been used, we don't want to attack with the damaged Roaring Moon.
Interesting. So let's see. This Vengeful Punch is a little interesting, huh? If they ever, I mean, yeah, I guess if they ever knock out the Charizard with damage, then the Roaring Moon will take 40, which is kind of relevant since it is taking 200 damage from that Frenzied Gouging attack. Sometimes that Ancient Booster Capsule Ancient Booster Capsule can help out, but Frenzy Gouging is probably going to be the attack of choice against these Charizards, but not when you've only got one heavily damaged Roaring Moon.
For sure, and we do see the boss's orders on that fresh one. It only has one energy, but it is very relevant in terms of not having all the damage on it, and we will see the knockout here.
So it looks like despite having these pretty bad Pokestops, Charizard seems to be in a pretty fine position. It looks like, you know, unless the Roaring Moon player can get a whole nother Roaring Moon out to KO this Charizard, then, I mean, it seems like Charizard just has the game, right? They have the Lumineon for another boss, granted, if there are some, or they're just going to go and
we're just
go out on their own terms.
Yeah, we're just gonna go out on our own terms. That is the perfect way to put it. And we will see Charizard James Sims take game one here. Man, with that TM evolution, do you think that we should choose to go second as Roaring Moon? Probably, right?
I would still go second as Roaring Moon. I mean, the main advantage of Roaring Moon is being able to have that really insane turn one pressure, being able to KO really just anything on turn one. Granted, against Charizard, you're only KOing like a Charmander, right? Or a Mew or something. But when you're a deck like Roaring Moon that goes all in on being as aggressive as it is, I feel like you really just have to capitalize on that and pick going second, start putting on the pressure as soon as possible. And if you're going first, like, that's not really part of your game plan, right?
Right, for sure. So I'm assuming we're going to choose to go second here, but we will just have to see after the coin flip because I'm not exactly positive. But
I will also say, sorry.
No, please do.
That one thing I was going to say is that it's much like if you go second as Roaring Moon, it's much harder to get as the Charizard player to get a rare candy Charizard than it is to get an Evolutor, right?
Makes sense.
And so I think part of the strategy of going second with Roaring Moon is also like, you know what, I'm going to force them to try and have turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard. Granted, they probably get that a lot of the time, but, you know, much harder to have than just grabbing an Evolutor.
And that makes sense. You know, we are playing Arven still in lists like this, of course, to be able to get that TM evolution off. But kind of denying that. However, we did see a mulligan there, and our hand is pretty dang good, if I do say so myself. Battle VIP pass, and gonna take a quick look through, make sure nothing too important is prized.
Yeah, they're not gonna have any trouble getting this turn 2 Charizard.
Yeah,
any disruption, which Roaring Moon usually doesn't play.
Right. Exactly. Looks like we're opting to think about the Bidoof and a backup Charmander here. I think that that's definitely a good idea. But Barrow was so important last game. So grabbing that backup, knowing this Bidoof is very likely going down this first turn.
Yep. Then they're probably going to Artisan for Mew here. Oh, Mew's prized. That makes sense. It would have been really nice to just retreat into that Mew, try and search for a rare candy. Because if they hit a rare candy off a Mysterious Tail, they would be looking pretty here. But, you know, barring that, let's see. I haven't actually looked at this list, but I'm assuming they have or Seal Stone and a Pokemon V, perhaps?
That is a great question. I don't know.
Let's see. Is this Robin? No. Oh, this is James Sims. Let's see. I'm just going to pull up their list really quick here because I'm curious.
Sounds great. Well,
Lumineon V.
Okay, so Lumineon V would be able to utilize that for Seal Stone. That, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Very powerful.
Now one bad thing about putting on the pressure right away. So this is another like disadvantage, I guess, of getting something like that turn 2 Charizard, or a turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard, is you're not really doing anything. Even if you get the turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard, you're doing 180, sure, to Roaring Moon. Then they just KO you, right?
Right.
And sometimes you're attacking a Roaring Moon that isn't even powered up, and so they can just pivot to another Roaring Moon.
Oh my gosh. Ouch.
Wow. Is that a research?
That was a Squawk and Seize. We saw the Sada attached to the active, and then Squawk and Seize Dark Patch to the benched one and a pass. Ouch. It was for the right thing to say. Last game we did see James, as you were saying, Andrew, you're not doing a ton, especially when your opponent hasn't taken any prize cards. As the Charizard EX player, you know, you're doing way more damage when you're playing from behind. So we did see a little bit of damage come down from the Charmeleon last game to kind of soften up a Roaring Moon and force into a switch, or, you know, let them, you know, or not be able to find the tool card, let them figure it out kind of thing. We just see the Ultra Ball here.
I like attacking with Charmeleon, if you can. It does a hefty amount of damage, 90 damage, nothing to scoff at, for 2 energy, which is honestly kind of efficient. And so, sure, you're probably just going to get knocked out by that first attack, but you want your opponent to take the first prize card, usually, because you can play things like Defiant Band, which actually, let's see if James has that, because that's a way to hit that 230 number without needing your opponent to take 2 prizes. You have looks like the Vengeful Punch only, so no Defiant Band, so no plays like that. But sometimes that is an advantage to, you know, sitting back, not going super aggressive with your Charizard right away and losing your Charizard to just a frenzied gouging, and instead going with Charmeleon early. And being
makes a lot of sense. So, what does the Vengeful Punch help against, knowing that, you know, it's not really as relevant in this specific matchup because Frenzied Gouging doesn't activate the Vengeful Punch? I'm trying to think, what else?
Probably not huge in this matchup. I would assume it's just for Gardevoir. Gardevoir is a huge threat, not only in the past formats, but now in this format continues to be really, really good. And so it's got to be just for that matchup, right? You need to put a lot of psychic energies on your Gardevoir in order to KO a Charizard.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that Vengeful Punch can kind of help you keep up in the prize trade that way. I will say more and more Gardevoirs are playing Luxurious Cape, and that helps the math a lot. You're not really scared of Vengeful Punch as much when you have Luxurious Cape in Gardevoir. And so, and not only that, but if Vengeful Punch KOs a Pokemon with Luxurious Cape on it, you only take one prize from that Pokemon. Luxurious Cape does not activate. It needs to be knocked out by damage.
Right. That makes sense.
So we see the Roaring Moon come up here. Fully powered, we're going to see the Frenzied Gouging. And so the Roaring Moon player is going to take that first 2 prize knockout, which is kind of a big deal. Part of the advantage of doing that Charmeleon route that you talked about earlier is you're putting the Roaring Moon player at odd prizes. You're making their prize map much harder to achieve. They essentially now have to take a 7 prize game, as people will talk about it sometimes. So now that they're getting the first 2 prize knockout, their prize map gets a lot easier unless the Charizard player is able to weave in a Radiant Charizard or something. We now know that the Roaring Moon, got rid of 3 of their cross switchers. So if Charizard is able to pull off that Radiant Charizard attack this game, the Roaring Moon player is probably not going to have a whole lot of answers to get around that Radiant Charizard and have a more efficient prize map.
And I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Does look like we're opting, or maybe not. I was going to say possibly opting to promote the Charmeleon here. Does that, what does the Charmander do? Does it do 30?
It does 30 for 1. Yeah, no, this is why you play probably, I think James is going for a 2-2 split. They might have a 3-1, but I'm a big fan of at least one 60 HP Charmander because it has that attack. I think it's Heat Tackle, does 30 damage for 1 energy and does 10 damage to your Charmander, which you don't really care about. They actually have 3 60 HP Charmanders, and it's probably specifically for this matchup.
That makes a lot of sense. If you're able to just switch which Pokemon you're using, you need the Charmanders anyways, of course. It makes a lot of sense. And as like a tech, right? Looks like Earthen Vessel is going to grab us last 2 fire energy from the deck. So if we end up evolving another Charizard, we will need to get a Super Rod or something to be able... Just kidding, we only grabbed 1.
Yep, they decided... They realized exactly as you were talking about it.
Yeah.
There's that Heat Tackle attack. Knocking out the Roaring Moon. Crazy to see a little tiny Charmander come on up and go rawr and KO the Roaring Moon.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely hilarious.
And a very crucial prize here taken. 1 fire energy off of those prize cards. So once we do evolve as Charmeleon into a Charizard EX, we'll be able to Infernal Rain for 1 fire, attach for turn, and create an attacker that way. Looks like Artisan is
This is exactly what I was talking about before, too, with weaving in the Radiant Zard into that prize map. Instead of Radiant Zard as your single prizer that they're weaving into their prize map, they're weaving in just a baby Charmander, which is still effectively the same thing, right? You're going to make Roaring Moon go down to 3 prize cards. They don't have a good way of taking all 3 of those prize cards next turn. You're forcing them on a very inefficient prize route. And so this is stellar play by James. Ooh.
We just saw Pokestop discard another Pokestop, which I swear was happening all throughout game 1. So that is unfortunate.
And Roaring Moon.
Oh man. And we just see the attach in the pass. Is this Charmander gonna come in super clutch?
I know. Wow. I mean, okay, this Charmander doesn't have a way of knocking out the Roaring Moon, unfortunately. But how cool would that be?
That would be. I mean, we could see it retreat into the Charmeleon and then go get a Charizard, right? With only 1 energy being on our benched Roaring Moon and not really a ton of resources, it looks like we might be okay.
There's no candy left in the deck.
Oh, is that not a Charmeleon?
Oh,
that's
yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of a different route where they could... I guess they could just KO with... No, they can't. Yeah, exactly. Okay. What was I worried about? I was thinking about... Let's see. There's so many thoughts going on in my head.
No, you're totally fine.
I was like, they can KO with Charmeleon if they rare candy into a Charizard. Never mind. This is totally a fine prize route.
No, you're all good. I was worried.
KO with the Charizard EX. And it seems like, I mean, Roaring Moon has been struggling a little bit on their consistency this game, it seems like.
I just feel like it's been a little bit of a whiff here, a little bit of a whiff there, but it all adds up so detrimentally. And we do see the retreat, the Charmander into the Charizard EX here. Yeah, let's just pick up that Lumineon. You don't get to have two easy prizes. My goodness.
Well, one thing I was thinking of even here was I was curious what they were going to use their Turo for. They could have, like they did, pick up the Lumineon with Turo. They also could have used it to reuse their B-Barrel. They could have picked up B-Barrel, played it again onto evolved their second Bidoof, and gotten 2 Industrious Incisors, so they could have dug a little bit more. Maybe if they wanted like a boss, or they already got that Charmeleon, so it seems like they're pretty good. But if they want to dig for like a Super Rod or something because they need more fire energies,
right?
They could have. That was also an option.
Well,
I think
now we've got the second Barrel, so
yeah, now they're totally fine. I maybe would have liked. No, I like this. I think I like this still too. I was gonna say maybe I like picking up the B-Barrel a little bit more, because it does get a little scary if your opponent can attack with Roaring Moon this turn and KO your Charizard. You need that Super Rod next turn.
Right, that makes a lot of sense.
And Charizard.
You know, these Jet Energy are so great against different matchups, like, you know, Control being a very popular pick right now, but not helping us at all with the attack cost on Charizard EX, or I think any of our attackers, right? It's all fire, 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 fire. You're very, very... Oh, well, the Jet Energy is going to help us a lot.
It's going to help now.
Never mind, I spoke too soon. Man, all right. Well, that Barrel was gusted up, and we don't even need to use the Lumineon.
Game.
We don't even need Luminous Sign. We just top deck like a boss. That Giovanni's boss's order is going to go ahead, grab that Squawkabilly, and Burning Darkness takes the last 2 prizes of the game.
Wow, is that it?
That's it.
That's second game, right? Wow, a clean sweep from Charizard. Very, very interesting. I mean, Roaring Moon really seemed to struggle a little bit in those first not only in the early couple turns of the game, but also in some of those late game ones. You know, their only option at the end there was to pray, you know, that there wasn't a Jet Energy or a switch and boss up that B-Barrel as one last shred of hope. Unfortunately, James had everything they needed to just take the win. Congrats to James. Huge win. And really cool deck, honestly.
Absolutely nuts run. 9-1, 10 rounds of Swiss best of 3. You know, we know James as very commonly top 8 here at the Tournament of Doom, but absolutely killing it in the Regional of Doom as well.
The man is the gatekeeper of the Tournament of Doom. No one goes through top 8 without playing him.
Yeah,
I know.
I definitely know his name.
I was like Blade earlier, being proud of being James's only loss. So we know that is a badge to be worn with honor.
That's so awesome. So is this the last round of Swiss for the day and then going into Top Cut now? Or?
Yes. Correct. James is asking about a dinner break. If all 8 people in Top Cut want a dinner break, we could do it.
Cool.
If not, we're just going to keep powering through because we can get this done here in less than 2 hours in top 8.
True.
So
very cool. Well, just keep me updated. Thanks everybody for watching. We're going to have the top 8 in a little bit.
Yeah. And you are coming back for top 4, correct?
Correct. I'll be back with Juancho. It's going to be a good time.
It is going to be a great time. So looking at it, let's
Zand. Same.
Like I understand about wanting a dinner break and everything, like, but which is totally understandable. We're gonna power through, right? I don't know. It's I know some players want to power through, get it done. Others might want a break, so I don't know. We'll find out soon. We don't even know who our top 8 is yet, because I think we're still.
Right.
I think we're still waiting on 4 games. I'll see. One of them, at least one of them, has implications into top 8.
100%. One of them for sure has implications. And yeah, we still have 24 minutes left in this round, but only 4 matches. Let's see the one that for sure does. Wow, it looks like they are still in game 2 right now, so we'll see what ends up happening. Looks like All Out Blitzel took game 1 there, but still in game 2 with, as we were talking, Juancho was cheering on that Lost Box variant with Lycanroc VMAX going into Lost Box Giratina V-Star, which actually, that's a really interesting matchup. So
very much. And I want to see what happens with that. Yeah, man, it's like this
Look
top
at
cut.
all these different decks.
Yeah, this top cut isn't what it is. What do you think? We got Anti-Iron Valiant, 8-2. We've got a Lycanroc. We've got a Lugia Archeops that's not running Iron Hands. I don't even think we have Iron Hands in the top 8.
Wait, Lycanroc? Where's Lycanroc?
Lycanroc VMAX. You missed
What?
it, Andrew? Oh my gosh, you have to
God.
look at the list. All Out Blitzel. It's a 1-1 line, but it is so spicy, and it's also running the Terrakion. Like, this is a wild list.
What in the world? Why?
Yeah,
So the VMAX for 1 fighting automatically knocks out anything that has 60 health left, right? So that is a great way to just clean things up. But I actually don't know what the Terrakion does. I don't even know if I'm saying that Pokemon's name correctly.
Cavern Tackle, yep.
I
really
don't-
thought this card was awful. I put it away in my bulk because I didn't think it was going to be used. I got to pull it back out.
Yeah, I can't figure out why. Look at the price for it. It peaked at 43 cents, 15 cents. Like,
Oh my gosh!
and then now, it popped
some of
back up
that-
for a bit. And now,
This is some of that like really specific data that you just never need, right?
Speaking of hands, I'm totally stealing this knowledge from James Sims in the chat here, but it KOs Iron Hands and cannot be knocked out. So that makes sense as to why Terrakion is actually a very interesting tech card to go into Lost Box variants right now. And fighting just in general.
so looking at standings,
I guess it is a pretty good fighting attacker. Huh?
looking at standings and winning percentage. If All Out Blitzel loses, actually, I think that knocks him out. Yeah, because their opponent's 7-2, which will give them enough points at 24. Oh, the 8-2, which is 24 points, and it'll knock them out. So yeah, they have to play.
Interesting.
I
wonder what else the Lycanroc helps for.
Yeah. Here's a link for the standings for anyone who wants. Every time a match finishes, I update them so we know. And there we go. We got the All Out Blitzel 1. I think we have a set top cut now. So we have currently James Sims piloting Charizard, Unknown Gamer T piloting Roaring Moon, Blazy piloting colorless Lugia. We have All Out Blitzel with Lost Zone Lycanroc.
Amazing.
Luke Cilio's Network Morsa coming in. Morsa, I probably just butchered their name. I'm sorry. Coming in with Gardevoir. No Battle VIP Pass Gardevoir. It's got Screamtail. It's awesome.
Wow.
Kanto coming in also with the colorless Lugia. Green Bean. Which version of Gardevoir are they running? They are running the VIP pass with Screamtail and the Turtle. So very similar decks. And then ending it out, Zach Tribus coming in with the Entei Iron Valiant. Which this is the one. This is the one Mikela was cheering on. This is the one I'm cheering on because I just like the deck. It gets Charizard, and it could, if they could Yoga Loop Charizard turn 1, and they could absolutely devastate their board state fast.
Wow.
Good. But then again, it could also never hit
This
switch
is
card
one
thing.
of the decks I still have to give a chance.
I've had a lot of fun with this deck. I like turn 1 Yoga Loop. It's so much fun. Then your opponent throws up the angry.
Yeah, turn 1 Yoga Loop's insane.
Then you hit the angry emotes, and you go, ha 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 ha! I don't care.
My goodness.
Exactly. Well, when you pop off with Iron Valiant, you truly pop off.
So with today's been a huge learning experience as it is. How far we can push things, how much people play, everything. For future ones of these, we continue doing the regionals. We will be moving to a 2-day system. We will probably have 7 rounds day 1, and then 4 plus top cut the next day.
Thank God. This is a marathon.
Right. So there would be a cutoff on the day 1. 7, like we'll figure that out. How many points is cut off into day 2? We have time to figure that out because I'm not doing this next weekend. we're going back to regular tournaments next weekend.
Yeah, this is definitely a once every 6 months kind of an ordeal, I feel.
About 3.5, but
yeah, quarterly maybe.
I figure at every major set, so not the shiny set. That's way too close anyways. We do it the week after, as long as there's not a regional. Or,
that makes sense.
Or EUIC or LAIC, something we can test into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a great plan.
Like that.
So then that way we just play the 7 rounds, we're done. It takes 7 hours, and then we can go in the next day. And we have more fun the next day. But that's, again, I didn't expect 300 players. I planned for 140 maximum.
I know Juancho was saying earlier on stream that, we were looking at the numbers being like, are we even going to need casters for round 9 or round 8? And I was like, oh no, yeah, we're going to need the casters for another round after that for round 10.
Oh yeah.
So
I spent
really
the day
glad.
panicking.
Wild.
I'm like, oh no.
I know, huge shout out to Andrew for being so flexible and just letting us steal you and bring you on last minute.
Of course.
Yeah, Andrew reached out to me. I'm like,
happy to do it.
I overbooked. Oh, you know what? I'll keep you in my back pocket kind of thing, possibly, right? I'm so glad I said that to you. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I'm super glad to be here. Thanks for having me on. You know what's funny? Because I didn't know you guys had 300 players. That's wild. I was reading, don't ask me why I went down this rabbit hole, but I was reading a 6 prizes article from 2013. I think it was Brandon Smiley's regional win with Terrakion EX, Victini EX. Anyways, in this article, he says, I was at Houston Regionals. They had 250 players total at Houston Regionals 2013.
Jeez,
and you guys eat that. And so it's this tournament is bigger than tournaments we had, regionals that we had back in the day. That's amazing. That's absolutely insane. The game has grown exponentially.
I competed on an online VGC tournament about 2 weeks ago, who actually had more players than the regionals I was going to in 2019 for VGC.
Wow.
That's bonkers.
Crazy.
VGC has grown as well. VGC having an online tournament platform is actually really, a lot of players love it because you get to test things and you get the people you're going to possibly play at a regional. You're not just getting the random ladder person who's trying to, oh, hey, I got this tandem mouse thing that might donk you if I set up perfectly and you don't break it. You play against the actual thing.
Right. Yeah, I wish we had something like Showdown, right, for the TCG.
Right. The last I heard of
Showdown is so cool.
Last I heard about Twin Leaf is Twin Leaf will not have online matchmaking, but I don't know. I don't know if we can go if you can challenge another person. But here's the other issue, and this is where some people are going to have issues. You have to download all the cards, and last I checked, all the cards to download, it's 15 gigabytes.
That's fine though. Anything we can do to not get them sued. And that's like, the way that I forget what it's called, but the Lorcana client that's fan made is able to not get sued by Disney or by the company that has created it. So
Yeah, Ravensburger.
thank you. I couldn't remember their name.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that's just for all the standard cards or if it's for all the expanded cards.
That's a good question.
That is actually for the complete set, everything. If you want to play, if you assume you'd be able to get like, oh hey, this is just the standard set, and then it'll be easier.
Yeah, probably.
Which
very interesting.
With that, we'll see how it plays, how everything goes, and we might move to Twin Leaf. Depending on what other tournaments do and how well it runs and and if it's easy enough to set up and play, because some people are playing they're playing on their phones for these, and I don't know if Twin Leaf will run on a phone or not. There's a lot of questions and we're not sure where it's at yet, but once we know, and if it comes out and absolutely blows us all off our feet and everyone's like in the Doom community is like, hey, let's play that, we're going to do that, then 100% going to Twin Leaf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It seems like live is getting better and better, thankfully, but it seems to be, it's such a slog. Oh, my bad. Knock on wood. It's such a slog to get there.
We said that once, and then the next day there was like a game-breaking bug was found.
Wonderful. Okay.
I think it was because they had just fixed something, and so I was like, you know what, guys, let's be nice. They're doing the best they can, and then it was just awful.
I think the next day they found the tomb glitch, and I was like, no.
Oh man.
Prowlers, congratulations on the 7-3. Sorry, go ahead.
I remember posting a video on my channel about when Pokemon TCG Live was announced. That was over 2 years ago. Still having issues.
I have a video from over a year ago talking about what I do visually to fix it and everything, and it's still...
All right, yeah.
It's still very, very relevant.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, Stellar Wish, totally. We need the ranked ladder. Game replay would be awesome. I doubt they're ever going to do anything like that. And spectator mode would also be amazing. I really wish they would bring that in too, but I guess they have way more other priorities to attend to, I suppose.
Who knows? We won't theorize too much on it. We are just waiting on these last two matches.
Honestly, my biggest ask right now is I want to know that my opponent back in their deck without having to watch it like a hawk and then get kicked out of the discard pile. What did they Palpad? What did they Super Rod? My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
One of the matches is Stall versus Gardevoir.
Oh, lovely.
I already passed one of those.
Yeah, you don't need to have any like flashbacks. You're good. You've survived.
It's interesting they show Palpad and Super Rod. They don't show Silene.
They don't?
Yes, I casted the Stall versus Gardevoir matchup, so we definitely knew that they did not show as Silene. Silene would happen, and they would just go right back on top of the deck. It would not hover in front of the screen or anything. So we didn't know if Echoing Horn was put back, which was huge.
Right. Was I thinking of maybe also Clara doesn't really show you what they grab? It's so fast. It shows you, but it's fast, right? There's not really a game log.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be something they recently fixed. I have not played in any late night or limitless tournaments in a hot second now, just because of all of the bugs and everything.
Yeah. Game log would be helpful with that.
Oh, it'd be even better for us. Just as from judging half the time.
Oh, 100%.
Which this also brings up again with online play stuff. And this comes back to stall. This will be a little mini stall round. Just because you say you have game doesn't mean you have game. You need to get to the point where your opponent either concedes or you've made your win condition happen. And then this brings up an interesting thing. Like there's ruling about doing legal plays and just doing them, and then that can be considered slow play. Well, they're talking like Ultra Ball, fail, Ultra Ball, fail, Ultra Ball, fail kind of thing. Not like Ultra Ball, I grab something and maybe I'm holding it for later or doing something else. Like there has to be an actual point to the action a little bit. That's when it comes in like slow play. But yeah,
because it could be like thinning, right? Like
Right.
maybe they're Ultra Balling 3 times to thin.
Or
It's
not
like kind of hard to tell, right?
Right. So if they're taking Pokemon out of the deck, especially against a stall, why are you taking cards out of the deck half the time?
Yeah.
But you're doing something. But if you're just like, I'm Ultra Balling to get rid of these Ultra Balls and thin out these other cards from my hand, then it gets a little bit more iffy. Yeah, playing Iono.
It's interesting too, because
playing Iono to prevent deck out is not stalling. Because
it's interesting too, because those are like legal actions that they're allowed to take, right? So it's hard to determine.
It depends on what the legal action is like, or if they do like a retreat, and then I don't know, something else. Like there's it's a hard definition, but there is a definition. I mean, if you have no win condition, then and your win condition can still be them misplaying and you winning by them decking out. Like this becomes a discussion. It's like, when do judges come in and end a game? Then do they have the rights to come in and end a game if they think that there's a guaranteed winner? Right? There's a whole we're getting like whole philosophy and decking here and everything else now.
Doom, I can't do philosophy right now. We've been casting for 10, 11 hours. I've been judging. Yeah, I can't philosophize. That's not a word.
One of my old roommates was a philosophy major. Oh, lots of late nights talking about philosophy stuff.
Oh, jeez.
So interesting. It was actually Simon Nerode. He's a big philosophy guy.
Oh, that's really cool.
Good time. Simon, if you're watching, shout out to you and your philosophy degree. So when will we know about dinner break and top 8 and stuff?
All the top 8 players have not been playing for almost 30 minutes now.
Ah, okay.
So I feel like we're just going to keep moving on. Like if you guys want to run and get something to eat right now, I would go do it. Well, you've got a round for it, Andrew.
Yeah.
I mean, you're coming back later, so you've got enough time. But they've had enough time to hopefully get some food. Yes, James says you got a chance to eat. Thank Stall for it. Like we're literally sitting here because of Stall.
I was like, I have a snack, so Andrew, if you need to go eat something or drink water, go for it. Prep for top 4 with Juancho.
Yeah. If you want to jump off right now,
I had
it's
a nice little
completely fine.
Sammy. Add a little Sammy. I am good to go.
Man, that sounds good. The problem is I can't leave my office until my youngest son goes to bed, because he's going to crawl all over me and want me to take him out and do things. And he's been banging on the door all day. And Mrs. Doom has been dealing with him and doing all this stuff and allowing me to do this. And she is amazing. And this doesn't happen without her. So everyone in chat, thank Mrs. Doom. She is the reason we are able to do this. So
Thanks, Mrs. Doom. You're the best.
I don't know if she's watching right now, but
thanks for handling the mini Dooms, the Doomettes. What do you call them? The Doomettes?
It's littlest Doom is my youngest, and my oldest actually has their own brand, and they're called obviously a frog. And there's my youngest son who finally got the door open. Hi.
Oh.
Yeah, you two want to talk for a moment while I handle him?
Sounds good. All right. Something that's not philosophy.
Oh, that's all I got. No, I'm just kidding. You're not going to LAIC or anything, right, Emmy?
I am not. It's funny. I actually took the time off from work because my birthday is right after LAIC. So I was hoping, but I whiffed registration the first time because all that mess that it was. I had work. I couldn't try to register for an hour. And then the second wave was during a work meeting that ended up going late. So I was like, oh, well. So I was like, you know what? I will see if I can go to EUIC instead. Hopefully that registration isn't too crazy, but we're just going to have to see. Are you going to LAIC?
I am not. I really wanted to, but I guess I didn't even try to register, I guess. It was just too expensive. I really did want to, but I think ICs are the way to go. Like regionals and internationals now are almost nearly the same sizes for the most part. ICs are obviously usually consistently maybe a tiny bit bigger and consistently big. Right. Whereas like sometimes for regionals, there's differences between like West Coast and East Coast, but you just get so many more points and cash for the internationals. Like they're really the way to go, I think.
For sure.
So I wanted to go to like all four, but it's just when the flight to Brazil from, Eugene, Oregon is like $1,500. I was like, okay, I'm probably not going to go with that.
I know. Yeah. And at the time when I was looking at them, like, when it wasn't a month and like a week until the event with registration not really happening too far in advance for LAIC, I was like, okay, I could swing like a $700 flight. I've never been to a Brazil. Let's do it. But yeah, no, same thing. I was like, I'm kind of glad I whiffed registration with how expensive those flights are. So, but yeah, we'll see about registration for the other ICs. My next thing's down to Portland.
Okay, nice. Yeah, that's my thing too, is like I'm not gonna buy the flight for the event until I get registered.
Right.
And by the time registration went up, it was a month maybe before the actual event. And now flight prices are through the roof. I'm like, oh, okay. So I wish registration opened a little bit earlier. I'm not really sure why they don't open earlier.
I think moving forward, Arcanine said they're trying to do at minimum 2 months before. Obviously, that didn't happen for LAIC and some of the early regionals, but I think that they're kind of honing in on the process, what the correct process is to do, etc. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, when you think about it, like registration for Texas definitely went up like 2 months in advance, and same with Portland, right? Because it was last week, and we're not having that until January. So
January 5th.
That's true. I was very happy with the Portland registration timeline.
Yeah. So that's feeling really good.
Granted, that one is 2 hours away from me, so a little less important to be early rather than a flight to Brazil. But
for sure,
still happy with it.
I completely agree. I'm like, I just get to sleep in my own bed, snuggle up with my cat, and then drive to the convention center the morning of for Portland. So
I got the hotel across the street for Portland, so I can just walk on over now.
Nice.
We'll have to figure out. I hope it doesn't go as late as it did last year, but Doom, I'll have my car if you guys want to get food somewhere, because I know there's not really great food options late near the convention center. So I ended up driving a group of us to like IHOP that was like way far out.
We should have a car as well.
Okay. I wasn't sure, so it sounds good.
Because Vancouver's going to be interesting, because Vancouver's my birthday. That's what we got to figure out for lunch and stuff. Dinner and stuff.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, I already reminded Mello, but offer still stands for me to drive you and Mello, Doom.
Yeah.
Pick you on my way up.
Because I won't be traveling with my brother, because my brother will be going there on his own.
Makes sense.
Oh man,
look at this. London flights are $600 for April. I think that's when EUIC is.
Yeah.
Which, if registration was up already, and granted that's really early, but I would totally go.
Which airport?
Eugene Airport, so a pretty small airport.
No, into London.
Throw?
Let's see. I don't think it matters too much. I know they're both relatively close to one another. But yeah, this one's Heathrow that I'm looking at.
It looks like we are done. I'm just double checking to make sure.
Yeah, actually, both airports, both 600.
There it
so
is.
if you want to take a risk,
not bad at all. I know. I'm like terrified though, especially with how the other European registrations have gone. I don't know. Like makes me too nervous, but I really, really want to go to both.
All right,
I wanted to go to all three, same as you, but
we are marching into Top Cut now.
Let's do it.
Go.
Let's do it. We've got our 8.
All right, chat with you soon, Andrew.
Cool. I'll see you in a bit. I'll probably be watching top 8. So
sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Who do we want to watch? That is the question.
That is a great question. We just saw James. So who else is streaming for Top Cut? Is everyone streaming or quite a few people streaming?
Celio is. I've asked every matchup if they can. I just put our standard boilerplate. Celio is playing against. Let's go ahead and refresh this so we can get a good idea. Phase where you did make cut. He is going up against Blazy. Green Beans going up against Unknown Gamer. Kanto against All Out Blitzel. And then Zach Tribus versus James. We can do Zach Tribus against James from his side, but they just played. Celio's is still out there. Want to do Celio? It's Gardevoir versus
Lugia. Yeah, why don't we watch that? It's very standard.
And plus Mr. Network's just a very, very good player.
For sure. Great player, a great person in the community. So exciting to see them. Obviously, he does well in online events and actual regionals as well, but very, very exciting. Yeah, Gardevoir versus Lugia. Which format are we in? We are in Paradox Rift format, surprisingly. So we do see other things doing extremely well, like Roaring Moon, like, Screamtail in Guardy.
There we go. Going into the top 8. We've got Celio's network going up against Blazy 36, I believe how it goes. Sorry, Blazy. You're regular in chat, and I'm going to cheer for both of them. So here we go. This should be a very interesting matchup, and we do have other matches going that we should be able to jump into if it really comes to it.
All right, sounds great. So this is a situation where both players probably just want to go first. We do see Celio's losing the coin flip there, so Guardy, I'm assuming, is going to choose to go first. Unlike the kind of head-scratching, wait a second, should I go first or second in this matchup against things like Roaring Moon and Miraidon, etc. Does look like we do not have a basic on Celio's side.
So we
just one mulligan, though.
And the one.
That's a hand.
I mean, you could guarantee 2 Ralts here. That's a start on the other side too. So you can guarantee 2. You can guarantee 2 Ralts. And he doesn't play Mew, so that's again something else.
Right.
But.
Ooh. Okay.
No.
So what do you do here? Do you go grab 1 Ralts and hold on? No, because you also have to retreat. You do, because I was thinking Mirage Step. Like that's why I was kind of thinking out loud.
I feel like you need to put 2 down and hope you can get Mirage Step the next turn.
Top deck Iono and Bray. Oh man! All right, yeah. This like we're gonna use Fog Crystal and Level Ball to go grab 2 teleportation burst Ralts, and that will be the pass on over to Blazy.
So we see the Ultra Ball here. I'm assuming watch is double Archeops. Oh, no Archeops.
There is no Archeops. Uh-oh. Is this going to be an interesting back and forth of whiff and whiff? Well, actually, there's a possibility we're grabbing the Lumineon here. Luminous Sign would be able to go get ourselves Professor Burnett. Discard both of those Archeops right away. That looks like exactly what we're doing. We're going to see that Burnett get slapped down. Already have the Lugia V-Star in hand, so we are chilling.
You're chilling? I was going to say like a villain, but that's the tired speaking.
I mean, maybe maybe Lugia is the villain in Gardevoir's story. We're going to have to find out as the back and forth happens. Hopefully, Luke will top deck a miracle here, something to be able to get this engine rolling. But as of right now, not very much going on. That was not 2 Archeops. Did we already have an Archeops in the discard? No. Fascinating. I'm gonna go ahead. I love this. Okay, this is so great. Using Summoning Star to grab something that is not an Archeops from the discard pile. So we will be able to grab that unfazed fat Snorlax and put that on the bench alongside that Archeops. Seeing a slower start from Luke, I think that makes a lot of sense from Blazy. Oh man, what is that top deck of a Manaphy? That's not helping us at all. But this is top 8. You can't scoop up this early in top 8, can you? Maybe you can.
Maybe you can hope for a better start next.
Oh man, oh man. All right, we will see Primal Turbo here. I'm assuming go ahead, charge up that unfazed fat Snorlax. Say that 3 times fast, chat. I think they just go ahead and keep swinging, right? Just, yeah, get out of here, Waltz.
The worst card you can top deck right now is Professor's Research.
Yeah, there you would be getting rid of all of your everything that you need. That is a level ball, so would be able to get 1 refinement off here. Is it even worth it? You can't even Mirage Step. We have no energy. So let's see here what we even... I don't even know if it matters what we discard.
I would discard the Baby Guardy personally. Well, you got something here.
I believe in Luke so much. This is not him as a pilot. This is the deck deciding not to function. We do have Counter Catcher, but everything that's there is either fully charged up or only needs 1 energy to be able to retreat. So not even worth it to play. And looks like Boss's Orders is coming down onto that Kirlia. Oh, this is painful to watch.
This is the most painful thing you could have.
Yeah, we're just going to see the concession here, and let's go to game 2 and hope for a much stronger start from Luke on this side. This is not how I want top 8 to go, but also knowing that Guardy is a deck that has so many actions, takes so much time, and we have 60 minutes. Yes, that's time more than you would normally get in a regional, but take all the time you can get. It makes sense to just scoop it up. Especially when we top deck that Manaphy, I was like, what do we even do here? There's nothing. There's nothing going on.
That is the epitome of a match where everything that could go wrong went wrong. You top decked it all. You did it all like the worst you could possibly do. And that's all I can say as a Guardy player. That's the nightmare hands.
Right. All right. I'm assuming we're going to choose to go first here, of course, as Luke.
You know what I just realized? A little off topic. I haven't scanned the code cards yet for pricing.
My gosh,
it's
dude.
like 400 cards I have to scan.
Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Okay, well have fun with that.
We started Cresselia again.
Yeah, we started Cresselia, which actually I don't think we mind too much. Just cost 1 energy to retreat it. We will be able to grab our worlds here. We do also have an Ultra Ball. I think that there's some pieces in the hand we want to keep, but I definitely think it might be worth it to kind of... I don't know. Do you grab the Radiant Greninja here? No, not... Okay.
No, I think what you might do here is attach Hard Retreat and be possibly set up for the Mirage Step next turn.
Okay,
Possibly.
that makes sense. That makes sense. So we do have the Ultra Ball in hand and an Iono as well. So we would be able to go ahead and try to find those pieces, the Mirage Step, Curlia,
We've
and
got
an energy.
multiple games already finished. Zach
Is that a whiff?
That's a whiff. It's a whiff.
Stampede for 20! It doesn't even do anything because of the double turn energy. What is this set? What is this set?
There's no reason Iono here. As much as you would like try to donk, you're not going to get it.
Doesn't help you at all, though. What do you?
I think he's still Mirage Step because then if they don't get anything the next turn,
You're right. I just had a full-on crisis about Stampede for nothing.
and then
Holy mackerel!
and then to top it all off, Zach Tribus donked James Sims.
Oh my goodness!
Green Bean be unknown gamer. So we have 3 games already at 1-0s. Oh, he lucked out and top deck there.
What is this game? Stampede for nothing.
Okay.
We do see the Lugia on the bench here. Man, we've got a lot of options here. I think we go ahead and evolve the active right away, right?
Yeah, it's not drawing cards. You might as well.
Yeah.
And there is a possibility you could get enough energy in the discard. Probably not, but you never know. You're going to get a bunch of energy in the discard.
Crystal. Yeah, we're cooking now. We had that karma come out in that game 1.
And then if you get the boss's orders, KO. Oh, there's the boss.
Oh, okay. Fog Crystal gonna grab another energy here.
Okay,
we're another refinement. I feel like I've just been making so many noises. Okay, there's 2 more energy. What is happening in these sets?
We gotta still find the Gardevoir.
Okay, it's not there yet. And we're out of things.
You could possibly Turo, but I don't even know if you want to even take the KO this turn because he's got the gift energy on it. And you'd be bailing them out.
That makes sense. It looks like that is kind of what we are considering here, though.
Like
I mean, we would be able to get 2 more cards, but I don't think it's worth it. I think that we should just grab another Ralts here, and then just go ahead and pass. Our board is very, very well set up. There is no energy on that Lugia. Maybe it's going to evolve here. I don't know, but I don't think it really matters. We've got the rare candy in hand.
I mean, you could Toro, right? Get 2 more with the Arcana, and then possibly use Cresselia to KO and completely skip the gift energy. That is a line of play because the gift energy will not be activated with Cresselia.
That's true. That's very, very true. Damage counters. Got 3 energy in the discard pile.
He keeps hovering over that end turn.
And we just need to see the pass right over.
Because unless whatever he got here will dictate what happens. Like Stampede.
All right, we do see the Klawf Stadium being the top deck. Let's Shiny Arcana. There's Reversal Energy, obviously not active right this second, but we are going to be able to draw so many cards with this refinement. Yeah, let's just throw things away. We don't need that Ralts. We don't need that Iono. Our opponent is working so hard. Get rid of that thing.
Not that you're doing too much better, but you're better spot. You're gonna be able to Arcana again.
Yeah, and we're gonna discard a Psychic here, or just a rare candy here. That's fine. Yeah, that works.
Where is the Gardevoir?
Man, it's hiding from us. It does not want to come out to play. But we'll see Shining Arcana for the second time this turn. Fog Crystal and Worker. Okay, Worker will be able to draw 3 cards, but we really, really want to be able to boss his orders here. What do we do?
Part of me feels like you boss ordered the Lugia anyways to put pressure on it.
Yeah, I mean, plus we don't really want to knock out this Pumpkaboo and give them 3 more cards.
That Pumpkaboo has 3 energy on it as well. So it's not really going anywhere. And there's still the possibility now that you put damage on this Lugia V. If he's able to retreat it and try to hide it on the bench, you have Cresselia, you have Screamtail, you have everything. And like, I'm positive you just gave him more cards. But
they also just read the wind. They have 6 in hand. We don't care about gift energy. I don't think we care about gift energy. Let's just knock this thing out. We are so chilling. Pumpkaboo is doing nothing for our opponent right now. So let's draw some cards, and let's get this active Lugia knocked out.
We can get Guardy now, but on top of it, like, it doesn't even matter?
I don't think it does. I mean, we might as well thin the deck. We might as well do these actions and really solidify it. It is top 8, so, very much more hesitant to scoop up games, and understandably so. But yeah, we are in such a winning position here, even without having taken a single prize card. Not only that, let's just pick up the Cresselia. Yeah, let's fully have a army of pink goddesses of Ralts and Gardevoirs and Kirlias.
He doesn't even watch his deck. He is down to 7 cards.
We do have 1 Super Rod, but 5 cards now. We do have 1 Super Rod, so I think we might be okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and take this knockout here. If our opponent doesn't have a way to get another basic, which would be shocking out of 7 cards, but if they don't, that's just going to be all she wrote, especially with the fact that, no
Lugia. I mean, they have the Archeops in the discard. They are just looking for it.
All right, we do see the bench of the Radiant Charizard as well. Yeah, that thing's going to be able to swing for 1 Luminous Energy very, very soon, but there's not too much going on.
One of the issues that Cilio is going to run into is he only plays 1 boss's orders. He has to. There's the Pal Pad. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pal Pad in hand. We're just going to go ahead and put that boss's orders back in. There is the concession.
There's a concession. We are going to game 3.
What? Both of those felt so one-sided, Doom.
It was just...
Watch your opponent play the game.
It was one side, there was like, here we go, pop, 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 and then he got up and switched places, pop, pop, pop. Now, we'll find out. We will find out.
Yeah, this is fascinating. We will just have to see. Please, I want a good back and forth. We want to see the power of Gardevoir EX. We want to see the power of Lugia V-Star with colorless attackers. Really focusing on the new meta here with some new additions, but nothing too far from the narrative we've been talking about for months. So let's hope for a great back and forth for this final game in this set.
Oh, so hype. Like, we hit this top 8 and everything. Like, all the tired just washed away. And we're able to keep going. I think that happens with every top 8.
I think so too.
It's always that last round is a little like, okay, here we go. Maybe someone's getting in, maybe not. And then we get through it. And now here we go.
For sure. All right. And I'm assuming that our opponent is going to want to go first. So we will choose to go ahead, let them do that, of course. Let's see what the starting hand is like. That is...
There's an Artisan. We're not completely dead. And then on top of that, he has the worker draw.
Okay. It's not all she wrote, but oh my goodness, what has this game been?
As we see the heads.
We do see heads, so we'll be able to grab an evolution from the deck.
I'm assuming, I guess it depends on what else is in the hand, probably wanting to play the Capturing Aroma before anything else, of course, grabbing that Archeops, especially if we have an Ultra Ball here. No, it looks like we're opting to play Great Ball.
Which, the slow play of that makes me, okay, I was going to say, made me feel like they didn't have anything.
It's like, there is that Lugia V. Attaching a Jet Energy onto this active Mew EX, and Ultra Ball is going to come down here. Let's get rid of an Archeops and a Jet Energy.
And I would assume they're grabbing the Lugia V-Star.
Especially in a deck that plays this much Iono. I don't know if I would want to do that, but that is exactly what we did.
All right, let's see what we top deck here. Oh, we did get the Ultra Ball as well. We will... yeah, okay, you know what? It all paid off in the end.
Yeah, I think, that's okay. I would have loved to see an Iono punish that grab there, but obviously not an option. Something we haven't talked about in quite a few rounds, I believe it was earlier when Luke was on stream, is playing one of Avery, which is fantastic into specific matchups and might come in handy depending on what Lugia ends up benching and powering up here. Make some hard decisions between a backup attacker and an Archeops and a Snorlax, etc.
We have our first final Green Bean 2-0 over Unknown Gamer T. Gardevoir is just beat up Roaring Moon.
All right, so they are moving on to top four. Congratulations to them.
Moving on to top four.
We do see benching a second Ralts there and attaching. So for sure, prioritizing that Mirage step Kirlia play here. We're going to see the Artisan. Go ahead and grab a Snorlax there. Let's thin the deck. I believe we only have one Archeops in the discard pile, if I'm remembering correctly.
Correct.
There's an Iono. This hand looks very, very similar to what we just had. We are definitely not upset at that.
Now here comes one of the interesting points. Do you want to evolve the baby Ralts on the bench, or do you want to just use the Mirage Step and put two more out there?
I think you want to just Mirage Step, right? You want to slap down all of the Kirlias and then be able to rare candy that baby Ralt into whichever Guardy you need. But, I haven't played enough Guardy. I might be incorrect in that line. But that would be my assumption.
Now, here's a possible way. Only one Archeops is out there. If Celio is able to go a little bit more aggro, this is a long shot considering what we see in hand. He could possibly get a KO on the Archeops this turn. But that means you have to give up the Mirage Step turn.
Right. Especially with the one Archeops down, in the fact that Snorlax is already charged up. Lugia has an energy on it already, which means it's just that's a double turbo energy, so it's just another double turbo energy away from becoming an attacker itself. I think prioritizing the Mirage Step here, getting fully set up, is the correct way to go. Slapping another energy down onto this active Kirlia, just, hoping it gets knocked out to get those energies into the discard pile. We're going to put two of those Refinement Kirlias onto our bench here.
Which one of the worst things you can do with Mirage Step is because it go up to 3. You have now just given the information to your opponent that you are missing one. That you have one in prizes. So now they kind of got a little bit more info, and they might be able to do a little bit more. Now that ancient chicken could easily be shot by the ancient Jigglypuff.
Okay, someone clipped that. That was a great quote from Doom. Oh, man, this Artisan is helping both of us here. Does see a fail, though, for our Lugia opponent. And that Snorlax will
go ahead thumping Snore, but not go to sleep because of the therapeutic energy. And honestly, I think that was exactly what we wanted from the Guardy side. We wanted those energies into the discard pile here.
Oh, 100%. Now, your hard question here is, do you want to Ultra Ball now and guarantee you get the Guardy, but give up a refinement before you Iono? Or do you just want refinement and then Iono? Get your Gardevoir and then Iono? If you want to go that way. Because again, Screamtail is a possibility of taking out the Archeops, the ancient chicken.
I mean, we don't have rare candy, right? And that would be the best way to get Guardy here. Unfortunately, we didn't get that off of this refinement, so we can grab it now with that Ultra Ball. I think that was the correct way to go. See if you get the rare candy. If so, go ahead and evolve one of the Ralts and then Iono.
So we go 20, 40, 60. I'm trying to remember the math. I think he could Screamtail here without the luxurious cape and giving up that extra prize onto the Archeops, if that's the way you feel. We do have an update for another match.
No. Yes.
All out Blitzel 2-0 on Kanto, so the Lycanroc Lost Zone is moving on.
Sounds good.
And James Sims proven his dominance still 1-1, so we are just waiting on the last game for 2 games. 2 sets. Nice. We are moving. We should probably reach out to Juancho and make sure he knows.
Okay, sounds good. We do also have the counter catcher, which is active right now. So we could go ahead and attack with this Baby Guardy instead, Shining Arcana. Well, there's a rare candy, a little too late, but we do have the ability to go ahead and exactly, yeah. We have the counter catcher now, so would be able to follow that instead of trying to utilize Screamtail on this turn.
It's a hard call.
I think you just go for it, right?
You can either KO the active, which takes out an attacker, but they still have something going. You can also, if you don't mind your prize trade, you could KO the Mew for a lot less. It takes 4 energy to KO the Mew EX.
So if we so hear me out. I haven't played enough Guardy, so I don't know if this is correct. But if we take out the Archeops here, utilizing that counter catcher, and just attack with Big Guardy, there's no way for our opponent to charge up Drapion in 1 turn, right? So
correct. You can also bring up the Snorlax here.
Mm-hmm.
Snipe the chicken. I'm not going to call it Archeops. It's a chicken, ancient chicken, and then force them to either have another energy in hand to retreat before they can attack.
Looks like we aren't going to opt to do that, but we are going to opt to go ahead and snipe that only Archeops for our Lugia opponent. Yeah, I almost... we still are with counter catcher being active because Archeops only worth 1 prize card, so we'll still be able to gust up something next turn, like, the Mew EX, as you were saying. Something that's much easier to reach for a Shining Arcana, or for even our Guardy EX to attack into. There is nothing other than Drapion with having weakness on our Gardevoir EX that I think can one-shot. I guess Weirdeer is a card. Never mind. Weirdeer is math.
But we could see...
Okay, never mind. Celios did the right thing.
We could see the Lugia go down. All right, we got to figure out turns for them. There goes a Weirdeer. Celios needs 3 turns right now, and then this KO will put them on that timing. So you have to go 1, 2, 2, and right now you're seeing your 2 easiest ones are the 180 and 170. That's what you possibly wanting to go after. Iono can actually hit pretty hard if they take a prize here. But so you're fine doing that. Because they don't have gift energy on the active.
Snore.
So you
It's
can
not, he's not doing a lot of snoring though. I'm just saying, Doom.
I know. You could either bring up something like the Mew or the fish. Take them out. Take that out. You have the counter catcher in hand. You can Iono them on top of it. Even though you kind of wanting that rare candy though still.
All right, looks like we are going to go ahead and promote that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Top deck of Fog Crystal, so we'll be able to go get a Psychic Energy out from the deck.
I think the Gardevoir is in enough control as long as they're able to either take a KO now. That top deck of that Gardevoir there, absolutely, I would say masterful, but you don't control your top decks.
Right. Absolutely essential. How about that?
Yeah.
Turn changing, game changing.
I think the Mew is the correct one here. Because random internet user, one of our people in chat said, "Don't throw because Mew EX has Ninja on." Yeah, he put his Ninja out, and that is true.
Right.
The Mew EX only needs to find a DTE, and then it's in for 70/70.
Right, and that is perfect to go ahead and snipe both of those Ralts or this active and a Ralt. So going to go ahead and make sure that won't happen by proactively gusting up this Mew EX and going to go ahead and Brainwave, take it out. Lugia being very powerful as a deck, but not usually, if ever, running ways to get back Pokemon after they are gone. They are gone.
I think the Iono is crucial. You're putting your opponent down to 3 cards, and you still get 5. You still have an ability to Shining Arcana and concealed cards. And also, as RVD in chat points out, the Mew is their last ability outside of maybe another Luminion to have any sort of draw.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. So restart will not be able to be utilized here. Brainwave is going to hit the exact number on this Mew EX and take 2 prize cards. So still need to clean up 3 to 3. So we will see here promoting the Thumping Snorlax without the therapeutic energy on it. Just a DTE and a V-Guard here.
One of Celio's win conditions here is finding the Rod. Because then he puts back the Screen Tail, which still has Cape in the deck as well.
Right.
Then the fish gets KO'd. The fish is just right out of range for a non-Cape Scream Tail. Just
the
right
promotion. The promotion of the Snorlax that is not without, does not have therapeutic energy makes me wonder, do we have Jet in hand? Do we have a way to get out of this? Or are we kind of bluffing that we do? Because I'm not sure why else we would promote this way. Or just assuming we're definitely going to get knocked out here, but maybe not the following turn.
Now, Luke here, Celio, could be looking for his boss. If he's able to find his boss as well, they can take out the Lugia, and then everything KOs the Snorlax that's attacking. They do have access to reversal energy right now too. That is massive. But I believe they're out of rare candies.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe we only play 2 and we have utilized both. Something that, this list is very much playing with very many Pokemon, a lot of basics, using both Screamtail and Cresselia, kind of prioritizing that over some cards for consistency like the rare candy.
There's the
So
rod.
we will.
So we're getting really, really close. We can put back a refinement. We can put back the Scream Tail. We can put
Go
back...
Scream Girl. Go Scream Girl.
And then we also know there's still another refinement in the prizes. So there's a possibility we even get that.
Man, if we snipe the Luminion here with Scream Tail and this Snorlax doesn't wake up, how ouchies is it if we don't have a jet? That's a very, very painful thing to think about, but doesn't look like we're going to go there quite yet. We are just going to knock out the active, and we do get that refinement Corlia off of the prize cards.
So this is where it becomes do or die. Celios has to find either the cape or boss for game.
We have Arcana, we have concealed cards, and we have 2 refinements now as long as his hand stays the same, which of course we know it will because our opponent did just play research. So
there's plenty of draw cards. We see the collapsed stadium come, which not as much of a threat as we hope.
the fact that our Gardevoir did get knocked out means we have 1 bench space open. So we are A-okay here.
You also just straight win if finding boss because the Gardevoir EX KOs the Luminion.
Right.
So might as well grab the Scream Tail, get it out of deck. Go ahead and bench that. I would almost bench it. More Gardevoirs. Refinement.
Those aren't...
More of what we're not looking for.
Yeah, I was like, those aren't quite the things that we are searching for here.
They need boss or K for game. Alternatively, you Iono them to 1. Because you know they have fish in hand, if I remember correctly.
Right, they did.
And then you take the KO with the big Gardevoir. Still going.
Okay. Come on, Shining Arcana. Show us what you got. Oh my goodness. Do we... What do we even do here?
You don't even have custom catcher, right? Not custom counter catcher.
Yeah, I think we only play the 1, right? And we've already utilized it.
Zinnia for Cape, but I would also make sure to thin my deck before I do so.
Yeah, it's like I would. Yeah, obviously we know the level ball can't grab any targets, but I would go ahead and use that Ultra Ball.
Use the Ultra Ball.
Grab out the other Shining Arcana. Nope.
Oh no! So
okay, so we would be able. I believe we would be able to Shining Arcana 1 more time. And there's no way we whiff out of...
No, he evolved the Corlia this time.
Okay, never mind. I don't know what we do.
Not attack. No way, I had therapeutic. You have to attack.
Yeah. But there's like... Yeah, that's nuts. What a game.
I believe Lugia has... Oh, wait, no, Lugia still has to retreat. If he doesn't KO here, then he's forcing them to have a retreat card on top of having the boss.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Screamtail misses by 10 skits. It needs the cape to KO a fish.
If that was a squawkabilly, we'd be chillin', but it is not a bird.
It is a fish.
If we had bird or counter catcher or anything.
I think we needed to not attack here. I don't know if we're still not going to attack, but we're loading up the energy for sure. And we are going to attack. Okay, so.
I believe they had fish in hand, if I remember correctly. They might not, but I believe they did, and that's all they need is the boss's orders for game.
Exactly. That's why I was like, oh no.
The fact that I haven't slammed it down yet tells me I was probably wrong.
I swear I thought I saw they grabbed fish, so maybe they didn't. Are we like absolutely nuts? There's no way.
No way. Also, James Sims continues to be the reaper of this Tournament of Doom and has called Zach Tribus from top 8.
Oh my goodness. James is going to take down this whole thing. Yeah, there's the Luminion.
Maybe
it's a different artwork, but it's there.
Iona.
Oh! No boss left then.
They must not have any boss left. Or if they don't see it.
No, they've got to see it. There's no way they don't see it.
Don't be slow rolling us, Blazy.
Oh my gosh, come on, Blazy. The suspense is literally killing us.
This is slow rolling, and I don't want to judge call this, but I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they have boss doom. I think they were really thinking hard there about if it was worth it for oh my god, they literally gave him the cape. That's fine.
Wow. Just wow. I thought they played 3 boss. There's no way he didn't have boss.
Jeez Louise. Not even needing to Screamtail, just top deck the boss's orders. And we will see Miracle Force 190 go ahead and take out that Luminion.
Blazy just came into the chat. Blazy just came into the chat. He thought he had 2 prizes left. Oh no!
Oh my god. Blazy, no! What a run, Blazy. You need to be proud of yourself. It's okay, Blazy. No worries. It's such a long day. We are all so proud of you. The whole chat is here for you and with you.
Oh man, but we're going to continue with the Celio. So Andrew and Primetime, if you just want to join us here in table 2, we're just going to keep going. He's already streaming. We know it. It's good.
All right, I am going to eat a snack before top 4 and finals, but I will definitely be around. So Doom, just yell at me if you need me. I will just go on mute.
Otherwise, top 4 is going. We're going to keep on blazing. Sorry, Blazy.
All right. I'm here. That game had me at the edge of my seat.
I know. That was... I can understand being tired. I have done the same thing 100 times.
For sure.
As we're going to watch the Gardevoir mirror, because we got Celios, and the other 2 players are on their things. So it will be Blitzel versus Sims 2. So that's what we'll watch. You'll be joined by Andrew Zavala, who should be coming in. And cool. I will sit here and watch, and we'll see if Celios here can pull it all the way through. If All Out Blitzel comes through, we'll have our first Regional of Doom. I see now I'm even calling it Regional of Doom. Dang it, Juancho.
Of Doom Regional Championship. I gotcha.
There we go.
But yeah,
we'll have a proper winner. So
100%. All right. So as we're sticking with the CEO's game, would love to see the Lycan Rock against Charizard though. But
I want to go with a little bit higher string quality for this, and if it comes to it, we'll hopefully the finals will be able to get. If somehow Celios and James lose, which is possible, we'll try to make sure we get a finals. And it's not always a guarantee. Finals is always the hardest, but we can
100%. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Hello, Andrew. I will hand it off to both you and Juancho, and I will just be here sitting. And it sounds horrible, sitting in the shadows. I'll just be off to the side.
That's good.
Very super villainy.
United, and it feels
I was just
so
about
good.
to say, I missed you, buddy. How's it going? Welcome to the top 4 of the Regional of Doom. No, excuse me, the Tournament of Doom Regional Championship. I'm Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined here by the one, the only Andrew Zavala. I missed you, buddy. Good to see you.
I missed you too. I haven't seen you in a little bit. How you been?
I've been good.
I heard it's early for you.
I woke up at 3 a.m. It is now 11:47 in the morning, so I was up pretty much all night, kind of. But I'm having a good time, honestly.
Goodness.
Like, I was casting earlier, probably half awake, but still, I don't remember. Honestly, that
for
first
Pokemon,
game,
my friend.
For sure.
Do for Pokemon.
Yes,
Juancho, I have some bad news for you.
What's the
You
bad news?
missed out on cubing last night. I had a great time cubing my cube.
I did see your tweet. It looks like you had a good time. I was about to reply, actually, attacking with the shining Charizard. But anyway, we're turning this into a podcast. This is about the players.
Well, remember, 90%
we
of
gotta
Tournament
have
of Doom cast turned into podcast.
You should just take the VODs,
All right.
strip the audio, and just upload them as podcasts.
All right, sounds good. Welcome to the Drew Too Many then, and
Yeah, exactly.
but yeah, we
have
have
you back
top
on
4.
very soon.
Oh, 100%. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, right now we're at top 4. Looks like Celio's about ready. Did you get a chance to look at both players' lists just yet?
I got to look at Luke's since I actually casted his match earlier in round 8. That was a Snorlax stall versus Gardevoir.